World Observer. In Q2 fiscal year 24, Electronic Arts reached $1.91 billion in net revenue, which is up 0.5% year over year. And live services accounted for 67.5% of that, or 1.29 billion. Now, EA is like maybe the golden goose when it comes to these live service games, with things like Madden and FIFA and UFC. Every sports game that EA puts out is essentially a live service because they're marketing the online aspect of those games, which you can buy booster packs for, and they're being updated, hypothetically. So they're going to make a killing, right? That also includes Apex Legends, which is like one of the biggest battle royales still, and another one of my favorites. So a lot of EA's and games are coming out as live services. So that explains why 67.5% of their revenue was accounted for from them. But there are those examples where it's not as successful, and they do fail. I mean, you had Knockout City, which was a big one that I liked. That got turned off. Trying to think of there was what was that wrestling one called? Knockout KO, something like that. Rumbleverse shut down after only like 6 months of being a thing. That's another one that got turned off. So, it's tough. It's tough for the consumer, for someone that might like fall in love with these games. Like, I really enjoyed Knockout City, only to have it get turned off. I can't even imagine what it's like as a developer, to finally see the fruit of your labors only to have it squandered so quickly and for you to just really have no say in it. So it seems like a real boom or bust kind of thing, right? Where you're either making, what did EA make? 1.29 billion from their live service games, or you're getting turned off after 6 months. It really seems like there's very few examples of that kind of middle of the road. You've got your juggernauts in the battle royale genre, your Apexes, your Fortnites, your Warzones, and those make a killing. No pun intended. But, for your smaller live service game, it's tough to get that fan base, and it's tough to sustain it. But that brings us to the second half of this story that I wanted to cover. That's sort of the most recent AAA live service attempt in Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League. This is, of course, from the creators of the Arkham Batman series, Rocksteady. It's a live service co-op looter shooter starring the Suicide Squad and a mind-controlled Justice League where you have to kill them all. You're not playing as the Justice League. You're hunting them down. Now, right off the bat, that's a tough sell for a lot of comic book fans, or DC fans, I'll say, because there's the movies and the shows and all that. It's a tough sell when you're saying, okay, we're giving you a Justice League game, kind of. You don't get to play as any of the Justice League members. You get to play as the Suicide Squad. And I feel like, and maybe I'm wrong, but I feel like the Suicide Squad is always a hard sell, despite the fact that Warner Brothers keeps returning to that well. I thought the James Gunn movie was pretty good. Great, even. I thought the other Suicide Squad movie was not good. And they have varying appearances in the animated universe that are fine. I've never personally seen much of it. I think they were in either Justice League or Justice League Unlimited. They were in the Arrow show, kind of. I don't know. They just show up a lot. It's just something that they go to. They're kind of like DC's equivalent of like a, I don't even know what to. It's not like the Avengers or the X-Men, because those are pretty big. The Suicide Squad is like, I don't know. They go to the well a lot is the point. So when the game got announced, and this is before gameplay even came out, just when the concept came out, people were like, okay, so we're kind of on board because it's Rocksteady's making another DC game. I think the initial trailer showed the Suicide Squad and that it was in Metropolis, and that they're killing the Justice League, who have been mind controlled. And we're like, oh, okay, sure, maybe. And then the gameplay trailer comes out, and everybody takes not everybody, the majority of people are very disappointed by this gameplay reveal, because it shows that the game is not going to be a single-player focused action game like Arkham. It's going to be a looter-shooter live service co-op nightmare. And, obviously that's my opinion. But you can look at gameplay now of the game that it's out, and it's really visually noisy. That's just a fact. Like there's so much going on screen. You're like, it's very hard to follow. And like I said, it's also a looter shooter. It's a live service game. Not what people wanted, to say the least. Definitely not what people of the Arkham fans of the Arkham games wanted. They did not want that. As a fan of the Arkham games, that is not what I wanted from Rocksteady. I'm not sure who did. Now, I will say that it's probably part of this trend of live service games that they thought, well, hey, we can milk this cash cow for as long as we need to if we make it a live service game, right? We can, and that's exactly what they're doing, by the way. They have a content roadmap already lined up. That's how all these games work. Will we see that roadmap fulfilled? Hey, we can ask Marvel's Avengers, but people were very disappointed. But now that the game is out, we're getting reviews for it, and they're primarily negative. The game seems to have lived up to those low expectations. This is from Matthew Jackson over at Game Rant, quote, Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League received lukewarm reviews and has a lower player count on Steam compared to other superhero games. The game's Metacritic score of 62 is significantly lower than the highly acclaimed Arkham Trilogy titles. Rocksteady Studios is planning to release DLC and seasons for the game, but the low player count on Steam raises concerns about the game's future, which is exactly what I was saying. And it's sort of that boom or bust thing we talked about with live service games. If these things fail, it's harder to fulfill that content roadmap. I do think, it's a little weird. It's tough to compare it to the Arkham games. It's like, it almost is like apples and oranges, right? I don't know if you guys remember Gotham Knights when that game came out. That was a similar action co-op live service thing that didn't really get followed up on. I think they might have already ceased updates on it. They did like one update for multiplayer, but it's another thing where we're banking on the property to carry it forward, but the gameplay is not what people want. Another thing about Suicide Squad, Paul Tassi at Forbes, quote, the game peaked at 13,459 players on Saturday, February 3rd, despite it being the full weekend after its release. That figure is lower than Marvel's Avengers, 31,000, I'm rounding here, and significantly lower than Destiny 2's 300,000 peak players. So already the game had a rough start. And I do think a lot of that is probably just because, they showed the game and the majority of people didn't want it or weren't excited for it. And I don't even have it in the show notes here, but they were charging $100 for an early access version where you could play the game 3 days early. And then there was a bug, so they had to take it down. So the people that bought that $100 version couldn't even utilize the full time of that early access. So it's just right off the bat, you're going in with a trepidatious fan base, and then you're immediately, making a mistake like that already hurts your brain and your vision that already looks kind of rough. Now, that being said, there are some positives. Again, I haven't played it yet. This is maybe the dirty secret of this whole section of this podcast. I want to play this game, folks. It looks like something I would enjoy. Am I proud to say that? Not really, but it's true. Now, I already said it's not the game I wanted from Rocksteady, but it's the game we got. And I do enjoy these looter shooter, endless grind games. And I do want to play this game. I just don't want to pay $70+ for it with tax, because it's probably going to get discounted judging by the performance. That being said, some of the positives people have said, the graphical performance looks great. I've been watching people play through it, so this is, I guess, my review of what they're playing. So take it with a grain of salt if you want. The game certainly doesn't look cheap. It's got a very high production value. All the animations, the character animations, the presentation looks fantastic. It's really the gameplay that looks the most boring and repetitive. It looks like it's just go here, shoot these things, go here, guard this thing. It's your standard affair for these live service, looter shooters. And that's not a lot of people's cup of tea. It is my cup of tea, though. I've played a lot of these kind of games. I was a big Avengers fan. Like I said earlier, I'm a big Destiny 2 fan. I played a lot of the Borderlands games. I just enjoy the gameplay loop of a lot of these live service games. And I was a diehard Avengers fan for a while until they, delisted it. But it's the plight of a live service game defender, I'll tell you what. And I can see Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League going the same way of Avengers, where, maybe it's supported for a little while, but within a year, it might just kind of fade away. Unless they make significant changes to the gameplay or add a character that people like, or, say all the Justice League were clones and then we get a game with them or something like that. I don't know. I don't know what they're going to do. And I have no idea how much money they're making, but it seems like the game is exactly what people were expecting it to be. And that's for better or worse. And so that kind of brings us back to what I was talking about before with the future of this live service model and the viability of it with studios and developers going forward. Did Rocksteady want to make a live service game, or was that just the pitch because it's what is currently the hot trend and what can make you a lot of money? I guarantee you, if they made another Batman Arkham game that was actually legit like the other ones, they would have made a killing. Or if they, if it was this game, but instead of you're the Suicide Squad killing the Justice League, you're just Batman killing the Justice League. Not that Batman kills, but you know what I mean. Batman incapacitates the Justice League. It's a very long title, but maybe it would work. I think that would have sold like hotcakes. But instead, we're already handicapping ourselves with the live service model, which limits you in terms of your storytelling, in terms of your gameplay, because it can't ever end. And from a studio that is so well known for single-player narratives, having them make a game that inherently can't end is questionable. I do think if done right and done with enough polish and budget, live service games can be very effective and very profitable for the developers and the companies. Your Fortnites, your Apexes, your Destiny 2s, I mean, those all have their own issues, but like Fortnite is still a license to print money. And, Apex and Destiny 2 are as well in their own ways. But once you're on those fan bases, you hear a lot more of the criticism. But from a large view, step back and look at it, these are still very successful and they're still making money. And I'm not really sure what the secret sauce is to guarantee success with these things. But I also know that if you're in the pitch meeting for your new game, maybe don't pitch it as a live service game if it's not necessarily going to fit in that box, or if it's not going to fit the story you want to tell or the gameplay mechanics you're trying to implement. But yeah, we'll see. I like I said, I would like to play the Suicide Squad game. I just don't want to pay the full price for it. So if it goes on sale, we're talking the $20, $30 range, maybe I'll give it a shot, but we'll see. But yeah, what do you think about live service games? Are you a fan? Are there any that you like? Are you staunchly against them? I'm curious because I am a defender. I'm not sure if defender is the right word. I enjoy them. I can admit that. It's like when you watch a soap opera, it's not necessarily substantive, but it's fun. It's like potato chips. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to cover some game reviews of the games that I've been playing lately. We'll be right back. All right, we are back on No Credits Rolled. We were talking live service games before the break. Now we're going to talk some game reviews. And you could count this first game as a live service game, and that's Marvel Snap. Now, initially, I only had one game I was going to talk about for this segment, but then I was like, hey, let's fatten it up a little bit. So I threw in one of my favorite games, and that's Marvel Snap. It's a mobile card game. If you know me, I've probably talked about it because I never shut up about this game. It's great. It's from Second Dinner. And I wasn't sure if this game would fit the format of this show because I am constantly playing this game and it's not necessarily something that can end because it's an online, multiplayer thing. You're always just playing against other players. But it is undeniably one of my favorite games of all time. I play it almost every day. I keep up with the patch notes. I listen to podcasts about it. It is just something that I really enjoy. And it's something that I thought, hey, let's throw it in the show. It's my show. I can talk about whatever I want. So for this game, if you haven't heard of it, you're essentially building your deck with your Marvel characters. You're unlocking characters as you go. There are pools of cards where essentially you have to unlock all the cards in pool 1 to access pool 2, and so on and so forth. I have been playing the game since it came out of beta and launched, but I do think the onboarding process for new players is pretty effective. Obviously, when you talk about any of these card games, the tough part is, well, if I start playing the game today, am I just going to get demolished by someone that has been playing since day one and has all the latest cards and all the best things? And there's a possibility that you'll get a match like that. But it also is based off of rank, so you'll be put with similar players. And every season, your rank is lowered 3 tiers. And the base cards in the game, I think you can still make decent decks out of. And there are still cards that are from that base pool that are still in a lot of the most popular decks of the game today. So it's not impossible. There is a little bit of, you might get stomped. That's, I'm just going to be honest. You might get stomped. But the more you play, the more cards you get, and the better at the game you get. You learn a lot more of the synergies. You learn more of how cards work. You learn what all the cards do. And you might start to pick up on, oh, my opponent is playing this deck, so I know how to counter it. But they do a new season roughly like every 30 days, every month. And the new season just started, and this time it's themed around Thanos and his Black Order. So if you've seen the MCU movies, those are like all the alien people that he's with that all die. And I'm excited to see how all these new cards will change up the meta. The last season was all about Planet Hulk, which is one of my favorite comic runs. It's actually one of the first comic runs that got me into comic books at the time. And that's another thing that I like about the game too, is that they don't just pull from the MCU. There's actually not a whole lot of MCU stuff in Marvel Snap. It's all more off the comics, which is rare, considering how popular the MCU is nowadays. You'd think they'd be pulling more from it, but they do a really good job blending what people know from the characters people know from the MCU with characters from the comics that maybe your movie-going fan might not know. And that's a very small pro. But it is something I really like about the game as a comic fan, is it's introducing characters that I've never heard of or that other people might not have heard of. And hey, maybe it encourages you to, read the Marvel Wiki and find out who these people are. And that's not necessarily a gameplay thing, but I think it helps fill out this universe that people might only know from the version we see in the movies. Another pro I have of it, there's no ads. There just aren't. If you play like Words with Friends, you're getting pop-up ads all the time. Marvel Snap doesn't have that. And considering it's a mobile game, I think that's pretty crazy. The card art is awesome. Like even the base designs for all the cards are great, very detailed. And as you upgrade your cards, they get new effects on them. I think that's cool. There's also a lot of variants, and they have really great artists that are getting spotlighted doing card variants in the game. And I think that's a cool way to bring up these artists and showcase them to an audience that might not have ever heard of them or, had a reason to explore their art. No, I do have a lot of pros about the game. There are some cons. Personally, I've been feeling the game's getting a little bit stale for me. There have been a couple meta decks that I just feel like are dominating. And I'm kind of looking for that card or that new deck that's going to shake things up. Because, if certain decks are the meta or the best decks, and you don't necessarily like playing them, then you can find your own way. You can craft your own deck. But it can be a little annoying facing the same one over and over again. But that's another thing the game encourages. It encourages you to make these homebrews and these unique combos that you might find that nobody else has found yet if you spend the time crossing the wires in your head. But I'm genuinely curious if anybody listening is playing Snap or has played Snap. It's free to download. Again, this is not an ad. I would gladly be sponsored by Snap if I could. But I highly recommend you check it out. Even there is a little tutorial in the beginning, which no one likes tutorials, but you should check it out, especially if you're a Marvel fan, if you're a card game fan, if you're looking for a mobile game. I highly recommend it. And it's probably something I'm going to come back to on this show a lot just because I enjoy talking about it so much. But anyway, on to the other game, the game that I've been spending the majority of my time with in the week leading up to recording here, and that is the Dead Space remake. I know what you're thinking. Sam, all you talk about is how you don't play spooky games, and you're talking about another spooky game. And you're right. You're right. Maybe I should rescind my stance on those kind of games. Because I am loving the Dead Space remake. It's so much better than I was expecting. I'm having a blast. I am playing it with the sound down. That's always a caveat with these kind of games. But it's a lot of fun. The biggest thing for me with it is the atmosphere and the environment of the Ishimura, the ship you're stranded on, I think is impeccable. I think it's so well designed and so it captures that feeling of fear and tension so well in every single setting on the ship. I forget who I was talking to about it, but I was like, if you just take the camera and you just sit there with your character or, looking at anything on the ship in any environment, you could make it your wallpaper of your computer. The lighting is great. There's like volume fog effects and stuff. And I don't know if I've ever played a game that does it this well. And maybe it's because I don't play a lot of horror games. Maybe they're a dime a dozen. But the closest thing it reminds me of is the Resident Evil 4 remake, which I really enjoyed as well. Another spooky game that I went into, and I was like, all right, let's give it a shot. A spooky game that turned more action-y the further you got into it. And Dead Space is kind of like that, too. You spend a lot of the beginning of the game scrounging and running, but by the end, you've got like a flamethrower and a chainsaw gun and, lots of beam weapons. So it's a little bit less tense because you have like a small arsenal, but the environment still can create that tension despite you're armed to the teeth, because you can go around a corner and you never know when something's going to pop out at you, which is why I have the sound down. But you never feel safe either, which is part of why it's such a great survival horror game. One thing I want to talk about, the game graphically is also extremely impressive. There's so much detail in every part of it, specifically in your character's armor. He's in like a space suit. And if you get really close with the camera, you can see writing on it where it's like almost like the manual for the suit, and it says like unlock on where the helmet connects to the neck. Like little details like that. It makes the world feel so lived in. And the ship itself is like its own character. Like the design of it, it's like so jagged and sharp. And Dead Space originally came out like 10 years ago, so I'm sure I'm extremely late to the boat when it comes to this. But like, it's incredible. All of it is so well done and so deliberate. Like they knew what they were doing when they made this game. They knew what they were doing when they crafted the ship and why it's designed the way that it is. It feels alien, from the very beginning without having the necromorphs running around. Those are the monsters, by the way. They're like zombies, sort of. I mentioned the weapons earlier. It's like a mining ship, so all your weapons are mining themed, which is cool. It's not just like a pistol, a shotgun, a machine gun. You do have like a pistol and an assault rifle, but the gimmick is that you have to dismember the enemies instead of just like shooting them in the head. And I think that's cool too. It adds a nice little touch that makes the game unique and makes the game stand out. There's also a really great navigation system, and for someone like me that doesn't pay attention, if you just click the right stick, it's all like built into your character's suit. It's the idea. So your character will like put out a little pulse that tells you exactly where to go with the trail. Your health is on your spine. The bar for your health is on your spine. Your ammo counts are on your gun. And from what I've heard, that was like one of the first games to do that. And it's really, really neat. There are some downsides to it with the camera. Like if you're in a really tight space and you try to pull up your weapon wheel, because it's supposed to be displaying in front of your character, it can appear like 2D if you turn it, and it can get kind of wonky. But overall, I think the design is purposeful and effective. My biggest complaint for the game is that there is a lot of padding in the back half, like a lot of padding, where I was like, is this allowed? 2 points. I don't want to spoil anything because I recommend you go play it. It's on Games Pass if you have that. But there are 2 parts in the back half of the game where you're like, all right, here we go. We're gearing up for a big fight. And then the game just stops and it's like, go do like 4 to 6 other things, and then you can do the big thing. And it's like, I was so ready to go. And it really does. I don't know how to describe it, but it really does just feel like padding. I think I'm at like 7 hours, and I feel like I'm really almost to the end. But then I couldn't talk about it because the show's called No Credits Rolled. But that being said, even the filler can be fun just because shooting the monsters is so much fun. There's really great enemy variety. Even now, getting towards the end of the game, they're still introducing new enemy types. And that goes back to that Resident Evil 4 comparison, where the enemy variety is awesome in both the games. And you get like a mental logbook of, okay, this is how I defeat this guy. This is how I defeat this guy. And then you combine that with the weapon variety and the weapon upgrades you can do. it's just a lot of fun, you know? It's nice to play a game that is just fun and gets more fun the more you play it. And maybe that is obvious for video games, but I feel like maybe because I play so many multiplayer games or so many different kinds of games where it's like when something hits for me, it's like, wow, like I am just having a blast playing this and I cannot put it down. And it's something I really want to celebrate on this show. That's going to wrap it up for episode 3. No credits rolled. I want to know what games you've been playing. Also, make sure to subscribe everywhere you can to get the show. And until next time, stay safe out there, everybody.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Technology, a podcast exploring the latest in computers, networking, home automation, mobile computing, and all things technology related. Our hosts will take a deeper dive into the latest and greatest in tech trends and give you the information you need to enable your tech-centric world.
This is Insights into Technology, Episode 8, CISA Shakeups, and a deep dive into cybersecurity frameworks. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and this is your tech news for the week. This first article comes to us from TechRadar. Google offers predictions on the biggest security threats facing businesses in 2025. Google's cybersecurity forecast for 2025 highlights artificial intelligence and state-sponsored cyber attacks as the top security threats facing businesses. AI's dual role as both a defensive tool and as an attack enabler is central to these concerns, with Google predicting its widespread use in generating deepfakes, phishing schemes, and in other social engineering tactics. State actors from Russia, China, Iran, and North Korea, dubbed the Big Four geopolitical threats, are expected to continue targeting critical infrastructure amidst escalating global tensions. The report also emphasizes a persistence of ransomware and data extortion as significant challenges, with incidents reaching record highs in 2024 and showing no signs of slowing. Google predicts a second phase of AI security will emerge as semi-autonomous systems become integral in combating these evolving threats. However, as generative AI tools empower attackers, cybersecurity teams will face mounting pressure to counter increasingly sophisticated and frequent breaches. And so we've talked about this in the past, how AI is a dual-edged sword when it comes to cybersecurity. In cyber attacks, we've seen them used for generating deepfakes and phishing schemes. They've been used for overall social engineering attacks, but they've also been used to generate actual malicious code as well. And then more so, I think, in 2024 than prior years, we've seen AI used as a defensive tool as well. Organizations are increasingly adopting AI-driven security tools to automate threat detection and response. This second phase of AI security that Google talks about suggests that enterprises need to integrate semi-autonomous systems into their cybersecurity operations to stay ahead of the attackers. I think that's, of all the things, and a lot of what came out of this article with Google was kind of a no-brainer type of, let's pick, the usual suspects, and they really did. I don't think there was anything shocking or unexpected that came out of this report from Google. But I think the one thing that came out that probably has the most potential impact is defensive AI for cybersecurity. They talk about the geopolitical threats. That may become less of an issue under a new Trump administration, considering how close Trump seems to be with these big four aggressive nations, Russia, China, Iran, and North Korea. So that might not be as much of a factor as Google thinks it's going to be. However, chances are, if there isn't outright intentful attacks, you may see opportunities for these attackers to embed themselves in various pieces of government infrastructure and become advanced persistent threats that can be triggered at a later date, or just exfiltrate information on the fly. We do also have to take a look at the rising complexity of ransomware and extortion or double extortion tactics from the ransomware. Google anticipates these attacks will grow in 2025, particularly outside the US, which I thought was kind of interesting that they expect these types of things to happen outside the US. The problem with ransomware and extortion is you have to have an economy that supports it. And unless you're hitting a first world country that can afford to pay millions of dollars to not release their company's information, you're kind of limiting your market when you get outside the United States for that. Plus, if you look at the regulations that's going on in the European Union, the penalties for paying for these types of things and being subjected to these types of things is extremely high. So, the emerging challenges of large language models are also talked about in this article as well, with threat actors using LLMs to automate a lot of the convincing fake emails. So companies probably are going to need to implement more robust employee training programs focused on identifying AI content. I know one of the things that we're working on in my company right now is an actual AI governance policy. This is becoming kind of a requirement for every company out there that's trying to take advantage of the newer technology. And the other thing that they're talking about in this article is the continued targeting of critical infrastructure. And we have an article later in the show that highlights exactly this type of thing, where the critical attacks on critical infrastructure are going to get progressively worse. And it's unclear how the United States now under the new administration is going to respond to this, especially with some changes in CISA coming up that we'll talk about as well. So there was a lot of useful information that came out of here. Nothing that's probably policy defining, but it's certainly things that should be considered significant and things that we probably need to keep on our radar. And, with budgeting time coming up at the end of the year here, it's going to help us shape our cybersecurity budgets moving forward, anticipating where we need to focus our attentions and our efforts. One of the things I'm learning rapidly is cybersecurity is an expensive endeavor, regardless of how you go about it. Our second story today comes to us from Security Week, and they tell us that the CISA director, Jen Easterly, is stepping down. CISA director Jen Easterly and Deputy Director Nitin Natarajan, I apologize for that, I'm not very good with names, They'll be stepping down on January 20th, coinciding with the transition to the new Trump administration. And they'll be clearing the way for new leadership at the U.S. Cybersecurity Agency. Easterly is a decorated intelligence officer and has led CISA since 2021, spearheading initiatives like the Known Exploited Vulnerabilities Catalog, the Shields Up campaign, and Secure by Design principles. Her tenure solidifies CISA's role as a critical responder to federal cybersecurity threats, despite criticism regarding the agency's budget efficiency. Easterly's departure comes amid escalating cybersecurity challenges, including a recently disclosed cyber espionage campaign by Chinese state-backed hackers, Salt Typhoon, targeting U.S. telecommunications and critical infrastructure. With CISA actively coordinating federal responses to nation-state intrusions and ransomware threats, the leadership transition will be closely watched as the agency navigates its evolving role in safeguarding U.S. digital infrastructure. So this leadership transition in the middle, basically, of a cyber war, I wouldn't say it's controversial, but it is risky. We're actively being hit right now by an aggressor nation's attempts to infiltrate significant infrastructure elements of our country. So the change in leadership is going to seriously draw into questions how we're going to address these threats and maintain operational continuity, but also how serious the new administration is going to take these threats. There's a number of other significant and scientifically proven world-changing issues that this administration simply chooses to ignore or not accept as fact. And that type of cavalier attitude can be very dangerous when it comes to how you're handling cybersecurity. Easterly has a legacy of strengthening U.S. cyber defenses, which have been historically pretty abysmal when it comes to most things involved with cybersecurity and government. We have elements of the government that are still running off of old COBOL software that needs significant updating, and hopefully, we're not going to lose sight of where we are. We got to keep our eye on the ball, obviously, and we need to make sure that our cybersecurity is taken seriously and taken into consideration by the government on our side. CISA has recently moved into this role as managing our federal cybersecurity strategy, and it has rapidly taken on elements in pretty much every aspect of the federal government, and the inability for us to focus on this during an administration change can be impactful, to say the least. We already kind of talked about some of the challenges of the incoming administration and whether or not they're going to take this seriously. We also can't ignore the fact that the nominations for department heads that we've seen that came out as a flurry of announcements in the last week or two are putting people who are grossly unqualified into these roles of significant responsibility. If they play the same type of political disruption game that they're doing for cabinet positions with CISA, that's a significant risk to our infrastructure, especially when it comes from the countries that the incoming president has basically claimed to be friendly with. It's highly unlikely he's going to take these threats seriously. So we'll see what happens. We're going to take a quick break, but before we do, I'm going to do two things. One is I want to apologize for last week. I did sit down last week to record a podcast. I was kind of under the weather. I got about 20 minutes in and was coughing so bad I had to stop the podcast. So we didn't put out a technology podcast last week, and I apologize for that. But we're here now. We're here today. And one thing I wanted to do today was to remind our listeners and our viewers to subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio and video versions of this podcast and all of our podcasts listed as Insights into Things. We're available on Apple, Spotify, Google, TuneIn, anywhere you can get a podcast these days. I would also invite you to contact us. Give us your feedback. Tell us how we're doing. Tell us what stories you like to talk about. Give us your input on the stories that we are talking about. You can call in to our voicemail and leave us a message at 856-403-8788. That's 856-403-8788. If you'd like, mention in your message that you would like to have your comments in the podcast, and keep them clean, obviously, keep them on topic. We may edit them for content and context, but we'll do our best to get them on the show as soon as we can. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com, or you can find links to all these and more on our official website at www.insightsintothings.com. And we'll be right back.
Are you tired of your favorite gaming podcast finishing with a play?
Oh, no!
Well, check out No Credits Rolled, where we play the games but rarely finish them. How's it going, folks? I'm Sam Whalen, your friendly host at No Credits Rolled, the ultimate gaming podcast, where we dish out the latest scoops and reviews on all your beloved video games.
Hey, listen!
Not only that, but we spice things up with some guest interviews and even give you, yes, you, a chance to have your say. Tune in every other week for a fresh dose of No Credits Rolled, available on all major podcast platforms, and hit us up on social media at No Credits Rolled. So why wait? Let's dive into the gaming world together, where finishing games is optional, but the fun is guaranteed.
Welcome back to Insights into Technology. We're talking tech news today. Our next article comes to us again from Security Week. This one tells us that the EPA warns of critical risks in drinking water infrastructure. A new EPA report reveals that over 300 U.S. drinking water systems serving 110 million people are vulnerable to potentially devastating cyber attacks. These systems face risks ranging from device service disruptions to data breaches, with 97 systems serving 27 million people identified as having critical vulnerabilities. The assessment highlights the weaknesses in areas like IT hygiene, email security, and exposed portals, which could allow attackers to cause irreparable damage to critical infrastructure. The report also underscores significant gaps in the EPA's cybersecurity response capabilities, noting the lack of dedicated incident reporting systems for water facilities and insufficient coordination with federal and state agencies like CISA. The findings come as water utilities across the U.S. grapple with outdated systems, default passwords, and alarms that seem to keep going off for no good reason, and insufficient security measures, highlighted further by recent attacks like the one targeting American Water recently. These vulnerabilities underscore the urgent need for stronger cybersecurity measures to protect vital drinking water infrastructure. Now, this is very similar to the infrastructure attack that we're seeing recently on telecoms and other similar services. These infrastructures, these critical infrastructures, are soft targets for cyber attacks. They're often underfunded. They are working off of antiquated hardware and software, and they've not had the resources to simply go through and harden their systems. As a result, vulnerabilities pile up, and attackers are going to start going after these soft targets because they're easier to hit than the ones that are getting the type of attention that's required. And basic IT hygiene is not a difficult thing to achieve. It doesn't require a lot of money. It doesn't require a lot of training. What it requires is a lot of common sense. Identifying basic cybersecurity failures like default passwords in use, using uncomplicated passwords, not using dual-factor authentication. Enterprises nowadays are leaning very heavy into, especially moving into the cloud sector, where the cloud's forcing a lot of dual-factor authentication to happen. This also shows the risk of supply chain attacks, which all pose business continuity risks. The water utilities often serve as upstream providers for other industries, which, disruptions caused by cyber attacks can cascade through supply chains. You can also use these exposed infrastructure systems to piggyback on these and infiltrate other systems, billing systems, and so forth down the line that have more widespread exposure. This also highlights the need for proactive incident reporting and coordinating of systems. The lack of a dedicated cybersecurity incident reporting system for water systems highlights the gap in federal coordination. When problems arise, if you cannot get the word out, you cannot stop the system spread, nor can you get the support that you need from federal agencies. All in all, it signifies an emerging threat landscape. You've got soft targets, you've got underprotected targets, you've got targets that may be relying on third parties to secure them, where those third parties can even become threats to the systems. So it's definitely something, and again, this was something that was highlighted in the Google report, the cybersecurity outlook for 2025. It's definitely something we need to keep an eye on. Our next article comes to us from 9 to 5 Google. This one is talking about the Department of Justice wanting Google to sell Chrome to break its search monopoly. The U.S. Department of Justice is pushing for Google to sell its Chrome browser as part of its proposed remedies in the search monopoly case. The DOJ argues that Chrome's integration with Google's search engine gives the company an unfair advantage by serving as a key access points for users. Questions remain about how such a sale would affect the open source Chromium project, which underpins not only Chrome, but also other browsers like Microsoft Edge. Google, which plans to appeal, warns that splitting off Chrome could disrupt its ecosystem. While antitrust officials have backed away from forcing Google to sell Android, they recommend decoupling Android from Google's other products, including the Play Store and Search, which are currently bundled together. Other proposed remedies include requiring Google to license its search data and results and allowing websites indexed for search to opt out of AI training. Final ruling on these recommendations is expected in August of 2025, with the potential to reshape Google's operations and the broader tech landscape. So this is strangely reminiscent of the Microsoft Internet Explorer monopoly fight that they had with the Department of Justice. This is, again, another example of the federal government using traditionally heavy-handed tactics against businesses, despite the fact that the business that they're trying to affect doesn't operate the same way that more traditional businesses act. And when I say that, I don't mean that Google is special or something like that. The problem is that they're trying to take examples of trust busting, of monopolies in railroads and steel, and all the stuff from the 1800s that was done, and apply it to a technology where the technology evolves faster than the litigation does. So trying to impose monopoly control on these types of things is difficult. It also shows a fundamental lack of understanding on the part of the federal government on just exactly what this means. Google is not just an American company. This is an international company setting international standards for an international system of communication. For the federal government to come in here and try to implement the same type of stuff they did for Standard Oil and other companies, it just shows a naivety on the part of the federal government and a lack of understanding of what they're dealing with. And it's almost like a knee-jerk reaction that we're seeing. You may see one of the other alternatives they're talking about is the Department of Justice's push to uncouple Android from Google Play and search in an attempt to reduce Google's control on the mobile ecosystem. Well, they built the ecosystem as much as Apple has built their own ecosystem. And for the federal government to come in and tell you that you can't run your system the way that you want, I mean, to say that it's politics is an understatement. But it's also almost juvenile in its nature and how they're going about it. So hopefully this is not something that's going to drag future development of the internet down and bog us down in a lack of innovation. That's usually what overregulation tends to do on the part of the government. The last article that we have today comes to us from The Verge. I thought it came from The Verge. I didn't have this one up, but okay. We'll run without the graphic. Microsoft's new resiliency initiative aims to avoid another CrowdStrike incident. I'm sure everyone remembers the CrowdStrike incident that took down so many systems. It's rumored to have taken down a quarter or a third of the internet, from what I heard. Microsoft has launched the Windows Resiliency Initiative to bolster security and recovery measures following the widespread CrowdStrike incident that disrupted 8.5 million Windows PCs and servers earlier this year. The initiative includes new recovery features, such as quick machine recovery, which allows IT administrators to remotely fix systems even when they cannot boot properly. These updates aim to ensure rapid response and enhanced resiliency for future incidents. A key focus of the initiative is moving antivirus processing outside of the kernel to avoid catastrophic failures caused by deep system-level vulnerabilities, excuse me, like those exploited in the CrowdStrike incident. Microsoft is working with security partners to adopt safer deployment practices and frameworks that reduce reliance on kernel-level access. The company also announced upcoming enhancements to Windows 11, including administrator protection features that grant temporary admin rights for specific tasks, adding another layer of security. This initiative reflects Microsoft's broader efforts to improve the security landscape, including transitioning critical Windows functionality from C++ to Rust, a memory-safe programming language. These changes align with calls for the White House to adopt more secure coding practices and underscore Microsoft's commitment to making Windows more robust and resilient against emerging threats. Well, I've said it in the past, anytime that we're counting on Microsoft to make things more secure, we're all in trouble. However, the catalyst of the CrowdStrike incident and the widespread impact on the industry can't be denied. Microsoft's attempts to make these corrections, I think, is admirable. I think their attempts to fix these problems, even though they're not their problems necessarily, is probably a bit of an overreach. Some of the things that they're talking about, like the quick machine recovery and remote fixes, sound fantastic on paper. I mean, it would be really nice if we could do these types of things without compromising security. As a IT professional myself and system administrator, some of the things that Microsoft wants to do is wonderful and makes me wonder why they haven't done it before. Why did it take a global tragedy for this to prompt these things? Some of the other things, like moving antivirus functions out of the kernel, have been things people have been talking about for well over a decade now. It's all stuff that's theoretically possible. Why wasn't it done before? I have to seriously question Microsoft's motives for it now. So we'll see. I mean, if we get the type of utilities and tools and functionality that Microsoft is promising here, I think it'll make a huge difference. I don't see how it's going to fix the next CrowdStrike issue, because the next CrowdStrike issue is not going to be the same thing as the last CrowdStrike issue. But we'll see how well this improves the overall security posture and recovery ability of systems across the board. That was all we had for our tech news. We're going to take a little break. When we come back, we're going to talk about cybersecurity frameworks. We have a 5-part series that we're going to delve into here. I'm labeling this a deep dive, but it's not all that deep. I think we have to do some fundamental explaining before we can get into anything really deep. So we're going to kind of do that as a shallow dive over a 5-part series, but we'll be back after this.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
So we're going to talk cybersecurity frameworks for a little bit here. Despite the fact that this is a 5-part series with a significant amount of detail, it's more of an introduction than a deep dive. But we really need this, this is only going to scratch the surface of cybersecurity frameworks, but it should provide an understanding of the basic concepts of cybersecurity frameworks, and it's needed before we can do any kind of a deeper dive. We're going to talk about what cybersecurity frameworks are, what their purpose is. We'll then take a look at some of the more common cybersecurity frameworks across several industries. Finally, we'll take a look at some of the emerging frameworks and discuss some compliance strategies and common challenges. And then we'll look at the future of cybersecurity frameworks and computing in general when it comes to security. So, what are cybersecurity frameworks? That's probably the first question we should start out with here. So, in short, get on the right frame there. So, I got thrown completely off here. Here we go. Cybersecurity frameworks are structured guidelines and best practices designed to help organizations secure their information systems and protect sensitive data. These frameworks are essential tools in today's digital world where threats to personal information and corporate assets and national infrastructure have become more frequent and sophisticated. Each cybersecurity framework provides a foundation for protecting data and maintaining the integrity and functionality of systems that people, businesses, and governments rely on daily. To understand cybersecurity frameworks, it's helpful to differentiate between 3 core concepts of compliance, standards, and frameworks. Compliance refers to adhering to a set of rules or regulations, often enforced by law or industry authorities. For example, businesses in the financial sector must comply with specific regulations to protect customer data. Standards are detailed technical guidelines or specifications created by organizations like the International Organization for Standardization, ISO. These serve as benchmarks for implementing effective security practices, but aren't legally binding unless adopted into a regulatory requirement. And finally, frameworks provide a structured approach that organizations can follow to build a comprehensive security program. Unlike strict rules, frameworks are adaptable, allowing organizations to tailor security measures to their unique needs. Cybersecurity frameworks are critical for both businesses and individuals. For businesses, they provide a roadmap for creating secure environments that protect customer data and maintain trust. Adopting these frameworks reduces the risk of data breaches, fines, and reputational damage. For end users, frameworks indirectly enhance security, ensuring that companies handling their information follow best practices to prevent misuse or theft of their personal data. Now, there's several well-known cybersecurity frameworks that have been established to meet the needs of different sectors and types of information. We're not going to discuss all of them here. We're going to discuss a handful of them. We're going to discuss probably the most popular, well, I say popular, but most well-known ones. And we'll discuss a couple that illustrate the need for protection across different specific industries. The first one that we're going to talk about is ISO 27001, which is an international standard focused on information security management used globally by organizations looking to formalize their security practices. We'll also look at the NIST series of frameworks, 853 as well as 800-171. We will talk about HIPAA, which provides a framework specifically for the healthcare industry. And then we'll talk about PCI, or PCI DSS, the payment card industry data security standard, which protects cardholder data. And then finally, we'll go into a little bit more detail on CMMC, or the Cybersecurity Maturity Model Certification, which is a relatively new framework developed for contractors working with the U.S. Department of Defense. Talk about that a little bit more detail because that's the one that I'm most familiar with. Each of these frameworks plays a significant role in shaping the security posture of organizations worldwide, encouraging them to build resilient digital defenses. Next week, we'll get into a little bit more detail on each of these. We'll start to get into detail on each of these and talk about some of the specifics. Until then, I just wanted to introduce these. I think my voice has gotten to the point where I've reached a stopping point myself, as you can tell. But before we go, I did want to once again encourage our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. I would also ask you to reach out, give us your feedback. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can find us on Twitter or X at insights_things. We're on Instagram at instagram.com/insightsintothings, or you can find links to all those and more on our official website at insightsintothings.com. That's it for this week. Another one in the books.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Technology, a podcast exploring the latest in computers, networking, home automation, mobile computing, and all things technology related. Our hosts will take a deeper dive into the latest and greatest in tech trends and give you the information you need to enable your tech-centric world.
This is Insights into Technology, Episode 2, The Softer Side of Podcasting. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and this is your tech news for this week. Bleeping Computer reports that Kaspersky shocks U.S. users by replacing antivirus without warning. Russian cybersecurity company Kaspersky surprised U.S. users by deleting its anti-malware software from their computers and automatically replacing it with Ultra AV's antivirus. This unexpected move followed Kaspersky's exit from the U.S. market, driven by national security concerns and a government ban on its sales and updates. Users were caught off guard especially since the switch happened without warning. Adding to their frustration, many reported difficulties uninstalling Ultra AV, with some saying the software appeared to reappear after rebooting. An official statement from Kaspersky is still pending. Kaspersky partnered with Ultra AV to ensure users didn't experience a gap in protection, but did not offer any insight into why this was done without notice. Also from Bleeping Computer, a cyber attack hits Kansas water plant. Operations shift to manual control. Less than a week after a ransomware attack hit the state of Kansas, there's more trouble for the Sunflower State. The water treatment facility at Arkansas City suffered a cybersecurity breach on Sunday, forcing the facility to run fully manual operations. Despite the incident, a city official has reassured residents that their drinking water remains safe and that the facility is under full control during this period. Authorities and security experts are now working to restore normal operations. And the facility has already strengthened its security measures to better protect the water supply. Coming to us from The Record, Providence schools disrupted by cyber attack. Medusa Group claims involvement. The Providence Public School District is dealing with the fallout from a network shutdown that occurred on September 11th. Serving over 20,000 students across 37 schools, the district has not confirmed whether the incident was a ransomware attack, but Rhode Island State Police and the Department of Homeland Security are involved in the investigation. Meanwhile, the Medusa Group ransomware gang, known for last year's attack on the Minneapolis public school system, has claimed responsibility. Despite the disruption, classes at Providence Public School District schools remain open. I'd like to take a moment now to invite our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. You can find all of our podcasts listed as Insights into Things. We are video and audio available at insightsintothings.com. You can find us listed on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, iTunes, iHeartRadio, Tune in. We'll also invite you to reach out and give us your feedback. Tell us how we're doing. You can give us a call at 856-403-8788. You can leave a voicemail there. And if you'd like to appear on a later show, and if it's appropriate, we'll make sure we get you on to one of our shows. Otherwise, you can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com, or you can reach out to us through our website at www.insightsintothings.com. We'll be right back.
Are you tired of your favorite gaming podcast finishing with a play?
Oh, no!
Well, check out No Credits Rolled, where we play the games but rarely finish them. How's it going, folks? I'm Sam Whalen, your friendly host at No Credits Rolled, the ultimate gaming podcast, where we dish out the latest scoops and reviews on all your beloved video games.
Hey, listen!
Not only that, but we spice things up with some guest interviews and even give you, yes, you, a chance to have your say. Tune in every other week for a fresh dose of No Credits Rolled, available on all major podcast platforms, and hit us up on social media at No Credits Rolled. So why wait? Let's dive into the gaming world together, where finishing games is optional, but the fun is guaranteed.
Welcome back to Insights into Technology. Today we're talking about technology news, and this next article comes to us from MSN, and they talk about pilots reporting GPS spoofing. These reports are surging, causing clock resets and altered flight paths. Global positioning system spoofing is a sophisticated form of electronic warfare. It's been long a concern in conflict zones, confusing aircraft and safety systems. However, experts say this tactic began significantly affecting commercial flights about a year ago. The scale of the problem has grown rapidly, with the number of daily affected flights jumping from just a few dozen in February to over 1,100 by August. Pilots have reported unusual issues like clocks resetting, false alarms in the systems, and flight paths being altered. Although trained to use the non-GPS navigation systems as backup, pilots worry that the fake signals could divert their attention during critical moments. Both government agencies and the aviation industry are now urgently working on solutions to mitigate this escalating threat. Coming to us from The Record, Russian hackers shift focus to Ukraine's military in new wave of cyber attacks. Ukraine's cyber agencies are reporting a significant shift in Russian hacker tactics as the war enters its third year. Russian cyber attacks are now more focused, targeting entities directly involved in Ukraine's military efforts. In the first half of 2024, cyber incidents surged nearly 20%, with government and defense sectors seeing the most attacks. Hackers are exploiting vulnerabilities in messaging platforms like Signal and WhatsApp to steal sensitive data, while ransomware attacks on the Ukrainian businesses have also spiked. Many of these cyber attacks have been attributed to Russian military-linked groups, including the GRU and the FSB. Security Week reports that a new ban targets Chinese and Russian software in U.S. cars, citing security risks. On Monday, the U.S. Department of Commerce took a major step toward national security by proposing a ban on connected and autonomous vehicles that use Chinese or Russian software or hardware. The move aims to prevent foreign adversaries from using vehicle technology for surveillance or remote control. The software ban is set to begin with the 2027 model year, while hardware restrictions will start in 2030, impacting both domestic and foreign automakers, though some exceptions will be made for agricultural and mining vehicles. The public has 30 days to weigh in on the proposed rule, which is expected to be finalized before the end of the Biden administration, regardless of the upcoming election results. That's the news today, or at least for this week. And I think overall, what it illustrates really is, one, the increased security risk to things other than personal computers and mobile devices and consumer-related things, and a shift more towards tactical attacks, war preparations type of activity. The scary thing here is the news articles also kind of indicate that the United States government is really missing the ball on this, and that's obvious in several other instances as well. For instance, the federal government is imposing numerous unfunded mandates when it comes to cybersecurity. The cybersecurity maturity model is a great example of that, in which companies, small businesses, a lot of small businesses and medium-sized businesses are forced to comply with these unfunded mandates from the government, resulting in tens of thousands and in some cases hundreds of thousands of dollars in costs incurred to harden their networks, when the federal government itself is experiencing numerous breaches repeatedly. Office of Budget and Management, even the CISA agency itself has experienced breaches. And while the federal government employees who are in charge of cybersecurity clearly are not doing the job that they need for the federal government, Congress and our elected leaders are going off in a completely different direction. For some reason, they are obsessed with banning TikTok, which they've yet to illustrate what security concerns or risk it poses. And now we have an article in this week's news about them banning software and components from China and Russia in smart vehicles. Now, I can almost side with them on this, because no matter how you slice it, a vehicle is a weapon. It's a 2,000-pound weapon that you can point at somebody and do a lot of damage. So I don't necessarily object to them banning this. The problem that I have is it's 2024. It doesn't go into effect until 2027. If Russia or China has any ill intent, they've got 3 years of carte blanche to get it into the systems that are out there now before this even kicks into place, which means that Congress really isn't taking this seriously. If they were taking this seriously, you would have much more well-funded programs in place to help out small businesses, to help out local government agencies, to help out your school systems, to help out your healthcare. We're seeing numerous attacks, almost a pattern of attacks at this point in time, attacking infrastructure and attacking weak federal government and state and local government institutions. And that's really where we need to be hardening things. I work for a contractor who we do business with the government, or at least subcontract work out from primes. And one of the disturbing things that we deal with on a regular basis is the need to know. For instance, we make a small component of one of the weapon systems that the federal government, the Army, uses, okay? And for us to produce that, we only need to know where we're interfacing, where it has to fit in, that type of stuff. If a prime contractor sends us a document or a drawing, a schematic that has the entire weapon system on it because we're putting one small piece into it, that's just irresponsible. And that's where the federal government needs to be locking down. But we're seeing things like Kaspersky's being banned. All right, well, Kaspersky's been around for ages. Former company I worked at, that was their go-to for antivirus. We never had any issues with it. There's never been any proof that there is Russian interference with Kaspersky itself. There's just a lack of evidence. Maybe it's happening, maybe it's not. Companies themselves should be smart enough to make the decision on whether or not they're going to use a piece of software that's obviously from a hostile country. Just like citizens need to be able to make the choice of whether or not they're going to use a service like TikTok and put their information out there. They want to get rid of TikTok because TikTok is, the Chinese people are collecting your data. Well, every other social network out there is. Every service out there in which you don't pay for it and it's free, you're the business model. You're the product at that point. Collecting your information, using it and selling it is their business model. And you look at, things like Facebook, most social media is a cesspool at this point in time, unfortunately. But Facebook has been caught red-handed numerous times, breaking the law, violating ordinances, and even interfering with elections, not just in our country, but in multiple countries. And yet somehow there's been no push to ban Facebook, who's proven infinitely more detrimental to the American people than TikTok ever has. So what if China has information about people doing stupid dances on TikTok? Who cares? What can they do with it? But when you have a company like Facebook, back, when they had their deal with Cambridge Analytica, And they were literally selling, not giving, because they don't give anything away. They were selling data to Cambridge Analytica, who were then taking that data and then using it to influence elections, in many cases illegally. That's far more dangerous than anything TikTok has ever done. So I think the federal government really needs to get a clue as to where the threats are, how to protect itself, because they're not even protecting themselves at this point, before they start imposing ridiculously expensive cybersecurity measures on small and medium-sized businesses. Today's news kind of highlights the fact that we've got a lot of cybersecurity issues out there, and the federal government just is not taking it seriously, or they just simply lack the competence to be the ones that are defining these things. There's really no other explanation for it. Cybersecurity is a standard, or rather a series of standards or frameworks. It's difficult, but it's nothing new. And when the federal government decides that they're going to make up their own rules and not abide by them, it's very difficult to force other people to take up that mantle themselves. So anyway, that's the news for this week. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we're going to do part 2 of our deep dive into podcasting, and we're going to talk about the softer side of podcasting. We'll be right back.
Are you tired of your favorite gaming podcast finishing with a play?
Oh, no!
Well, check out No Credits Rolled, where we play the games but rarely finish them. How's it going, folks? I'm Sam Whalen, your friendly host at No Credits Rolled, the ultimate gaming podcast, where we dish out the latest scoops and reviews on all your beloved video games.
Hey, listen!
Not only that, but we spice things up with some guest interviews and even give you, yes, you, a chance to have your say. Tune in every other week for a fresh dose of No Credits Rolled, available on all major podcast platforms, and hit us up on social media at No Credits Rolled. So why wait? Let's dive into the gaming world together, where finishing games is optional, but the fun is guaranteed.
Welcome back to Insights into Technology. We are talking the softer side of podcasting. So last week in our first episode, we took a look at some of the hardware that we're using here, our mixers, our switches, video switchers, or microphones and so forth. But none of that stuff would really do you any good without having the decent software that you need to keep everything up and running. So that's what we're going to talk about today. So probably the biggest one that we use here, and it's because I don't have a massive budget, obviously, and that is our broadcasting and recording software. So we do everything right now on Open Broadcast, OBS, Open Broadcast software. This is from OBS Project. It's a powerful, free, and open source tool widely used for video recording and live streaming. Some of the key features include high quality recording and streaming. It supports HD video recording, live streaming to platforms like YouTube, Twitch, Facebook, and so forth. You can handle multiple sources. OBS allows users to combine multiple sources, such as screen captures, webcam feeds, audio inputs, media files, such as images and videos, stick everything into a single stream, and you can do multiple scenes per scene collection. Your scene composition, users can create multiple scenes that combine different sources, layouts, and overlays, which can be switched on during streaming or recording. You can do customizable transitions. OBS provides various transitions like fades and slides and cuts, switching between scenes and adding a professional look to live streams. You also have studio mode. I don't normally run in studio mode unless we're live. We're recording at the moment, so we're not live. But Studio Mode allows you to preview your scenes and sources before transitioning to them live in a dual screen format, which is really convenient. There's an advanced audio mixer in here, which is helpful when you're dealing with multiple sources. There's cross-platform compatibility. OBS will work on Windows, it'll work on Mac, it'll work on Linux. And it also has plugin support, so it'll support a wide range of third-party plugins for additional functionality, virtual green screens, video effects, plus integration with streaming services. You can do real-time video and audio editing on the fly, which is nice. I don't do a lot of that. Unfortunately, being a one-man show, it's difficult to do that stuff on the fly. So any effects that we usually have to do, I either have them queued up or they are entered in post. It'll do GPU-based encoding, which is really nice. So OBS leverages hardware encoding for NVIDIA, AMD, and Intel graphics processors. And this gives you a smoother, faster performance while streaming or recording. You can record and stream at the same time, which is really nice. When we go live, which we don't do so much anymore, we're able to record the stream and broadcast live at the same time. It helps to have a little bit of horsepower. I've got the system here. It's an older i9 that I have this system running on Windows 11. So the horsepower and memory certainly helps. But OBS is really a game changer. It was a lifesaver for me. I started playing around with it years ago during gaming and streaming to Twitch. I found that it's a great way to do screen captures if you're trying to grab a video or something like that, or you want to broadcast something out, you want to grab tutorials, you want to make tutorials real quick. That's great for that. So outside of that and the hardware, everything else that we do is kind of sort of bells and whistles and back end type stuff. Now, I couldn't do any of this stuff without a piece of software that I happened to stumble upon when I was putting things together early on. And that is a program called Companion by a company named BitFocus. So Companion itself is an application that kind of allows you to tie everything together. So I use a Stream Deck XL, which looks sort of like that. And this is a fully programmable control interface. All the buttons are LCD screens. Sorry, they're LCD screens. So each button can be customized to do something different. You can have a different graphic, a different animation on there. You can nest functions and so forth. But for the podcast, I don't use it in its native format like you see there. There are a boatload of applications that it supports natively. And natively, like things like the Adobe Suite, right? So you can key map out like macro keys, you can do scripted keys, you can do nested keys, you can do timings, you can do all kinds of stuff with it. What I use it for is this software, this companion software itself interfaces with the Stream Deck. It is able to talk to my A10 Mini video switcher, and it also allows me to key into OBS. It has hook-ins to OBS, which is really nice. So what I'm able to do is, for each show that we do, I build out a different scene collection in OBS. And then on the Stream Deck itself in Companion, I will build out the interface, the button interface there. Now with these buttons, for instance, I switch over to camera 4 here I'm on now, and you see my lower third has disappeared. So the Companion software allows me to do sequencing. So when I switch to camera 4 on my Stream Deck, the Companion application intercepts that and runs its sequence. So it switches to the right camera on the ATEM Mini. It tells OBS to switch to the correct scene. It also tells OBS to pop up my lower third immediately. If I push camera 4 again, I get my lower third back up. So it automatically pops up my lower third. It'll mute mics. You know, if I go to commercial or if I go to my outro or something, it'll automatically mute the mic so it doesn't come through in OBS. But for my lower thirds here, I don't want to keep them up the whole time. So I have a timer on there. I think it's set to 30 seconds. After 30 seconds, it turns that element of the scene off. So now my lower thirds can go away. You get the whole screen at this point in time. And if I switch camera angles back to camera 1 over here, I get a different lower third because it's a different scene element. But that lower third itself will expire over a period of time and go away. And it allows you to make a very dynamic type of presentation, which is really nice. If I didn't have Companion, I'd have to manually go in here and switch scenes on one control panel, then go and switch camera angles on the ATEM Mini. Then I'd have to manually toggle off the elements that I don't want on. I'd have to manually mute. So Companion really is the meat and potatoes of everything that we do here. It's a free small program that seems insignificant for the most part, but the power that it gives me from a production standpoint is incredibly useful. It offers you a central control interface. It allows users to control multiple devices and software from a single interface. It can manage everything from the video switchers to media servers, making it ideal for live production environments. It's got Stream Deck integration. Now, Stream Deck, to their credit, recognized how significant the software was, and they natively support it now, but I don't use their native support for it. The way the Companion works, the way I'm using it, is it overrides the Stream Deck interface. And you build everything out through a web interface, which is really nice. It offers wide device and software support, professional broadcasting equipment, software such as Blackmagic ATEM switchers, which I use, vMix, OBS Studio we talked about, QLab. It'll work with Roland mixers and tons. The support for this is incredible. You can customize your button layout. You can copy them, you can duplicate them, you can paste them, you can move them around, you can make different screens for them. You can have multi-action macros, which is what I use for my lower thirds. It works on Mac OS, it works on Windows, it works on Linux, just like OBS does. Web-based control interface makes it easy to configure everything. It'll also show you, which is nice from a diagnostic standpoint, if you open up the web interface for it, it will show you if it's connected to the various components that you've told it to connect to. For instance, the only thing that I'm connecting to at this point right now is I connect to my ATEM and I connect to OBS. But when you fire up the software itself will actually show you if those connections are active. And if it's not, you can troubleshoot it. One of the things that I found is I'm the type of person who uses static IPs a lot, and it connects via IP to everything that it talks to. And the problems I ran into is at one point in time, my ATEM switcher didn't have a static IP, and it couldn't connect to it. I couldn't figure out why. And then I realized that it had gotten another DHCP address. So I had to go in and set a reservation for the IP address so it didn't change. That's really the only problem that I've ever had. If there was a problem where a new version came out that didn't support the current version of OBS and I had to roll back, but never really had any problems with the software. The Stream Deck itself, Stream Deck XL is the one that I use here on my main gaming computer that I do my editing on. I have two stacked standard Stream Decks that I use that can operate independent of each other, which is nice. The interface itself is incredibly intuitive, and I love these things. I've been using them for years. They originally were produced by Elgato. Elgato was bought out by Corsair, so they're serviced by Corsair now. The XL itself has 32 customizable keys that you can use for one-touch controls, for, like I said, for sequencing the things that you can put together. There's an unlimited number of profiles. They offer custom icons. I don't use them. I use all text icons for the podcast, but for my editing machine that I use downstairs, there is profiles that I have set up that are custom icons for Premiere, Audition, After Effects. I even have a profile set up for Audacity because occasionally I'll work on that instead of Audition. But you can get custom icons for it. You can use your own icons. You can use animated icons. And they've got applications that you can add that will run on here. I happen to have one of my buttons set up here that just shows my CPU usage, and it gives me a percentage usage, and it's dynamically updated. The XLs come with magnetic adjustable stands, tactile feedback, etc., etc. It's a great piece of technology. It makes my life so much easier. I never even have to touch the mixer. Never have to touch the video switcher. I do have a touch screen. I don't even touch the touch screen at this point in time because everything's literally bound to those 32 keys on the Stream Deck. So that's basically what we use software-wise for the live podcast. And there's a couple of miscellaneous ones that we use. Like, for instance, our video communications that we use presently is Zoom. I have a Zoom subscription. I find the call quality on Zoom is superior to anything else that's out there. We moved over from using, oh boy, what was it? Microsoft's solution, not Teams, Skype. We were using Skype for the longest time. Zoom is great because the recording functions in Zoom, if you've got a Zoom subscription, the recording functions are really convenient because they've got an AI now that you can use that will summarize your recordings for you. You can record the Zoom calls either to the cloud or local, which is nice, or both, which is very nice. It records in high quality. When it records it to the cloud, it will actually provide you multiple resolutions of the video call itself, so you can go in and use whichever one works best for you. But it will record it for everybody, multiple channels, which is really nice. So it makes it very convenient if you're doing multiple people on a Zoom call and you want to go back after that and edit the audio so you can have individual tracks for each of them. The other thing that we use religiously, we use Google Docs for our collaboration efforts. We put all of our show notes out there. Our host will share them. We'll make them available to guests through the internet. And it's just easier to collaborate that way. We recently, as you probably heard in the credits, introduced a call-in line. We're using Google Voice for that. Now, we're not answering it, although I can, but I can't do it during the show. I have the technical capability. What I lack is the mental coordination to handle incoming calls by myself. But if you leave a voicemail message on the line, we can get you onto the show at a later date. The other one that we do use quite regularly is a file synchronization software. So there's numerous PCs, numerous computers, I'll say, that are in use here. So I've got an i9 Windows 11 here that I do the recording on. If we're broadcasting live, I'll broadcast from this as well. Then I have a Mac Studio, an M1 Mac Studio over here as well. All of our rebroadcasts out to Twitch and YouTube go through that using OBS as well. Then I've got a system downstairs that I do my video editing on because I have multiple monitors and I have all the setup down there. So as a result, I try, especially when I'm doing the shows, recording and going live with the shows, I try to store everything locally. The way OBS records it in a format that if you have network latency and you're trying to save to a network share, it can cause problems, especially if the software crashes, you'll lose pretty much everything you've recorded. So I record everything locally and I pull everything locally. But what I do is I synchronize everything down to one of my file servers. So after this is done, I'll synchronize the files from this podcast down to my file server using a piece of software called Free File Sync. Now, this software actually came about from work, ironically enough. When we had to do some file synchronization at work for a couple of NAS boxes that we had there, we evaluated a number of different ones. We didn't go with this one for work, but I found this one while I was doing it. And I really like what you could do. Now, I do donate to the software author, and it gets you a little bit more functionality. But the software file synchronization is fantastic. You can schedule automated jobs. You can do multiple directories. You can do network drives. You can do remote backups. It's an incredibly versatile piece of software that makes my job so much easier. I had gone through several things. We had tried Microsoft SyncToy. We had tried various backup softwares. We did some Acronis, tried to sync it down to it. It was a problem that I couldn't solve very easily. And when I stumbled across Free File Sync and started playing around with it and got it set up, this does everything that I need at this point in time. So I swear by this software. So the other thing that's probably worthwhile talking about is our post-production processes. And I'm not going to get too deep into the weeds about how we edit and stuff like that. There's plenty of YouTube videos out there that will teach you how to do that. And Lord knows I sat through a lot of them to learn what I know now. But the tools that we use, we're I don't want to say we're an Adobe shop. That kind of makes me seem corporate. We're not corporate. But we use Adobe Creative Cloud extensively here. So all my video editing is done through Premiere Pro. All my audio editing, 95% of my audio editing is done through Audition. All of our effects that we do, if I've not farmed the effects out like I've done for the intros and so forth, if there's stuff that I do, like I do the video, the sound bar effect on our No Credits Rolled videos. Stuff like that, any specialty stuff like that, I do through Adobe After Effects. And then the images for our lower thirds and our logos and backdrops and anything else, that's obviously all done in Photoshop. And then the last one that I have, the last tool I want to talk about here, because we're going to have to do a third part of this because I started going down the route of putting the notes together for the show and realized that hardware and software is one thing, services are another. So we're going to do another one. It'll be a shorter one. But part 3 of this, we'll talk about the online services that we use to publish all of our stuff. But the last piece of software that I did want to talk about is one that I stumbled upon. It's not in use. It's not in production anymore. But it's one that made video editing very early on. Audio editing very early on, incredibly simple. And it's a program called the Levelator. Now, the Levelator is a software that runs on Windows and Mac. It adjusts the audio levels within the podcast or any other audio files from one speaker to the next. And I think I have a page for it here. Let me see. No, that one there. This isn't the official page itself. This just happens to be a place where you can still get the downloads. You'll notice that it's pretty old. I mean, the last version of this was 2.1.1 from 2010. Now, it's not a compressor, it's not a normalizer, it's not a limiter, but it does all three of these. There aren't any bells and whistles, there aren't any switches or sliders. What it does is more than all three of those combined, and the UI is, they say it's dirt simple, and it really is. You basically take the file that you want, either a WAV file or an AIFF file, and you just drag and drop it onto the small program interface, and it just goes to town. And when it's done, you get a new output file. And if you listen to those two files side by side, I've yet to have a situation where it made it worse. There have been one or two instances after I've gone in and done my editing that I've run it through and I couldn't really hear much of a difference. But if you take a raw file and you drop it in here, you're going to hear the difference. And it's a huge difference. It's caters to voice rather than music or other sounds. So if you've got multiple distinct voices that are talking on a podcast, on a file, that's the ideal scenario for it. You want to drop that in there and it'll even if it's all on one track. In fact, it has to be on one track. It doesn't handle multi-track waves. But if you drop the raw file in there, all single track, it'll clear it up and make it sound fantastic. So that's really it from a software standpoint. We're not overly sophisticated. We are not high budget here. My Adobe subscription's probably the most expensive thing here. Maybe the annual Zoom subscription is probably kind of pricey too. But other than that, there's a lot of technology at play here. There's a lot of money that was thrown at problems, challenges, I want to say. There was a lot of money that was wasted in trial and error. I think I threw away almost as much equipment as I've retained. But in the long run, I'm very satisfied with the product itself. So on the part 3 of this deep dive, we're going to talk about the services that we use to publish our RSS feeds, our websites, stuff like that, our restreams. And we'll wrap this up in a third segment at a later date, probably next week on next week's show. But that's all we had for this week. Before we do go, I want to once again invite folks to subscribe to the podcast. This is Insights into Technology, but you can find us listed under Insights into Things, along with all of our other podcasts. You can find video and audio podcasts listed under there. You can find us on Apple, Spotify, Google, iHeartRadio, Amazon, Buzzsprout, Podbean, pretty much any place you can get a podcast. We would also love to hear your feedback. This is show 2. I'd love to hear feedback on how I'm doing, good or bad. I'll take it either way. What would you like us to talk about? What would you like us not to talk about? You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can reach us on Twitter or X at insights_things. We're on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. You can call into us. Call in, leave a voicemail. Tell us your feedback. If you'd like us to put you on a show, just let us know which show you'd like to appear on. If it is appropriate for that show, we'll certainly get you on there as soon as we can. You can call into 856-403-8788. That's 856-403-8788. Or you can reach us at our website at www.insightsintothings.com. And that's it. Another one in the books.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Tomorrow, where we take a deeper look into how the issues of today will impact the world of tomorrow. From politics and world news to media and technology, we discuss how today's headlines are becoming tomorrow's reality.
Welcome to Insights into Tomorrow. This is episode 13, Modern Monopolies. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my co-host, Sam Whalen. How you doing today, Sam?
Doing okay. How you doing?
Doing all right. So today's topic is one that we've kind of been tossing around for a little while now, and it's in the news a lot lately with a lot of the tech companies and politics involved. It came to the forefront few months back during the Trump administration. They were kind of going up against some of the big tech companies, Facebook, Amazon, Google, and so forth. So I thought it was worthwhile to sort of take a look at this. So today we're going to discuss what monopolies are in the modern age. We'll understand what a monopoly is, how they operate, and why they're detrimental to a free and open market. Yet they're a unique product of capitalism. We'll take a brief look at the history of monopolies in America and how they've been handled before. And we'll look at the future of what today's monopolies and the complications inherent in regulating them are. Ready to get started?
Yep.
All right. So what is a monopoly? So in doing research for today's episode, I went to a couple of different sites, and this definition, I think, captured it best. It came from Investopedia.com. They say a monopoly refers to when a company and its product offerings dominate a sector or industry. Monopolies can be considered an extreme result of free market capitalism in that, absent any restrictions or restraints, a single company or group becomes large enough to own all or nearly all the market, goods, supplies, commodities, infrastructure, so forth, for a particular type of product or service. The term monopoly is often used to describe an entity that has total or near control of a market. Natural monopolies can exist where there are high barriers to entry, a company has a patent on their products, or is allowed by governments to provide essential services. So based on that definition, let me ask you real quick, do you think we have modern monopolies that fit this bill?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I don't think it takes that long to figure it out. There's like 3 drugstores. That's the first one that came to mind for me. Like if you think about it, Rite Aid, Walgreens, and CVS. That's just an example. Airlines too. Like if you just, I don't know, I feel like if you just think about it, there's pretty clear examples of at least a handful.
Sure, yeah. So in understanding a monopoly is characterized by the absence of competition, which can lead to high costs for consumers, inferior products and services, and corrupt behavior. A company that dominates a business sector or industry can use that dominance to its advantage and at the expense of others. So taking your example of the drugstores, if there are 3 drugstores that control all the pharmaceuticals to consumers, is that really a monopoly if there's 3 of them?
I think it's a monopoly if by there being 3 and they're being so established that it eliminates the ability for other new drugstores to rise up. I think that's where you get into the monopoly territory if they're creating that barrier of entry.
So it's in that case, it's a monopoly of 3 where they're colluding to prevent competition at that point in time, essentially.
Yeah, potentially, yeah.
They also say that it can create artificial scarcities, fix prices, and circumvent natural laws of supply and demand, which I think is exactly where your pharmacy scenario falls into place. It can impede new entrants into the field, discriminate and inhibit experimentation on or new product development, while the public, robbed of the recourse of using a competitor, is at its mercy. Do you think, again, sticking with our pharmacy example, do you think that the consumers are at a detriment because of having three major pharmacies control the entire industry?
I'm not so sure about that because, I mean, the medication is still, as long as the medication's effective from pharmacy to pharmacy, that's the important thing. I mean, it's not like you're getting like faulty products. Now, if, say, for example, Walgreens had their over-the-counter allergy medication and it was defective, but there's only Walgreens in your area, that's where you run into some issues. But I think as long as the products are still working, then, I mean, monopolies are still generally bad, but I think in that example, you could probably get away with it.
Well, how about an example where you've got three pharmacies and they all decide that instead of selling your allergy medicine to you at 20% over cost, with a 20% margin, they're going to up it to 50%. They're all going to sell for 50%. So there's no one in the market that the consumer can go to get it at that reduced price. Do you think that would be monopolistic?
Yeah, definitely. Because at that point, they're using their hold on the industry to screw over the customer, which is where you get into like the definition of monopolies.
Exactly. Yeah. So they go on to say that a monopolized market often becomes an unfair, unequal, and inefficient market. Mergers and acquisitions among companies in the same business are highly regulated and researched for this reason. Firms are typically forced to divest assets if federal authorities believe proposed mergers or a takeover will violate anti-monopoly laws. We just had a major takeover very recently among the cellular carriers.
Oh, yeah.
Where T-Mobile bought out Sprint. So we had four major competitors in the market. T-Mobile bought out Sprint to become the number 2 in consumer size at that point in time, and to reduce the market down from 4 to 3. At the same time, one of the contingencies associated with that was the emergence of another network that would come out eventually, which it hasn't come out yet. I think it's Dish is going to be running this particular network, but they're going to be using the services of the existing networks. So it's almost like it was a fictional way of putting a fourth competitor into the market.
Mm-hmm. Like a puppet competitor almost.
Exactly. So in that instance, do you think the T-Mobile merger with Sprint will be good or bad for consumers?
I think about this with mobile companies especially. Like there's whole regions of the country where you can only get one mobile service provider. And I think by merging like that, it's going to make that problem even worse. So say I know in this area it's kind of like that with T-Mobile. If you're forced to have T-Mobile and now Sprint, but the coverage is poor and you don't have any other option, I think that's definitely an issue.
Yeah.
It's because you're forced to have an inferior product just due to the monopoly. Right.
And there's no incentive for them to improve their product because there's no competition.
Right. And what are you going to do? Move?
Exactly. You're not going to move because you're a cellular carrier. Exactly. So they see monopolies typically have an unfair advantage over their competition since they're either the only provider of a product or control most of the market share or customers for their product. Although monopolies might differ from industry to industry, they tend to share similar characteristics. Why don't you tell us what these characteristics are?
Sure. So the first one is the high barrier of entry, which we kind of talked about already. This is when competitors are not able to enter the market, and the monopoly can easily prevent competition from developing their foothold in an industry by acquiring that competition. Sort of like we talked about with the mobile company where they put, I guess not really, because they kind of let them use their own services. The second example is the single seller. There's only one seller in the market, meaning the company becomes the same as the industry it serves. The third is price maker. The company that operates the monopoly decides the price of the product that it will sell without any competition, keeping their prices in check. As a result of this, monopolies can raise prices whenever they want. And finally, the economy of scale. A monopoly often can produce at a lower cost than smaller companies. Monopolies can buy huge quantities of inventory, for example, usually at a volume discount. As a result of this, Monopoly can lower its prices so much that smaller competitors can survive. Think like Walmart. Essentially, monopolies can engage in price wars due to their scale of their manufacturing and distribution networks, such as warehousing and shipping. That can be done at lower cost than any of the competitors in the industry. I guess that'd be Amazon too, both those companies.
Yeah. So it's interesting because some of these same practices they talk about here that are considered to be monopolistic are also ones that are generally used in business for efficiency reasons. For instance, here in New Jersey, we have a lot of cranberry producers in the state. And one of the things that you have is everyone's heard of Ocean Spray, right? Mm-hmm. You buy Ocean Spray cranberry juice off the shelves and whatnot. Ocean Spray is actually a cooperative. And what they do is they partner with a number of independent farmers to pool their resources. And it's not just cranberries, obviously, it's many other things. But they pool their resources together and sell as one single entity so they can get advantages in the economy to scale by supplying all their entities at the same time for a bulk cost. They're sort of fixing their prices by not competing against each other. They all agree upon a certain price that they sell at. But somehow the cooperatives aren't targeted for monopolies, even though they take on some of the same characteristics of a monopoly. This has happened traditionally in the past with a lot of food industries have done this. A lot of your fast food places, when they go through franchising, they do sort of the same thing. You buy a franchise of a pizza place, Papa John's or I can't think of another
Dunkin'
one.
Donuts.
That would not be pizza, but sure, we'll use that as a franchise.
Yeah. That's the first thing when I think franchise.
But yeah, that's another good example of you have a whole bunch of people that buy the stores, buy the franchise where they have the rights, but they also get all their supplies that way. So instead of, mom and pop down the street going out and buying flour to make donuts, they put their purchase into the corporation and the corporation buys it for 500 bakers at one time and can get a discount on it. So that's another thing where cooperatives can be targeted as monopolies, but they're not in today's society. So the next thing that we talk about is what's called a natural monopoly. So a natural monopoly can develop when a company becomes a monopoly due to high fixed or startup costs in an industry. This happens a lot with utilities, internet, electricity, telephone. Because of the amount of money that you have to tie up in order to provide that service, the government is willing to allow you to become a monopoly. AT&T at one point in time had so much money tied up in copper. It was like 1/3 of the company's value was in copper, just in the wires that they had, because copper is a commodity.
Wow.
Also, natural monopolies can arise in industries that require unique raw materials, technology, or it's a specialized industry where only one company can meet the needs. Again, this goes back to AT&T. They were Bell, I guess at the time and they wound up getting broken up in the early 80s. Companies that have patents on their products, which prevent competition from developing the same product in a specific field, can have a natural monopoly. So a lot of these things here have traditionally been associated with the utilities sector. Your television, your cable, your internet, your electrical, your plumbing, things that aren't state-owned but offer private services. We just ran into one incident last week with the Colonial Pipeline, where they supply a chunk of refined fuels to a large sector of the country. They're a private company, but they have a monopoly on that because of how expensive it is to build a pipeline. So let me ask you, when it comes to natural monopolies where you have this investment or you own the technology, do you think that justifies monopolistic tendencies?
I think I think that's a tough question to answer because it reminds me of when we did our streaming services episode. We talked about like something like Comcast, who's internet and TV and there's cell phones, and they're sort of expanding in that way too. But if again, kind of like when we talked about with the mobile providers, if you can only have Comcast, but it's because Comcast controls all those resources, is that a bad thing? I think it becomes a bad thing when you go back to the inferior product thing. If your product's bad, but you have this obligation to provide the service because you have all the resources, then I think you also have an obligation to make the product at least usable consistently.
Well, and to add to that is if the government is going to allow you to be a natural monopoly because of that technology or that investment, then there's a certain right that the government has to
we didn't check the shop beforehand, everybody.
no, we didn't. Just lean a lot that way. There's a certain obligation the government has to regulate you at that point in time as an industry. Do you think that expectation of government regulation, because a lot of the cable companies are trying to get away from government regulation, do you think that expectation that government should have the right to do that when they grant you a monopoly is realistic?
I think maybe not realistic, not in these days, because these companies have so much power. I think it's idealistic that, ultimately at the end of the day, the government is going to have the say in what needs to be regulated and what doesn't. But I think we're seeing so often that the companies have so much power that the government just chooses not to do anything.
Yeah, I think
which we'll get into more later.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right on that one. So there's public monopolies that are set up by the government to provide essential services, such as the U.S. Postal Service, although the U.S. Postal Service is getting a run for its money these days with private parcel companies like UPS and FedEx. Utilities, which we talked about already. The utilities industry is where a natural government allowed monopolies flourish until the government doesn't allow it anymore. And it's kind of strange because this happened a few years back where back in the early 2000s, we had a major power outage in the Northeast. And it turned out that power outage was a result of a mismanaged power network out in, I think, Ohio at the time. And it's a privately owned company. They weren't under any kind of monopolistic regulations or anything. But because of the problem that they caused that took down the rest of the network in the Northeast, the government came in and imposed sanctions on them and fines and so forth. Do you think that's a way or an efficient way for the government to sort of allow monopolies to happen, but penalize them if they don't adhere to some level of standard?
I mean, yeah. And I mean, that's a pretty extreme example. If you cause the Northeast to have a blackout, I think you deserve to get punished for some reason. But I think you said it was a privately owned company. It wasn't like, yeah. So if it was, I don't know. I think if it was a larger company, they might not be as harsh. If it's the small independent company, they can easily point the finger and blame them. But if it was something like General Electric or something, they might be a little bit hesitant to punish them as harshly, I think.
Right. No, I could see that. So the monopolies in these instances are allowed because the suppliers incur large costs of producing power or water or providing these services to each household. And it's considered more efficient for there to be a sole provider for these services. Do you think it's more efficient for you to have a sole cable provider? Or do you think competition in the cable market would be better for the consumers? Because right now, cable is not considered a public utility. And there's a lot of push to have it considered that way as far as protections and regulation go. If they did, do you think having 2 or 3 cable providers would be better, or having a monopoly would be better?
Yeah, definitely. Because I think competition, it breeds innovation, right? Because you need to be able to beat your competitor, and you beat your competitor by making more money, which means having a better product in theory. So I think if there was only one company, then it would just stagnate. They would settle for whatever service they're going to provide. But if you've got that competition, I think that ends up benefiting the consumer in the long run.
Yeah, and I think you're right. I think the only time you get innovation is when companies have to innovate. And the only time companies have to innovate is if the competition makes them, which is their number one motivation. because that's where their profits are, or if the government forces them to. And to a certain extent, the government did force a lot of these cable companies to innovate their technology because they were taking bandwidth back from them, which is why we have digital TV now. You know, that was not because the cable companies were in competition for each other to provide better services. That was because the government mandated that. So you can, in certain circumstances, still have monopolies that innovate when the government forces them to do so, and still allow monopolies to exist in the country. So we're going to take a quick break, and we're going to come back and talk about some of the antitrust laws and a little bit of what the country has done to break up monopolies historically.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Tomorrow. We're talking modern day monopolies today. We're going to talk a little bit about antitrust laws, and you can't really talk about monopolies unless you mention at least the Sherman Antitrust Act. So in 1890, the Sherman Antitrust Act became the first legislation passed by the U.S. Congress to limit monopolies. It had strong support by Congress. It passed the Senate with a vote of 51-1 and passed the House unanimously 242-0. And that was put in place to regulate mostly the big industries at the time, which were oil, locomotives, your rail service, your steel industry, and so forth. Then in 1914, two additional antitrust pieces of legislation were passed to protect consumers. The Clayton Antitrust Act, which created new rules for mergers and corporate directors, and also listed specific examples of practices that would violate the Sherman Antitrust. And then the Federal Trade Commission, the Federal Trade Commission Act, which sets standards for business practices and enforces the two antitrust acts, along with the Antitrust Division of the U.S. Department of Justice. So the laws are intended to preserve competition and allow smaller companies to enter a market, and not to merely suppress strong companies. And I think that's a theme that I think resonates today, because a lot of what people are talking about today with our big monopolies is that they're not harming people because they're not producing a product or a service. And the biggest example of this would be social media and Facebook. So Facebook isn't harming anyone by not bringing new products to market. They're just a really big company. The same thing with Google. And the push today seems to be targeting, well, these companies are too big and they shouldn't be that big. And I think the point that I'm trying to make here is that's not something that the antitrust laws are designed to cope with. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, definitely. I think it's these are obviously laws that were made in before 1900, so they definitely need to be updated. But I think it's kind of what comes with technology, right? It's you've got to make new laws. You've got to adapt the way you think about it, because while they're not making a product, these companies have data on everybody. And when you have things like information leaks and the companies aren't necessarily held accountable, like Facebook has them all the time, where people's personal data gets leaked. And I think that is a huge problem that should be, more harshly punished. And I think that that would come with a more modern look at, antitrust laws.
Well, and I think I agree with you to a certain extent that the companies themselves have a certain obligation to protect the user's data. However, the users give the data up freely. So there's not, I don't think there's really an expectation of privacy because it's a social network, right?
Yeah.
So when I post my information, my pictures and whatever, I'm posting them there for people to see. So I can't really get upset when Facebook leaks that to other people. The other problem that you run into is that the modern laws that we have penalties that are insignificant to the size of these companies now, which I think is where some of the argument comes in that these companies are too big. You might get a couple $100,000 fine for a data breach.
That's like nothing.
When you're a multi-billion-dollar company, that's essentially you lost that money in the cushions of the couch.
Yeah, the time it took to draft the document to charge you've already made $1 billion.
Right. So there's really very little incentive to do anything other than continue business as is and just pay the fines because you're still monumentally profitable. So I think there needs to be a fundamental shift in what the penalties look like in order for the penalties to have any meaning whatsoever. So in talking about breaking up monopolies, the Sherman Antitrust Act was targeted at companies like Standard Oil and even the American Tobacco Company, which didn't break up the companies. It broke up Standard Oil, but what it did was it pushed more public awareness. In 1994, the U.S. government accused Microsoft of using a significant market share in the PC operating system business to prevent competition and maintain a monopoly. Now, this is significant because I think it's really the first modern monopoly with high-tech industry that we kind of see come across the government's crosshairs. Yeah, they broke up the bell companies, the phone companies and stuff like that. But I think that was less significant from a technological standpoint because it was really legacy technology. But here you have Microsoft, who is at the forefront of computer technology, but they're also internationally acclaimed for this technology. And you have the United States that's trying to set precedent here. And I think, if anything, that's where we kind of look back to see what's going to guide our principles moving forward. What do you think about that?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think I've said it on this show before. Again, not a lawyer, but, the law is about precedent, right? So something like this case here, sets the precedent for technology companies going forward of how their versions of monopolies, are viewed in courts. And I think that, having Microsoft be this big example in 1994 is extremely important, just to have something to look back at, especially, I don't think anybody could have imagined what technology is like now compared to what it was in 1994, but it's much larger and much more in the forefront of just our daily conversations.
Yeah, and essentially what happened is in 98, you had a federal district judge rule that Microsoft needed to be broken into technology companies. But that was a decision that was later reversed. There were compromises that happened. There were fines that happened. Microsoft ultimately agreed to have a government overseer become part of the company to make sure that the company wasn't engaging in monopolistic activities. Microsoft in the 80s and 90s was brutal. They had a philosophy of, well, let's not compete with others. Let's just destroy the competition. And they did. They were very effective at it.
Yeah, I think there's an episode. I don't know if you've ever watched the CNN series. It's just called The 70s or the 80s. It's one of those. There's a whole episode on like the Apple Microsoft war. It's really interesting.
Yeah. And it's funny because Microsoft destroyed Apple to the point that Apple was roughly 3 months away from going bankrupt. And Bill Gates, in a very famous appearance, shows up at the Apple Worldwide Developer Conference via video, and Steve Jobs was still alive at the time and announced that Microsoft is investing in Apple, and they booed Bill Gates for saving the company. All the people that were in the crowd booed when they heard about that. And the funny thing is, the only reason Microsoft did that was not so that they could make profit off of Apple. It was so that they could maintain the appearance
of having competition.
That's all it was. And the government fell for it. Yeah, the government fell for it. So, I mean, a lot of times it's really just about, jumping through the flaming hoops and making people believe the right thing.
Yeah, and like not even in terms of government, but just in terms of public opinion too. You have you get that with video game consoles too. I know it's not nearly on the same level, but if you maintain that rivalry between two companies, it makes it look even better than that you're not a monopoly because, I'm an Apple fan, I'm a Microsoft fan, but in reality, it's the same company. Like, not really, but if they bailed out your company, they still owe them a debt in some way.
Sure. Well, and you look at, let's stick with technology, you look at microprocessors. So you've got Intel and you've got AMD. And AMD has always been sort of the redheaded stepchild to Intel, where they were the rebels, they were the underdogs. Their processors were for like the elite group of gamers or overclockers or whatever. And you look at what happened to Intel, and Intel has, in recent years, been completely burned by their technology choices because of the shortcuts that they made that AMD didn't make. And AMD picked up a huge market share. And now you're seeing another fundamental shift that's detrimental to Intel, with Apple moving away from Intel processors in their computers now to their own designed ones that they're manufacturing themselves. So Intel's getting hit again with this. So this was an instance where Intel got very complacent in what they were doing, and now they've fallen significantly behind in the processor market, and the tables have kind of shifted. But at the time when Intel was dominant, Intel was actually supplying information and support to AMD to maintain that appearance of competition.
Works every time.
So again, it really is. It's just a matter of appearance sometimes to keep from getting hit with monopolistic charges. So we talked briefly about AT&T. The most prominent monopoly breakup in the U.S. history was AT&T. After being allowed to control the nation's telephone service for decades as a government-supported monopoly, the giant telecommunications company found itself challenged by antitrust laws. In 1982, after an 8-year court battle, AT&T had to divest itself of 22 local exchange service companies and has been forced to sell off assets or split units several times since. Now, the real interesting thing is you had what were termed as baby bells during this. So you had all these certified local exchange CLECs, certified local exchange carriers pop up all over the country that were all part of the original one. And over the last 10 to 15 years, you've seen all those get swept up, and they're now owned by Verizon. So you went through that huge natural monopoly that the government allowed to breaking them up when they thought the competition was stifled, to now mergers happening to get you back to that position where you have two people that are running the...
Yeah, it's history in general is cyclical, and I think we're seeing that here too, right? So in maybe, 15, 20 years, we'll have another breakup and they'll all come back out again, and then in 30 years, they'll all get swept up again. I think that's just how these things work,
and
honestly.
And I think that's kind of the point here, is that that's capitalism.
Mm-hmm.
That's how capitalism works, is that monopolies are a natural outcome of capitalism. And I think the best that government can hope in most cases is to try to keep it at bay as long as possible. And eventually they're still going to get gobbled up and get eaten up. Your pharmacies had the same thing. Your internet providers had the same thing. I remember back in the 90s when I worked for an internet provider, you had, just in our area, probably 10 different internet carriers. Now you can't get internet from anybody other than Comcast here. You had 3 different cable companies that you could get service from. So it's just a life cycle, I think, of business in a capitalist society. So we're going to take another break and come back and talk more about our modern monopoly problem in America. 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com. Welcome back to Insights into Tomorrow. We're talking modern monopolies. So Forbes did an interesting article about America's modern monopoly problem. They said, without realizing it, we become a nation of monopolies. A large and growing part of our economy is owned by a handful of companies that face little competition. They have no incentive to deliver better products or to get more efficient. They simply rake in cash from people who have no choice but to hand it over. This would be impossible if we had true capitalism. Even if we admit some businesses are natural monopolies, most aren't. Most of them found some non-capitalistic flaw to exploit. In theory, this problem should have solved itself as technology and consumer preferences change, yet it hasn't. Axios outlined a problem in a recent article on farm bankruptcies. Why don't you tell us about what they found?
Sure. So 3 companies control about 80% of mobile telecoms. 3 have 95% of credit cards. 4 have 70% of airline flights within the United States. Google handles 60% of all searches online. In agriculture, 4 companies control 66% of U.S. hogs slaughtered in 2015, 85% of the steer, and half of the chickens, according to the Department of Agriculture. And finally, just 4 companies control 85% of U.S. corn seed sales. That's up from 60% in 2000, so there was some consolidation there. And 75% of soybean seed, a jump from about half, according to the Agriculture Department.
That's pretty staggering, and that's not even talking big tech, where a lot of our focus is today. I mean, we're talking telecoms, credit cards, airlines, search, which we'll get to, and agriculture. I mean, our agriculture is really tied up to that few companies. I mean, I find that alarming at best. What's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, you go back to your ocean spray example where it's one company, but it's made up of smaller farms. I guess that's probably similar.
That's probably would be in this, yeah.
Yeah, so it's if you want to have a successful farm, you have to join up with this company, basically is what you're getting at. And that is a monopoly, but if the independent farms are getting their proper cut, it's not as bad as it could be, right? Where they're just being exploited for their product.
Right.
I mean, I don't know. It's like this big company you just become a part of, I suppose, if you want to have a farm. I don't know.
Yeah, well, and one of the things that they talk about a couple different outcomes that we get from this. One is being having a gummed up economy. Some economists say the concentration of market power is gumming up the economy and largely to blame for decades of flat wages and weak productivity growth. They say gumming up the economy is a good way to describe it because we're getting competition itself is an economic lubricant. And the machines work more efficiently when the parts are moving freely. We get more output from the same input or the same output with less input. Take away the competition and it all begins to grind together, kind of like a internal combustion engine that you don't keep the oil changed in. Eventually, friction brings it to a halt and sometimes a fiery one. Normally, companies grow their profits by delivering better products at lower prices than their competitors. It's a dynamic process with competitors constantly dropping out and new ones appearing. This has been described as what's called creative destruction, which sounds harsh, but is absolutely necessary for economic growth. Today, the creative destruction isn't happening. And as companies refuse to die and monopolies refuse to improve, we struggle to generate even mild economic growth. And I think we're seeing that across our entire economy at this point in time. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we just read off all those examples of all those companies that own everything, right? So I think especially when you get to the point where you're too big of a company to fail and it refuses to die, just like that article said, when you're at that level where you control over half of, some kind of domestic product, it's going to be difficult for you to fail, even if you wanted to. And then you end up getting the stagnation that we're seeing today.
Absolutely, yeah. They also talk about uncreative destruction. Creative destruction means companies go out of business and workers lose their jobs. Maybe a few competitors will hire them eventually, but they suffer in the meantime. Politicians try to help, but finding the right balance is hard. Greater blame should be assigned to the central bankers, not just the Fed, but its peers as well. For whatever reason, they kept short-term stimulus measures and near zero rates for far too long. The resulting flood of capital bypassed the creative destruction process. A lot of this happened under the radar. You've probably seen stories about the Lyft IPO and other unicorns that will soon go public. Unicorns being a type of wishful company going public with a very high IPO. The news, this is news because it's now so unusual. The number of listed companies is shrinking because A, cheap capital lets them stay private longer, and B, the founders and venture capitalists often exit by selling to a larger cash flush competitor instead of going public. An economy in which it's easier and cheaper to buy your competitors rather than out-innovate them is probably headed towards stagnation. And that's the problem that we had. We saw all through the 1800s, competition was being bought up constantly. The railroads, the consolidation in the auto industry in the early half of the 20th century. Anytime that you see competition just being eaten up by buying them out, you're not innovating at all when you buy. You just have companies that are so large they can buy out anybody that's competing with them. Facebook is doing the same exact thing now. Facebook has bought up 4 or 5 major competitors, all in different sectors of what they do, but they're buying their way to success, and that stifles innovation. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we talked earlier about that barrier to entry, right? That's one of the biggest things when you're looking at these monopolies. And if you're a small startup trying to compete with somebody like Facebook and they just offer you a blank check to just buy you out, it's hard to say no to that, especially if you know that you have no real hope of competing with them. And I think that the more they when Facebook buys you out, they then also get more powerful because they have your workforce or your resources or whatever you had to offer, and they have less competition, so they only get more powerful. It's a win-win in the worst kind of way, I think, especially for consumers and the economy.
Yeah, and part of the problem that you have is because of this, you have companies that shouldn't be in business are getting bought out, and the technology they have is inferior technology, but you have larger companies buying them not because of the technology so they can integrate it into their own. They're buying their users. So you may have a company, I don't want to say Quibi, but a company like Quibi that spent all this money up front on advertising and we'll say technology, although it's not that revolutionary. But their whole goal was to basically get a whole bunch of people on the platform and then sell it. And in their case, they failed. In their case, they projected something like 70 million people signing on with this 1.5 billion budget or something that they had. They wound up getting 70,000 people actually subscribing to it, and they went out of business. That's the exception to the rule, whereas that should be the natural order of how business works.
Especially with capitalism. If you're not a good business, you should just fail.
Absolutely. But, instead you have companies that they garner this large following, and it could be because of certain people that might be on your service. One of the things that Twitter ran into was that when they banned Donald Trump around the time of the January 6th insurrection, their user base dropped off significantly because all of his supporters stopped using the service. That cult following is enough to start your own social network, bring all those people on board, and then sell those users. Even if the social network itself is outdated, the technology is 90 years old, they're selling eyes at that point in time. And that's generally not how business is done, because in most cases, traditionally, the consumer isn't the product.
Yeah.
The product is something you produce.
Mm-hmm.
But in the case of technology and social media today, the consumer is the product because that's where people are making money with all your information. So it kind of breaks the rules, and that's why we kind of have an upset balance here. So we're going to take our last break here, and we're going to come back and look at the future of regulating monopolies and why tech might be different.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights Into Tomorrow. We're talking monopolies, and we're going to talk about how to regulate today's monopolies in tomorrow's market. So when the global financial crisis slowly subsided in the spring of 2010, tech giants Google, Apple, Facebook, and Amazon, known collectively as GAFA.
I've never heard that before.
I haven't either. I didn't write the article, though. So. They were collectively valued at just under 450 billion euros by market cap. These companies were drivers of innovation that pointed the way forward, enterprises at the center of a flourishing technological ecosystem with a creative and technology-driven vision. Over the past decade, the transformation of society's relationship to those companies is unprecedented. We use the products of these companies to manage almost our entire professional and private lives. And during the coronavirus crisis, the value of the tech giants have increased even more. So when we put together the idea of the show, these were really the companies that we're talking about for today's modern monopolies. How do you feel about, first of all, let me ask, do you use their products? I think that's probably the most important question to ask anybody.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of hard not to, right? At least like Google and Amazon, even if you don't buy things from Amazon, Amazon still controls a lot of web traffic too for their searches. So you're using them either way. But yeah, I don't think I have any Apple products anymore. I did though for a while. I was an iPhone user. I have a Facebook and Instagram account. I don't really use, but I still look at them. So they're getting, my eyes either way. And then Google, I use all their products and services. So yeah, I'm pretty far in.
Yeah, and I think one of the biggest things to keep in mind here is that these companies don't just influence the American economy. These are global companies that have a major impact on the world. So looking at the monopolies of tomorrow, I think we have to ask ourselves probably a few questions and kind of come to terms with a few things. Like, one is how we handle the U.S. monopolies today will dictate Europe's future and even to a certain extent the rest of the world, don't you think?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think that in our modern age, it's a global economy. It's not as isolationist as it used to be with things like Standard Oil and things like that.
Yeah, and I think the other thing is that even though, it's hard to envision, but the technological revolution isn't over. We're kind of still in the early phases of it. And I think one of the issues that we run into is that we don't make the rules as fast as the technology grows. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I mean, just in the last, I don't know, 5-6 years, you had Snapchat show up, which blew up again and became another staple in the social media icon, on your phone, that a lot of people use and is now a publicly traded company. So I think that we're definitely going to see it again. TikTok as well, also huge.
Yeah.
So I think that, every couple of years, it's, just how these things work. You'll get a whole new social media app or something along those lines.
Yeah, and I think one of the issues that concerns me is that the room for maneuvering needed to figure all this stuff out is shrinking. The time that we have to put measures in place now to govern these things is running out rapidly. If we want to know what to do next, it's vital that we gain some in-depth understanding of the mechanisms by which the tech monopolies operate. And I think part of the problem that we have is that the people in our country, at least, that are making these laws don't have a clue about technology.
Yeah.
I mean, they really have no idea how it works, how it progresses, the impact that it has, the security. There's a lot of talk right now about cybersecurity because of the pipeline hack and all these, the Microsoft Exchange hack and the SolarWinds, all this stuff, this cybersecurity is in the news. And our politicians are trying their best, really, to pay lip service to it, but have no idea whatsoever what the technology means. Like, for instance, my biggest question, sticking with the pipeline incident, they got hit with ransomware. Well, why in the world was your pipeline network even connected to the internet? Absolutely no reason for that. And yet there isn't a single politician who's asked that question yet because they don't understand. They just think the internet is some nebulous piece of technology that connects everything. And these are the people that are making the laws. What do you think about that?
I think that's definitely part of the problem. I think you saw it too back when any new technology, when it showed up, like TV, like blew people's minds and they thought it was going to give you the devil in you. So I think it's something like this too. And eventually they'll hopefully catch up. But I think the difference with modern technology is that it's progressing way faster than things like TV ever did. I mean, it's changing almost on a yearly basis what the norms are. So I think that the pace is much more accelerated.
Yeah. So let's take a second to take a look at what the current tech monopolies are and why they're different. So I think the biggest thing, and we've touched on this already, is that tech monopolies survive on data and algorithms. That's their product. You as the consumer are their product. They take your information and they sell it for advertising. They're not necessarily selling you anything. Amazon doesn't make any money off anything that it sells from its store. It's literally a break even. It's a loss leader for them. They make their money on their Amazon Web Services, which everybody hosts everything through their Amazon Web Services, which ironically was kind of an offshoot for their own needs. They had to build out their own network to support the Amazon store. And they found out that they could rent space on their cloud and make more money. But Google, you're the product. They collect your data. Facebook, you're the product. Amazon, you're the product. With Apple recognized this, and now in the latest version of Apple's operating system, they implemented this new privacy feature where applications have to ask if you want them to track your movement outside the application. Which, if you think about it, is almost a no-brainer. Like, no, why do I want Facebook tracking me in other apps? But Facebook is actually fighting this to the point that they're threatening legal action because they're saying that it gives Apple an unfair advantage. So Apple has access to that information, but Facebook doesn't. So therefore, Apple has an advantage.
I mean, I guess, but it's like, geez, guys. It's like just the two crazy billionaires yelling at each other for more money.
If you look at the companies in the 20th centuries, their wealth came from factories and machines and qualified employees and the stuff that they made that consumers purchased. So it was much easier to say, okay, well, you're not innovating cars fast enough. You're not innovating refrigerators or whatever it happened to be because you had an actual defined product. How do you tell when you're not innovating services enough if the consumer's the product? Like what's the answer to that question?
I mean, then we get into a question of privacy, right? Because the only way to innovate that is to become more intrusive in people's lives and to collect more data on them. And then that's a whole nother can of worms of where you draw that line of if it's just, you're purely just a product at that point and the human element is completely removed.
Absolutely. So over the past decade, the big tech companies have built a huge competitive advantage because they control the operating systems and the search engines and the browsers and all the cloud infrastructure. They also own the shopping marketplaces, the communications platforms, the networked household appliances, and the app stores. To return to our picture of the 20th century, tech monopolies not only have factories and machines, they also increasingly own the entire infrastructure of the value creation chain, including all the businesses and all the communication channels to the customer, which, being that ingrained and essentially owning control of the economy, makes it almost impossible to regulate them. Don't you agree?
Yeah, I mean, it's almost like it's too late. It reminds me of, and this is sort of related, but movies. There was a big Paramount decision like the 30s because they owned distribution, production, and exhibition, which was like movie theaters.
Right.
And that's what this reminds me of. They're owning every single step of the chain, which is a monopoly. But in this instance, they're way too powerful to be stopped at this point.
Right. And, the capital that the big tech companies suck out of the system using this mechanism is fed straight back in undermining the competition or accessing new areas of business. Vendors on Amazon's marketplace are just as dependent on the goodwill of the platform as media companies are on Google and Facebook. This goodwill can only be acquired by consistently providing access to all content and data, thus continuing to feed the monopoly and making it more efficient. So even for competition to work, they have to cooperate with the big tech and provide the big tech exactly what they need to give the big tech the authority in the first
competition
place.
In quotes there a little bit.
Exactly. So the enormous profitability of the infrastructure services allows the big tech companies to invest in new fields of business on a very long-term basis. To do this, the monopolists are willing to accept high losses for many years in order to weaken the competition and build up market shares. It's ironic what Amazon is doing because Amazon is doing online in the marketplace exactly what Walmart did. So Walmart had this reputation for buying everything in bulk and selling it very cheap with very little overhead. And they would come into a town and they would open up a mega store and they put all the other small mom and pop businesses out of business because they couldn't compete. Mm-hmm. They didn't have the economy of scale to compete with Walmart. Amazon now shows up and they start selling books at first and they changed the way we bought books. Well, it wasn't long before they started selling everything. Mm-hmm. And now not only do they sell everything, you can get it delivered in 2 days for free if you're an Amazon Prime member. You can get it delivered the next day if you're in certain geographic locations. They basically are putting companies like Walmart out of business because they can sell it cheaper than Walmart.
Yep. And that's not even counting all the other services they provide too. Their video streaming services as a competitor to Netflix. I mean, they're omnipresent.
Yeah. I mean, they're literally everywhere. They're in the music. Yeah. They're producing their own TV shows. They're producing their own movies that they're putting up for awards. They're selling goods. There's several situations Amazon's been involved in where they've had people on their service, because you can sell through Amazon. So they've had people on their service that were selling, I think one was diapers.com. Mm-hmm. They were selling low overhead diapers through Amazon. Well, Amazon decided that they were now going to sell diapers, and they would buy their diapers in much larger bulk than diapers.com could, and they would sell them at below cost. They could take the loss because they had plenty of other profit leaders elsewhere that they could absorb it through. And eventually they got to the point where they put this company out of business. And that's a practice that they've done over and over again. And it isn't like diapers.com was bringing in so much money selling diapers that it was a threat to Amazon. So there was no reason to put them out of business. Amazon simply wanted to own that business, and now they do.
Yeah, I guess for them, even if there was a chance, a 1% chance that diapers.com could have taken over the diaper industry, they have to take that as an absolute certainty.
Yeah.
And they did.
And that's really what the scary thing is with these monopolies today, is that they have that ability. You know, they could literally give their products away for 6 months and put everyone else out of business so that they're the only one left after 6 months. They could absorb that loss. And now that bottle of water that cost you $1 before now cost you $10 because you don't have a choice, which is kind of scary. So let's talk a little bit about where we think the future of monopolies is going, and we can sort of sum up this discussion. So I jotted down a few talking points here. I want to bounce them off of you. My first point is that technology moves faster than legislation. Is that something that you would agree with?
Yeah, we already talked about that in terms of, I compared it to television, but yeah, absolutely. Especially today, it's moving even faster than, people in charge of making laws and politicians can even fathom.
Yeah. And today's monopolies are more complicated than railroads and telephones ever were. There's more of an international impact from today's monopolies than ever before. What kind of impact do you think that will have on regulating these companies that are too big to fail moving forward?
I think we're going to have to change the notion of a product, right? Because it's not a tangible thing that you can get. It's data, it's information that's being sold. So I think that's going to be the first step in really making some serious change on how to stop these monopolies, is changing what we view as, the product.
Do you think from a domestic standpoint that the U.S. government should be regulating these, or do you think we should be turning that sort of authority over to the World Trade Organization or something on a bigger scale?
I think the U.S. government should step in and then do it, because these are United States-based companies, and I think that there's a degree of responsibility there. Now, in reality, that's probably not going to happen because they have really no reason to, especially because, like we've said a bunch of times, that these companies are already way too powerful to be regulated. But maybe if, but the World Trade Organization and the U.S. government, teamed up. I don't really know how that works in terms of law, but perhaps that level of force would get something done.
I could certainly see that. I could see, even if you go regionally with things like the European Union and stuff like that, where you might be able to regulate that. Let's talk penalties for a minute. So we already kind of talked about the fact that the penalties that are being imposed on these companies are really insignificant. How do you punish a company for monopolistic practices when they have economies larger than most countries in the world?
It's really hard to. I was thinking of something like when they broke up AT&T, but how are you going to break up Amazon, right? I mean, I guess you could do it where like they own Whole Foods, so Whole Foods would then become its own company again. Maybe something like that would work. Or all the different independent sellers that they've tried to acquire, like our diapers.com example, breaking those up and making them their own independent companies. But then logistically, they're not going to succeed because they're not on the Amazon app, which is what everybody's using. So it's a very difficult thing that, I'm not an economist, so I have no idea how you'd even begin. I mean, more money would be ideal, but like you said, they're bigger than some small countries. So how much money can you realistically find them?
Right. And the last thing that I want to throw out there is one that it seems to seep into every conversation that we have, and that's politics. You have governments that benefit too much from monopolies. The number of people that Amazon employs, the impact it has on the economy and the unemployment rate, and the amount of tax dollars that they get from these companies is vast. You have politicians whose constituents are benefiting by having, Amazon recently had a big competition about where they're going to put their new headquarters. And you had cities rather, that were vying for it, offering up, tax incentives and everything, almost like it was the Olympics, and you had people vying for the Olympics. They were politicians falling all over each other to try to get Amazon in their districts. When you have that kind of power, that you have politicians that are catering to you, And mind you, we talk about corrupt politicians and the fact that the United States has the best politicians money can buy all the time here. But when you have politicians that are falling all over themselves without you even gracing their palm with any money, just the fact that you're bringing that kind of business and economic benefit to their districts, how are you going to have these same politicians now regulate these companies and break them up and try to push some control over them? How do you get past the politics of it?
I mean, you don't really. I mean, this reminds me of, we studied a lot of around the Sherman antitrust time, those politics of that time in high school. And there was a lot of cartoons of like a big octopus that was Standard Oil that would like have its tentacles in politics. And this is kind of what that reminds me of. Except that I think today, while everybody knows about Amazon's like how poorly they treat their workers and things like that, and the accidents that have happened on the company lines, I still think Amazon is still viewed publicly very positively because of their convenience, right? So I think that that's going to be a major step too, because the politicians associated with Amazon aren't like as nefarious as they were when they were associated with Standard Oil. So it's a matter of public perception of even having the pressure on the politicians in the first place to make the change.
I think you're right. I mean, I'm a Amazon user.
Yeah.
I'm a Google user. I'm a Apple user. I don't use Facebook. The show's on Facebook, but I don't manage that. I don't log into Facebook. And the problem that I have is I know these companies are problems, but I still use them, and I will continue to use them. They're not evil enough for me to not. Facebook is evil enough. Facebook to me is a cesspool, so I won't use Facebook. But these other companies provide benefit to me, and I don't personally feel the detriment that's associated with them. So it's very hard for me to even advocate breaking them up or cracking down on them or whatever. So unfortunately, I don't have any answers myself.
Yeah, it's an interesting moral question, right? And I think we get that with a lot of industries. If you really look into them, they're all evil in their own ways.
Right.
But it's a matter of your daily life. And what's one person going to do that? If one person were to stop using this product, realistically, how many products would they have to stop using?
Yeah.
You have to stop using the internet, and probably if you wanted to stop benefiting Amazon.
That's true.
You cannot buy Amazon products, but you're still going to benefit them in some way. It goes back to their omnipresence.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I think this is probably one of the first episodes that we've done where our future look didn't really have a path forward. I don't think either of us, have an answer on how to solve this moving forward.
It's Wall-E. They're going to become by and large. We're going to have to fly off the planet because all the Amazon boxes are stacked up in the cities.
There you go. So I think that's kind of all we can add to this discussion today. I think that was all we had today. Did you have anything else you wanted to add?
Nope.
Well, thank you for listening, folks. Before we go, I would invite folks to subscribe to the podcast. You can get video versions of the podcast if you look for Insights into Things. That will give you video episodes of all of our shows. If you just want audio episodes of this show, you can look up Insights into Tomorrow. We're available on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, Amazon, Google.
Whoops.
Yes, all those evil people.
Yeah.
I would also encourage folks to contact us. You can give us some suggestions on what topics you'd like us to discuss, any feedback on the performance that we've done. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. We're on Twitter at insights_things. We stream 5 days a week, this week 6 days a week on Twitch at twitch.tv/insightsintothings. If you are an Amazon Prime subscriber, you do get a free Twitch Prime monthly subscription. We'd appreciate it if you threw that our way. On Facebook, we are facebook.com.
Should have plugged the shows in the beginning.
Yes, we are part of the problem. I understand that. We have no other, that's another byproduct of the monopolies. We have no other way to get our products out there without using them. But on Facebook, you can get us at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. And on Instagram, we are at Insights Into Things, or you can go to our website at www.insightsintothings.com for links to all of those things. Anything else before we go? Any closing thoughts?
No, I think that's it.
All right. The world is owned by the monopolies. It's a good game, too. You should try playing it. That's all for this week, this month, or whenever we do another one. Any closing words?
No, we'll see you next time, folks.
That's it. Another one in the books. Goodbye.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Technology, a podcast exploring the latest in computers, networking, home automation, mobile computing, and all things technology related. Our hosts will take a deeper dive into the latest and greatest in tech trends and give you the information you need to enable your tech-centric world.
This is Insights into Technology, Episode 6, The Expense of Security and Who's Forking Around with Linux. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and this is the tech news for the week. This first article comes to us from our friends over at TechCrunch. Apple's bug bounty boosting AI cloud security. Ahead of the highly anticipated debut of Apple's private cloud compute service, the tech giant is ramping up its security efforts by offering a bug bounty of up to $1 million to security researchers. The company aims to identify vulnerabilities that could compromise the security of its new AI cloud platform. This bounty includes up to $250,000 for exploits that expose sensitive user data or AI prompts, and up to $150,000 for issues impacting users' information from privileged network positions. Apple's bug bounty program, which has already contributed to enhanced security on iPhones through initiatives like special researcher-only iPhones, extends to its cloud-based AI services with a strong focus on maintaining privacy. The company is betting on its private cloud compute to support intensive AI tasks while ensuring user privacy remains intact. This initiative underscores Apple's commitment to security, inviting collaboration from researchers to safeguard its ecosystem. Now, while we do primarily focus on commercial and enterprise applications and computing here, a lot of people will look at Apple and their AI initiative and say it's a consumer-based product. And I think for the most part, it is. But nowadays, anything that is AI, I think, is mainstream news that's worth discussing. The one big thing about Apple's AI is that it is a private AI cloud, or at least that's what they're billing it as. Very similar to Microsoft's Copilot as well. And the advantage to this is that you can build your own language model using company documents, proprietary information, privileged information that wouldn't be available on the web to have been sampled from an LLM. But you also have the ability to include, in Copilot's case at least, the ability to put financial information and do analysis and so forth. We're not entirely sure what we're going to get from Apple's AI at this point in time. Their presentation at the keynote was flashy, as you would expect from an Apple keynote. It showed a lot of consumer-grade things, categorizing photos and auto-completion and, improvements to Siri, which, let's face it, anything's an improvement to Siri at this point. But we didn't really see any commercial or enterprise applications demonstrated or even really talked about that had any significant promise. So the jury's still out on how this is going to affect enterprise data security. But the one thing that should be worth mentioning is that if any company has proven themselves as backing their promise for privacy, it's been Apple lately. So if you're going to trust your information to anybody, Apple might be the people that you want to. The other thing this speaks to is the role of bug bounties in enhancing enterprise cloud security. Apple's putting up over $1 million at this point in time for their bug bounty program, which says a lot because Apple's a notoriously closed company, a notoriously closed system they're highly protective of their intellectual property, of who has access to that if you're not a member of the staff of the company. And they've generally been exceedingly miserly when it comes to granting access to these types of things. The fact that they're taking the step now to offer up the bug bounties, especially for something as new and cutting edge as their AI, is a good sign that Apple's kind of, gotten to the point where they accept what the rest of the industry is doing at this point in time to try to improve security. So what does Apple's private cloud compute actually mean for enterprise and artificial intelligence moving forward? Well, it's been marketed as a solution that could handle intensive AI tasks while ensuring privacy. Now, a good chunk of what that processing is done is actually done on the local side now. Even in my experience, I have found that machines that are running Apple Silicon, and I'm not talking iPhones, I'm talking, in my experience, MacBook Pros running M2s. I've got it running on an Apple Studio at work on an M1, I think it's an M1 Pro, it's not an Ultra. But the processors themselves are exceedingly efficient at running AI. Now, when you couple this with a cloud-based AI, adding additional processing power and additional data storage plus private data storage, you're looking at a pretty robust system, I think. So I think right now, my company, for instance, is evaluating a couple of different AI options, Copilot being one, OpenGPT being another. So there's a number of options out there, and I think Apple immediately gets a place at the table with their release, even though they're very late in the game releasing it. Apple's been gearing up their hardware for handling this type of processing with their neural engines and so forth for several generations of processors now. So they've had the horsepower to do it. They just haven't released the actual solutions for it. So the other option, the other piece of useful information here is Apple's privacy first approach to enterprise computing and compliance and data protection. This obviously all started at the consumer level. Apple is exceedingly protective to the point of not wanting to be the gatekeeper, right? So we have encrypted iPhones, encrypted laptops, encrypted hard drives, and so forth, where most companies want to be the holders to those keys because that's vital information that they can then use, manipulate, disseminate, or even just analyze for predictive trends. Apple's always been very hands-off. So I think when you bring that approach from the computing world to the AI world, where privacy is even more of a concern given the amount of exfiltration of information that's out there, Apple has a very good chance of kind of setting that standard and raising that bar for all of the AI components and providers out there moving forward. And finally, I think the last significant thing that this article kind of demonstrates is the need for enterprise collaboration with security researchers. We've been beaten to the ground numerous times by the DMCA and the restrictions placed on what researchers can legally do with the equipment, the hardware, the software that they have at their disposal. And when you have companies like Microsoft and Apple who run closed systems, there's obviously a move towards open source, but traditionally these have been very closed entities that you have to trust, right? So you're going to run Microsoft as your operating system in your enterprise. You don't know. It's never, you don't get an external audit of that. You don't get an independent audit of that. You look at Patch Tuesdays and you see that Microsoft is consistently releasing 70, 80, 90 patches a month. You can't help but wonder if they open that up to security researchers to go in and do the work for them under the guise of a bug bounty program like Apple is doing here, you can't help but improve the product, improve the service, improve the reputation. And I think Apple at least has finally bought into this philosophy here of let's have other people break our stuff for us, and they'll break it in ways that we haven't thought about breaking it. And the more exposure that your product has to the more people, more obviously hardware, configuration, networks, when you can put forth a much broader effort at testing where budgets or time or lack of staff may. Now, mind you, Apple is not short on resources to pay for these types of things. But a lot of times your developers and your testers that are in-house are too close to it. They're too close to the product. They're too close to the process. And there may be internal pressures, bureaucracies, and stresses that they run into where they can't do as good a job as someone who doesn't have a horse in the race. Where you can have a slew of outside outside testers come in and objectively poke a stick at your product and tell you how to make it better. Microsoft has kind of done it, but it's largely an open source community type of thing that has proven to be highly effective. So hopefully this signifies a change in trend for Apple and other enterprise manufacturers like that. Our next story comes to us from TechCrunch again. This one is Deepfake Danger Exposes Corporate Vulnerabilities. In a striking revelation at TechCrunch Disrupt in San Francisco, Asaf Rappaport, CEO and co-founder of cybersecurity firm Wiz, shared that his company was recently targeted by a sophisticated deepfake attack. Several employees received a voice message purportedly from Rappaport attempting to steal their credentials. The team quickly realized something was amiss as the voice, generated from a public conference recording, didn't match the CEO's usual tone, tipping them off to an attack. While the company could trace the origin of the deepfake, the perpetrators remain unknown. Rappaport pointed out the low risk of being caught makes cyber attacks particularly attractive for criminals. He also discussed Wiz's decision to reject a $23 billion acquisition offer from Google, citing the massive $100 billion potential in the cloud security market. Now, we're not going to talk to the possible merger that they had turned down here, but I think what's important to take away from this is the increase in the number of instances of deepfakes, how those deepfakes are being used even on security conscious companies like this. So deepfake technology, once associated primarily with entertainment or political disinformation, is now making its way into enterprise cyber attacks. There was an incident earlier this year with, I want to say it's an Australian company, where they had been victims of a financial scam when a deep fake was used to convince one of their financial employees to wire transfers to an unknown account. And the deep fake itself actually created a video conference with the entire executive team that was totally fiction. None of them existed, but it looked like them, it sounded like them, so the individual was convinced that it was legitimate. So the level of sophistication that we're seeing here, combined with the probably oldest method of infiltration, but one of the most effective in social engineering, these two things combined have proven to be a lethal combination at this point in time. One of the things that you can do to combat this is one that's pushed from several different security frameworks right now, and it is one that the federal government preaches quite frequently, and that's insider awareness. But in this case here, it has to go a step further. It's not just awareness, but you have to be able to notice behavioral anomalies, and that has to become a defense. In this case here, they know that the CEO himself is admittedly not a good public speaker, and they're all familiar with how he speaks in public. So the advantage that they had in this case here was they happened to use a public speech that he made and realized that it was a very different tone than his internal communications. So that was one of the things that helped them here. But employees have to be trained now to look at these types of things, to understand when someone is or may not be a legitimate representation of themselves. And it requires probably new technology that can do deep fake detection. And there's a number of options that are out there now. But as with most things in cybersecurity, it's a cat and mouse game. And I think the bad guys are kind of winning right now until the technology catches up with them. Until then, there's obviously different things that we can do. You could have certain key phrases that are published on a daily or weekly basis that if those key phrases don't make it into the conversation, and obviously you keep them secret, but if they don't make it into the conversation, then you know that it's not a legitimate conversation. It's an old spycraft technique that you would have safe words. You would start off a message with a certain phrase in front of it, or you would have to include a certain phrase somewhere in the message itself. And this is going back, 1800s, old school type of espionage tools. The other thing that this brings up is the issue of remote work and secure communication. There have been numerous instances of remote workers, and I think the most recent one that I saw was from North Korea, where remote workers are pretending to be from other countries, getting jobs in companies with sensitive information, and then immediately exfiltrating that information back to North Korea. So there has to be some protocols in place, some mechanisms in place to ensure that your remote workers aren't deep faking you like this. The other issue, which, Rappaport points out, is these are relatively low-risk crimes. There are high incidents of occurrence. There's low incidents of detection and capture, especially when you can pull off one of these from another country. I mean, there's nothing you can do to enforce a deep fake that's emerging from an adversarial country like North Korea or Iran or Russia or what have you. Sure, you can trace IP, you can see where it's coming from, but VPNs can get around that these days. The only thing you might have is some of this old school spycraft that you can use that ensures that the communications themselves are secure. You can't obviously trust encryption anymore because encryption's ubiquitous at this point in time. Everybody has it everywhere. In fact, you're more suspicious if you don't have encryption at this point in time. So I think what you're going to see is you're going to see new techniques, new security validation techniques. If I'm having a conference call, somewhere in that conference call, I have to show an emblem or a pin or a certain color or something along those lines that only the employees should be aware of. And that information should have been relayed to them out of bandwidth using some other communication method, maybe on a rotational basis or something like that. But we're obviously going to have to take up new techniques to get around some of these more convincing deepfakes that we have. Our next article comes from Info Security Magazine. Let me switch my web page here. This one tells us how NIS2 is reshaping budgets, risk, and global business. The EU's Network and Information Security, NIS2 directive, is significantly impacting businesses, forcing many to divert resources from other crucial areas to ensure compliance. Research from Veeam reveals that 95% of applicable companies have reallocated funds, with over a third pulling from risk management budgets and others from recruitment and emergency reserves. This financial strain is exacerbated by shrinking or stagnant IT budgets amidst rising business costs and inflation. While 68% of firms report receiving extra budget for compliance, concerns remain that these adjustments could affect businesses' critical business functions. The directive, which came into force on October 17th, 2024, imposes strict penalties for non-compliance, including potential corporate liability, prompting organizations to prioritize compliance. Despite this, NIS2 ranks low on IT leaders' priority lists, falling behind concerns such as the skills gap and rising operational costs. The directive affects around 150,000 companies in the EU and beyond, including supply chain entities outside the EU, underscoring its far-reaching impact. Now, I think this is episode 6. I think 4 of the 6 episodes I've done so far have railed against these heavy-handed, unfunded government mandates. Normally, I'm railing against those that are imposed on U.S. companies by the federal government. But in this case here, our friends over in Europe are now entwined in this type of problem here. The concern with something like this is it's a carrot and stick approach without the carrot. So you're telling people that they have to be compliant with this or face penalties. And in order to meet that requirement, you're seeing significant budgetary sacrifices from other critical areas that, while it allows these companies to meet this new requirement, you're going to see other security things fall by the wayside. Budget cuts for security personnel, budget cuts for expansion and training, budget cuts for new technology. So by forcing really what is an arbitrary standard down the throats of the companies in your sphere of influence, we'll say, by doing that, you're forcing them to compromise elsewhere. And while there definitely needs to be standards, and those standards need to be enforced, and you need to have implications, penalties if they're not enforced, doing so without providing any kind of incentive, these companies, is dangerous. And I'm not talking cashback incentives necessarily. You could do this through tax incentives. You can do it through vouchers. You could do it through a percentage markup on contracts with the government. there's a lot of different ways that you can reward these companies. And by sidestepping that carrot approach and just going with the stick, you're going to force them into a compromising position, or you're not going to, but there's a high chance that you're going to force them into a compromising position where, in order to meet this standard, other initiatives that are already underway are going to suffer. So it's kind of a dangerous tightrope to walk here from a government standpoint. And the thing that's really difficult with this is that they're imposing it not just on EU-based companies, but they're also imposing this on companies that are outside the EU that do critical business with the EU. I could think of like a BAE or someone like that, where there's a lot of exchange of defense contracts and such, where you basically want to impose your standards on countries or companies in other countries that are not legally bound by it. But I think you're going to run into some problems with enforcement with that, as much as you're going to run into a problem with enforcing your penalties on corporate liability. We've already seen in the US here where the requirements we have are prohibitively costly for a lot of those smaller businesses. And those smaller businesses are doing the absolute minimum to achieve those. Now, while they may achieve those absolute minimums, what are they sacrificing in the process? That's something that has to be taken into consideration. There are sacrifices that are being made. The other issue you run into is IT budgeting. I mean, IT is notoriously under budgeted no matter what. Given the rise of malicious software and cybersecurity attacks and all these standards, you would think your IT budgets would be growing to accommodate these, but most of them aren't. Most of them are shrinking. There's a overall philosophy with most upper management that's in a non-technical company that, IT is the redheaded stepchild. It always has been. It's a necessary evil because IT doesn't bring in revenue. When in reality, every piece of revenue that comes into a company can be traced directly back to their dependence on IT. And executives and C-suite directors and so forth need to understand that and need to make sure that there's budget not only for our existing programs, but for these additional mandates to come in so that we're not caught off guard. The one advantage we have with these mandates is the bureaucracy of government tends to grind slowly, regardless of where in the world it is. So when these mandates come out, it takes quite some time to implement them usually. Although I will say the European Union seems to rattle these off much faster than the federal government in the United States does. But that's a double-edged sword as well. So when these standards come out, it takes so long because of government bureaucracy that by the time they come out, they're most likely outdated already. And we're seeing that in the United States now. So then there's another push to then update those standards and then get everyone compliant with those standards. If you're a cybersecurity professional and you make money off of this, it's great news for you because it's recurring revenue and it's a job security for quite some time. But if you're a small to medium-sized business, this gets expensive very fast. And you have to be very careful with future planning and future proofing with this stuff, because if you do the minimum to get compliant now, you may have systems in place now that need to be pulled out and replaced in a few years before they should be end of life because you didn't have the budget to go the right way. So a lot of compromises to keep in mind here, but it's a classic example of probably government overreach here, but it's not happening in the United States this time. So that's good news for us, I guess, but sorry for the EU. You guys are having to put up with some of the stuff that we've been dealing with for some time now. So we're going to take a quick break, but before we do, I want to take a moment to thank our listening and viewing audience. If you don't subscribe already, I would invite you to do so. You can find us listed as Insights into Things. All of our programs, video and audio, are listed there. We're listed on Apple Podcast, Spotify, Google, iHeartRadio, TuneIn, pretty much anywhere you can get a podcast these days. I would also encourage you to give us your feedback. We'd love to hear what you have to say. We're always open to suggestions. Tell us what we're doing right, what we're doing wrong, what topics you'd like us to cover, anything you'd like us to deep dive into. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can call and leave a voicemail for us at 856-403-8788. That's 856-403-8788. Leave a voicemail. Let us know what you think. If you'd like us to put your comments on the air or in a podcast, let us know which podcast you'd like to appear on. Keep in mind, we are a family-friendly network here, so keep that in mind. I would also recommend you check us out on Twitch. We do stream 5 days a week at twitch.tv/insightsintothings. If you are an Amazon Prime subscriber, you do get a free monthly Twitch subscription. If you threw that our way, we would be most appreciative. That helps us keep the lights on around here. You can get links to those and everything else on our main website at www.insightsintothings.com. We'll be right back.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Technology. Our next story comes to us from The Record. Penn State's $1.25 million cybersecurity wake-up call. Penn State University has been fined $1.25 million for failing to comply with cybersecurity requirements in its contracts with the Department of Defense and NASA. The fine relates to 15 contracts where the university did not implement required cybersecurity controls between 2018 and 2023. Despite not acknowledging the issues, Penn State reportedly failed to take action to correct them, misleading the government about when it would address the deficiencies. The Justice Department's Civil Division emphasized the importance of cybersecurity and safeguarding sensitive government information, particularly in defense research and development. The settlement stems from a whistleblower lawsuit under the False Claims Act, with Matthew Decker, Penn State's former chief information officer, receiving $250,000 as part of the resolution. While Penn State did not admit to the charges, it has since implemented additional cybersecurity measures. The case is part of the broader wow, this is a tough one. The case is part of the broader civil cyber fraud initiative launched in 2021 to hold organizations accountable for weak cybersecurity that puts federal data at risk. Similar lawsuits have targeted other institutions, such as Georgia Tech, for mishandling sensitive information. Now, I have to say, this is a subject that is near and dear to my heart. I have spent the last several months pouring through tons and tons. I think we're up to 70 to 80 pages of documentation now for our CMMC certification for my company. So the rules, regulations, and adherence to cybersecurity rules is quite close to my heart right now. This also signifies the high stakes of cybersecurity compliance for federal contractors. A large percentage of my company's business comes from federal contracts. And if you fail to be compliant with the respective requirements for your contracts, you just don't get the contracts at this point moving forward, which, as long as you play by the rules, you should be fine. And even if you don't play by the rules, if you don't want to or have the resources to go through the expense of getting your certifications, then just don't take the federal contracts and just do commercial work. Under most circumstances, that's usually not an issue, unless the majority of your work comes from government contracts. The one thing this also emphasizes is proactive versus reactive when it comes to cybersecurity strategies. Penn State's failure to take corrective actions after acknowledging cybersecurity deficiencies is a critical lesson for all businesses. Once you're caught on the carpet, you have to fix it. You shouldn't be to the point where you're that far out of compliance to begin with, if you're claiming compliance. But once you're called for being out of compliance, it's not just a convenience, right? They're not having you do this just for the fun of it or just to be a pain in the neck. Cybersecurity helps your business. It's not just there to protect federal data, federal information. It's there to protect you too. And given the number of ransomware attacks and network intrusions that we're seeing here, you would think that most companies would want to protect themselves from it. Cybersecurity preparation is no different than a burglar alarm system or a fire alarm system or insurance on your building. I mean, these are all things that you put in place in a traditional business to protect your business, and cybersecurity is no different. It's another layer of protection because everything is computerized, and as a result, that's another vector in which your company can be threatened. Now, this did come from a whistleblower lawsuit, and that whistleblower followed all the proper procedures to try to reach internal accountability. So there was a lot of, and I don't want to say, I mean, this is a pending court case, so I don't want to say that there's a lot of illegal intent here. I can't really speak to intent, but there was a deliberate effort to cover up the deficiencies once they were found. And given that, I have to conclude that there was probably malicious intent to portray compliance with these things. And we've even seen that in our industry, in my industry, where we engage in an external cybersecurity company to come in and help us get through our early phases of DFARS compliance. And it was expensive, I'm not going to lie. We spent a lot of money, a lot of time. We put a plan together. We were compliant, and that allowed us to get contracts. But at that time, it was all self-attestation. We audited ourselves. We determined whether or not we were compliant based on documentation. And there wasn't a need for a third-party audit. The industry is obviously moving away from that now to add some legitimacy to the claims. But back then, people couldn't afford to do the things that we did to be compliant, so they would just check the box. And nobody was checking on them. Nobody was following up on them. Nobody was looking for any level of compliance. And you had a boatload of smaller companies that were kind of checking that box and making claims that were not real, which is fraudulent. And nowadays, you can't do that. And this lawsuit is a great example of that. So our next story comes to us from the Associated Press, Whispering errors, how AI hallucinations shake trust in healthcare transcriptions. OpenAI's transcription tool Whisper, touted for its accuracy, has been found to produce fabricated content or hallucinations, according to multiple software engineers and researchers. These errors range from misinterpreted speech to dangerous inventions, such as violent language and non-existent medical treatments. Particularly concerning is Whisper's use in medical settings where accurate transcription of patient consultations is crucial. Hospitals and health systems have adopted the tool to reduce the burden of note-taking on medical providers, despite OpenAI's warnings against using Whisper in high-risk domains like healthcare. Experts are calling for stricter regulations on AI and better safeguards to prevent such hallucinations from causing harm, particularly in critical sectors. Moreover, the privacy concerns around Whisper's use of medical environments are escalating. Patients and lawmakers are wary of the potential misuse of sensitive consultation data, as seen when a California state lawmaker refused to sign a health network's form that allowed tech companies to access her child's doctor visit recordings. The lack of original audio recordings in some transcription systems further complicates the ability to verify the accuracy of these AI-generated transcripts, raising significant issues in both privacy and accuracy. And we've known for a long time now that AI reliability and accuracy is questionable, right? And this has to do a lot with the models, that we're using, as well as the prompt engineering that goes into building these, and any additional reference material that we provide. There's an inherent risk of inaccuracy anytime you're engaging in algorithmic outputs or consultations. Using these in a medical setting is really dangerous. I mean, you've got privacy implications to deal with. They're talking about Whisper because Whisper does real-time transcription, so you don't have a recording that you can then run through a transcription service, but still have the original recording. So you're trusting real-time transcription, the AI in this case, without having the ability to go back and verify it from a recording. This push for stricter AI regulations is kind of, it's one of those where it's needed. It probably will be needed, but we're nowhere near ready to start writing that type of regulation. AI itself is still really in its infancy. It hasn't really gained the foothold that it's probably going to gain. It hasn't reached its peak yet at this point in time, so it's still developing, and it's developing rapidly between hardware and software and the models. So there's a lot more development that has to go into this before it even stabilizes to something that's going to be what we recognize as the future of AI. So to try to regulate it at this point in time, I think is dangerous. The one thing you do need in a medical transcription service is trust. Now, this isn't just a AI concern. I years ago was seeing a cardiologist, and he would dictate all of his notes into a recorder, or actually into a computer, using at the time Dragon Dictate. And that would transpose everything for him, and then he would send his notes over to his staff to be added into users' files and so forth. Well, he would do this in his office that was between 3 exam rooms. And I guess he was not using the highest quality microphone. because he was practically shouting these notes. So you could sit in one of the exam rooms and hear everything he said, which in and of itself is a security violation that has nothing to do with AI. So this idea of convenience over security is a constant struggle. I want to be able to just talk and something happens. I want instant gratification. Well, sometimes that doesn't work when you need to have security involved here. And AI is just the next step. It's that next tool of how they can get more convenience without having to worry about security. So that's kind of a scary thing that we're dealing with there. But with anything with AI nowadays, AI is questionable and needs to be verified. So if you don't have recordings, like for instance, when I record the podcast, I take the audio from this, I run it through the transcription services built into Adobe Premiere, and I get a transcription. I can then go back through that transcription, look at where it's at in the program itself, and see if the words are actually accurate. And until we have a much more reliable set of AI tools, I think that's the kind of verification process that needs to be in place. If you don't do that, you're really risking having dangerous things in your AI output. Our next story comes to us from The Record. Rebel Russians forking around with Linux. Russia has expressed strong opposition to the removal of several Russian maintainers from their Linux kernel, calling it, quote, an act of discrimination and signaling plans to develop its own independent Linux community. In response to these delistings, Russia's digital ministry announced intentions to collaborate with nations willing to engage in alternative open source development efforts. The move comes after the Linux community blocked 11 Russian maintainers, citing compliance with sanctions related to national security concerns. While the contributions of Russian developers to the Linux kernel are considered relatively minor, the decision has raised concerns about trust within the Linux developer community. Experts suggest that the removal could lead to the creation of Russian-led forks of the Linux kernel, potentially splintering the open source ecosystem. This follows broader trends of sanctions affecting Russian tech companies, including previous incidents involving Russian developers on platforms like GitHub. So we did run into a situation similar to this, or at least related to this, back when the most recent conflicts between Russia and the Ukraine happened, where there were at least one, possibly more shared libraries up on GitHub that were maintained by, I think it was a Ukrainian developer. And what that developer did was he maliciously modified the library to do an IP scan to see where the developer was who was using it. And if the IP originated from within Russia, it would do something nefarious. And I don't remember the details. But that seriously drew into question the reliability and the trustworthiness of having these shared libraries. And we're running into the same thing with Linux here. Russia's reaction to just about anything is isolation at this point. They've got their magic button that they can take themselves off the internet if it gets too inconvenient for them. They're trying to build their own internet themselves and with some of their other allies. So this next chapter of that isolation really isn't surprising at all. What's unfortunate is you could potentially have a significant impact on the global open source community. If every country starts siloing off all of its developers and networks and code and everything else, the internet ceases to be the internet. And you basically break the internet. I'm not sure that's the right way to go. I suspect what Russia's doing is more of a knee-jerk reaction than anything. But what this also does is it complicates software governance as well. If you're going to have multiple bodies of standards that dictate how software's written and governed and maintained and modified, then you're competing with political requirements and regional requirements and even ethnic requirements to a certain extent. And you're opening up a can of worms that just nothing good is going to come out of it. The role of sanctions and national security becomes an issue. The United States is really clamping down on a lot of international computing standards right now. There's this ridiculous push to ban TikTok. You've got this list of approved or unapproved vendors that are primarily Chinese that the federal government won't allow you to do business with those companies if you have federal contracts. And a lot of this, despite the fact, and McAfee's another example where they've banned McAfee in the country, the idea of politicizing computers and the internet and software is a dangerous thing. It really is. The internet itself is an excellent tool for anybody to use, regardless of where you are in the world regionally. But it's also a fantastic tool for collaboration and to bring people together. And you've got governments now that are trying to politicize it to the point that it becomes a political point in and of itself. And that's unfortunate. We should not allow our elected leaders, well, and I say elected leaders in the United States, I'm pretty sure they're not really elected in Russia, but we shouldn't allow our political leadership to dictate technology policy that they don't understand. And frankly, they don't. You may have some people in the government that have some expertise, but they have very little concern about the future impact and development of technology when they can't get past their own politics. So we'll see. I don't think you're going to get a lot of buy-in from the world community for a Russian forked version of Linux. So if anything, it'll be probably a one-off, used, limited, but I don't think any of this bodes well for the technology community. So we're going to take our last break here, and when we come back, we're going to continue our discussion with Howard Dortch that we've had a couple segments with so far. We'll be right back.
Are you tired of your favorite gaming podcast finishing with a play?
Oh, no!
Well, check out No Credits Rolled, where we play the games but rarely finish them. How's it going, folks? I'm Sam Whalen, your friendly host at No Credits Rolled, the ultimate gaming podcast, where we dish out the latest scoops and reviews on all your beloved video games.
Hey, listen!
Not only that, but we spice things up with some guest interviews and even give you, yes, you, a chance to have your say. Tune in every other week for a fresh dose of No Credits Rolled, available on all major podcast platforms, and hit us up on social media at No Credits Rolled. So why wait? Let's dive into the gaming world together, where finishing games is optional, but the fun is guaranteed.
Welcome back to Insights into Technology. In part 3 of our interview with industry icon Howard Dortch, we dive deeper into some of the headline-grabbing topics in the technology world and get his insightful take on the future technology. So you're officially retired now, is that correct?
Absolutely.
How are you enjoying retirement?
I play video games. I stay away from the wife. Well, she has her TV shows that she likes to watch, you know, Ghosts and Bigfoot and that kind of thing.
Sure.
And so she and I have an agreement that long about 7:30, 8 o'clock, she gets to watch all the crazy TV she wants, and I get to come play video games.
That sounds like a good deal. It sounds like a happy marriage there.
Yeah. Well, we spend a lot of time together, and, it's nice to get away from each other for a while. And she enjoys her time alone. I enjoy my time playing video games. And, we meet up later on and talk about our day.
Nice.
And she'll poke her head in every now and then to bring me coffee. And are you fighting? Because if you're not fighting, I want to kiss, and she'll kiss me and leave the room.
So just to set the record straight, Howard and I know each other from actually our Star Wars Old Republic gaming group that we were together with. Unfortunately, I've stopped playing the game myself. I kind of lost interest in it. But you're still going strong in there, are you not?
Well, yeah, like I said, it's it's a couple hours of entertainment. I get to talk to some people. I log into Discord and tell jokes, have some fun. It's entertainment. I get tired of watching TV.
Yeah. Well, and you are quite the entertainer online too. You really you keep people laughing, so I have to give you props for that too.
I've had my moments.
So looking forward now, okay? So we've certainly established your credentials as being an expert in the industry, gaming and programming and everything else. What to you does the future of gaming look like? Because the technology now has jumped leaps and bounds. We're looking at now. We talked about the early days of Voodoo cards, which, by the way, 3DFX produced the Voodoo card.
3DFX, yep.
And they were actually a company that was put together by a couple of guys from Silicon Graphics that made the old toasters and all the video editing boxes. But nowadays, you go out and you look at what the latest video cards cost now. You're looking at $2,500 for a top of the line video card, which is more than most people pay for an entire gaming system. Is it getting to the point where it's prohibitively expensive to continue this technology push for gaming?
Well, not really. Most game companies design to the lowest. I want to say the lowest available consumer market.
Mm-hmm.
In other words, the minimum is what the computer stores are selling. So if they can design to that level, if you want a greater experience, you can spend the money and get, you can see pimples on your character if you want,
Right.
But for people that just want to play a video game, the computers, the video cards, the monitors, you can use stuff that is just not top of the line and get a good experience. But some people, and this is like everybody in the world, you have a group of people that they want some entertainment and they will buy into it so far. And then you have another group of people that they absolutely have to have the biggest, bestest, fastest, greatest, bluest thing that there is, and they have the money to buy that. So the people, the hardware manufacturers, see that as they want more. They want more and more and more. So let's build more and more and more because we're making a lot of money off of those upper end machines.
Right.
The bottom end machines, what they call the value machines. Like I'm probably playing on a value machine. It was top of the line 6-8 years ago, but now it's probably a $600-800 value machine.
Right.
But it plays Star Wars just fine.
Sure. Well, and in all fairness, Star Wars runs off of a fairly old game engine. They've done some updates. They finally brought it up to 64-bit and stuff like that, but it's not overly demanding.
No, the base is still DirectX 9.
Yeah.
They're going to from what I hear, they're going to upgrade it to 11 or whatever. But the game itself, they're not even using. They're probably using 75% of DirectX's capabilities.
Mm-hmm.
DirectX can do a lot more than they're using the Hero engine, I think.
Hero, yeah,
for Star Wars.
yeah.
So the Hero engine is not taking advantage of all that DirectX can do
Right.
at this point. DirectX 9C. I know because I programmed it. not DirectX, but I do have code in it. But the capability of DirectX 9 is a lot greater than people give it credit for. 11, 12, 13 on up, what does it offer? It offers probably, like I said, you can see pimples on your character.
Yeah.
If that's a thing, okay. But it's speed. They brag about, I'm getting 100 frames a second. Well, why? Your eye can only discern 24.
Right.
30 frames a second. There's nothing wrong with 30 frames a second. 60 is better somehow, but 30 is good. I'm running 60.
And you get into like the DirectX 12 line, and some of the advancements they made in there was the direct memory access and stuff like that. So it's faster processing, not necessarily faster frames. So you'll get more pixels because they're trying to drive, back in the old days, you're driving 640 resolution monitors, then we're doing 1080, and now you're trying to drive 4K and 8K displays. There's a lot of computational power that has to go into driving that many pixels on screen at once. And then games like Star Wars and stuff, you get in the depth of field and how many characters you can render and stuff like that. So there's a lot of optimizations from that, but you're right. I don't have to go out and spend $2,500 on a video game card, a GPU to do this type of stuff. I've always been the type of person. I'm one of those idiots who goes out and buys the top of the line stuff just so I can have the top of the line stuff, even though I may only use 50% of that processing power.
Well, and a lot of it comes down to the fact that you can.
True.
The economy has gotten to the point where, all right, what is top of the line, and what does that cost? What does it look like? Is $3,000 something that I'm willing to pay for? Not only would I use it for video games, but streaming Netflix or whatever. Is that something that's going to enhance that experience?
Right.
Possibly. So, and then people look at it like, I'm going to spend the $3,000 now, and that computer will be good for the next 6 or 8 years. I won't have to buy another computer for 6 or 8 years. Right.
The future proofing aspect of buying, comes into play there. I mean, the system that I'm doing this podcast on now was a gaming system that I had 8 years ago, I think now, and it's still going strong. And it's the first generation i9 processor in there, I future proofed it with all the systems that I tend to buy, just so I don't have to keep going out and buying new systems every year.
Yeah, there's that. That's part of the environment. There's some people that just can't afford it, but really like to play. So they're going to be value market. And, the companies are smart. I won't mention which ones, but they're smart enough to know, they figure out what the minimum computer is going to be to enjoyably run Final Fantasy or Star Wars or some of those games. And then what they'll do is they'll put it on sale.
Mm-hmm.
And, so the industry, the people that are making the hardware understand the industry. The people that are selling the hardware understand it. And consumers are, if I can spend $1,000 and play this game, I'll be real happy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So
So you spent close to 10 years, just shy of 10 years, shaping the minds of the youth of today to be video game developers. What advice, and I ask this in general for the audience, but I also ask it personally because my daughter, she's a senior in high school now. She's actually going to be going to college next year. And she's shown an interest in wanting to do video game development. So she's looking at a couple places to do that kind of work at. What advice could you give to an aspiring developer or a video game designer that would be advice that they can take with them moving forward in their careers academically and professionally?
Well, there's like three parts to that. One part is the programming side. If you're comfortable with the programming and you like to do the software, Windows and DirectX or Apple, I think it's I can't remember the
Swift.
I don't do Apple much, so whatever the Apple version is, there's a technology out now. I can't remember, Volcano or something like Vulkan, I think, is trying to be a universal language. But if you get into the software part of it, learn to code C++. Learn the hard code. Everybody thinks that you can buy a game engine like Unity and just use Perl or Ruby or whatever fun code they use. Learn to actually program in C++. The second part of it is the artwork. For the artist, the biggest, hardest thing to do is textures. A texture artist is worth his weight in gold. You can build the models. The models are fairly easy. Here's a model, but trying to put the texture on the model and make the textures look realistic. So artwork is the other part of it. And the middle part, which is a really boring part, is learn to write. English. It's stories, English. You can't have a video game without a storyline.
Yeah.
You got to have a complete storyline. So the writers practice, make a movie. Give me the dialogue. Everybody is going to speak all the way through a movie or, a short movie. And you'll start seeing where you walk up to an NPC and the NPC asks you a question. You have to respond, somehow. And you get a quest and you have to go off and do it. And you come back and you talk to the NPC. Those words were designed by somebody.
Right.
You can't have a girl NPC standing there and talk like a man, right? It's
well, nowadays you probably could.
Yeah, well, but I was trying to think of a quick example of that, but the type of character, you got a troll, an ogre, a male, a female, so here are these different varieties of NPCs. You have to learn to actually write the conversations for all of them. And you got to have a story. You got to have the conversation within the story. So writing becomes a very important part of game design.
Mm-hmm.
Designing the code, the what we call the pixel pusher, to make the engine, show the characters, the artwork that you send over to the programmers to put in the game. But if there's no story, it's not a game.
Yeah. One of the games that I've been playing recently, and in fact, my entire family, I've got into playing it, is Baldur's Gate 3. And you're right in that the story is really what drives everything. And for me, Baldur's Gate 3 has been amazing because it's the first game where, so there's 3 acts in Baldur's Gate 3, and you interact with characters recurringly in each act. And depending on how you interact with a character determines how you interact with them and how they interact with you later on. And I've done 14 playthroughs of the game now, the base story itself. And I've yet to experience the same thing on 14 playthroughs, which to me just blows my mind. It really does, that you could have that kind of sophistication and variety, almost like it's a real world involvement that you have, but it's so story driven. And you made a comment earlier that, you like to watch Netflix, but you play video games so you can have your own movie. And video games today literally are a movie that you're a part in. You're a character in that movie.
Yep. Well, and what you're talking about is basically an AI state machine.
Mm-hmm.
We knew how to do AI a long time ago. It's a big thing now. Everybody's saying, "Oh, AI is being released." We knew how to do it. It's no secret, no mystery.
Right.
We just didn't have the horsepower.
Yeah.
To do it to any length. You remember Radio Shack? I think the TRS-80 ELIZA program.
Yep.
Yeah, you talk to it, and it would talk back to you.
Yeah.
That was a basic, what they call a state-driven AI. And so where do you go from there? And I'm going to spoil all video games for you. Well, not all of them, but a lot of them. Take Star Wars, EverQuest, World of Warcraft, take any of them, all of them. You're with a group, you go into a dungeon, and there's a monster in there, and it takes 2 healers, 2 tanks, and 4 DPS, and the healers have to do this, and the tanks have to do that, and the off tank has to grab the adds. It's all fixed.
Mm-hmm.
Everything is fixed. If you do it that way, the puzzle, the what I call the choreography, if you do it just that way, you'll win the fight. If if your healer takes 1 step to the left and steps in something gooey and dies, up, you start over.
Right.
What we really wanted to do back then, and this is back then, what we really wanted to do is you go into the cave, and first time you go in the cave, the dragon's facing east. The second time you go into the cave, the dragon might be facing west or south or north. The adds may or may not come from the south, may or may not come from the east. The adds may be flying adds one time. Next time you go in, they're running dog things. So that's what we really wanted to do, because that would enhance the experience of the user.
Right.
The user could go in and say, I wonder what we're going to face this time. The boss could be a little bit stronger, a little bit weaker. The boss could understand your group makeup. These guys are all super players. Let's make it a little bit harder for them.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the intelligence that we wanted to put in. But we didn't have the horsepower or the time. Everybody is always pushed for a deadline for release on a game. They just don't have the time to add that little fluff in there.
Right.
That I would really like to see in video games like Star Wars. It's when you go, I've gone through the dungeon so many times, I can almost do them all in my sleep.
Well, it's funny you put it that way, because that's really what turned me off from playing Star Wars. Was I just got sick and tired of the grind. I got sick and tired of doing the same thing every time you go in and do this boss. Depending on the only thing that was different was the group that you went in with. So if you went in with a pug and you went in there with guys that you didn't know what they could do, they would make it interesting, and that was the only thing that really made going in and doing dungeons interesting, was what stupid thing the guy next to me was going to do. You know?
Yeah.
But the fights were all the same. As long as you knew how to do the dance moves and you knew where to step and when to step there, you could beat the fights. And to me, that lack of randomness just got too grinding to me.
Well, see, then you go into hard mode where it's the same fight, only harder.
Right.
You know,
You know,
I mean,
it's more steps and more health that you
yeah,
have to overcome. And
yeah. And oh, there's a big yellow thing appears where it didn't in easy mode.
yeah,
Yeah, well, like I said, the game companies are, we need to get a product to market so that we can make money. I mean, that's their whole sole purpose in life, is to make money.
yeah,
Now, I haven't played Baldur's Gate, but from what you're saying, it sounds interesting. So in order to get this product put to market, my zone builders or my programmers, I can't have them wasting time on randomizing the encounters. They need to get this game put out and making me some money.
yeah.
And that's the downfall of most of the video games nowadays. I mean, I would rather play a game. I'm totally happy with the graphics in Star Wars. I'm just happy as I can be. If they add that randomness to the game would change perspective completely. I would, they would just suck people back into it. If I could get a hold of the people at Broadsword and suggest that to them, I mean, I'm not busy. I could code it for them. It's not that hard, I mean,
Well, and it's funny you go that route, and then you look at some of the games that try to put that effort in, and you look at games like Cyberpunk or what was it, Starfield when it first came out, and the games, even the previous rendition of Diablo, when they tried to do all that, when the games came out, because of that artificial deadline that was imposed on the developers, the games just weren't ready to be released when they were releasing, and they were just completely unplayable. And you wind up turning your user base off.
Yeah, and the big thing for the developers, the producers, are, let's get it out there and we'll patch it.
Yep. Yeah.
Well, every time they patch it, they break something.
Mm-hmm.
And that happened in EverQuest. It happened in World of Warcraft. It happened in Star Wars. Remember Star Wars Galaxies?
Yep.
That was a really fun game, but there was no game.
Yeah. Yeah.
There was no game.
It was a world, is basically you existed in a world.
Was a world. Yeah. I mean, you ran all the way, you fought your way these giant bugs all the way down to the bottom of some god awful cavern. And at the bottom, there's a lockbox and no key.
Mm-hmm.
And the key doesn't exist anywhere in the world.
Right.
What's the point of going down to open the box if you have no key? So, it's and Lord of the Rings. I mean, I played most all of them, and same thing. They just didn't spend enough time on the slightest amount of AI.
Yeah.
State-driven AI would be, randomized state-driven AI would be a great thing, and for games like this, it would be the future. People would just love it. The boss isn't there right now. He comes running out of a cave. Oh my God, this is all different. You got to see this. It's excitement. So that's where it should go.
Yeah. Well, and to their credit, the later, a couple of the later games of Lord of the Rings, and I can't remember the. I'm trying to look it up now. The actual game titles. They had some AI in there, in that you would build a relationship with the lesser bosses. So you'd encounter these lesser bosses, and depending on how you interacted with them, you'd wind up on really a hierarchy chart of how they respond to you. So when you encountered them later in the game, they remembered, oh, this guy poked my eye out, or this guy ran away so I can get him, stuff like that. So you had a little bit more intelligence in there, but it was never really enough to give it that realism that you're looking for.
Yeah, I can't remember the exact term, but it's weighing. You add a weight to an encounter.
Right.
You add a negative weight. Let's say you have a number from 0 to 100. All right, you start off at 50, you're neutral. and you go in and slap somebody in the face, well, you've pissed them off, so now your level is 60.
Mm-hmm.
So that's adding a weight to the next time you come in with the encounter. That person is going to say, well, I don't like you 60's worth, not 50's worth, but now I don't like you 60 or 70's worth.
Right.
And like I said, that's the part of, how are we going to code that? And if we just spend a little time coding things just that way, most of the games would take on a whole new life.
Yeah.
But we don't have time because we got to push it out the door.
Yeah. And it's not just the software industry. It's any not just, the gaming industry, but any software industry, you tend to wind up with artificial deadlines that force you to kick it out the door before it's ready to go. And sometimes you run into situations. Right. And the problem is that nowadays, because of vulnerabilities and exploits, patching it after it's out the door oftentimes is more dangerous than just waiting the extra couple of months to do it right the first time.
Yeah, I agree.
So that's all we had for this week, folks. Before we do go, I want to take a moment once again to thank all of our listening and viewing audience. And again, if you do not currently subscribe, I invite you to do so. If you subscribe to Insights into Things, you can get all of our video and audio podcasts for all of our shows. And you can find us on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, iHeartRadio, pretty much anywhere you can get a podcast. Check us out on Twitch. We stream 5 days a week at twitch.tv/insightsintothings. You can find us on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. High-res versions of all of our videos can be found on YouTube at youtube.com/insightsintothings. We'd love to hear from you. Reach out, give us your feedback. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com, or give us a call and leave a voicemail for us. We'll get you on the air if you'd like. You can call us at 856-403-8788. That's 856-403-8788. Or you can get links to all this and more on our official website at www.insightsintothings.com. That's it. Another one in the books.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Your hosts, Joseph and Michelle Whalen, a husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics, are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom.
Welcome to Insights into Entertainment. This is episode 33, Conflicts and Letdowns. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my talented and brilliant co-host, Michelle Whalen.
Hi, everyone.
How are you doing today, sweetie?
Good. I'm trying to multitask and
Yeah,
post
so am I. I'm
things.
down here trying to reach to shut this fan off because it's making too much noise and I'm bumping into the mic.
I was copying the link for our Twitch users onto Facebook, so anybody that's a Facebook user can click on Twitch and watch us live, as opposed to waiting till we post it on YouTube and just...
Oh, so they're getting the raw, uncut version of the show live on Twitch.
I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. We might want to rethink
This is also why your daughter was so conscientious about making sure she had her hair done and got dressed.
Oh, okay.
Appropriately, because I think we were live.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, well,
the pressures of stardom.
Yeah, well, I guess.
So today is Conflicts and Letdowns, episode 33. We have a feel-good story here from Disney and our Disney detective regarding a young man who was very charitable for the folks in the Bahamas who suffer from Dorian. Not our cat, by the way, the hurricane. We have a response from James Cameron on Avatar being dethroned. Then we have some of the biggest letdowns from the D23 Expo. Because, you know, it's just not one of our shows if I'm not bashing Disney.
And that's kind of what I look for these days. I look for, you know, from me, it's the feel-good stories. And for you, it's something,
You know what?
you know.
Balance. It's all about balance.
the yin and the yang.
Then we're going to talk about Bob Iger stepping down from the board of Apple. And then in our entertainment news, we will talk about the passing of what had to have been probably the worst thought out service of MoviePass. I'm not sure how they ever expected to turn a profit with what they were doing, but we'll talk about that. Then Felicity Huffman is sentenced in her college admissions scam issues. And then we talk about the unfortunate passing of Mr. Money. So we shall talk about all those things and our insightful picks of the week starting now. Go for Disney Detective.
So we'll start off with our feel-good story. So there was a boy who actually is from the Jacksonville, Florida area. And he had been saving up money to go to Disney for his 7th birthday. And when the hurricane hit, he decided to use all of his money that he had to buy hot dogs and chips and drinks and actually set up a little stand and was giving them away free to anybody that needed food that was hit from the hurricane. So that story had played out, and actually he had been staying with his grandmother in South Carolina when he was doing this thing for people that were leaving from the Florida area or people that were hit, with the hurricane, in South Carolina as well. Well, the really nice thing was that Disney heard about this and decided to surprise him. So they actually were doing a story about him on Good Morning America, and they were, doing the interview inside his house, and then they had him go outside, and not only were there a whole bunch of Disney cast members, but Mickey Mouse was there as well.
That's
to
cool.
Tell him, we're giving you, a vacation to Walt Disney World to use, later this month, because, you were so generous and, giving. And what was really sweet was he said, when they interviewed him and said, what can you tell others? And he said, be strong. And if you do good things, you'll be rewarded.
Nice.
So that was really a sweet thing to see. So
No, that's a good life lesson to see there, that, when you do good things, there is a reward that's out there for you, but it's one of those things where, like, he didn't expect that. He didn't anticipate that.
No, he wasn't doing it to get it.
Right. He did it out of the kindness of his heart.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I think if there's a little bit more of that in this world, we'll have a much nicer world.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So tell us about James Cameron.
So James Cameron made his first comment since Avengers Endgame stomped on his 21-year-long reign atop the list of highest-grossing films in history. Cameron first held the title after his success of Titanic in 1997, and then obviously he topped his own record in 2009 with Avatar, which ranked $2.79 billion. So in May, the Russo brothers movie, Avengers, obviously edged out Titanic for the second place spot, earning $2.2 billion at that point. And then, as we've talked about, they decided to re-release it in July, basically to kind of
just to get over the top, yeah.
because, and obviously then it surpassed Avatar. So now the second and third place director, who's been known for his cocky attitude, is speaking out about losing his box office crown. However, he said, though, even though he's always been, I'm king of the world type thing, he actually said that it gives him a lot of hope. He said that Endgame actually demonstrated proof that people still go to the movies.
Yeah, that's true.
So that really, it was more of a positive thing. He's actually working, obviously, on the next two Avatar movies back to back. He's filming in New Zealand, and he's actually, he was actually very enthusiastic, because Endgame, kind of gave him that, okay, we're ready for the next big thing. He says that, the thing that had scared him most about making Avatar 2 and Avatar 3 was that he didn't know if people were really going to be excited about sitting in a dark theater anymore with a bunch of strangers watching a movie. But now seeing how much, people went to go see Endgame, he's like, all right, maybe all things are possible now. So Avatar is set to actually not hit theaters until 2021, but obviously Terminator, The Dark Fate, which he is producing, comes out actually in November.
So he was a pretty good sport about it.
Yeah, he was really a good sport. And I guess a lot of people were expecting him to kind of be, oh, well, look, they cheated or whatever, but...
Well, and the thing is true competitors, which he obviously is, are driven by competition. Mm-hmm. So being unseated...
Right.
Once you achieve the top goal...
Right.
Which, he did once with Titanic.
Right.
Then he did again with Avatar.
Right.
What's the drive to continue producing things that would meet that goal?
Right.
If you don't have someone that's knocking on the door.
Right, exactly, because he was number 1 and number 2 for so long, and nobody could top him. I'm interested to see how Avatar's really going to do. I personally, it was a nice film. Was I as gung-ho? I didn't see the appeal that people that went and saw it.
Yeah, it was, to me, it was a decent sci-fi film. It wasn't a saga. It didn't warrant the fanaticism. It certainly didn't warrant a section in the Disney park.
Right. Yeah, so it's kind of, will the Disney park help to bring Avatar to, more people to the movie? But the thing is, the first movie wasn't, quote unquote, a kid's movie. Right. But yet you have this, land in a Disney park that kids now know of these characters. But is that, what's the next movie? Is it going to be more of what the first one was? Because, kids aren't going to go see it.
And the first one kind of didn't leave room for a sequel either.
Right.
But you know what? The one thing I take away from this story is ultimately... It's the fans that benefit because, love his movies or not, James Cameron makes very good movies.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And if this being unseated from the number 1 spot inspires him to go out and make more very good movies, then it's the fans that benefit from it.
That is true. Very true. So we shall see.
We shall. So, biggest letdowns from D23.
So obviously there was a lot that came out that, we've covered, a couple of different times about D23, the expo that happened last month in California. And this was kind of an interesting article because there was so much speculation as to, rumors of, oh, is this going to happen? Is this going to happen? And this was an interesting little article on allears.net that kind of put everything, together in one spot. So one of the things that people had been, teasing about or rumors were flying around was that in World Showcase in Epcot that a new country was going to be showing up. And obviously that's not happening. I guess for years there had been rumors of Brazil coming or other countries coming in
Atlantis.
into some.
They need Atlantis.
Right, they need Atlantis. And obviously, Epcot is getting such a major overhaul. It's really going to be a completely different park. They've already started, construction on a lot of it. So while obviously all of that good stuff is coming in, people were very surprised again that, these other couple of things that people had been hearing about, nothing was brought up. So obviously Brazil being one of them. Then there was also talk that maybe in Mexico, there was going to be some sort of Coco attraction, coming in, and they do have stuff about the movie, in there.
Do they have any kind of character meet and greets for Coco or anything? In
I
Mexico?
think they do. I did see a picture somewhere, so I don't know if it's, something that they switched over or if it's, like a permanent thing or if it was temporary.
So was the thought here that they were going to redo, because they have the Three Amigos ride there.
Right. So I guess people were thinking, oh, well, let's get rid of the Three Amigos. But my whole thought is every time you have a new movie come out, you can't redo, a ride just because you had, this one movie come out.
Right.
And I guess that's kind of, like, okay, when they changed Frozen, and they changed, that they brought that ride in, it was kind of like, did you have to? Because Epcot, and I guess, for me, Epcot was always kind of a non-character, it was kind of more of a generic area. It was more about the countries and the culture, not molding it to characters. But now you have, Moana coming in, so it seems like the trend is obviously to capitalize more on bringing the characters
what
in.
sells.
Well, and that's obviously, what happens. So to, for people to be like, well, Coco's not coming. It's like, well, but you have all these other things, so does every country have to have a character? And it almost seems like that's what, some people were hoping for.
Right.
The other thing that people were very surprised about was that there were no new experiences really for Magic Kingdom or Animal Kingdom. Now, the Tron Light Cycle ride is under construction, but that was announced at last year's expo. So pretty much it kind of seems like...
I mean, Magic Kingdom just had a huge...
Well, and that's what I was going to say was that, okay, Magic Kingdom is still under construction in some areas from stuff, from previous years that, they're still finishing up. And again, they did the whole expansion of Fantasyland not that long ago. But they were kind of, in this article, they were making a joke of, well, they got rid of Stitch's Great Escape. So now you have that whole area that, they basically opened it up as a character meet and greet. Where you have this whole, okay, there's always been a ride there. Are you going to put something there? But I'm sure there's something that, fans don't know about.
I'm sick and tired of going to Magic Kingdom and having 2/3 of the park shut down for construction.
Right.
I'm paying full price to get into a park that I don't have a full park for. So
no,
I'm perfectly fine if they decide not to do any more construction in these parks.
Yes, dear. And the other thing was that there's still been no talk of a nighttime parade. Once the Main Street Electrical Parade left, they haven't had a nighttime parade. They just have the nighttime fireworks. And I guess when you used to have a nighttime parade, that would actually kind of help to get some of the guests.
Crowd regulation.
Right.
Is what it was.
As soon as people saw that, okay, we'll leave. We don't need to stay for the fireworks. Where now all you have is the fireworks.
Well, not just that. It also got people away from the rides, and it helped to manage your ride lines too. Right.
So, there was no talk about that. But again, I'm sure there's something, that's in the works that, we just don't know about. But again, it was an interesting, little article, to kind of throw in. So,
all in all, I don't think, aside from the lack of a new World Showcase Pavilion, I don't think any of these things were huge letdowns. It would have been nice to see a new World Showcase.
And that's the thing is that I think, there was so much more that came out, with everything else, that there's definitely something for everybody,
Yeah.
with what's coming. So,
And like you said, what they're doing at Epcot, I mean, it's an extensive remake of
Oh
Epcot
my God.
to begin with.
Yeah,
To
it's
add
not
more
gonna-
complexity to that probably is not.
it's
a good
not going to
idea.
look like anything, if you've ever been to Epcot before, it's going to look completely different. The theming is going to be different. The physicalness of it, where there once was a big giant fountain is now going to be, a grassy knoll and things like that. So,
I can't help but think of Kennedy when you say grassy knoll. That really shouldn't be associated with Disney, though.
okay.
Anyway, so my friend and yours, Mr.
Your-
Overpaid Bob Iger.
Your most favorite person in the world. See, I had to throw this in. Normally, we just stick to like 3 stories. I saw this one yesterday, and I was like, you know what? I got to throw this in. So this one's really just for you.
I appreciate that.
So, Walt Disney chairman and CEO, our favorite Bob Iger, has now stepped down from Apple's board of directors. The iPhone maker announced in the SEC filing on Friday afternoon that as of the 10th, he will no longer be a member of the board. He had said that it had been an extraordinary privilege to have served on the Apple board for 8 years, and I have the utmost respect for Tim Cook and his team at Apple and my fellow board members. Apple is one of the world's most admired companies, known for the quality and integrity of its products and its people, and I am forever grateful to have served as a member of the company's board. He actually had started serving in 2011, and it was actually very instrumental in acquiring Pixar from the late Apple CEO Steve Jobs in 2006. And also it resulted in Jobs joining Disney's board of directors at that time. So the two companies have obviously been, intertwined for a while. But because Disney is set to launch Disney Plus, and Apple is joining Apple TV, or Apple is launching Apple TV Plus, now they're going to be competitors. So he kind of figured, let me step back. And
The interesting takeaway that I get from this, there was a lot of speculation about Disney possibly partnering with Apple on their 2 launches and bundling them together.
Okay.
Because Apple literally has no back
Right, I was gonna say.
catalog to launch with.
Right.
So Apple is launching with a small handful of original programming that they're doing and nothing else.
Right.
And based on the keynote at the iPhone event this past week, Apple almost smells desperate for adoption. So they're giving away a month of it for free,
Oh,
which
really?
everyone expected.
Okay.
They're charging $6 a month as opposed to the $9 a month that was originally speculated.
Oh, okay.
So they're keeping it competitive with Disney pricing.
Okay.
And the real kicker here is if you buy a new Apple product, iPhone, iPad, MacBook, whatever, they're giving you a year's worth of Apple TV Plus.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So they are desperate to get adoption.
Okay.
And I just don't think they're going to put up a competitive product compared to, Disney's launching as many or more original programming
Oh, yeah.
than Apple.
Right.
Plus, you've got the entire Disney back catalog, including Pixar, Marvel, Star Wars, Disney, everything.
Yeah.
For the same price.
Right. And we even, we're both Disney Visa cardholder members. We even got in the mail
The discount.
there was a discount. Not only, so we had talked last week about the 3-year discount. Now they were even offering a 2-year subscription deal. So it kind of almost sounded that same thing of not a lot of people were signing up for the 3 years. Let's sign up for something, for the 2-year as well. So, I think they're also, they're probably not as worried as obviously Apple, is if you're saying that they're doing, all of this giveaway stuff.
Yeah, and Apple really is not even providing a compelling reason to subscribe to their stuff, except for maybe 3 shows that
Right. I
have
was
a
going to
couple of
say, I
big
think there
names
was
with them.
one show that, I saw that was like, oh, that looks interesting. That's going to be on Apple TV Plus. And that was it. That was the one show.
Yeah, and it's basically they signed up a couple of big name people,
Right,
including Oprah and Spielberg,
Right,
Jennifer
right.
Aniston, and a few big names.
Right.
And they're banking on celebrity names to draw people to a service that has no content whatsoever.
Right. At least with Disney Plus, we know that they've been very forthcoming with, everything that they're gonna have to offer, and
Well, I mean, just
sweetening the pot.
Even
obviously.
their original programming will grab people like you and I with the Marvel and the Star Wars selections that they have.
Yeah.
And a lot of the listeners of the podcast too.
Yeah.
But Disney's not offering anything, and this tells me.
You mean Apple?
I'm sorry, Apple. Apple is not offering anything, and this
Right.
tells me that Disney is not even entertaining the thought of bundling with Apple at this point in time. So
Right.
any hope they might have had there is gone.
Yeah. And the thing is, Apple Plus launches on November 1st. And
Right.
really, like you said, besides 1 or 2 shows, you haven't heard anything about it.
It's kind of contrary to what they did with Apple News, where with News, they became a central clearinghouse for all these other news services. Whereas with Apple Plus, they're partnering with no one, literally.
Right.
They're going their own with no back catalog to even offer anyone. So anyway, so that's it for Disney Detective this week.
That is it for Disney.
All right, we will come back with entertainment news now that I fixed our lower third, so it's actually reading the right episode.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So tell us about MoviePass.
So honestly, I didn't even know MoviePass was still around. So that's how, in the know I was. So on Friday, MoviePass notified the remaining subscribers that it would be shutting down the service effective September 14th because its efforts to recapitalize MoviePass had not been successful to date from the parent company. So the parent company basically said that they were still trying to find funding, to fix the funding operations of it, but they were unable to predict if or when MoviePass would continue. So even with, the demise of this, the service actually kind of spurred off other versions. So other theaters are actually doing their own version. So AMC actually had launched its Stubbs A-List program, which let subscribers see 3 movies weekly for $19.95 a month, and they're up to 900,000 subscribers. So within, the last year, MoviePass had been having some issues. They kind of were changing their membership of how much you could see. In August of 2018, their, one movie a day was priced at $9.95 a month, but then that obviously wasn't economically, sustainable, so they changed the plan, and then it became $9.95 for 3 movies a month, and then it changed to $14.95, and it just kept, the plan just kept changing around, so much that, they just really weren't making, any money, plus theaters weren't offering it as much as, the theater's own branded, version of it. So it kind of, sounded like a good idea and just unfortunately couldn't last. So
See, this is a case of situations where you don't have to be, a rocket scientist in business to look at what your business plan is and know it's not going to work.
right.
There are things that you look at, like, what was it, the frozen yogurt place. Another great example.
Right, yeah.
So you're charging, X amount per ounce
right.
with all these other things on top of it that drives the price up, hoping that people aren't going to use those things. when you looked at MoviePass's business model when they first launched, it was immediately unsustainable. Number one, you're reselling somebody else's services. And once they catch on to the fact that they can do this in bulk instead of charging individually and hoping people show up once a month, they're going to launch it themselves, which is exactly what they did. And for the price that you're charging, there's no way you're going to be able to sustain that. You figure, what does it cost for a single person to get into a movie? Anywhere from $15 to, $20 at this point?
Yeah.
So how are you possibly going to partner with movie theaters? You're going to charge $10 a month and allow them potentially to see 30 movies
Right.
at $10 a month. How do you think?
Right, because
where's
you
the
figure that
compensation plan?
person that's going doesn't have TV, doesn't have cable, whatever. This is their form of entertainment. They either go before work or after work. And if they're paying $10 for the month, I'm guessing they're probably not buying popcorn,
Right.
either. They're not,
Right. So there's
silly
no
enough to spend
upsell.
another, $30 on food. They're probably sneaking their food
Yeah.
in. So really, you're making pennies, if that.
Right. So
at the end of
can't
it.
even if that person only goes to the movie once.
Right.
If the theater is charging $15, let's say it's even charging $10.
Okay.
All right. So let's be super conservative and say the movie theater's charging $10. You're charging that person $10. So they go and see one movie and your profit margin is lost immediately once they
Right.
see one movie.
Right.
And what this model is they tried to implement a Netflix model. So with Netflix, when Netflix model was based on DVDs and not streaming, Netflix based their model on the fact that you weren't going to return your DVDs quickly.
Right.
So they knew that if you rented more than, I think the threshold was like 5 movies a month, they were going to lose money.
Okay.
So what Netflix did was they started putting essentially delays into the process.
Okay.
So if you would rent one movie and send it back the same day, then it might take an extra 2 days to get the next movie.
Okay.
And they would increase that delay time in processing so that you couldn't get more than 5 movies a month.
Okay.
And eventually, when people caught on to that, Netflix had to change their pricing model to go with 1 movie a month, 2 movie a month type thing so that they weren't losing money.
Okay. Okay.
So they tried, MoviePass essentially tried to implement the same thing at theaters. The problem was Netflix had the licensing rights to the movies that they were doing it with.
Okay.
Whereas MoviePass didn't. You were counting on partnering
With the theaters.
the theater chains.
Right.
And when the theater chains realized they weren't making money, but they could make money if they implemented their own model,
Right,
they
right.
just knocked you out of business.
Right. Right.
So this does not come as a surprise to me at all. If anything, I'm shocked that it lasted as long as it did.
Yeah. And like I said, I didn't even realize it was still even around because I knew of the individual programs at the theaters.
Yeah.
So.
So, not that we go to the movies enough that this is going to affect us, but this is
Right.
one of those, saw this one coming down the road, kind of glad I didn't, invest or get involved with
Right.
the service. So the hammer drops for Felicity Huffman. Tell us about that.
Yeah, well, this was a story we talked about months ago when everything broke with the whole scandal of, the rich and famous, paying, for SAT scores for their kids to be able to get into better colleges. And finally, Felicity Huffman was sentenced on Friday to 14 days in prison for the crime of paying $15,000 to boost her daughter's SAT scores. The judge had also ordered her to serve 250 hours of community service after a year of probation and paying a fine of $30,000. The sentence actually came, kind of as a surprise from where they, basically she was saying that, her excuse was I was just trying to be a good mother. And, the outrage in this case, is a system that's, basically distorted by money and privilege in the first place. And and the judge said, you took a step of having one more advantage to put your child ahead. Hoffman is ordered to report to prison on October 25th. The prosecutor had argued that she should be sentenced to 1 month behind bars. A message must be sent, and imprisonment is the only way to send that message, said the assistant U.S. attorney, arguing that anything less would show that the rich get preferential treatment. In prison, everybody has to wear the same clothes. Prison is a great leveler. Hoffman gave, her tearful boo-hoo-hoo, I was frightened, I was stupid, I was so wrong, I'm deeply ashamed of what I'd done. Her attorney, asked for a sentence of 1 year of probation and community service, and he basically said, a sentence of probation is real punishment. Hoffman actually agreed to plead guilty in April, and she is one of 33 parents that are actually got swept up in the whole Operation Varsity Blues, which was actually a wide-ranging FBI investigation into cheating in elite colleges. She wrote a letter to the judge last week where she apologized, and wanted to give an explanation. She wanted to get her daughter into a good school to study acting because of her low test scores. Okay. And she said, in my desperation to be a good mother, I talked myself into believing that all I was doing was giving my daughter a fair shot. Really, the other thing is
she was giving her a fair shot by cheating.
Yeah. And if she was trying to get into school to study acting and her test scores were too low, then go to a different school.
Right.
Go to some other school. And I hate to tell you, most actors don't, become, great actors because of what school they went to. It's purely on talent. You could go to a horrible school. Most actors, never went to school for acting. It's a raw talent that they have. So, the biggest thing too that kind of, ticked me off and was that, there's a couple of memes going around where, okay, she got this 14 days where there's a mother who was homeless and was using her babysitter's address for her child to go to a school, and she got 5 years in prison for that. So here's a woman who could, she could go to any college she wanted to. She, sky's the limits. If her mom has enough money to pay for SAT scores, even with bad SAT scores, you can still get into, some sort of college. And she gets 14 days with a slap on her wrist. But.
Yeah, I mean, clearly the punishment here was a slap on the wrist. And the crime itself, what annoyed me was that the defense tried to portray this as a victimless crime. Like, we weren't hurting anyone, we weren't stealing any money, blah, blah, blah. Well, in reality, you've got kids who don't have the benefit of having a celebrity mother with money, who work their asses off to get the grades, to earn the right to go to those colleges, who were denied because of this.
Because of somebody's fake SAT scores that might have beat somebody out by 5 points. And yet you have somebody who, maybe has a single parent, works 3 jobs, and, the kid themselves works multiple jobs to be able to, to go to school. But, and they're the ones that, that suffer,
she is not the only one that's guilty here.
No.
I think the system itself needs to be indicted, because a system that allows this type of wholesale selling of SAT scores and not forcing you to test into a college is a complete mistake. Because at that point in time, what are you, a mercenary at that point?
Right.
Here I'm going to go to one site, do an SAT score, and now, assuming that's an accredited score, I can now shop that around to all the other colleges.
Right.
The colleges themselves need this. The college system itself needs to be more balanced. It's clearly at this point in time lopsided in that if someone can get away with this now, and 30-some parents obviously got caught in this case, that tells me if 30-some parents got caught here,
how many more?
Hundreds or thousands more are doing this every year around the country.
Yeah, yeah.
And we have a system in place that allows it to happen.
Right. Yeah.
So while, yes, take this person, make an example of them, fix the damn system.
Right, right. So she was obviously, one of the ones that actually took the plea. The other actress, Lori Laughlin, hadn't pleaded any or hadn't taken a plea deal, so she's nothing's happened with her case yet. She's basically waiting to appear in court. So.
Right. So, and the thing is, she's facing much stiffer penalties because when she decided not to take the plea, they lopped 3 or 4 other much more serious charges on top of her.
Right.
Where if she's convicted of those, she's looking for an extended period of time in jail, not just 14 days.
Yeah. So.
And I'm also curious to see, and they didn't announce this yet because it's up to the prison system. Where is she going to prison? What country club is she going to go sit at for 14 days?
It's...
Is it going to be the same country club that Martha Stewart spent time at?
Right.
And that's another problem. The college system needs to be fixed, but so does the penal system.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, sure does.
So let's talk a little bit about Mr. Money.
So, unfortunately, this was, some sad news that came out yesterday morning was that Eddie Money, the singer of, 2 Tickets to Paradise and other various songs, passed away at the age of 70. He's known for being a singer-songwriter of Baby Hold On, 2 Tickets to Paradise, Shaken, Take Me Home Tonight, soundtracks, from the 80s. He unfortunately passed away on Friday, the 13th. In a statement provided by his family, it reads, "The Money family regrets to announce that Eddie passed away peacefully early this morning. It is with heavy hearts that we say goodbye to our loving husband and father. We can't imagine our world without him. We are grateful that he will live on forever through his music." He actually had revealed that he had stage 4 cancer, and there was actually a reality show that he started doing in April of 2018 and called Real Money, and it actually was following, his health struggles and his treatments, that he was going through at the time. So very, very sad.
It is. And the one thing I wanted to mention here was he had a very down-to-earth, realistic view. Mm-hmm. He was optimistic at one point. One article I read, he said, cancer is not like it was in the 50s and 60s. Mm-hmm. People survive it all the time. He says, but, whether I survive this or not, it's up to God, and I'm going to live life like I've got one day at a time. Mm-hmm. And he's going to, I'm going to take all the days that I can get out of it.
Yeah.
So I think when he was diagnosed, he kind of knew what was going on. Mm-hmm. And he took the time with the show because he did the show with his kids.
Right.
And he took the time to better his relationship with his kids. And, as a father, you couldn't ask for more than that with the time you have left.
Yeah, absolutely.
So it's a shame to see him go.
Mm-hmm.
And that is it for entertainment news.
Mm-hmm.
This week, we will come back with our insightful picks of the week.
Okay.
See, it helps when I turn the volume back up on the sound.
Does it?
You don't get a transition.
Then you go, there's something going on.
Something should be happening here. I don't hear anything.
We're like our blind cat Dorian. Meow? Meow? I think I hear something.
So, go for insightful picks, dear.
So, my insightful pick this week is not Netflix. It's not a movie. It's not a documentary. It's not a TV show. It's a musical group.
A musical group. Wow, that's new for you.
Well, I figure you did your little YouTube music person, so I'm going to do my little YouTube music person. So, Postmodern Jukebox, who is also widely known as PMJ, is a rotating musical collective founded by arranger and pianist Scott Bradley in 2011. Postmodern Jukebox is known for reworking popular modern music into different vintage genres, especially from 20th century forms such as swing and jazz. Postmodern Jukebox has amassed 1.2 billion YouTube viewers and 4 million subscribers, which I happen to be one of them. Each week, Postmodern Jukebox releases a new video on YouTube, although originally they were mostly filmed in Scott's living room. Sets kind of became more elaborate over time. So the band has covered songs by Lady Gaga, Katy Perry, The White Stripes, and since their beginnings of a small group of friends making, music in his basement of, his house in Queens, New York, they've now been featured with at least 70 different performers and have actually toured on 6 different continents. From their website, Scott had posted, ever since I was a kid in middle school, I knew I was something of an old soul. While my friends listened to 90s pop hits, I would listen to old jazz and Motown records and spent hours upon hours attempting to figure out their inner workings on the piano. Listening to these recordings truly transported me. I appreciated the creativity, the skill, and above all, the natural talent that went into their creation. He started out as a jazz musician and, couldn't really get his niche. But then, again, started listening to modern songs and trying to figure out how he could make them a jazzy version. And it's really fascinating to just listen to certain songs and you're like, wait a second, I know this song. Why do I know this song? And it's because it's completely different. He does jazz, he does swing, the one song, he does it as a mariachi, it's just, the videos are fun. Because he'll have, the people dress in period clothing, as well. And, it's just, all around, I've, enjoy, every song, that they've put out. They've actually been to Philly a couple of times. I, haven't been able to see them. I'm sure it would be, a fun concert to see. So if you're a fan of, jazz or, old time music, but modern music, with a twist, definitely check them out. They're on Spotify. YouTube has a whole bunch of playlists. And it is Postmodern Jukebox.
Cool. Well, good pick.
Thank you.
So just to make sure that we're giving love to Netflix, my pick this week will be a Netflix pick.
That you didn't even want to watch, just saying.
And I'll get into that.
Okay.
Okay?
I'll be quiet.
So this was your suggestion. It's The Spy. So inspired by real-life events, The Spy is an espionage thriller set in the 1960s and based on the life of Eli Cohen, an Israeli clerk turned into Israel's top Mossad spy in Syria, portrayed by Sacha Baron Cohen. And Cohen goes deep undercover inside Syria on a perilous years-long mission to spy for Mossad. And the reason I was not interested in seeing this is that I am not a fan in any way of anything to date that Sacha Baron Cohen has done. So it has been very difficult for me to watch this show because the show itself is well written and well produced, but I can't help but see him in these difficult James Bond style situations and picture Borat in a Speedo. It's difficult for me, even seeing this show as well done as it is.
Okay.
To see him in a role other than the ridiculous roles that he's carved out for himself so far.
Okay.
So that's why I had a problem initially watching this, because
Much like watching a Nicolas Cage movie and seeing Nicolas Cage play exactly the same character in every movie that he's in, it's difficult for me to see someone like Cohen do something and not see him in that iconic role that he created. However, that aside, the show is very well done. It is based on historical accounts. And what I always love about these, because this is set in the 60s, late 50s, early 60s, and the sets, the costumes, the cars, everything that you see, they go out of their way to convey that time period, and they do a fantastic job. So just from a historical standpoint, it's nice to see that snippet of history there.
Yeah.
It's not the best spy thriller I've ever seen. And again, it's based on historical accounts. It's not a historical account, so it's not a documentary.
Right.
So as a result, they wind up intertwining a little bit of drama and interpersonal relationships that, frankly, I think the historical accounts are interesting enough that you don't need to put that in.
Right.
So a lot of times it's a distraction. One of the things that the show hinges on, and from what I understand, it will truly come to fruition at the end, because it's only a miniseries. It's 6 episodes.
6 episodes, yeah.
So it'll play itself out at the end more prominently, but it's this relationship between Cohen and his wife and the separation that they have, and how they still flash back and they show you how she's conducting her life, he's conducting his, and they'll do these contrasts where, she'll be sitting at the table, and the one activity that they focus around is bread and butter.
Right.
Which I thought creatively was interesting, that they established that bread and butter is family time.
Right.
And they established that in episode 1. So whenever you see the butter come out on the table there,
right,
then you kind of know what's set. And they take it a step further, where she's in her apartment in Israel, he's in his condo or whatever in Syria, and the bread and butter comes out in both locations, and then you see the side by side. Right. So they do a great job of tying the two together for that aspect of the storyline.
Right. Right.
And they show that, these real life people that were intelligence agents weren't James Bond. They were people that had families, that had obligations, that had desires.
Right.
So they do a very good job of humanizing what movies typically do as these superhero figures. So it's very well done from that perspective. So 6-episode miniseries released on September 6th and is available for streaming now on Netflix. The Spy.
Good pick.
Thank you. And I think that will do it for us for today. Any afterthoughts?
No afterthoughts.
All right. We will be going to
RetroCon.
So we do have an afterthought.
I guess we kind of do have an afterthought. Unfortunately, if you're watching this on Monday, you've missed it.
But we're live now, so it's relevant.
But if you happen to be watching this live and you are in the Philadelphia area, RetroCon is a small little toy show,
pop culture
convention that they do in the Greater Philadelphia Expo Center in Oaks. So it's a little bit of a drive, but they usually have some really good vendors. They have some celebrities like
Gil Gerard is going to be there. Yes. No one remembers Gil Gerard. He used to play Buck Rogers in the 1980s.
Yeah, I was going to say there's only like 3 or 2 celebrities that are there. There was a wrestler that was going to be there. Who was the wrestler?
I don't know.
I can't remember.
But it's Gil Gerard. You gotta go just to see Gil Gerard.
Yeah, just to go see Gil Gerard, and and it's kind of small. It's a smallish venue, so you can definitely do it in a couple of hours. So it's today and tomorrow. We'll be going obviously tomorrow, to see. So we'll probably have pictures and
We'll
stuff
have a
for
recap for it next week.
for
I'm sure.
for next week. So
I'll put a little segment together with pictures. So, but that's it.
that's it.
Just a reminder, you can get us on our website at www.insightsintothings.com. You can get the audio podcast at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com. You can get us on YouTube, the video of the show at youtube.com/insightsintothings. And you can get us on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com.
Send an owl or a carrier pigeon. We'll get that
We
too.
accept carrier pigeons, yes. And you can get us on Twitter at insights_things. I think that's everything, right? Am I missing anything?
I think that's everything. I hope.
Well, that's all the social media that I can tolerate. And that's it. We are out. We'll see you guys next week.
Have a good week, everyone.
Bye.
Bye. Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Your hosts, Joseph and Michelle Whalen, a husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics, are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom.
Welcome to Insights into Entertainment. This is episode 46, Greasing the Lines at Disney. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my festive and vibrant co-host, Michelle Whalen.
Hi, everyone.
I didn't even write that one down.
I
made
know,
that
that
up
was
on the
like
fly.
off the top of your head. I was impressed.
That's pretty good because I can't make these up anymore, and I don't want to keep reusing them.
Right.
So anyway, as you can tell from our elaborately decorated set here, thanks to the child, Madison, our co-host.
Oh, not Baby Yoda?
Not Baby Yoda, no. But thanks to our co-host on Insights into Teens and yourself, we have a beautifully festive set to work with today in the studio.
Yes, we do.
Just before we get started, it is worth noting, and I'll mention again at the end of the show, that this is the last podcast that we'll be recording before the holiday. We're taking a bit of a hiatus. We'll be back after the new year with more podcasts. So enjoy this, and we have a special presentation at the end of the podcast that all of the network's hosts have put together for our audience. So today in Disney Detective, and today in the show itself, I think we got a fairly light show that we're going to have a little bit of fun with here. In Disney Detective, we have some news from Disney that they're doing away, to a certain extent, with queuing lines with the new system they're working with on the new Rise of the Resistance ride in Florida. Then Bob Iger is arranging a meeting with our favorite director, Martin Scorsese, to discuss his difference of opinion on Marvel movies. I'm not really sure what the point of the outcome of this is here, but I still don't like Bob Iger. Then we'll move on to our entertainment news, where we have kind of a nice story about Olivia Newton-John, who is in the news again. Although I think the last time that I saw her in the news, it was health issues that she was running
and she's
into.
still having, but we'll talk about that.
We'll talk about that as we get into it. And then, thankfully, The Expanse Season 4 has finally dropped. Strangely enough, we haven't watched any of it yet. I'm sure we'll rectify that this weekend.
Sometime this weekend, right?
And then we'll finish with our insightful picks of the week. And then we will lead everyone out into the holiday season with our special project. Shall we get started, my dear?
Let's do it.
All righty. Go for Disney Detective.
So, as most people know, the second ride in the Star Wars Galaxy's Edge area of Hollywood Studios has now opened, and that's Rise of the Resistance. That was the big ride that basically everybody was waiting for. The original plan was supposed to be that it was going to open first in California and then in Florida, but because of the way the timing went, they kept all of the engineers in Florida to basically finish
I still don't know
that
how
area.
Disney couldn't afford a second set of
I don't
engineers.
know. Whatever.
Anyway.
But one of the things was, now for anybody that's been to a Disney park, they have, you know about the fast passes. So if you've never been to a Disney park, they basically offer this quote unquote reservation system. And so many days out from your trip, either 60 days out if you're going to stay in the resort or 30 days out if you're staying off property, you can go online and you can make these quote unquote reservations. And basically what it's doing is it gives you an hour time frame to get on to one of these rides. And the idea is that you're supposed to have a shorter wait time. But if you don't get a fast pass for that ride, then you go on what they call their standby line. And depending on the ride, it could still have, a 5-minute wait, or it could have a couple of hour wait. And, as we've seen with Slinky Dog, and some of the other bigger rides, people are basically standing in line all day. It's 4 or 5 hours.
That sounds like fun.
Doesn't it? But when Harry Potter over in Universal, when they opened up their newest ride just a couple of months ago, it actually had an 11-hour wait.
Who waits that long?
I don't know. People obviously were doing it because the wait was exactly that long. Well, Disney, I guess, decided to kind of change things up, and they didn't announce this until basically the day that the ride opened. They weren't going to be doing any fast passes, but what they're doing is a virtual queue. So what happens is the day that you're visiting the park, your whole party has to have already been in the park. And what you do is you head over to Galaxy's Edge, and Disney has an app called My Disney Experience, which will give you wait times. You can order food. You can, get directions on how to, get to wherever you need to go. And it keeps track of your other fast passes or dining reservations that you might have. Well,
this is the same app that lets you skip the line at the quick serves too, isn't it?
Right.
Okay.
When you can order at the quick serves.
Okay.
Right. So same app. So now what happens is as soon as you check in and as soon as everybody that's in your party that's going to be going on the ride checks in, what you do is you go to the app and you check in, and then you're assigned a boarding pass. And what they'll do is they'll give you a grouping number. So if you go on the app, it'll say now boarding such and such groups. And then what happens is you get a 2-hour window to actually get onto the ride. And what'll happen is they'll also send you push notifications to let you know, hey, it's about time to get ready. So what's nice about it is you're never going to see a wait time for the ride because you're not going to know how long the wait is, because basically the idea is that when it's your turn to board, you're going to go and you're going to go through the queue and
you just walk right in.
And you basically just walk right in. Maybe you might have like a 10-minute wait, or depending on how many people are waiting for the group, or because how it's gonna work. But the nice thing is that you're free to go anywhere else, within the park. So if you have other fast passes, you can go and do them. So you can kind of maximize, your time.
So does your 2-hour window take into account other fast passes or
No,
reservations?
that it doesn't. Because I had a friend of mine from work who was actually just down there last week, because that was my concern, because we're actually going to be down there in 9 days. Not that I'm counting or anything. And we have fast passes for other rides. We also have a dining reservation. We also have a reservation to make lightsabers. So the question then becomes, okay, we have our boarding time. Are we gonna, lose out on other things because we have to get on the ride? Now, hoping, like the lightsabers, I don't think it's gonna take us 2 hours to make lightsabers. But I don't know. I don't know what all of this entails. So it'll be interesting to see. Now, when you get your time, you don't get to pick. It's basically,
But if I get my boarding pass reservation, am I guaranteed to get on the ride?
Yeah. Once you get your boarding pass, you will be getting on the ride. Now, the other thing too is that obviously they're only doing, they can only get so many people on the ride per day.
Right.
That's just a given. They can't, so a couple of things that they're doing is that, one, unofficially, the park is opening up at 6 a.m. from now until the first week of January, I think a couple of days after New Year's, to help with all of these, people, going to the park.
Right.
The other thing is that even though the park doesn't open until 9, I've seen various reports that by like 8:30, 9 o'clock, all of the boarding passes have been given out already.
Wow.
So if you're not there at rope drop or even, park opening, you're probably not, going to get on the ride. The other thing, too, is that everybody from your party has to be there. So it's not like, okay, dad is sleeping with the kids, mom's going to run to the park to make the reservations. No, because it's going to go based off of your Magic Band or your pass.
So even if you're in the resort, at the resort already, so like with fast passes, we can book fast passes
Right.
months in advance.
Right. Because
So
we're
with
going to be a
this,
resort
You
guest.
physically have to have your
physically
whole party
in the
park.
right?
Wow.
Which is, in a way, is kind of nice, because I'm sure there are tons of people who make fast pass reservations and then something happens and
Sure,
and they
sure.
don't cancel them. They just kind of, we'll just let
But
it
you
be.
can, like for instance, in our case here, the three of us can get into the park.
Right.
Then you can just take the bands, the
Right.
magic bands, and go back and get it. You don't have to have everyone stand in
Right,
line
because
to get the thing.
at least your Magic Band will have shown you're physically in the park. You might not be physically wearing it, but you're
So-
physically in the park.
So then when you get these reservations, how do you get the reservation? Do you have to run to a kiosk or something?
I think I don't know, because there were different things that said you had to actually be in Galaxy's Edge to do it. Others had said you just had to be in the park, go on the app in the park, click that you want your boarding pass. So again, it's one of those, it's really kind of new, so I'm not 100% sure, but obviously before we go down there.
So it's possible that the boarding passes can be done through the app once your Magic Band has notified.
Right, so you
the
can't do
app
it
that
while
you're in
you're
this-
standing outside of the park. Obviously, you
Okay.
have to do it once you're physically in the gate. Your band's, that you've gotten in and that your ticket's been punched.
Right.
Then you can do it. So again, have to do a little bit more reading so that we're familiar with it, because we're only going to be in Hollywood Studios the one day.
Well, I like the concept of it.
It's definitely a good concept.
I like the fact that Disney recognizes the issues that they have, and they're trying to find new and innovative ways to work around it.
And the other thing too, think about it. If you're stuck in line for 11 hours, you're not buying food.
Right.
You're not buying
Well,
snacks
you have
or
to buy
drinks.
food at some point.
Right.
So you're sending
but-
someone to buy
right,
food.
you're sending somebody. Well, remember they were having the one where, it was like if you got offline to go to the bathroom, you had to basically wait to come back.
Right,
Because the lines were going to be so long. Now, if you're, waiting, okay, if we have to wait a half hour before getting on the ride, that's pretty good for a brand new
Yeah.
ride and everything.
I'll be perfectly honest with you. My expectations are we're going to get there and not get on any of the rides. And I'm not really upset about that.
Right.
Because I'm pretty sure I can just immerse myself in the ambiance of Galaxy's
absolutely.
Edge for the duration of the time that I'm there.
And again, seeing all the pictures from various friends that have been there, I think it's one of those things that once you're physically there and seeing it with your own eyes, it's going to be, 100 times better and
that's
whatnot.
the thing. I'm not, and I'll say this now, and you can quote me on it later.
Okay.
I'm not going to get upset if we don't get on the rides.
Okay.
So.
Okay.
Just being there. I mean, let's face it, we're going on Christmas Eve.
Oh, I know. And if our viewers didn't already know this, we actually, for the longest time, we weren't doing any parks. It was like we knew we were going to, go to Florida for this time of year. It was a last minute decision. I personally was totally okay not doing any park at all. And then we watched the special on Galaxy's Edge, and you're like, how can I not go? And I'm like, all right. But the thing is, okay, if we don't get on any rides, we have our fast passes. So, we're getting on something.
Right.
We have a dining reservation. We're going to eat. We've
got our lightsabers.
We're definitely getting our lightsabers. So everything else is kind of like,
and that's why
the icing on the cake.
This certainly isn't going to be the last time we go to Disney. It's probably not even going to be the last time we go this year.
Well, no, we're at the end of the year.
No, we'll probably go again before that, knowing us.
No, we won't have any time.
We'll drive up from Vero Beach and do another day in the park.
Well,
we do have to drive north to come home, right?
Right. We do have to kind of pass it on the way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
No, more than likely we're not going to get back there. This is kind of this is kind of our preview of it. To see
exactly.
a really expensive preview, but it's Christmas. It's
right. It's the Christmas miracle.
Right. So again, obviously, we're not going to be doing a podcast until, after the holidays and everything, but obviously we'll have more to report. We'll probably do a podcast just on a recap.
It's probably a good thing we're not doing a podcast until after the first of the year, because then we can talk about the movie too.
Right, because we'll have the movie to talk about.
It's going to be really hard not to talk about the movie if we did podcasts right after.
Right. So we'll obviously give you our reactions to the movie and our reactions to Galaxy's Edge. That'll probably just be our little Star Wars recap,
Exactly.
Happy New Year thing.
It'll be a special Star Wars
yeah. So
podcast.
again, my friends that have already been on the ride said it was amazing, the best. And again, the whole fact that the whole ride itself is almost a half hour. It's
Which
the
blows
longest,
my mind, there's 3 different acts to the ride.
There's 3 different acts to it, and and
it should be awesome. I mean,
it should be
everything
awesome,
I've seen, when it's worked, because they've had some
some mechanical issues and
when
stuff.
When it's worked, it's been phenomenal.
Yeah, so fingers crossed. Now the other thing too is, since you have to, for the app on a smartphone, if you don't have a smartphone, you have to go to guest relations, and they're supposedly doing something
and you never
for
want to
people.
Go to guest relations with
So, or just, spring for a smartphone, even get a cheap...
Get a burner phone.
Get a burner phone just
There
for your
you go.
Disney trip, But anyway, so again, should be interesting to see how that goes, so...
So tell us about Bob Iger. Try to make me not hate Bob Iger with this one.
So just when you thought that the whole Martin Scorsese and Marvel debate was quieting down after months of seemingly everyone in Hollywood, weighing in on it, now Disney chairman and chief executive officer and your best friend, Bob Iger, the Disney boss, was recently named Time's Businessman of the Year and told the magazine that his team and Scorsese's team are arranging a meeting between the two to discuss the topics presented by Scorsese. So obviously back in October, that's when everything kind of came to light where, he basically said, he referred to Marvel movies as theme parks. He said, the closest I can think of them as well made as they are, the actors doing the best that they can under the circumstances, is it's a theme park. It isn't the cinema of human beings trying to convey emotional, psychological experiences to other human beings. He obviously didn't see Endgame, just saying.
He makes mafia movies. What kind of emotions are you conveying in mafia movies that you make over and over again?
Yeah, so then he obviously, expanded on this later in an op-ed piece, and basically, said that they were, overpowering with exhibition, leaving no room, for any other cinema, blah, blah, blah. So then in his interview with Time magazine, Iger called Scorsese's comments kind of nasty and not fair to the people who are making the movies. So, basically, one of the films that Bob Iger has obviously been very proud of was actually Black Panther, and that, that's kind of what he considers, talking about not taking, like that he took a risk and that it's one of his, crowning achievements, with various movies that he's, helped to kind of bring, to light. So it'll be interesting to see, what happens. Obviously there were various people that were in support of, Marvel. There were people that were, in support of Scorsese, and, people that were kind of both, like, okay, everybody's allowed to have, their opinion. But of course, with award season, being around, and as we've, mentioned, currently, The Irishman is, dominating various, honors of being nominated, and it won the, the best film for the National Board of Review, and it's up for Golden Globes and, all this other stuff, but also Marvel's Oscar contender is also Endgame, which, it'll be interesting to see, how many, come up for that. Because usually the Golden Globes, are the more, I don't want to say artsier films. Not always the...
Because, mafia's art.
But anyway, so it'll be, obviously it's not going to die.
I don't typically have New Year's resolutions, okay? My New Year's resolution this year, which I never have, is that we don't talk about this damn movie or Martin Scorsese in the next year at all. Because frankly, I'm tired of the story. I'm tired of him. I'm tired of him desperately trying to grab headlines. To me, this is yesterday's news.
Okay.
And then we can move on.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. And I think that's it for Disney Detective.
That's it.
All right. Let's move on to entertainment news. So we have a story about Olivia Newton-John and her Grease jacket. Now, I saw this in the news, and I didn't actually go in and take a look at it until you had posted the show notes here. And this was kind of cute.
This was a very sweet story. Actually, she and John Travolta actually were also in another news story, because it seems that, I don't remember where it was, but they were doing a Grease sing-along, and the two actors who haven't, seen each other in a while actually came to the sing-along dressed as their characters. So Olivia Newton-John was in the yellow skirt and jacket, and Travolta was in the leather T-Birds jacket and stuff. So it was really kind of too cute to see them. But what ended up happening was, last month, Olivia Newton-John had an auction where she was auctioning off more than 500 items of personal memorabilia to benefit her foundation, the Olivia Newton-John Cancer Wellness and Research Center, in her hometown of Melbourne. So the jacket, which went for $243,200, was worn by Newton-John in the closing scene of the 1978 classic movie. The singer had it on just moments before she and John Travolta broke into the song "You're the One That I Want." So a month after the auction, the buyer had the jacket wrapped up in a pink gift box and surprised her, according to the footage of the meet and greet, which was recorded on December 8th, and posted it earlier this week on the Facebook page of the auction house that ran the auction. And she said, "Are you serious?" said the stunned Newton-John, her hands in her face, giving the man a huge hug. She says, "That's the sweetest thing." The man, who didn't want to be identified, he had his face blurred in the video, basically said, "This jacket belongs to you and the collective soul of those who love you. Those for whom you are the soundtrack of their lives. It should not just sit in a billionaire's closet for country club bragging rights," the anonymous buyer said. "For that reason, I'm humbly and respectfully returning it to its rightful owner, which is you." The man identified himself as a Southern California doctor and wished Newton-John the best in her third battle with breast cancer. He said, "Godspeed for a quick recovery. Should you ever need medical advice or support from a trusted doctor in LA, I'll be here for you."
Nice.
The singer is obviously best known for 1970 hits like Let Me Be There, If You Love Me, obviously Physical from the 80s. And, she honestly loved the gift. "You're the best. You are the best. And I'm so grateful. This is the most beautiful present, but mainly it's your heart that I'm grateful for."
That's nice.
So that was just really sweet,
That is. It's nice to see that you still have, not even on a fan level, but just on a decent human being level.
Yeah.
Especially this time of year to see this type of thing come
right.
out.
And
it's nice.
And it probably had nothing to do with the jacket. She raised $2.4 million for her foundation. So that was great. And so here it was more, here, I'm making the donation, I don't need the jacket.
Right. Exactly.
You can have the jacket. So that was
and
cool.
I like the down to earth idea of, this is yours, it should be yours. Like, even if she puts it on display for others,
right.
It shouldn't.
it could
the guy's
be-
pointed, it shouldn't sit in some billionaire's private collection.
Right.
Is
Put it
brilliant.
in the Smithsonian, on loan from, whatever,
Yeah.
And that's the thing, is a lot of times, a lot of the movie props never go to, the actors who use them. They're part of, the production company or the studio, and then the studio does, whatever with them. So this was kind of cool that, she had a bunch of stuff and, was auctioning them off to raise money, and that, it managed to find its way back.
I think that's great.
So very cool.
Tell us about The Expanse.
So not really a whole lot to talk about, but what was kind of cool was that a couple of hours before it was supposed to drop, it actually showed up available. So fans, got to watch it a couple of hours before the official launch time. So it was a little, bit of a early Christmas present, I guess, as you could say. So then, there were a couple of people that were like, "Oh, damn, there goes my weekend," because now I got to sit and watch everything. So the article, the person that wrote it said, "In our review of the first 6 episodes, we call it very much the same show, and it feels like it's the beginning of a grand second act. So it may start a little slow, though you'll pick up right where you left off after the 3rd season finale." And obviously Amazon has already renewed it for a 5th season, so which we already knew.
Right.
So no worries, obviously, when that'll be, but who knows? But, obviously it was last May that Amazon came in and said, "Hey, we're going to make more of these," when, it was kind of up in the air, because Sci-Fi had dropped it, didn't know where it was going, so.
I still don't know how they drop it. It was literally the highest rated show on their network.
Right.
And the only reason I could think is it's really expensive.
And
to
maybe
produce.
that's what it is. And it'll be interesting to see the difference, because I think we've talked about this too. And even when we went to Comic-Con earlier this year and we met
to the panel,
and we
yeah.
listened to the panel, and they said it's going to be a little bit of a different show because now we're on a streaming
Now
service.
they can curse.
we can curse, there can be nudity, there can be, all these things that we couldn't do from a network standpoint.
Well, what I liked was
So-
they didn't have the time constraint. So
Exactly,
they
that
said
was
if
gonna
it
be my
needs
other
to be
thing.
an hour and 15, it can be an hour and
Right,
15.
it doesn't have to
get
fit
the
into
story
that
across.
42-minute
Yeah.
because of commercials and whatever. It can be a full hour and 10 seconds if it needs to be.
Right.
So again, very excited. We haven't had a chance yet with things that go on, so I'm sure maybe tonight we'll probably
Yep.
dive in. So, definitely looking
Very
forward
cool.
to
Been-
it.
Been
So
waiting for this one. So. So that is all we had for entertainment news. We'll come back with our insightful picks of the week. Holiday themed, right?
yeah, actually they are.
All right. Go with your insightful pick.
So this is an insightful pick that I did before, but when I did it before, it was for the Halloween season. Now this time it's for
you're
the
tricky.
Christmas
Double
season.
dipping.
Double dipping. So it's one of our favorite locations to hit during the holidays, and it is Shady Brook Farms, which is in Yardley, Pennsylvania. So any of you that are kind of local to the area, this is a great place to go. This is actually their 25th annual light show, holiday light show. This is their 25th year. It's open nightly. It actually opened right before Thanksgiving, so it was November 23rd, and actually goes until January 5th. So even after the holidays, if you're looking for something to do
Which
before,
we've done. We've done it.
yeah,
after
we've
the
actually done it
holiday.
after the holiday, too. Which it still, still works out. The only thing that's a little different is Santa's not there. Oh, and they're not selling Christmas trees. So basically you get to experience the magic.
You can't get it for a really good discount.
I don't know, you might. $5.
Well, the Russians don't celebrate Christmases until
That's
January
true.
5th.
Yeah,
So.
that is true. So you get to experience the magic of more than 3 million lights illuminating acres of farmland in the Shady Brook Farms holiday light show. Whimsical displays, some featuring familiar characters as you drive through in the comfort of your own car, which is very nice because there's another farm in our area that has a light display, but you have to go in their wagon. So if it's really cold, you have to really bundle up. But the other thing too is for Shady Brook, you can do it in your own car, or they also do have open air wagon rides, weather permitting, as well. It's a 2-mile trail that takes about 20 minutes to drive through. You basically driving, at your own pace, but obviously you have cars, in front of you and back of you. So everybody kind of, takes their time. Enjoying the sights. Then what's nice is that afterwards they have a whole bunch of areas set up with bonfires. They sell hot chocolate. They sell s'mores kits. So they have the fires, and then you can buy the s'mores kit. So they sell like a little tiny one, and then you can actually buy a big giant bag of marshmallows, and you get a stick, and everybody's sitting there playing with fire. What
could possibly go
what
wrong?
could possibly go wrong? What was actually really cool was when we went a couple of weeks ago, we weren't going to get marshmallows because we were like, we're going to be going home and having dinner. And there was a very nice older woman sitting across from us with her grandchild, and she had gotten the big giant bag and knew they weren't going to eat them all. And there's Maddie, sitting there just, she wasn't looking pitiful. She wasn't, and was like, "Oh, do you want to roast some marshmallows? Here's an extra stick here, and
that
she
was
ended
very
up
nice of her.
and ended up giving us the rest of her bag. So, and then, we ended up, yay, bag of
See,
marshmallows.
Spirit of Christmas.
Spirit of Christmas. They have music playing. There's a little playground area for the kids to run around. Then they have obviously their store that you can go into. They also have a little bar area too. Now they're starting to sell, I don't know what brand of wine it is, but obviously something local. And then they have like a little Christmas shop where you can actually go and see Santa and get your picture taken with him. So the cost is $30 per carload, $50 if you have a minibus, limo, or an RV, and $125 for an actual bus to go through.
I've never seen a bus go
I've never
through.
seen a bus go through, but then I don't know. I'm sure that
it's some pretty tight turns to have to navigate. In the bus.
Yeah. They do run their own.
Of course, I've never seen a limo go through it. Either,
right. Radio station, so you can turn your car radio to a certain station to listen to. Like the one year we actually were playing our own soundtrack, so we were playing a mix of Hanukkah and Christmas music since we're an interfaith family. So again, they're open daily from the obviously until the 5th of January. Sunday through Thursday, it's from 5 to 10 p.m. Fridays and Saturday from 5 to 11. The wagon rides are $15 per person, and those only go until 8 p.m. during the week and 9 p.m. on the weekend, obviously weather permitting. Now, they are open during Christmas Eve, Christmas Day, New Year's Eve, and New Year's Day, but the market and the fire pits are actually closed on those days. So if you go...
No fire on Christmas.
No fire on Christmas. So obviously you can... And no wagon rides either. So basically you can just drive through if you're doing Christmas Eve, Christmas Day, New Year's Eve, or New Year's Day. Right. But any other time, the shop is open, the fire pits and whatnot are available as well. So
cool. Yeah, it's a fun time for the family.
Yeah.
Good pick.
Thank you.
So I am, not surprisingly, going to go with the documentary, actually. So this one was actually one they had a previous documentary that wasn't Christmas themed that I had watched a couple years back that I enjoyed. And I came across this one. It's called Proper English Christmas. It's a 2013 documentary that's streaming on Amazon Prime. Proper English Christmas is a reality television style documentary following three people as they work a classic English estate in the style of Victorian England, preparing to celebrate a traditional Victorian Christmas. Working on a 1,200-acre English estate with only the tools and resources that would have been available to tenant farmers in the 1800s, your hosts Alex, Peter, and Ruth give a detailed account of just how labor-intensive even the most simple things that we take for granted today are. Labor-intensive activities like making soap, churning butter, grinding wheat to make bread, and even the difficulties in harvesting hay to feed the farm animals over the long winter are demonstrated in incredible detail. Faced with the need to restore a blacksmith's forge, the hosts have to mold thousands of bricks from clay they process themselves, then spend 5 long and cold nights tending a kiln to fire them in order to prepare these everyday implements of construction for proper use. We learned various recipes for things like traditional English meals like mincemeat and sweet treats. We even see recipes for homemade remedies for colds and other ailments that hardworking farmers of the day would face.
Right.
Even gift giving proves to be complicated and labor intensive, as our hosts must make their own wrapping paper and dye their own ribbon to properly present their handmade gifts to each other and to the lord and the tenant of the lord of the estate. The months of work and toil culminate in a Dickensian-style Christmas, complete with Christmas pudding, Christmas pie, and all accompanied by singing of traditional Christmas carols. After seeing all of the effort required to put together what today would be a relatively simple event, it gives me a whole new appreciation for the luxuries that we enjoy today and makes me thankful for the relative prosperity we enjoy and the technology that makes it all possible. Proper English Christmas is a fantastic holiday-themed educational experience, and it's available for streaming now on Amazon Prime.
Very cool.
I think that is what we have for the show today. Let's run down our contact information real quick.
Sure.
You can reach out to us via email at comments@insightsintothings.com.
On Twitter at insights_things.
On YouTube, you can catch our videos at youtube.com/insightsintothings.
On the web at www.insightsintothings.com.
And the audio version of our podcast at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com.
And on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast.
So just to reiterate a couple of the programming notes we mentioned earlier, this is our last podcast before the holiday break. So we're going to take a couple of weeks off. We will be traveling for a portion of that. I'm probably going to have some replays going on our Twitch channel just to keep things going. We'll be back after the new year, and we will be trying to adhere to our new show time. Today we couldn't because we had a Christmas concert for our daughter we had to go to. So we will be recording live Thursdays at 8 p.m. Eastern time when we return after the new year. And I think that's it. We have a little gift to give to you folks. And wish you all happy holidays and a safe and happy new year.
Absolutely.
The Night Before Christmas by Clement C. Moore. Introduction. In 1822, a New York clergyman named Clement Clark Moore spun together Christmas memories for his children. The poem he wrote featured a red-suited Santa and a reindeer-drawn sleigh, a never-empty sack of toys, and stockings hung expectantly above the fireplace. He called it A Visit from St. Nicholas, and it was then published anonymously in a newspaper in Troy, New York. It captured the public's imagination. The poem's opening line, "'Twas the night before Christmas," soon replaced the original title. One reason Moore's poem has endured is that it is a joy to read aloud. Beginning in hushed suspense, the poem builds to a dramatic crescendo as the rollicking verses usher the mysterious midnight visitor. A tale of anticipation and wonder. The Night Before Christmas has become a holiday tradition in itself for many families. So as you listen to this recounting of the poem, whether for the first Christmas or to recall those past, celebrate and share the timeless joys of this enchanting holiday. "'Twas the night before Christmas, when all through the house not a creature was stirring, not even a mouse.
The stockings were hung by the chimney with care, in hopes that St. Nicholas soon would be there.
The children were nestled all snug in their beds, while visions of sugar plums danced in their heads.
And Mama in her kerchief, and I in my cap, had just settled down for a long winter's nap.
When out on the lawn there rose such a clatter, I sprang from my bed to see what was the matter.
Away to the window I flew like a flash, tore open the shutters, and threw up the sash.
The moon on the breast of the new-fallen snow gave a luster of midday to objects below.
When what to my wandering eyes should appear but a miniature sleigh and 8 tiny reindeer.
With a little old driver so lively and quick, I knew in a moment it must be St. Nick.
More rapid than eagles, his coursers they came, and he whistled and shouted and called them by name.
Now Dasher, now Dancer, now Prancer and Vixen, on Comet, on Cupid, on Donder and Blitzen.
To the top of the porch, to the top of the wall, now dash away all.
as dry leaves before the wild hurricane fly, when they meet with an obstacle mount to the sky.
So up to the housetop the coursers they flew, with the sleigh full of toys and St. Nicholas too.
And then in a twinkle I heard on the roof the prancing and pawing of each tiny hoof.
As I drew in my head and was turning around, down the chimney St. Nicholas came with a bound.
He was dressed all in fur from his head to his foot, and his clothes were all tarnished with ashes and soot.
A bundle of toys he had flung on his back, and he looked like a peddler just opening his pack.
His eyes, how they twinkled, his dimples, how merry. His cheeks were like roses, his nose like a cherry.
His droll little mouth was drawn up like a bow, and the beard on his chin was as white as the snow.
The stump of a pipe he held tight in his teeth, and the smoke it encircled his head like a wreath.
He had a broad face and a little round belly that shook when he laughed like a bowl full of jelly.
He was chubby and plump and a right jolly old elf, and I laughed when I saw him, in spite of myself.
In a wink of his eye and a twist of his head soon gave me to know I had nothing to dread.
He spoke not a word, but went straight to his work, and filled all the stockings, then turned with a jerk.
And laying his finger aside of his nose, and giving a nod, up the chimney he rose.
He sprang to his sleigh, to his team gave a whistle, and away they all flew like the down of a thistle.
But I heard him exclaim as he drove out of sight,
Merry Christmas to all.
And to all a good night.
Ho, ho, ho.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Tomorrow, where we take a deeper look into how the issues of today will impact the world of tomorrow. From politics and world news to media and technology, we discuss how today's headlines are becoming tomorrow's reality.
Welcome to Insights into Tomorrow. This is episode 1, Presidential Impeachment. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my talented and insightful co-host, Sam Whalen. How you doing today, Sam?
I'm doing good.
Thank you for joining us in studio today. Usually you are coming in via Skype, but we do have you in studio today. And we're going to be talking about what is probably pretty big in the news right now, and that is the subject of impeachment. And I think our challenge today is to do so without getting overly political, which I think you'll agree is probably challenging with this topic.
Yeah, I mean, it's inherently political, but, we're going to do our best. So
I would like to take a look at what impeachment is, a little bit of history on past impeachments, and then as we do with the show, look into the future and see what we think the current cycle of political impeachment will mean for the country. So let's get started. First off, we'll talk about what impeachment is and actually take a look at some of the text from the Constitution describing it. So I'm going to go with a definition that we are taking from Wikipedia because I found it on the internet. It must be true. Impeachment is a process by which a legislative body levels charges against a government official. Impeachment does not in itself remove the official from office. It's the equivalent to an indictment in criminal law and thus is only the statement of charges against the official. Once an individual is impeached, they must then face the possibility of conviction on the charges by a legislative vote, which is separate from the impeachment but flows from it, and a judgment which convicts the official on the articles of impeachment. A conviction would entail the official's removal from office. So I think the first takeaway from that is everyone thinks when you impeach a government official that they're going to get removed from office. And I like this definition because it gives you a parallel to something that most people are familiar with, and that is a criminal investigation. You know, when someone is accused of a crime, they are indicted for it. And that indictment is really just the state leveling accusations. The state then has to prove those allegations in a court of law. And then if found guilty by a jury in this case, there's a penalty phase associated with it, where the judgment is. So it's important in our context here to understand that when we're talking impeachment, we're talking about that early stage of the process of leveling these charges at a president. Comments on that?
Yeah, I mean, I think we kind of covered it already, but there's a big misconception on what impeachment actually is, and I'm sure we're gonna touch on that more later. But like you said, impeachment doesn't equal removal from office. There's a lot more that's got to go into that, and we'll look at later those examples where there was impeachment proceedings and either nothing came of it, or the president at the time took steps to get out of it. So impeachment, it's not quite as cut and dry as a lot of people think. So
exactly, and really at this point in time, I mean, not taking political sides here, we can state the facts that right now Democrats are running impeachment hearings. These hearings are designed to determine if there's sufficient evidence to actually lodge official impeachment, articles of impeachment against the president. So that's the first step to this process. Now, impeachment itself is kind of interesting when it comes to the president because based on the Constitution itself, Article 1, Section 2, Clause 5, for those lawyers out there, tells us that the president and vice president and all civil officers of the United States shall be removed from office for impeachment for conviction of treason, bribery, or other high crimes and misdemeanor. It also tells us that the House of Representatives shall have the sole power of impeachment. And if everyone thinks back to their social studies, high school social studies and history, this is part of the checks and balances, right?
Yeah. And I mean, they had it figured out back then to a certain extent. I mean, treason, bribery, and other that last part is where we kind of get a little in the weeds, other high crimes and misdemeanors, because that's kind of broad,
right?
And it can be applied to a lot of things, which is what part of the dialogue is today over President Trump,
right? And the precise meaning of what high crimes and misdemeanors has never been fully defined by the Constitution. And as brilliant as our founding fathers were, you have to think that they kind of saw this as being something that shouldn't be explicitly defined because it's going to depend entirely on circumstance.
Yeah, exactly. And I think, especially when you're dealing with law, if something isn't specifically stated, that's where lawyers can get in there and make a lot of their argument. And I believe, wasn't Thomas Jefferson a lawyer? So we had a lot of law-centric minds, drafting this document. So they knew what they were doing when they put that in there. And it's probably for things like this where you have that wiggle room where it's open to interpretation.
Yeah, and there was a lot of contributing sources for how impeachment was laid out in the Constitution. Alexander Hamilton in Federalist Papers 65 described impeachment offenses as arising from the misconduct of public men, or in other words, from the abuse or violation of some public trust. So it puts a little bit more definition behind it, even though these papers, the Constitution doesn't consist of these papers. They kind of serve as guidance for those who are weighing in on these matters as to what the intention was. And a lot of times, things like this, especially when it comes to presidential impeachments, tend to get up to the Supreme Court level. And the Supreme Court does tend to weigh in on these historical documents to interpret whether or not the original foundation of these laws and articles in the Constitution meant one thing or another. But again, this stuff really isn't clearly defined from a constitutional standpoint. I think it's clear when we talk about bribery, okay? That's pretty cut and dry, black and white, when you have the evidence that's presented to you in that case. Treason, again, could be pretty black and white in most cases. And I think one of the arguments that the Democrats are making at this point is President Trump's calls to have outside countries interfere or investigate. They're labeling it as interference, but investigate his political opponents is a form of treason because you're inviting outside governments to take part in our elections. And that's one of the clauses. We haven't seen articles of impeachment come out of the House yet, but I would suspect that that's one of the articles of impeachment that we're probably going to see them lean heavily on, and less so on the high crimes and misdemeanors because they are difficult to really define.
Yeah, I mean, you had mentioned that the bribery and treason can be kind of cut and dry, and I'm not sure in today's world that they are, because I mean, for bribery, would you consider a high donation for a campaign, finance level it's not technically bribery, but if you've got lobbyists or someone that's funding your campaign, you're going to be influenced to aim for policies that they would want to go for. I mean, it's not bribery per se, but the effect can still be the same. And with treason, the founding fathers had no idea the kind of global world that we'd be dealing with today. So when you're interacting with foreign governments, where do you draw that line of, am I helping the United States or am I furthering a more global agenda,
And that's a very good point. From a bribery standpoint, though, we do have other more modern laws. We have campaign finance laws that are very well defined in this case. Some may say that they're a little too loose. Some may say they're too strict. But we have a set of guidelines that we can say, okay, if someone's giving you a campaign contribution, is it within these guidelines? Either it is or it isn't. If it's not, then it's bribery. Treason, I think you have a very good point there. Right now, treason is sort of held up as in the public interest more than anything else. If you're conducting political operations or global operations that are not in the public interest, because the president takes an oath of office to defend the Constitution. And if you're taking actions, and they're interpretable actions, but if you're taking actions that are contrary to the defense of the Constitution, that is clear-cut treason once it's been interpreted. So there's a little bit more wiggle room with those because they're a little more well-defined. High crimes and misdemeanors, well, first of all, we've already been told, the Department of Justice tells us that we cannot convict a sitting president. So then misdemeanors don't apply at that point, do they? If you can't convict them. And what crimes can you convict a president of? Well, if I can't convict him of a crime, then high crimes and misdemeanors are off the table at that point by definition. So it's going to be interesting, and we don't know where it's going to go. We might not even get articles of impeachment if there is not enough information that's found. But until we do, we're not going to know which of these they're trying to attribute to the president at this point in time. couple of other interesting things. In the past, both houses of Congress have given the phrase high crimes and misdemeanors broad reading, finding that impeachable offenses need not be limited to criminal conduct. And I think that's one of the interesting things that we have here. You have a lot of controversy that seems to be swelling around President Trump at this time. People are on him for not releasing his tax documents. Well, there's not a legal requirement for him to release his tax documents. You have controversy around him inviting Ukraine and China to involve themselves in the political process. That's sort of where we're at right now, where are these impeachable offenses. But above that, you're looking at other things that are less criminal. For instance, there was controversy about President Trump having an extramarital affair. That's not illegal. So you can't be impeached for that, even though they're saying that it doesn't need to be criminal conduct. It's difficult to come up with articles of impeachment that don't involve some type of criminal activity.
I mean, he did admit to sexual assault and then got elected. And there have been other women that have come out and accused him of sexual assault. And I know that that's a different kind of, you'd have to proceed differently with that because, you have to deal with like statute of limitations and things like that.
Right.
And you'd have to try each of those cases individually, which would take a while. And he might be out of office by then anyway. So that might not be worth pursuing. But I think that is still something important to consider if we're looking at his criminal activity as a whole.
Right. That's true. I mean, but again, is that something that a president can be convicted on? We saw similar charges lodged against President Clinton. And, he was acquitted of any charges in that case. So it's kind of shaky ground. It wasn't like, if you look at, for instance, President Nixon, okay, and we'll talk a little bit more about impeachment history, but, President Nixon was clearly involved once the Watergate tapes came out, and that's what led to his resignation. So he wasn't convicted on impeachment, but likely he would have been because there was established criminal activity with a break-in and a cover-up and various other things, and they occurred during his presidential term. One side of the argument can say you can't impeach a president for activity that happened before he was in office, in which case the sexual assault charges against Trump, which he was never convicted of, wouldn't apply either. People are using that to basically say that he doesn't need to release his tax returns either, because the information they're trying to get from his tax returns were prior to his being elected to the office. And one analogy that I had read, and I forget the source that I found it at, basically said you can't hold a president accountable for cheating on a test in high school when he runs for president 30 years later. It just doesn't apply because it has nothing to do with his term in office.
Yeah, I think the only way it would apply is just for the election. It's more character examples for an election, and that's stuff that's supposed to play into what you vote. But in terms of criminal proceedings, I mean, there's not a whole lot you can do, but you'd have to speak with your vote and speak with electing an official that you feel morally is acceptable among other, policy and all that.
No, you're absolutely right there, and to point that out, because these are things that should have influenced an election, and they did, because this information came out before an election, and President Trump won the election. So clearly the American public didn't really care too much about these things if that's the case. So, but anyway, I just wanted to make sure we had a very good understanding of where we were in terms of the definition of impeachment. Let's talk a little bit about impeachment history. So there have been 3 instances of impeachment activity in the history of the United States. And this comes actually from the House of Representatives website itself, history.house.gov. So the first was Andrew Johnson, who was the president, who was President Lincoln's vice president and took over the role after the assassination of Lincoln. He was charged for impeachment on February 24th, 1868, and the key charges were violation of the Tenure of Service Act for removing Secretary of War Edwin Stanton. Ultimately, he was acquitted of this, but this was largely a political posturing thing if you look back at history on this. Andrew Johnson was a Southern senator who was brought on by Lincoln in an attempt to try and bring the country back together. Johnson was not he was not in favor of separation he was not a secessionist, I should say. But he was a staunch Southerner, and he had very classical Southern ideas when it came to African Americans and slavery. And he worked very hard to try and stymie a lot of the Reconstruction efforts, partially in an attempt to expedite Reconstruction, but also so that Southern landowners did not lose a lot of power in the South. And he did some unconventional things. He had passed laws while Congress was in they were in summer session, and basically tried to ram certain things through that would not have been approved by the Senate at the time. And there was a law that was put in place by the Senate called the Tenure of Service Act that basically required any cabinet member positions to be, if you were going to remove them, you had to get Congress's approval for it. And he basically ignored that, flaunted his power, removed Secretary of War Stanton from office. And this is what the House latched onto to challenge him on. And ultimately, they couldn't pin anything to him. But it's similar to some of the things that we're seeing with President Trump now, where, Democrats are trying to stop President Trump from, running his administration the way that he feels it should be run, because it's in contrast or conflict with how Democrats largely think things should be run. There's a lot of animosity. There's a lot of division in the country. Now, granted, we're talking the end of a civil war here, so I think the country was probably a little more divided then than it is now, but there was still division either way. And I think the impeachment of Andrew Johnson was more a move of frustration from Congress than anything else. And to a certain extent, that might be the case today with the Democrats trying to impeach Trump. Because even if you look at the Democratic Party, they're very divided on how they want to handle the situation, and you're not seeing a whole lot of unity come through. What are your thoughts on that?
I think you're absolutely right, and I can see how it would be a move of frustration then and now. You do kind of get the impression that we're grasping, or the Democrats are grasping for straws, and they're trying to throw anything at the wall to get Trump and see what sticks. And I mean, he's also not really doing himself any favors with a lot of stuff that's come out, especially when he released the transcript of the phone call with Ukraine. There was a lot of damning evidence in that. But Trump's team's defense was, well, if we were guilty, why would we release it? But if you look at it, there's a lot of stuff in there that could lead to impeachment. And I don't remember it off the top of my head, but I'd seen an article that broke a lot of it down because there's a lot of information in there.
Sure.
But yeah, I mean, similar to Johnson, I'm not sure that it would result in, removal from office. He might just end up getting acquitted, especially if they go for the political angle like Johnson had with removing the Secretary of War instead of a more criminal angle.
Right.
What would stick.
Right. And in the case of Andrew Johnson, it was Congress basically said, "Oh, we made a rule. He broke the rule, so now we're going to impeach him for it." Well, it wasn't a constitutional mandate. It wasn't a violation of the law. If anything, it might have been contempt of Congress. But is that an impeachable offense where the president should be removed? They didn't think it was at the time, so he was acquitted. The next example that we have is Bill Clinton. This is in most of our time frame at this point. So Bill Clinton was impeached on December 19th of 1998. He was charged with a few more things. He was charged with lying under oath, obstruction of justice, and ultimately he was acquitted as well. And just to refresh people's memories, this had to do with the Monica Lewinsky incident, the alleged affair that he had with his intern at that point. And lying under oath is an impeachable offense, and obstruction of justice, if proven, is an impeachable offense. There was a special prosecutor involved here. The Mueller investigation. Clinton had his own investigation, and ultimately he was acquitted of his as well, because there was insufficient evidence to show, to prove the charges against him. Now, again, like we said at the beginning, like you said at the beginning of the podcast, ultimately impeachment is by definition, political event. I don't know how politically motivated a lot of the stuff was at the time for Bill Clinton. I think a lot of the impetus for the Clinton impeachment was what Congress thought the president should be or should act as, or how appropriate the president should be. And I think that came across more than political posturing really did. Although there was some in there, certainly. And I think the parallel that we can draw between Clinton and Trump is not your traditional politician. He says things, he does things that you would not expect a politician to say or do. And he acts in a way that some think is very unpresidential. So I think some of the fire that people have in their belly for impeachment on Trump is very similar to some of the reasoning that people had for Clinton. What do you think?
Yeah, I think it sounds about right. I mean, I think a lot of it, you mentioned that Congress wanting a more presidential president, but I think it's also public sentiment as well. I mean, I'm sure I wasn't, obviously alive at the time, but I know certainly now there is a lot of public outcry for impeachment and against Trump's method of, having the presidency. And I can see why or how that would be similar with Clinton, where, he lied about having an affair with his wife. And that's inherently almost anti-American. Like, that was something that is very easy for American people to go against.
Sure.
And I think we're seeing a lot of that with Trump as well, where he's admitting a lot of things and he's acting in a lot of ways that we don't see as professional for someone at that level of power, the highest level of power, that should be acting that way. And I think you have the public sentiment affecting congressional sentiment as well against him.
Right. And, being unpresidential is not an impeachable offense. If anything, again, it's one of those things that should be played out at the polls. Let the American people choose. And the last example that we have, obviously, we saved the best for last here, is Richard Nixon. So Richard Nixon's date of impeachment was July 27th, 1974. That was when the first article of impeachment was approved by the House of Representatives, House's Judiciary Committee. And his key charges were obstruction of justice, abuse of power, and contempt of Congress. And that last one there, now both of, we've seen abuse of power with Johnson, we've seen obstruction of justice with Clinton, but contempt of Congress is fresh with Nixon. And I think that speaks volumes as to the mood and intent of Congress at that point in time when you're going to cite contempt of Congress there. And really, most of us are familiar with the Watergate break-in, the cover-up of the tapes, et cetera, et cetera. So I don't want to get into a detailed discussion on that. But Nixon's attempts to cover that up, even after Congress had subpoenaed the tapes. Once the tapes became public knowledge, they were altered. There were sections of the tapes that were allegedly overwritten before they were handed over. Nixon initially agreed to hand over transcripts, which is not what Congress asked for. And when he finally gave the tapes over, there were these omissions in the tapes. And clearly Congress did not accept that. Now, once he did hand the tapes over, I think it was a week or so later, he resigned from office. The handwriting was pretty much on the wall at that point in time that he was going to be impeached and most likely convicted. So much so that even without a conviction of any sort, Gerald Ford had given him a broad pardon once he became president of any future prosecutions on the subject, which, if that doesn't scream guilty, I'm not sure what does at that point. But I think Richard Nixon is kind of the animosity of Congress, which, if you look at today's political rhetoric that goes back and forth, that's sort of where you see us going with some of this stuff, where the House is controlled by the Democrats, and the vitriol that's there, and just about everything you do comes out between these two. I mean, there's daggers flying back and forth in every press release that you see. So I could see us certainly going down that Richard Nixon route. What do you think?
Yeah, I think, like you said, it's all deeply personal. It's almost to the point where it's two people like fist fighting on like the steps of Congress. That's what we're getting to, especially with the debates coming up. It's a lot of that. But also I think with Nixon, you have similarities then and now, where Nixon had a history of lying to the American people and getting caught doing it. But
let's be honest, what politician doesn't have a history of lying to the American people?
Yeah, but he got caught, and it was really, really obvious. Like, I could be wrong about this, but he was with Vietnam with the invasion of Cambodia, and he lied about that, or is?
Well, yeah, the escalation of the war, yeah.
So there was that, and then I think it sets a precedent when a politician is going to lie and cover things up, and then does it over and over again. It tarnishes if the people can trust them. And we live in a world today that's obviously very cynical, but Nixon was kind of the first president that made people cynical because he got caught lying about massive things. I mean, JFK, looking back now, kind of did some of that too, and a lot of it I'm sure every politician had. But Nixon was the first one to do it, and especially with the impeachment, it kind of solidified him as a liar president.
Yeah.
And today we have that, and again, not being political, but it is just proven fact that President Trump is somewhat of a compulsive liar, contradicting himself constantly and changing his views on things and changing his stance on a lot of things and lying. And I think that is a dangerous precedent to take, especially as a president. I mean, there are times when you need to lie and you need to maybe obscure things from the public, and I can understand that. But when it's obscuring and lying to protect yourself and to protect the position of power that you have, that's where you get into some dangerous territory.
Yeah, and that's a very good point of having to look at history and reputation. I mean, Richard Nixon, by all accounts, was a dirty politician. He ran very dirty, very negative campaigns. He would go out of his way to dig up stuff on his opponents and use that to his advantage. And a lot of the dirty politics that we see today, he pioneered. But yeah, he was caught red-handed with several things, controversies while he was in office, and it sullied his reputation, which did not help him in this situation.
Was he a part of the McCarthy team as well?
He was around when McCarthyism was around. I don't know how large a role he played. Okay. He wasn't particularly prominent.
Just because that's another thing that's come up today as well, the concept of witch hunts and McCarthyism and all that.
Sure.
I didn't know if we could draw another parallel there with Nixon as well.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. But if you look at President Trump, I've seen various statistics, and depending on what news source that you trust or you reference, I've seen things say every fourth word out of his mouth statistically is a lie. And some of those lies are stretches of the truth or untruths or omissions or whatever. But for someone who campaigned on political office based on not being a politician, he's got a pretty good reputation of lying like a politician does. To the point, and it's not just him, it's his staff. I mean, we have catchphrases in our vocabulary now, thanks to his advisor, Kellyanne Conway. We have words or phrases like alternative facts, where a factual statement is made about the president, and we're told, well, no, the president was using alternative facts to draw his conclusions. So it's difficult in a situation where someone can get up in front of the public, make a clearly and easily provable statement that's false, and get away with it. And when they're challenged on it, simply don't talk to the press. I mean, we've had months go by with President Trump where there aren't press releases or news conferences rather, because when there's a news conference, people ask questions, and when they invariably ask questions that are going to get answers that aren't truthful, then it's just easier just not have those questions asked, it seems. And part of that secrecy that we're seeing, I think, is what's driving some of the animosity at this point in time, too. So it's interesting to look at our historical incidents of impeachment and see how there are some parallels to what we have here. Some of it is legitimate, I'm sure. I'm sure a lot of it is politically driven in this very corrosive environment that we're living in right now politically. Let's come back and talk about the modern impeachment process. Impeachment resolutions made by members of the House of Representatives are turned over to the House Judiciary Committee, which decides whether the resolution and the allegations of wrongdoing by the president merits a referral to the full House for a vote on launching a formal impeachment inquiry. This is kind of a sticking point right now that we're running into, because one of the things that the Trump administration is calling for is that full House vote. Now, because the Democrats have the numbers, that full House vote will likely fall along party lines. But part of that is the opposing party who's being impeached has the right to call their own witnesses. They have their own subpoena power, and they have access to all of the documentation. And the situation right now is that call hasn't been made. So they're having impeachment hearings right now, which is a subcommittee event. So the Republicans are kind of, calling shenanigans on this one and saying, well, if you want to impeach him, then let's impeach him. Let's follow the actual rules and procedures, and everyone gets everything exposed to the public. And the Democrats don't seem ready to do that. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I mean, like we talked about in the last segment about having something that sticks, especially with Andrew Johnson, it might be a case of that you could look at it two ways. One, they know they don't have anything that'll like stick and get him permanently, but they're talking about impeachment to damage him in the upcoming election. Or the second option is they're just gathering more evidence so that they have a full presented case. My guess is it's probably the first one, that they don't have enough to fully remove him and get him through impeachment, and they're just using it to damage him for the upcoming election, which could turn against them if he does what he did when he was originally elected and paints himself as kind of a martyr that's being dragged through the political mud by the ones that are always in power and the ones that are controlling everything, which could help him, on the other side.
His proverbial drain the swamp. He's being dragged down into the swamp. That's a very astute point there, and one that I have to agree with, because I think one of the mistakes that the Democrats are probably running into at this point is they are exposing themselves. Really, I mean, if they're not ready for a formal impeachment, you've got the hawks in the Democratic Party that are requiring that something be done, and there's not enough evidence right now to get a formal inquiry going. But the half step that they're doing here could very well play right into Trump's hands. He's a master media manipulator. And the last thing that you probably want to give an opponent like that is the fodder of a half-followed procedure that would make him look like that martyr, that underdog that will earn more attention. And you're right, we're looking at very long times for impeachment procedures to go, and we're talking like 18 months. So that's well past the current election cycle. So even if they go all the way to impeachment with this, it's not going to happen during his current term. So it may turn out to be a mistake to have started down that path and given the president, their opponent, will say, an out for it. So the entire House of Representatives votes for or against a formal impeachment inquiry, needing only a simple majority or a single vote for approval, which they'll probably get approved. And if approved, the House Judiciary conducts an investigation to determine if there's enough evidence to warrant articles of impeachment against the president. The committee then drafts articles of impeachment pertaining to specific charges supported by evidence. The committee votes on each article of impeachment, deciding whether to refer each article to the full House for a vote. And this is getting ahead of ourselves because we're not at that point yet. No formal charges have been filed. No evidence has been offered. So we haven't gotten to that point yet. And for the sake of the country, maybe we won't get to that point or beyond. It's clear the aim of the majority of the Democrats is really to get President Trump out of office. And I'm not sure that impeachment's the right way to do that. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I had mentioned this before, but the Democrats, and I know we're going to keep saying it, but we're trying to avoid being political. But just from my point of view, the Democrats seem extremely desperate because Trump took them by surprise initially and won the presidency. And I think that they don't want to underestimate him again. But I also think that they're playing themselves out of it because they're doing something like this where logically you would think, oh, he's under impeachment investigation. That will take away votes from him because he's seen as a criminal or as someone unfit to have the office. When in reality, we don't live in that kind of world anymore, especially because Trump looks for those kind of things and can spin them as a positive for himself.
Yeah.
Especially because he's appealing to his own silent majority in the country that look for things like that. They look for examples of the swamp, like you had mentioned, and they look for big politicians trying to keep the little guy down, even though Trump is nowhere near the little guy. But he can present himself as one. And I think that's exactly what's happening. And I think that it could potentially do more harm than good and probably will.
Yeah, and I don't think it'll help the Democratic election process at all, having Trump under impeachment without having articles of impeachment there. I mean, if the Democrats are unable to file charges against the president and present concrete evidence, it's probably going to backfire on them in the election, and it's going to have the exact opposite effect. But that's just my personal prediction there. Speaking of the effects of impeachment, we'll come back and we'll talk about what we think the future of the country and the presidency looks like with a pending impeachment. So everyone who's attended high school knows that should the president be removed from office, he would be replaced by the vice president. In this case, Vice President Pence would assume office. And I'm not sure that really has the effect that the Democrats are looking for. Vice President Pence largely supports all the same policies that Trump has. So from a policy standpoint, you're not going to get much. And considering the current term, you're not going to have Pence in office very long without a general election anyway, unless this carries over and Trump wins the election and the impeachment carries through into a second term. Having President Trump removed by Vice President Pence, what effect do you think that's going to have on the country?
Well, I think Pence in some ways is from my personal view, a scarier prospect than President Trump, because Pence is a more traditional politician. He's not as loud and as boisterous. He's more of the guy behind the scenes for Trump. So I think if he was put in power, he might be able to get more done in terms of policy making and pushing his agenda forward. Not to mention he's extremely anti-LGBT, which I personally don't agree with that at all. But I think that is one of the things that I've noticed about him that I think is particularly unsettling to see, and to have someone that is so vocally against that in office. And I know that you're not going to have the perfect person in office ever, but to have someone like that is politically could be effective and has those kind of views, I think would be a worse prospect than President Trump currently.
Yeah, Vice President Pence does promote very traditional conservative Christian fundamentals, especially when it comes to LGBTQ. From a standpoint of Trump, not a particularly religious man, so he's not preaching religious ideals like Trump does. So from that aspect, yeah, Pence might be a little bit more dangerous than Trump to some of the points that the Democrats want to push, but not being as boisterous as you described him as, would probably be causing, I think, a little bit less controversy in some of the public statements and foreign policy initiatives that Trump kind of undertakes. I don't want to say he's running, a foreign policy, because he seems pretty scattershot in his approach, almost in an erratic fashion. I think domestically, Pence could possibly be a little more caustic to the Democrats. But from an international standpoint, I think he might come across a little bit better internationally. What about the impact on the financial markets? What are your thoughts on that?
Well, we can see here that during the when Nixon resigned, the S&P 500 dropped 25%, but during the Clinton impeachment, the S&P rose by 22%. So it is going to throw things into turmoil, in both directions. And I think, especially with Trump being or at least he was, I'm not sure if he still is, having a lot of financial, clout or reputation, he could very well talk to people that he knows, friends that he has a lot of backroom deals, and kind of maneuver the markets to reflect negatively if he's impeached, which we'll touch on at the end. He alludes to a new civil war if he's impeached.
Right.
So there's a chance that he might, try to manipulate the markets to his favor to give that impression to people as well.
Yeah, and I tend to agree. Trump, if nothing else, has proven to be rather manipulative of the financial markets. He seems to, in the time he's been in office now, and even during the 2016 election, he has a tendency of making statements and taking actions that have a direct impact on the financial markets. And generally, when you see a politician do that, it's usually in response to a market shift. Obama or Clinton trying to inject some additional money into the economy during a recession period. Reagan restructuring the tax structure during prosperous economic times, part of his trickle-down economics so that prosperity can reach other people. Usually you see a president doing that for, at least on the surface, the greater good of the country. With Trump, I'm not sure it's quite the same motivations. The biggest thing that we see with Trump, two real big things that we've seen with Trump, have been his tax break, which ironically was a 5-year tax break, which tells me he kind of felt he was going to be a one-term president, and he didn't want the backlash of that tax break, that rebound on that tax break to hit during his presidency, and it would hit immediately on the next president. And the other thing is the trade war with China and various other nations that we're running into right now, where you're seeing trade goods, common trade goods, commodities, electronics, luxury goods are increasing as much as 25 to 30% to get them into the country now. And the cynic in me wants to know who's profiting by that? Who's making that money? How much money is Trump and his family and his various enterprises making off of this? Because it makes no sense to do it if there isn't profit. So anything that happens from a Trump administration, I'm skeptical about from a financial standpoint. I have to wonder where the gain is, who's making the money, and as with anything with politics, follow the money. If you follow the money, then you'll see where the motive is. So my concern with the market from an impeachment standpoint is, yes, we know you're going to see volatility, but that volatility is going to be driven by inside people that are manipulating that market for their own good. And ultimately, it's not going to be the country that benefits from that, at least not as a whole. So there's a legal impact to consider with this as well. Donald Trump, back on September 29th, retweeted a tweet from a, we'll say, controversial pastor. And it said from Donald Trump's actual Twitter account, Real Donald Trump, if the Democrats are successful in removing the president from office, which they never will be, in parentheses, it will cause a civil war-like fracture in this nation from which our country will never heal. He was quoting Pastor Robert Jeffress, and it was sent to Fox News as well. That scares me, quite frankly, that the President of the United States, even though these aren't his words, he's retweeting the, we'll say, threat in this case. Because to me, this is a threat that if Donald Trump is removed from office, there will be a civil war. What are your thoughts on that?
I think he's just pandering to his audience. He's playing to his audience. I mean, he's historically, throughout his presidency and during his election, seeks to radicalize people, and he seeks to radicalize the, I don't want to say disenfranchised, but the people that have felt left out, and that just so happens to typically be people that are also white supremacists.
Yeah.
So I think by latching onto this and saying this, I personally don't think there would be a civil war. I think this is totally outlandish. But I think that by saying this, he's charging up those, the alt-right and the white supremacists and the people that worship him to continue to be radicalized and to come and either literally or metaphorically fight for him come impeachment times. I mean, I'm not sure if, like we had the whole point of the show, if we'll ever get to impeachment proceedings. But if we did, I wouldn't be surprised if there were people radicalized, alt right people, either protesting or trying to storm the Congress or something like that. And I think if he were to make the call to action, I think they would come. And I wouldn't be surprised if he did as a last resort.
Well, and there was an article in the Daily Beast that we cited in our show notes here, and they talk about this post and Donald Trump's involvement with it, and they basically say that the talk of a civil war-like fracture has been the theme of the right for some while now. It surfaced in this case in Charlottesville in 2017 during the violent clashes between white supremacists and protesters, and it was that same clash when commenting on it that Donald Trump labeled the white supremacists, labeled both sides as fine people, which a lot of people took offense to and thought it was inappropriate for a president to be labeling white supremacists as fine people. But basically the article goes on to say that the idea of the Civil War fracture has gone hand in hand with this prospect of a race war for quite some time now. And there have been talk of race war since back in the 60s during the Vietnam era. So this isn't a new concept, but I think this is probably the first time in history that you're kind of seeing it, if not promoted by, at least accepted by a sitting president of, okay, so white supremacists really isn't that bad. They're fine people. And when you get that stance from the chief executive, where do you go from there to try and solve that?
Well, I don't know. As you were talking about it, made me think a lot about when Lincoln was elected prior to the Civil War. I mean, the South said, if Lincoln's elected, we're going to secede. And Lincoln didn't even show up on the ballot in some southern states, and he still won. And it's something, it reminds me of something like that. I mean, the Civil War, the nation was still fairly new, and we had a lot of things we needed to work out, especially with the issue of slavery, which was the big one. And I think today we don't really have that big issue that is dividing us. I think it's just political beliefs. And I mean, sure, you could cite, class warfare and wealth inequality and things like that. But I think it's always been this way. I think that maybe not white supremacy to the extent that we're seeing now, but I think there's always been a disparity between races, especially with those in power. I just think it's been more behind the scenes and it was never talked about. But now with President Trump, because he's not the type to hide things, hide his views on things, he's always the first to tell you what he thinks. We're just seeing more of that come to light. And I think that it's so radical in a bad way to see a president just say whatever comes to his mind, because before, just the other day, I heard a tape of, I believe it was Nixon and maybe Gerald Ford talking about something, and they were just casually throwing out racial slurs.
Right.
But this was a recorded tape that was hidden during the Nixon administration. But now you can get something like this on Trump's Twitter.
Yeah.
And it's such a radical change of how a president functions in the media, and especially Trump, because he obviously utilizes Twitter, how we're supposed to handle that and what we're supposed to interpret from it. Whereas before, the president was seen as a kind of a title, like something that you would carry with some kind of honor. With Trump, you realize that they're just people and that they have these beliefs that maybe, your racist uncle had, but now your racist uncle is the one that's in power and maybe always has been.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. That's true. The one thing that I think is kind of scary about this is there's a CNBC article that talked about that there's ample evidence now that suggests that Russia had used Facebook ads to inflame racial tensions during the 2016 presidential election. And, we've seen the results of the Mueller report. There hasn't been sufficient evidence to suggest that Trump was involved in any outside influence of the presidential election. But there was sufficient evidence that came out of there to suggest that Russia was involved in influencing the election. And it wasn't that they were trying to tell you who to vote for or who not to vote for. They were dividing the country on racial lines, along racial lines. And that divide influenced who people voted for. And that kind of outside, like if Russia can see that those divides exist and they can find a way to manipulate them through Facebook, a social networking platform that can influence the outcome of an election, that's kind of dangerous stuff there. I mean, to me, that speaks of a groundswell of animosity along racial lines that suggests that a race war may be something that someone really is trying to trigger, or at least tap into for racial, we'll say profit in this case, for political profit. Do you think that there's racial tensions that could be manipulated like that?
I think there are tensions, but I also think that things like this, the tactic is to divide people as much as possible, because the more people the more people are divided, the easier they are to control and to influence and to manipulate. And I think that instead of, it's easier said than done, but instead of, feeling the racial tensions and seeing things like that, I think that if we were instead to focus on the things we have in common and the things that we share, then things like this wouldn't be such of an issue. I think people are so determined to, it's that age-old thing of, I want to feel unique but part of a group. And I think that we're seeing a lot of that now. And I think that comes out of both racial tensions and with the political situation that we've got now, political tensions, because it's difficult to have a Democrat and a Republican talk to each other seemingly without some kind of animosity. And it seems like it goes to you as a person. It's not just your beliefs, it's who you are as a person.
Yeah.
And I think that that's a lot of the issue. And of course, Russia, who is, well, not really our enemy. They're another global superpower. It would make sense for them to want to manipulate us in this way, because it's the easiest way to do it, and it's really easy to do it, as you can see here, and the impacts that it's had now with, influencing our elections.
Yeah, and it's not like the United States hasn't had a history of influencing other nations' elections. I mean, CIA had an entire division devoted to that. The Washington Post had an article that talked about some of the practices that Cambridge Analytica had undertook. Cambridge Analytica was deeply associated with the Trump 2016 campaign. They used something they called psychographic techniques, as opposed to demographic techniques. They basically would go out, take a step back a second, and kind of explain some background on Cambridge Analytica. So Cambridge Analytica is a UK-based company that had US operations, and they would accumulate data from multiple data sources, one of those being Facebook. And they did so by running this questionnaire on Facebook, and people would answer this information and give Cambridge Analytica this information for free. And then Cambridge Analytica would then basically scrape their friends lists and get information about their friends as well. And their job was to analyze all that data, determine who was, because, I mean, you and I are both well aware of the fact that the country is very polarized. And that tends to be the case in most other countries where they were active. It wasn't about taking someone who was a staunch Democrat and getting them to vote Republican. It was getting that group in the middle there, who was the undecided group, that swing group, and influencing them and manipulating them to do what you want. And that's largely what Cambridge Analytica did. And they learned this tactic in other countries. For instance, in Trinidad, they had a practice where you had two minorities in Trinidad, and they ran a campaign to suppress the vote. And they suppressed the vote with willing participants. Like, we've had voter suppression in the United States where people have been intimidated, they've been attacked, you've had poll taxes, all these other things to get certain people, certain groups not to vote. Cambridge Analytica was actually we'll say brilliant. I'll give them the credit in this case. They were brilliant enough to manipulate the youth of this one minority in Trinidad to think that not voting was a way of protesting. We're not going to vote because all politicians are evil, all politicians are corrupt. And by doing that, they were able to swing 6% of the vote towards their target party, just by convincing the youth of the other party that voting was unfashionable. And really, it was brilliant the way that they did it. But they were employed to work with the Trump administration as well. And some of the statistics that came out talk about the Trump administration spending $16 million on Facebook ads versus the Democrats spending about $1 million on Facebook ads. And this is the dominant social network that we're talking about here, and it's about manipulating people's perceptions, just like any political campaign really is. So Trump has really based his presidency on his nationalistic values, his "Make America Great Again." But really, it's about dividing Americans along a class line. And that divide that's there, I think it's always been there. He basically drove a social media wedge right into the middle of that and separated it even further, and has been able to exploit that to his use. And I think, if anything, you're going to see that type of tactic and that type of split really exploited should he be removed from office for impeachment reasons. And I don't know if that's something the country could sustain or come back from. And I think that's what scares me more than anything else, is the divide's there. And most politicians traditionally have not attacked that divide, and that's the one thing that Trump has done. He's recognized that, and he's exploited that, and he's pushed that divide further apart. What do you think about that?
I think there is a certain truth to that, but I also, there was a time before television, right? So there weren't any television political based ads, but now, especially with local elections, you see them all the time. They have low production value, and no one really takes them seriously because they're targeted at, people that are easy to manipulate. So you see these kind of ads and you think, oh, they're just a norm. We see them all the time, before you watch Jeopardy. And I think that is where social media will head, because we've got Trump is the first one to really exploit it. I mean, you had Obama do it more to get the youth vote and to spread his message right when social media was becoming a thing. But now we've got Trump that is using it to divide people and to slander political opponents. And I think that's setting up a dangerous precedent that future politicians will most likely take advantage of as well. So I think that social media is just becoming another avenue for political slander to a certain extent. And I think that it does seem scary, but I also think we're ignoring people's ability to normalize things. And even we've seen that with Trump so far. I mean, when he was initially elected, everything he said was making headlines. And now every day he just says whatever he wants, and we've just kind of grown used to it. And you have to remind yourself that this doesn't have to be the norm, right, and that we can have a president. So I think seeing these tactics used on social media will become just as normalized as that.
And I think you're right. I agree with you. Television is a great example. When Nixon and Kennedy debated each other, it was really the first time you had televised debates. And you had a traditional politician like Nixon get up there who was coached and rehearsed and polished in his responses and his policies, get up there and debate Kennedy. And because Kennedy was a modern media celebrity, basically, and had that movie star personality about him, he had the foresight to allow them to put makeup on him. And as a result, he looked better on TV, even though those people that were listening on the radio all agreed that Nixon won the debate. Ultimately, it was Kennedy that won the election because he was able to take that new technology and use it. Now, granted, he wasn't using it to influence others so much as to make himself come across better. He wasn't trying to divide the nation. So, yeah, I mean, social media is just another tool that's being used in the political process, no different than TV was. My concern has been a politician who is keen enough to see where the divide is. It's like fighting an opponent who knows where your weakness is. If you're in a boxing match and your opponent watched your last fight and knew that you probably had a rib injury, and he's going to come in there and he's not going to toy around. He's not going to dance with you in the ring. He's not going to have a fair fight. He's going to go after that damaged rib, and he's going to beat you in that rib until you fall and you can't fight anymore. Is it dirty fighting to do that? Maybe.
It works.
But it works. Yeah. And I think that's sort of what Trump is Trump is that guy that's going to go in there. And a lot of this, to his credit, comes from his business prowess. Trump's not a politician. He's a businessman, and he's a businessman who's made his fortune by exploiting other people's weaknesses. He just happens to be taking that same tactic to politics, and as a result, people that play by the traditional rules are crying foul as a result. Is it unsportsmanlike? Maybe, but has politics ever been sportsmanlike? I mean, you've had political campaigns that have attacked candidates' dogs. It's like candidates' wives. And so it's like dirty politics isn't something that's unique to Trump. I think Trump may do it better than other people, certainly more effectively than other people. I think the thing that probably bothers me most is that we have those weaknesses as a society. We have those racial divides this far from the Civil War, and with civil rights being at the forefront of a lot of our discussions, we as a society are still very fragile when it comes to that sort of thing, and we now have a politician who can masterfully manipulate those weaknesses. And I don't know, maybe I'm a little disappointed in society for being that fragile. Anyway, I think that was...
And on a real high note.
Yeah, well,
We're all doomed.
I think that was what we had this week. Did you have any final thoughts for us?
Just remind yourself that this isn't normal, and it doesn't have to be.
Yeah, I think those are good closing words. This has been another episode of Insights into Tomorrow. We'd love to get your feedback. Feel free to email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can check us out on our website at www.insightsintothings.com. You can check us out. Our videos are up on YouTube at youtube.com/insightsintothings. And you can get the audio versions of this podcast at podcast.insightsintotomorrow.com. And I think that's it. Another one in the books. Thanks for listening, folks. Bye.
No credits rolled.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to episode 10 of No Credits Rolled. That's right, we've made it to 10 episodes. My name is Sam Whalen, of course, always your host. But yeah, 10 episodes is a big deal. So I just want to thank everybody for listening. If you've listened, downloaded, shared the show, if you've been there since episode 1, when I used to stutter and say slightly more than I do now, I really appreciate it. 10 episodes is a big deal for me. When I started this show, I wasn't really sure how long I was going to go with it, how much I was going to do. And, before you know it, we're at episode 10. So thanks. But before we get started, of course, I have to do the usual plugs. We are on TikTok and YouTube at No Credits Rolled, so go check us out there. Trying to get that TikTok following going, just because it's fun to go viral there if we can. And of course, you can also continue to subscribe and tell everyone you know to subscribe on every podcast service, Spotify, Apple, wherever you get your podcast. No Credits Rolled will be there for you. 10 episodes down, hopefully 10 billion more to go. Anyway, thanks again for episode 10, and I appreciate each and every one of you. Let's start the show.
Now get out there and make someone smile.
All right, so last week we did a little bit more review-centric show, and this week we're going back to the news just because there were two things that I really cannot avoid talking about, and that really interests me and I think might interest you too. First story we got is, of course, you've probably heard that Call of Duty Black Ops 6 is reportedly set to launch straight into Xbox Games Pass. This, of course, was rumored for a while that now with the Xbox Blizzard Activision sort of merger that, hey, is COD going to come to Games Pass? Is Xbox going to play that card? And it looks like they finally are. So this is from Wesley Yin-Poole over at IGN, quote, Microsoft will soon announce its intention to release this year's mainline Call of Duty game straight into Games Pass, according to a new report. The Wall Street Journal reports that Microsoft will announce the plans during its Xbox showcase event in June, which I think that is rumored for the next 2 weeks, maybe? June 9th, I feel like I heard. This is from the Wall Street Journal article. They said, quote, Microsoft plans a major shakeup of its video game sales strategy by releasing the coming installment of Call of Duty to its subscription service instead of the long-time lucrative approach of only selling it a la carte. Microsoft declined to comment when contacted by the publication, so they're probably saving this for their big showcase. So yeah, this is Xbox finally playing their big card, I think. What is this going to look like? What is this going to look like for Xbox? What is this going to look like for Call of Duty as a series? We're going to try to break a little bit of that down here on the show today. So the first thing I want to look at is how will this impact Call of Duty sales? 2023 was the first time in a long time that Call of Duty wasn't the best-selling game. Hogwarts Legacy beat out Modern Warfare 3 last year, which of course Modern Warfare 3 had a pretty rough launch and pretty terrible reputation, so that probably didn't help. However, I did a little bit more digging here. Technically, Call of Duty remained the best-selling franchise in 2023 due to the release of both MW2 and MW3. That kind of boosted the numbers and kept COD as the best franchise. But in terms of number one best-selling game, Hogwarts Legacy did beat out Call of Duty last year. So a little bit of a dip, I would say, going into 2024 and 2023. And, you know, I think Call of Duty's definitely trying to bounce back from that. People were not happy with MW3 at launch. Like I said, very rocky launch. Many calling it essentially DLC, and longtime fans being very disappointed with the, I think it was roughly 3-hour campaign. I mean, I'll never forget, we had the, who was it? Christopher Judge at the Game Awards that year, or last year, making fun of it, and he did a little dig at it at the Game Awards, which, you know, I'm sure the people that made that game weren't thrilled about, but it was pretty funny at the time. But yeah, roughly 3-hour campaign, people were not happy, and even the structure of that campaign was not your traditional Call of Duty, big set pieces, big moments, big levels. It very much seemed to be the majority of it take place on Warzone maps and sort of let you do more open-ended stuff, which was pitched in the sales thing as being like, well, Call of Duty's maybe making a shift more towards a Far Cry where you can go about it your own way, when in reality it was really just easier to make it that way because you could incorporate kill streaks that already were in the game, incorporate locations that were already in the game with Warzone maps, and sort of churn it out as fast as possible to get MW3 out. That's not to mention the story direction things took, which I'll be honest, I kind of fell off the Call of Duty story with the new remake. Once, I love the first remake. Well, I guess it's the second remake because they remade 4, but the 2019 one, that original one that came out, I absolutely love that game. My friends and I played a ton of it. It was a special moment. It was also right around COVID lockdown, so that kind of helped, but I loved that game quite a bit. And there were, things that happened in that game, and I can spoil it. It's been like 4 years. So Alex is like one of your main characters. He gets blown up in that campaign. He sacrifices himself for some reason. I don't remember why. He blows up, right? But then they bring him back in a season of Warzone. And it like totally deflates any kind of like, I don't know, dramatic like gravitas they want to have with the story if they're just going to do this stuff in Warzone, if the story quote unquote will continue in Warzone. But like, it's not the same. And when they started doing stuff like that, that was kind of when I fell off of okay, what is this narrative here? I bought Modern Warfare 2 just for the gameplay, because that system, that engine that those remakes run on is still very fun to play in. And then the story in that game, I really wasn't paying attention, if I'll be honest. I know there were some levels in that mission, or in that game rather, that I really did not enjoy. There were some that were better than others, but I think overall MW2 was a step back from the first game. And then I never even played Modern Warfare 3, I'll be honest. I saw it was critically panned. I wasn't going to shell out that kind of money for it. And I just never played it because it was so terribly reviewed, and it seemed like it was really the sort of epitome of this modern Call of Duty era, trying to get as much money out of people as possible, and I just wasn't really there for it. So with all that being said, I mean, Warzone continues to dominate in the multiplayer market. It's raking in millions of dollars for Activision, which is now also Xbox, so it's a moneymaker there. My question sort of is here, with Xbox having so many projects fall through, studio closures, PlayStation outselling them in consoles, Xbox is not in a great spot, so will Call of Duty be the one to dig them out? I think if anything, it reflects the direction Xbox is kind of going in the future. I mean, even in the IGN report, they said a major shakeup of the video game sales strategy, and that's kind of what I'm talking about here. They are kind of moving away from that traditional console release cycle of, whatever they were going to call it, the Xbox Series X 2.0. I don't know. The naming conventions with Xbox kind of got out of hand. But they're moving away from that console cycle, and it seems like they're going more into being a digital library of games that you can hypothetically play anywhere, whether that be through the xCloud or an app on your TV, or with the sort of slimmed down Series S variant that doesn't have a disk drive but is very small and very portable and very impressive, honestly, with what it can do. So that is maybe where they're more shifting towards. And so if they want to grow that online catalog with Games Pass and with other things, well, really just Games Pass because they did away with Games with Gold. Imagine if Call of Duty was in that ecosystem. It would be a huge get for them. And not just, Black Ops 6, I have here later in the notes, but I'll skip to it now. Imagine a world where we get all of those Call of Duty games, every single one, on Games Pass. I mean, that'd be a pretty big deal. Call of Duty is one of those franchises that seemingly never goes on sale. But it's always there. I see it on sale all the time on the Xbox store. And if they come out and they say, every Call of Duty ever available on Games Pass right now, especially, and I don't even know if they'd be able to do this, if they could do it where the multiplayer servers for all those games are up too. I think that'd be a pretty big deal. Now, I know servers are up now I'll jump into Black Ops 2 and stuff occasionally, but those games are so riddled with hackers. But I think if Microsoft comes in and streamlines it and says, hey, we're kicking... I mean, there's cheaters in Warzone now, so maybe there's no way to prevent cheating. But if they come out and they say, hey, these games are available right now, you can go download them. Black Ops 6 comes out in, November? And, but now you can go play all those old Call of Duty games. I think, that would be a pretty big get for them. But back to the impact on Call of Duty sales. We've talked about before on this show how Games Pass is pretty notorious for hurting initial sales of games. And with Call of Duty retailing at $70 nowadays, with most games retailing that high, is Xbox going to shoot itself in the foot, right? By hurting Activision sales numbers, therefore hurting Xbox sales numbers by putting this thing out on Games Pass. I think the risk reward here that they're going for is hoping that by putting this Call of Duty out on Games Pass, you bump up those Games Pass subscriber numbers, and those people stay subscribed, which becomes a monthly payment, which would theoretically net you more revenue than a one-time $70 purchase. Is that what's going to happen? I don't know. I could see it boosting subs in the short term, but I don't think that is going to lead to sustainable growth and consistent growth. I think you're going to see a big surge of it if you do see a surge, and I wouldn't be surprised if there was a price hike to go with this of Xbox Games Pass. And then if you get those old COD games on there, you're going to see a big boost. But again, I don't think there's going to be anything long-term in terms of the growth of Games Pass. That is, of course, unless Black Ops 6 comes out and blows everybody out of the water. Personally, I've been pretty disappointed with most Call of Duty games, except for that 2019 Modern Warfare. I've been pretty disappointed with them. I didn't really like Cold War. I know people, that was sort of like a sleeper hit that people liked because we were so deep in the Modern Warfare craze that to get Cold War, I don't think it was talked about as much. They really just haven't been grabbing me like they used to. And I think if Black Ops 6 comes out, I'm definitely, I mean, now that it's on Games Pass, I'm definitely in because I probably wasn't going to buy it before because like I said, I skipped MW3. I did end up picking up Modern Warfare 2. But I've been ebbing and flowing on Call of Duty. But I'm definitely going to give it a shot, right? And I hope it's good. But if it is I'm talking like next level good, like the way people talk about Black Ops 1 and 2 and those campaigns and how they're must-play campaigns if you're a first-person shooter fan, then that's going to be a different story. That's going to get way more people coming into Games Pass, and it could be a game changer for Microsoft. I'm not going to get my hopes up, but that'd be great to see. It'd be great for Call of Duty as a franchise. It'd be great for Microsoft, and it'd be great for all the people involved. I was able to find some data here on Games Pass subscribers because until recently, this is data from February, but before February, we really didn't have any concrete numbers on what the kind of growth that Games Pass was dealing with looked like. But this is February 2024. They said they hit 34 million subs. Now, their targeted goal way back when was 100 million subs by 2030, and that is seeming less likely every year. But I mean, you're kind of a third of the way there in both time and subs, so maybe. But I'm pretty sure Xbox sort of dollied back those estimates once they saw that subscribers were kind of plateauing for a while there. I am curious to see if we will get numbers maybe at this presentation to go with the announcement of Black Ops 6 coming to Games Pass, if we'll get more numbers. If we'll get a price increase, I am worried about that, but it wouldn't surprise me if this is really where Xbox is going, if we're not going to get another quote-unquote new Xbox console, and if they're going to just double down on this Games Pass stuff. I would not be surprised if there's a price increase. But, at the end of the day, I'm curious what it will do for the COD franchise and for Games Pass. But I hope the game is good. I want to enjoy another Black Ops game. I really liked 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. And, the campaign for Cold War wasn't that bad. It just, by that point, it wasn't what I was looking for. But I am going in optimistic with this Black Ops 6. And, I hope at least the campaign is quality, and I hope the multiplayer is fun. As for Warzone, Warzone is what it is. I really was into Warzone when it first came out with that 2019 Modern Warfare. My friends and we played a ridiculous amount of it during lockdown. But, now it's just, I find it to be pretty pay to win. I find it to be very meta chasing with people just picking the best guns with the best attachments and then just destroying you. It's the same thing I complain about with all multiplayer games on this show. People are just going to be better than you and dominate you, then why am I going to waste my time playing your game? And Warzone, I think, has gotten a lot worse with that over time as they add more guns. Like the shift from Warzone 1 and 2 where, the guns, the recoil and the way the guns felt is so much different and so much easier to control that, it's just not what it used to be. And I think all the added mechanics, it's what you see in a lot of these, free-to-play live service games that go on for so long. They just become so bloated, and it's difficult to just have that stripped-down classic fun you used to have before. Again, I sound like an old man, but hey, that's just my opinion. So yeah, I don't know how this is going to work with Warzone, but I'm sure it will be some sort of major update, and I'm assuming Warzone will stay free. I don't see why it wouldn't. They're making money hand over fist with it. Why would you charge for that? And now you'll be able to get that whole package all on Xbox. So we'll have to see what happens. We'll have to see what this presentation looks like whenever that drops. I will probably cover it on this show, depending on the timing of it. I might be a little late to it, but, check it out whenever that does drop, I will most likely get to it. But yeah, that's all I got to say about COD coming to Games Pass. Let me know what you think. Are you a Games Pass subscriber? Do you play every Call of Duty when it comes out? How do you feel about this sort of exclusivity here with Xbox Games Pass? But anyway, we're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll be covering the PlayStation Showcase. You're listening to No Credits Rolled. We're going to talk a little bit about the latest PlayStation State of Play. I almost said Showcase. They're two different things. Typically, I think these State of Plays are usually supposed to be a little bit lower key, not necessarily the big crazy reveals that we come to expect from Sony. They sort of save those for the showcases. That being said, it's hard to go into any kind of developer or studio, presentation without shooting for the moon, right? Without wanting that one release you've been wanting for years, or that one hype announcement that you don't see coming that really takes you off guard. And I'm guilty of that every time I watch one of these, of waiting for that hype reveal. But honestly, this state of play was pretty low key. Not a whole lot of crazy things. And I'm really just going to cover the stuff that interested me. Obviously, if you want to see the whole thing, you can go check it out yourself. There were some things, the majority of the thing I'm not going to cover, honestly, because it really doesn't appeal to me and I really don't find much of it interesting to talk about. But, it's still worth your time if you do want to check out the whole thing. So the first thing I want to cover here, by the way, just to preface, everything I'm going to be quoting here is from Taylor Lyles at IGN. They did a very good breakdown of everything that was announced, so you can go read that article if you want the full breakdown as well. First thing I want to cover here is a game called Concord from Firewalk Studios, and this is from Taylor Lyles at IGN. Quote, starting the May 2024 State of Play, Sony unveiled a new gameplay trailer for Firewalk Studios' upcoming 5v5 multiplayer shooter Concord. The new trailer showed a pre-rendered cutscene. We love those pre-rendered cutscenes, can't get enough of those. Showcasing a ragtag group of guns for hire. After the extended cutscene, Firewalk Studios provided a first and detailed look at Concord's gameplay. Blah, 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 various characters, various styles. It's a 5v5 hero shooter, everybody. We know what those look like. It's going to be released on PC and PS5 August 23rd, and there will be a beta in July. Look, I mean, this is another hero shooter. I don't know why they're making this game at this time. I feel like this game kind of already looks dead in the water, and it hasn't even had a beta yet or hasn't even come out yet. It looks very generic. A lot of times when I talk with my friends about these reveals, I talk about the kind of games that you would see in a movie that like kids are playing in the background that isn't a real game because they couldn't get the license to something, so they just made up a fake game. This game kind of looks like that. That being said, if I can get in on the beta, I will definitely check it out. I like hero shooters, even if they're generic looking. I like to try new games like this. So, maybe I'll check it out if given the chance. When it comes out, I don't know how long it's going to last. I mean, August 2023, that's probably going to be right before Call of Duty, assuming if Call of Duty drops in November or September, it usually drops in the fall. Like, I don't know where this game is going to fit in people's, shooter ecosystem. I hope it does well for the studio. I don't know what Firewalk Studios has done before. I personally haven't heard of them, but if this is like their big moment in the sun to sort of shine, I hope it goes well for them. But I don't know what is going to make this game stand out and what is going to draw people's eyes to this. Unfortunately, in a world where a lot of games are either established like a Warzone or they're using big IPs to get people in, we're going to talk about multiverses later in the show, but people play that game just because of the IPs they know. It's tough to do something wholly unique and still get people involved. I mean, there have been countless examples of these free-to-play. I don't know if this game's free-to-play. I could not figure that out. But the point is, like, these wholly unique ideas that come out that are 5v5 hero shooters or something like that don't really have the sauce to make it stand out and end up failing. And, we're going to see what happens here with Concord. But like I said, I hope the best for the studio and the devs and all that. I wanted to highlight it because I will probably check it out if I can, just because I do like these types of games. So we'll see what happens. Speaking of hero shooters, this was probably my most hype announcement, even though it's like kind of nothing. But Marvel Rivals is coming to PS5. A closed beta is set for July. So I don't know if I've talked about it on this show yet, because I turn on the microphone and black out for 45 minutes. But if you haven't seen it, Marvel Rivals is the superhero team-focused PvP shooter. These are quotes from Lyles over at IGN again. Featuring Marvel Comics superheroes, appeared at the State of Play today. In addition to PC and Mac, the team shooter was confirmed to receive a PS5 version when the game eventually releases. Unfortunately, the game still doesn't have a release date, but we got more gameplay. And there was recently, this is now Sam talking. There was an alpha recently, so there's lots of gameplay out there you can go check out if you want, showcasing different maps, all the different heroes. It was a pretty fleshed out build of the game on PC. One final quote here from Lyles over at IGN. Additionally, developed NetEase Games announced that a closed beta test will be held sometime in July, with more details set to be provided as the test month draws near. You can bet your bottom dollar I'm going to try to get in on that. because I am very excited for this game. I have wanted a game like this for a long time. I'm a diehard Overwatch fan, less so now since they've kind of ran that game into the ground, but especially when Overwatch initially came out, I used to say it was my favorite game of all time. So to get that with the Marvel universe, with the Marvel characters, and from what I've seen in the alpha, they are unabashedly just stealing from Overwatch in terms of gameplay mechanics. There are characters in Rivals that function just like characters in Overwatch. There are maps in Rivals that look just like Overwatch maps. It is borderline like legally actionable, but we'll see. I think a reason they're doing that, they're being so similar, is that so people know the language when they start this game. Because, if you're jumping into one of these games for the first time, it's tough to know what character to start playing as, because, you're presented this roster and you're like, okay, well, I don't know. These people all have unique abilities. I don't know what anybody does. But if you know the language of Overwatch, which is a popular now free-to-play game as well, you can jump in and say, okay, well, Hulk kind of plays like D.Va. I like D.Va, so I'll play the Hulk. There is a language there that is nice, assuming they don't get sued. But, I'm very excited for this game. I knew it was coming to PC, and I was kind of bummed, but I assumed we were going to get a console release at some point, and I love that we got this announcement this early and this soon. Beta test in July, says here, more details set to be provided as the test month draws near. I mean, it's almost June. It might be June by the time this airs. So hopefully we get some more information on that soon. I'm super excited for that. And I will do whatever I have to get in that beta if I can. If I gotta, maybe they're gonna make me buy the Founders Bundle, the Collector's Edition. Maybe I'll do it. We'll see. Because I am very excited about this game, and I hope it doesn't suck. That would be bad. That would not be a good time if I play this game and it sucks. But we'll see. There's a lot of we'll see on this section of the show because it is a state of play. It is announcements. It is reveals. It is trailers. So it's a lot of speculation on where are we actually going to get once we get these games in our hands. Next up, Capcom shared a new look at the new Monster Hunter game, Monster Hunter Wilds. I believe we got a title reveal of this maybe at Summer Games Fest last year. There was some presentation where they did the title reveal. But we got more gameplay here. New trailer. It looks really good. Like, graphically, it looks like maybe a departure from Monster Hunter World and Monster Hunter Rise. I know with Rise they tried to do a little bit of a pared down graphically intensive game because of where that launched initially. But it looks like they're, really shooting for the moon here with Monster Hunter Wilds. It looks like a lot of fun. I really like Monster Hunter is one of those games that I really would like to get into and really make it soak up all my time. But every time I try to play one of these games, I played a decent amount of World and I played a little bit of Rise. It's like I always feel like I'm late to the party with these games. I always feel like I get in there late and my friends and I played World a little bit, but I know this game is enhanced by playing with friends, and it's tough to sort of stick with a group playing these games because, first of all, at least in World, the party up system was really obtuse and not simple at all. I think I talked last week, about how when it comes to these multiplayer games, for me, it's important to have that ease of access of just being able to squad up with your friends. And Monster Hunter World is not one of those games. It is a pain. And, that sort of was a turnoff for us because we just want to boot up the game, squad up, and start playing. We don't want to, maybe we're drowning in all these fantastic games that we're privileged saying this. But, I feel like if you're going to make a multiplayer game, you should make it easy to be able to play multiplayer. I don't know. Anyway, I hope this game is, decent. It looks great. I will check it out eventually. I don't know if I'll be picking this one up on release, but I will check it out if it comes to some kind of free service maybe, or if I can pick it up on sale. We'll definitely try to check it out. I think this is the last announcement we have here, and this was probably my second. This is probably the one I should be most hyped for, but I'm not, just because I have such an interest in Marvel Rivals. But last announcement here is Team Asobi unveils new Astrobot game coming this September. Now, if you haven't played the other Astrobot games, there is the second Astrobot game, I think, the one that isn't VR. It is incredible, and I feel like it's kind of slept on. I feel like a lot of people didn't play that game because of how it released and where it released. But the Astrobot games are fantastic. I mean, it's like Sony's version of a Mario game, and I feel like it doesn't get the sort of acclaim and recognition that they deserve. The games are fantastic. Highly recommend you go play them if you like those kind of 3D platformers. And now we're getting a new one, and I think that's fantastic news. And it's coming out on September the 6th, so not that far away. It's just titled Astrobot, apparently. This is, again, from Taylor Lyles over at IGN. Team Asobi's next project debuted an adorable gameplay trailer and explained in a PS blog post that players will explore over 80 levels. That is a lot of levels as they look for Astro's missing crew. And one of the charming aspects of this game is because it's a Sony exclusive, you get a lot of Sony Easter eggs. You get all kinds of Sony references. So we had references to Uncharted, to Parappa the Rapper, God of War. It's just really charming, and it's really cool. And if you like Sony and you're going to pick up on these references, it's a lot of fun. On top of it being a fantastic platformer, and the way they incorporate the haptic feedback and the functionality of the DualSense into the controller. It's a little gimmicky, but it's like the best version of gimmicky, where the way they do the haptics, especially in the triggers and stuff for the second game that came out, is really, really impressive. And it really showcases what that DualSense controller is capable of, that not a whole lot of games nowadays are utilizing, I think, to its fullest extent. So yeah, new Astrobot game coming out in September. Definitely going to check that one out. I highly recommend you go play the other ones if you can get your hands on them. If you're on PlayStation, they're a ton of fun, and they don't really take that long to beat either. I think you can beat them in, maybe under 10 hours. And, Astrobot, he's an adorable little guy. He's a great mascot too. I know we're kind of past the age of mascots for franchises and companies, but he's a great mascot. Shout out Astrobot. So yeah, that's pretty much everything I got for the May 2024 Sony State of Play. Let me know what you think. Did you check out the State of Play? Are there any big announcements you were looking forward to? Maybe some of the stuff I didn't cover here on the show. Did anything catch your eye? Or were you maybe let down? Did you, like myself, set your expectations absurdly high and maybe not have them fulfilled? Let me know. Anyway, we're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, it's time for the review portion of the show. You're listening to No Credits Rolled. All right, and we're back on No Credits Rolled. Now, for the review portion of the show, I did tease it. We are going to do it. It's the Paper Mario The Thousand Year Door review. This is, of course, the remake of the 2004 GameCube classic. This is a fun little blurb I got when I was doing my research from the Super Mario Wiki. So this is a quote from that. The title features visually enhanced and updated graphics, along with new gameplay features. However, it remains faithful to the style of the original game. The characters still use their designs from the original release, and this is the best part. In parentheses, notably, Princess Peach keeps her pre-Mario Party 4 dress design, rather than the updated designs used in the following Paper Mario games. So, someone's really locking down here, getting these designs accurate. I didn't even know the landmark change in Princess Peach's dress in a pre-Mario Party 4 world. Anyway, yeah. So this is my first Mario RPG, and I'm really enjoying it so far. It's pretty fun. I love the design. I think the thing I love most about this game is that art style, that paper art style. Something about that paper aesthetic, it's very appealing to me. And I honestly, guys, this might be my favorite Mario design. Something about the way he looks with his dead little eyes and that 2D sort of 3D flat Stanley look he's got going on. I absolutely love it. There's something simplistic about it that I think really shines. And it's not just Mario. Everybody in this game, you see it in Princess Peach, you see it in Bowser, sort of. I just love the designs in this game. I think that paper look is really appealing to me. And I'm glad I got to experience this game sort of up-res for 2024, 20 years later. I'm glad that a whole new audience like myself is getting to experience this classic game. And the game is a classic, and you can see why just the second you boot it up. Going back to that design aspect of it, there's moments where when the characters are standing still or moving, you can see, like when you have a sticker and the back of the sticker is white, but the front of it is the design of the sticker. So it's kind of like that in the game where you can see the back of the edges sort of where the paperness of him is. It's hard to describe. I'll have gameplay footage in the video version. You can check it out. But it's awesome. It's a really unique design. I know that they did a couple of these games, and I'm sure people are screaming at their listing device saying, hey, this paper style's been around for forever. Where have you been? Well, I'm just getting to it now, and I think it looks great. And it also incorporates it into the gameplay design, the world design of, staircases sort of folding over. Mario can transform into a variety of paper things to navigate the world. All that stuff is great, and I think it's really clever, especially when you put it into an RPG, exploring the world, gaining new traversal abilities, things like that. The game looks very crisp, and I think it makes that paper cardboard aspect look even better. Now, it is 30 frames a second, and I know I'm the first one to complain about frame rates here, but honestly, like, I really didn't even notice. I didn't notice until I heard someone mention it on a different show. And, you know, when it comes to Switch games, it's like, it doesn't need to be 120 frames. I would love it if it was. I would love if games like Zelda and Pokemon played at that high frame rate, but especially with this game, I think something about the art style, you really don't notice the 30 frames. It's very smooth, and the combat, which I'll get to in a second, there's a timing mechanic where you have to do certain inputs to, you know, enhance your attack or do a better block, and the frame rate does not impact the timing of that. It's not that hard to do, which is good to see, because, you know, I see, if you told me it was 30 frames going in, I would, you know, probably want to give it like a ding for that, but I couldn't really tell. Is that because the Switch is old? Maybe. But who knows? Now, the actual RPG mechanics are pretty fun. Like I just said, it involves hitting certain button prompts during turn-based combat. I think this is maybe my preferred method of combat in RPG. One of the South Park games did it too. And those South Park games were sort of my first introduction to because they were paying homage to all these classic RPGs, and they all had different combat styles. And one of them, I can't remember which one. One of them had this like turn-based thing where you would do active time-based things in the combat. And I really do enjoy that. I think it combines the aspects of turn-based, which I like because there's not a whole lot of like stress, honestly. But it also gives you that engagement with when you do an attack, hit this button. It keeps you in the loop of the game. Because if, you know, just straight turn-based can get a little bit boring, I think, in my opinion. So to add that extra element, that really can make or break a fight. You know, if you time a guard right and you take 0 damage when Mario's on 1 HP, you're going to be able to keep going when you otherwise would have lost. And I think it's pretty cool. There's other elements that are neat to it too, where you're using the left stick and pulling back, or you're using different inputs that I just think it's really unique, and I think it really helps you stay engaged in the combat. One thing that I want to mention is this game really has an edge to it that I was just not expecting. You can tell it was from that GameCube era of Mario where he was a little angrier and like the property in general was a little bit edgier. The first thing that comes to mind for me is like Super Mario Strikers, where like Mario would like kick somebody in the head and hit him into electrical fences. So you're getting a little bit of that Mario here, where he's not necessarily as polished and as much of like a friendly neighborhood mascot as you would think. And the world is very like, there's a humor to the whole world too that I think is interesting. And I like that they kept all that stuff in the original game. Like I said in the notes here, Mario's a lot nicer nowadays, but it's funny to see the sense of humor Thousand Year Door has. I mean, there have been like comedy bits and jokes in the game that have made me laugh out loud, which is nice. There was one in particular that's fairly early in the game where you have a Koopa, the turtle guys. He's one of your companions, and he's looking for his dad. And you find a Dry Bones, which are the skeleton Koopas, and he's like, "Dad, no!" And he finds a note on him that like is talking about, you know, my last wishes to my son, blah 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 blah. But then it says like a different name at the end, like it's not your companion's name. And then he's like, "Oh, I guess it wasn't my dad." And I don't know, that was really funny to me, and I didn't expect that. It was like really dire for a second. I was like, "Oh my god, did this guy just find his dead father like in a Mario game?" It seemed like a bit much, but then of course they turned it into a joke. That got me. The music is on point, you know, endless catchy battle and traveling themes, the kind of stuff you would expect from these classic RPGs. And a fun detail that I'm sure fans of the original will enjoy, you can equip a badge, which is like sort of your gear, and it sets all the music and sound effects to the sounds from the original game. So if you want that old GameCube sort of vibe, you can equip that, which I think is a nice touch, especially for fans of the original that are now playing the remake. But yeah, I'm eager to play this game. I was hypothetically thinking about getting through way more of it for this review than I wanted to, and then what I ended up doing. It's going to take me a lot longer than I thought, but that's the benefit of hosting a show called No Credits Rolled. You don't have to finish these games to talk about them. But yeah, I'm eager to keep playing. Like I said, it's going to be a lot longer and deeper and lengthier than I was expecting, but I think it's going to be really fun. And the one takeaway that I want to leave you with here is that it makes me want to play other Mario RPGs. I know they just did a Mario RPG remake that I want to check out now. I had never played a Mario RPG before. I only know Mario as the platforming guy or the Smash Brothers guy or the kart racing guy or the soccer player guy or the golf guy or the baseball guy. Never as an RPG guy. So this was a nice change of pace, nice change of pace for my relationship with the old Italian plumber there. But I want to definitely check out these other games and see what they're like in comparison to this one. And I hope we get more remakes too, because I think Nintendo's handling these remakes of these classic games pretty well. And I think they got another home run with this one. All right, and the other game I want to talk about today is Multiverses. That's right, Multiverses is back, baby. Developed by Player First Games and published by Warner Brothers. It's the Warner Brothers Cinematic Universe. That's right, 2 weeks back-to-back where we're talking about cinematic crossover universe games. This time it's a free-to-play online fighter. Last week we talked about X-Defiant, which is a free-to-play online shooter. However, this game combines the world of Warner Brothers. So you've got, Looney Tunes, Scooby-Doo, not the actual dog, but other characters from Scooby-Doo, like Velma and Shaggy. DC characters, you got Batman and Superman. The Gremlins are there, the Iron Giant's there. It's a whole lot of different characters that you might not expect to see in any property, but they're in this game. And that was sort of one of the initial appeals for me when this game was back in beta a while ago. I played a ton of it, and I love these crossovers. Even if there's no substance to them, just something about seeing Batman talk to Bugs Bunny, I love it. And this is what that game is. It is a fighting game, of course. It's in the vein of something like a Nickelodeon All-Stars Brawl or a Smash Brothers, if you're curious what kind of game you're getting into. Now, this is still a great game, but it's definitely still got some polishing that needs to be done. The weird thing is, it was in beta for forever, then they took it offline for what felt like a year, if not more maybe. I didn't check the dates, but it felt like a year. It was a long time. And now it's back in its official release, but they've removed some elements that were in the original beta that aren't in the full release now, which really kind of baffle me. I have 2 of them here because they're the 2 that stand out the most. But you can't, to my knowledge, and feel free to tell me if I'm wrong, the ability to change characters in between rematches is just no longer there. You're locked in whatever characters you pick from the beginning, which is I'm just surprised by that. I would like to change characters. It also used to be, I think it used to be, best 2 out of 3, and then you couldn't rematch anymore. Now you can just rematch forever. But unfortunately, because you can rematch forever, but can't change your character, it's eventually I'm going to get tired of playing this character anyway, maybe, because I'm not trying to sweat that much in these games yet. Learn all the combos for this one character. I like to jump around, play different characters. But you can't in between rematches, at least not yet. They'll probably patch it. Speaking of after match things, the other thing I have down here is there's no stats after a match. You don't know who got the most KOs or who anybody got KOs or what kind of damage you did. None of that stuff is there, which is really strange. And again, they can patch it, or maybe there's just something I'm missing. But these things were in the original beta and are just no longer in the full release of the game. And there's stuff that is kind of weird to not have, especially in a fighting game that's online like this. Some other things. The game moved to Unreal Engine 5, and that was kind of why it took so long to come back out. But you can see that change to UE5 with the fluidity of the game. I think the characters move a lot smoother, and it's hard to describe because I don't know the technical terms of game animation, but I think the characters look a lot smoother, especially when they're jumping or mantling over things. That's where I first noticed it. Unfortunately, there are still server issues that plagued the original beta that are still here. So it causes the game to lag frequently, which in a fighting game is not, that's the kiss of death, which is, I think, a lot of why people dropped off initially in that beta. And of course, I've had a handful of just either network crashes, which were in the middle of a fight, you just get kicked back to the main menu. And I've even had a handful of hard crashes where the game completely freezes and the game crashes and I have to restart the whole thing. So, the game was out of commission, offline for so long in development, and it's still having these issues coming out. And I wonder what the problem is, honestly. Especially when it comes to that server lag. People are going to stop playing a fighting game. People want rollback netcode in their fighting games, let alone servers that function at just the most basic level. And I think that probably needs to be priority number 1. I complained about the character switching and the UI stuff with the stats after a match, but I think you need to lock those servers down, and you need to do it quick because, you're going to get that initial boost of people wanting to come back and hop into this game that they maybe liked initially and is now back for them to play, like myself. But if the game becomes, borderline unplayable with server lag in every match, you're going to kill that fan base just as quickly as you did before. So that's definitely an issue. But hopefully they fix it. I have high hopes. They clearly want this to be... There's a lot of effort put into this game. I'll put it that way. They care about these characters, and the movesets for each character feel unique and distinct to them, and they fit the character. It's going to sound really dumb, but like if you know the lore of Bugs Bunny, right? He's got like attacks where he like summons a safe or like goes in the ground and then comes back up. Things like that. You can tell they did their homework on these characters when they were creating them for this fighting game. And that's the kind of stuff I love. I love being, Shazam or Superman, and you feel the kind of power behind them. Or you can be a faster character like, well, not necessarily faster, but like Jake the dog from Adventure Time. He's kind of like Kirby in terms of he can like change shape and stuff like that. I don't know. I think all the characters are pretty fun to play, and it's fun to see these characters, this Warner Brothers universe, put into a game. I mean, we've seen like in Injustice, we've seen Batman and Superman and Black Adam and Wonder Woman, but you haven't seen like the Gremlins, right? Or like, I don't know. The Gremlins is like the weirdest one that comes to mind, but I'm sure there's others. I know they just introduced Jason Voorhees, and he's like really like built for some reason. He's like huge. Agent Smith is coming to the game from The Matrix, so I don't know. I love that stuff, and every time they drop a character, I'm probably going to come back, just like I did in the beta when they dropped characters, just to check them out. So one other big thing with this re-release of the game, they added a single-player mode. I believe they're called Rifts. It's sort of like a combination of towers from Mortal Kombat, but it's a lot closer to single-player stuff in games like Smash Brothers, where you're doing fights, but then there's also mini-games in between some of the fights. And I gotta say, well, you know what? Let's start with the positive. It's a nice addition, right? It's always good to have some kind of PvE thing in your online game, in my opinion, because if you're getting tired of getting stomped by people that are just way better than you at the game, you can boot up the PvE stuff and fight bots. And there are different difficulty levels to the bots, so you don't feel like you're just sort of playing on easy mode, right? You can set it to higher difficulties and train like that, just like you would train in any other fighting game. And you can still gain rewards that way as well. The big negative here is the minigames. The minigames are honestly terrible. They're brain dead simple, and I really think they need to be either reworked entirely, or I wouldn't be upset if they just removed them. I mean, they're like, here, an example of one is you're on like a cannon, and these balloons are rising up in front of you, and you just move your cursor and shoot the balloons with the cannon. It's like a game you would, like a plug and play game you get from the drugstore. There's one where you're in a tank and there's ships or like robots or whatever coming from the left or right of the screen, and you have to turn your tank and move your little the barrel of the tank and shoot them. But it's like a 3-year-old could do these. It's insane. Maybe I'm missing something here, but like it really feels like really bad. And especially when you just want to do fights and you're locked in doing some of these mini games before you can progress to the next stage of the tower. My friend and I, Joe and I, were playing yesterday or the other day, I forget when, and we found that we could just jump off the map and instantly lose, but it would allow us to progress to the next fight. So we just started doing that because we didn't want to do these mini games. And then like we did the one rift that ended with a Joker fight. And the majority of the Joker fight was the mini games all in one. Like you didn't really fight the Joker. He flew around in the balloon and you used like strategies from the other mini games to defeat him. And that was the big final boss. And it was like baffling. It honestly blew my mind that was what they did for the big final fight there. So yeah, mini games are terrible. And I really think, I'll just say it, they should just take them out. No one needs that, right? They're fun in Smash Brothers because Smash Brothers is an older franchise. And it's sort of nostalgic to do those, like, I don't even remember what they are, but like when you're running away from the hand guy and things like that, or like the obstacle courses and that there's an element of like nostalgia there, I think, if you went from Melee to Brawl to whatever. But there's like no reason to have it in Multiverses. I think it brings the gameplay to a grinding halt, and they're like brain dead easy. There's like no good like feedback even for doing them. It's just terrible. Like it really, I don't know why I've got such a bone to pick with it, but it really bothers me. But anyway, I do think you should go check out Multiverses, at least for a couple matches. It's free to play, and I'm sure you can find a character that you either know or like in the Warner Brothers universe. It's the benefit of having the Warner Brothers IP kind of backing this whole thing. There's probably a character that you can find that you'll enjoy. And it's definitely worth trying for a couple matches, even if you do get that server lag. It's not every match, but at the end of the day, the fighting mechanics are still a ton of fun. And it's definitely my kind of game. So I'm definitely going to keep playing it and just praying they fix all the problems and take out those mini games. But that's going to wrap up episode 10 of No Credits Rolled. Thank you so much for listening. Of course, you can always email questions or comments to nocreditsrolled@gmail.com. You can call in and leave us a voicemail at 856-209-0713. That's 856-209-0713, and we might just play it on the air. Make sure to subscribe to No Credits Rolled on Spotify, Apple Podcast, anywhere you get your podcasts, we'll be there for you. And if you're feeling generous, of course, you can always check out the Patreon, where you can subscribe for just $3 a month, and you can recommend what I should play and what I should talk about on the show. But hey, that's all I got. I'll see you next time on No Credits Rolled.
No credits rolled.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to episode 5 of No Credits Rolled. For our 5th episode, I wanted to try something a little bit different. So for today, I interviewed my pal Joe about 2 of our favorite games. All right, so for today's review portion of the show, I actually brought a special guest. I thought episode 5, hey, that's halfway to 10, so let's try to make it a special occasion. I brought on my friend, my pal, saver of human lives, Nurse Joe. How's it going, Joe?
Hey, Sam. I'm very excited to be on your show.
You sound excited.
I listen to every episode.
Yeah, you're one of our number one listeners.
Yeah, every episode on the way to work lines up perfectly. Halfway there, halfway home.
I appreciate that. Yeah, we do. We have a call-in line, which I will plug now. You can always call into the show at that's 856-209-0713. You can call in and leave a message. And when I made the call-in line, I had a sneaking suspicion of the first person that would utilize the call-in line, and it was my best friend, one of my best friends, Joe. And we'll play the audio here.
Hey, Sam, this is Joe, long-time listener, first-time caller. I was listening to your last episode where you announced your call-in line. Super exciting news. Great episode. You jumped in at the end, talked about Battlefront 2, Battlefront 1 and 2. They're going to be looking forward to playing some 10-year-old games or something. I just wanted to tell you about that. Make you feel a little old. Those games are actually 20 years old. So wanted to give you a little bit of existential dread there. Have a good one. Keep making the episodes. Wish they came out more often. Highlighted them like 2 weeks. See you, Sam. Thanks.
We have 2 different games I wanted to cover, and I've been wanting to have you on for a while because we have a lot of games we want to discuss, and I decided, hey, we'll do a double feature today. So the first game we're going to cover today is Helldivers 2. I'm sure if you're online at all, you've probably seen clips of this game. It's sweeping the internet, sweeping the gaming community, and after much convincing, I was able to get Joe to buy it. So Joe, what are your top level thoughts on Helldivers 2?
Helldivers 2 is awesome. It's a lot of fun. Definitely a game you want to play with your friends, which is why you had to try so hard to convince us to get it. Sam tends to get us to try to convince us to get a lot of games, and we play them once and put them down.
And they're all good.
It's always like, oh, Sam's trying to get us another game. Okay. They're not all good. And then this one, screw it. I've got my nurse money now, and so I bought the game, did a couple of rounds, and was hooked pretty fast. I love sci-fi media and stuff, and then the Starship Troopers element is just so good. Barely making it out of a mission is just such a great feeling.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely agree. I think that if you like Starship Troopers, this is basically a Starship Troopers game, but they couldn't get the license. So I think off the bat, if you have any interest in that movie or that kind of tone, that like mocking like military industrial complex stuff, I think you should definitely check it out. Just some quick facts about it. It's from Arrowhead Game Studios. It's published by Sony Interactive, so it is a PlayStation exclusive. I don't know if it's on PC, but it's definitely on PlayStation if you want to check it out. It is.
I think it's on PC. I think my brother was looking to get it.
Okay. Yeah, because Sony's been branching more into the PC realm as well. But yeah, one of the biggest things, like you said, this is definitely a multiplayer shooter first, off the top. It's way more fun with friends. I've tried playing it by myself, and I kind of, it's not anywhere near as fun. I don't know if you've tried solo, right? Do you have the same experience or?
Oh, definitely. It's more just being able to communicate and yell and shout at your friends and bark pretend orders. It makes it more fun, but sometimes you get a random that's just hilarious too. I don't talk in voice chat, but sometimes you start a mission before you even launch the pod. You have 3 level 50s ready to carry you to victory, which is fun too.
Yeah, you mentioned getting that voice chat. One of the first games that Joe and I played, we had this Scottish guy, and I think he thought the game was real life. He was very into it. And it really made one of like my first multiplayer experiences in the game pretty special because the guy had like narrated everything we did. I don't know. It was something else. And I was like, okay, this was what makes this game different. That like communal aspect of it, which is incorporated in the gameplay too, because when you're doing these different missions, it might seem like it's just the same, 5 or 10 types of quests, but it's all cumulative with the whole player base that you're liberating these planets and the world is kind of changing as you go. It's a really unique way of approaching that live service genre that we so often see with games like Destiny, where it can get kind of stale and you don't really feel like you're part of a big group, but in Helldivers, you really do.
Especially with community missions like that. There's all kinds of like memes and stuff now about like Malevelon Creek, where Helldivers got destroyed by the bots because everyone's all fighting the easier bugs, and the things happen in that world map that affect the gameplay. Like you just liberate a planet, and that's how when they released the mechs was after we liberated the planet that was in the lore in charge of making the mechs.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I got to read up on the lore.
Like For Honor, where you should. It's very funny. And like all the major orders have like a reason for them.
Oh, really? Wow. Well, there you go. You learn something new every day, folks.
The map reminds me of like For Honor, where there's like the war going on.
Oh, yeah.
Taken
Yeah, that's a good comparison.
Stuff, but instead of against each other, you're all working together.
You mentioned with the creek, that was before my time with the game, so I missed out on those memes. But it does speak to one of the things about the game that I love so much, and I think you mentioned it at the top, the intensity of it, right? I feel like almost every mission, I mean, we've gotten better at the game as we've played, but if you bump up your difficulty to hard or challenging, every mission has something new and something intense about it that keeps the gameplay feeling fresh. It's not necessarily realistic, but it's very easy to get caught up in the moment of what you're doing.
Yeah, like diving away from an explosion. Changing your loadout is a big thing that I enjoy about the game. Is when you're going to a different planet or you're going to fight the bots instead of the bugs, like your loadout would be different. Like a flamethrower is great for the bugs, but not so much for the bots. Or the impact grenade, you can't destroy the bot creation facilities, but it can destroy the bug holes. Or the stratagems you call in even can make a big difference in whether you survive or not.
Yeah, and there's the discussion of like the meta of the game. It is a PvE shooter. You're not fighting other players. So when the first initial patch came out, they nerfed a lot of the good guns. Well, you are fighting your teammates when you blow them up by accident, but that's really easy. The initial patch when it came out nerfed a lot of the good guns, and there was the uproar in the fan base because I think it opens up a wider discussion of the gamer culture, which I cringe saying that, but like everyone's chasing the meta for so many multiplayer shooters. I think Warzone is a big reason for it, but in Helldivers, it's really not about that. It's about what best suits the mission, and sometimes you just want to have fun too and use a weapon that you enjoy just because it's cool.
Yeah, I have not had good experience with that shoulder-mounted laser as far as killing the enemies goes. But it feels cool to have a shoulder-mounted laser gun that doesn't overheat. And then on cold planets, I'm always running that laser gun on the cold planets because it doesn't overheat as fast. Like little elements like that They would have been just as good a game without it, but it really does add it.
Yeah, and I say this. I say this a lot when I review games for this show. I think above all else, the game is a ton of fun, right? Like I tried getting everybody into Payday 2, and in that game, you're doing the same missions over and over again too, or even a Destiny as well. You're doing the same missions over and over again. But there's a little bit extra sauce in Helldivers 2 that makes the fact that you're doing the same things over and over again enjoyable, and you don't really notice, you don't really get that fatigue. And I think a lot of that just comes down to the gameplay and the intensity of it, and how every time you do a mission, there's some X factor that kind of makes you like, it makes it feel different, even though the objective might be the same.
And that's like the best way to say it, because it is just fun. Like, I can't remember the last game we played together that was just fun. It's not frustrating. You know, you play Apex and you get dunked on. It's frustrating.
Yeah, it's that there's not the human element where you get dunked on and then someone teabags you and like calls you a loser in chat or something like that. Like it feels like an actual, especially if you do the robot missions. And I think I've got some gameplay footage. Maybe we'll put that in the video version if I'm not lazy. But it feels like you're fighting, like, I don't know, maybe it's the AI design of it, the bugs and the robots. There's enough AI there to make them feel just smart enough that you feel cool taking them out. You know, they're not like super dumb. And, you know, technically this is a AA game, so there are bugs and glitches. Bugs as in, you know, not the crawly bugs, but performance glitches. And that can take you out of it a little bit, but also that jank is kind of fun sometimes. Like yesterday at the time of recording, we were playing.
Part of the charm.
Yeah, we were playing, and we had a couple robots get stuck in some rocks and they couldn't move, but they could still shoot us. And then we were calling in stratagems, and one is a big laser that locks on. Well, the laser locks onto the robots, but because they're in the rock, the laser is just shooting this rock for the entire time it's active and doesn't really do anything. And, you know, obviously that it's not effective, but it was funny. And again, it goes back to the game being fun.
Or how about that bug we had where you were trying to swim and you died, but you skimmed in the water, so you didn't really die, but you couldn't control it. So I had to run across the map and shoot him in the brain.
Yeah. I basically put myself in a cryo sleep that allowed me to not. I was between life and death, but I wouldn't respawn. So yeah, Joe had to come back and then free me from my eternal sleep, and I was able to come back. And there are some bugs that I do find annoying. Again, bugs and glitches. Like every time I've been playing recently, my loadout gets reset to like the default weapons, which is super annoying. Even though you can change it before you go out, it's like, I don't know. It just bothers me. That's really the only major thing I feel like. And even then, they're doing little patches pretty frequently now. Now that they have the servers under control, because the game just blew up in popularity so quickly. Now they can actually work on refining it instead of just making it playable.
Yeah, that's definitely a frustrating one. I'm trying to get in the habit of resetting my loadout before I drop out. It resets your emotes too, so I go to hug you and puts up the little Helldiver salute. Totally. What the heck?
Yeah, I think something I'm really looking forward to, and we've already seen it with the addition of the bots, because when the game initially launched, it was just the bugs you were fighting. I'm excited to see where this game goes next. You know, what they add. We already saw that when they added the mechs, and that was a ton of fun. And now that's behind a stratagem you have to unlock. But it was almost like a free trial when it first came out. So I really think the folks behind this game have a really good grasp on what the fans want and what continues to make the game fun and different with gameplay elements. So I'm really excited to see, you know, new planets. I don't know why. I was in bed last night thinking about it, and I was like, what if they had a jungle planet and there's like Venus flytraps that you have to fight, or like some sort of wildlife that is introduced or something like that, like a new environments, new enemy types. Like I really do see the potential here. And I think the folks over at Arrowhead do too, because of how popular the game is.
I didn't play Helldivers 1. I don't know about you, but I know there are other factions in that could come into play.
I played it very briefly because I think it was free. It was like one of the first PS Plus games that was free, I feel like. So I did play it a little bit. It was top down, and it was more of like a twin stick shooter. Definitely not this is like I don't know if you've ever heard of it. What was that game called? Risk of Rain, I think. It was a similar transition where the first game was like a 2D, almost like a Terraria kind of thing. And then the second game, they went full third person, 3D shooter type. And it's like a big step up like that. And that's kind of what happened with Helldivers 2 here as well. And I think overall the production and the budget is significantly higher than the first game. And that definitely shows in a lot of the gameplay and that initial cutscene that looks like a deep fake Like the guy, it's in the trailers too for the game. It's like that Uncanny Valley kind of video.
Yeah, that which is another thing I think it resets every time I do the game. Every time I load the game, I got that cutscene again. I skip.
I know that's great the first time though. It's very funny, and it sets the tone perfectly for the game. And like if you're on your ship, there's like their version of Old Spice ads that play. The humor is very well done. Every mission you go into, sometimes it's a helpful gameplay tip at the bottom of your screen. Other times it's like a total joke that is, like just there to make you laugh. And it's rare that a game makes me laugh anymore. By the way, I feel like Borderlands like completely killed my humor when it comes to games. Like nothing makes me laugh in video games, because that game was like so aggressive with its humor. But this game, I think pretty consistently is very funny.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of any of those. What are they called? The bottom,
like the tips. Yeah. Well, there was the one we had yesterday where it was like the best way to demonstrate capitalism is to buy super credits, which is the real currency in the game. That's the premium currency.
Speaking of that premium currency, you can get that for free by playing the game.
That is true. That's a huge plus. Yeah. So the way they do your upgrades, they're basically like little battle passes, but there is a free one initially, and then you can earn the in-game currency to buy the premium battle pass, which gives you, some of the weapons are locked to that premium tier, and some of them are just modified version of guns you can unlock normally that are just stronger. But yeah, that is a huge plus. And again, it goes back to that it's a PvE game. You don't have to worry about it being straight up pay to win where, Timmy paid $100 and he just has the best blueprint for Call of Duty and he can just dominate me. You can earn the credits in the game and spend that on, whether that be armor or I think is it just armor in the shop for that currency, and then otherwise you buy the battle pass.
I believe so. Yes.
Yeah.
So if you want to look like a Destiny character, you can do that, or you can buy the battle pass, get some weapons and armor in there too. I'm saving up to get the one just for the revolver.
Oh yeah, yeah. I spent more money than I needed to when I bought it, as is my way. And I was able to get the revolver initially, and it was very cool. So, but yeah, I think that's pretty much everything I have to say about Helldivers 2. It's a ton of fun, especially if you've got friends to play with. Actually, that's a question for you, Joe. If you don't, say you can only play this game solo, would you recommend purchasing it?
That is a good question. I definitely would not have if not for you being like, oh, you got to play this game in Kiss Game Out.
Because I have great taste.
Would in this hypothetical scenario, well, your great taste is just a shotgun spread.
It's like a buffet
of everything. Yeah, and but a buffet's not like gourmet. It's not like good taste. In this hypothetical scenario, are randos joining me?
Sure. Yeah, we can. I mean, I personally wouldn't use voice chat because I don't like to talk to strangers on the internet. But yeah, we can say you're talking to people.
And yeah, I would recommend it then. Maybe you can make a friend.
Why would I ever want to do that?
And the chaos ended from that.
Yeah, honestly, I think that's a good point. It reminds me of when Among Us first came out, before all the children got a hold of it, and you would play Among Us with strangers, and like you'd forge these relationships just in the moment.
Well, I love making little friends in games without talking to them, as you know.
Yeah, that's true. Joe is like the diplomat or the ambassador whenever we go online with anyone. And then maybe we'll have Kareem on at some point. Shout out Kareem. He's our other friend in the group. Kareem and I typically try to immediately destroy those relationships as quickly as possible for amusement.
Much to my dismay. This is definitely off topic, and you can definitely cut it out if you want, but you're playing with in Apex, and Kareem and I started crouching at the last two enemies, both took all our armor off. We were going to go fist it to cuff it out. Then boom, boom, wingman. Kareem, I got him.
Free win. I don't know. I mean, I feel like that's pretty indicative. A win's a win. All right, but that's everything I think we've got for Helldivers 2. Was there anything else you wanted to mention about Helldivers before we move on?
I don't think so. I think we pretty much touched on all the highlights of it.
All right, we're back on No Credits Rolled, talking with my pal Joe. I've mentioned my friends before in this podcast. Joe's one of them. We just got done talking about Helldivers 2, and now we're going to talk about another one of our favorite games from this year. Another game, just saying, my batting average, pretty great. Another game that I talked Joe into buying that he enjoyed, and that's Baldur's Gate 3. I've talked about it on shows before. I think I talked about it on this show. Baldur's Gate 3 is the best game ever, in my humble opinion. It easily, for me, was game of the year last year, and I think it's a truly revolutionary game. But Joe, what are your thoughts on it just off the top?
It really might be the best game of all time. As an avid D&D player, less avid nowadays, it definitely scratched that itch. I don't even know it was running for game of the year, but that was an easy slam dunk. I've only had one really solid playthrough. I'm giving a little break before I get back in there. So sorry for your podcast namesake, but I have rolled credits.
It's okay. You're a guest.
Absolutely phenomenal. Every character has something about them that makes them interesting. Every spell looks cool, sounds cool. The story can go so many different ways. It's hard to even talk about the story because so many different things can happen.
Yeah, we'll try to keep it like middle of the road kind of spoilers, nothing crazy. Maybe, nothing past Act 1, just in case, maybe this convinces someone to go buy it, which I do recommend if you even have a passing interest in RPGs and fantasy and D&D, in multi-layered narrative stories that can go multiple different directions. I highly recommend you check it out. Unfortunately, it's probably not going to go on sale anytime soon because it won a bajillion awards. But hey, go support Larian because took them like 10 years to make this game. So
the only reason I didn't play this game sooner was because Sam made me buy Diablo 4, which was mid at best.
Hey, we'll do a whole other episode on Diablo 4. We'll do a whole 5-minute episode on Diablo 4. Haven't touched that since we played it last. So
yeah, I don't think it's even installed anymore, which is such a shame for $70 or however much it was.
Yeah, we're not getting that money back. But hey, we do have a Patreon. And if you subscribe to the Patreon, I will give Joe his cut of Diablo if you give me $70. That's a promise right here live on No Credits Rolled.
Please.
But anyway, back to Baldur's Gate 3. I just did some quick notes here before the show because I wanted to have a little bit of an outline. It really lets you explore things any way you want. And we talk about this a lot in games of, do my choices really matter, right? Is it going to end up being the same thing no matter what I do? And I think one of the ways that Baldur's Gate shines the most is in those choices where, in even like the most minor decision, the most minor side quest can come back later in the game. At a moment you are definitely not expecting. And it's those kind of things that makes it feel really special. It makes the world feel like it's constantly evolving and changing along with your character and your party.
The way everything can happen differently between playthroughs, like if a character happens to die or you don't run into them, you can miss out or gain stories and outcomes later that you wouldn't have ever known if you had done it the right, in quotes, right way.
Yeah, my dad, I think he said he's done 12 playthroughs now, and he still is like every time he does a new playthrough, he experiences something new. And I really think that there are very few other games like that where, and that's kind of why I haven't rolled credits on this yet, is because I know that I'm going to want to do more playthroughs. So it's like, well, I could just play this game till the end of time. So I'm not really in a rush,
And it is such a finality thing when you finish the game. Like there's no, it's over. You don't see those NPCs anymore. You don't see your character anymore. The game ends. And that's something that a lot of games I feel like don't have anymore, where after the game ends, you're just going to go back in the open world anyway, and you can go and do little side quests and stuff. But in this, if you miss a side quest, you get it next time.
And that's another reason it's taking me so long to get through it, is because I'm combing every inch of every map to make sure I don't miss anything. And I'm still missing things, and I don't know how to complete the quest. But at this point, I'm like, okay, well, we got to rush the story along. It reminds me a lot of Mass Effect, the Mass Effect trilogy, which I don't think you played those games.
No, I'm not familiar.
So the Mass Effect games, it's not the same gameplay. It's like a third-person shooter. But in terms of these 3 games build up these relationships with your party. And then in the third game, decisions you've made in the first game can alter the story. Now, it's not as open as Baldur's Gate 3. Like, I'm pretty sure Mass Effect, the trilogy, still has like the same 3 endings no matter what you do. But it's that sense of the illusion of making a difference in Mass Effect's case, where your party and your allies come back at the end. Except Baldur's Gate 3 does that for real, because there's a lot more allies and there's a lot more ways you can make those allies to come in for the end of the game. Again, no spoilers, but it's pretty obvious that this is all building to something towards the end.
Oh, absolutely. I cannot wait for you to do that final fight so we can talk about that. We should do a whole episode. We could do a whole episode on
We'll do a spoilers
for Baldur's Gate and just talk about how our games were different, because I know just from talking about what we have done so far, we're going to get very different endings.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Maybe we'll do that as like a bonus episode if I finish this within a reasonable amount of time. Of course, we'll have to make a whole new show called Credits Rolled and redo all the branding, but we'll see.
Yeah.
Anyway,
deals.
Another thing I want to hit is the voice acting in the game. It's incredible, at least in the main cast. Some of the NPCs are, they're NPCs, so what are you going to do? But now I know Neil Newborn, I believe is the guy's name. He got the nomination and he won the Game Award for Best Performance. Now, unfortunately, in my main playthrough, Asterion is not alive. So I didn't really get to experience Neil's performance. But my favorite character is Karlach, and her performance is spectacular. I should look up the actress's name. I should give these people the credit they deserve. But her performance is incredible. All of your companions are just the best. But yeah, Joe, who's your favorite companion?
Well, I feel like I'm outing myself a little bit. I really, really enjoyed Shadowheart's story. Every time I gotten to play D&D in a tabletop sense, it's been years since I haven't been the forever DM, but I love clerics. I love playing as a cleric. I liked her that she was like not evil, but she was a cleric of one of the less. She's a cleric of Shar, which is like darkness, shadows, and secrets. Like they're not a good person, but that you find out why she's this follower. You find out you just get a lot of stuff for her character in Act 2 that I think really makes her shine as a character. You like go from liking her to hating her to then liking her again or
falling in love with her. Yeah.
Karlach again definitely shines though.
Yeah.
I hope you get the same ending for her as I did.
We'll see. You alluded that my choices may affect that. Yeah. Really quickly, I have the cast list pulled up here. I totally mispronounced Neil's name. It's Neil Newborn, not Neil Newborn. Sorry. Jennifer English is Shadowheart. Devorah Wild is Lizelle. Theo Solomon is Will. Tim Downey is Gale. Samantha Bayard is Karlach. Matthew Mercer is in the game as a character that might be a spoiler, so I'm not going to reveal that. He's another one of the companions you meet, though. Tracy Wiles is Jaheira, who also does a really good job. In particular, I wanted to shout her out. And there's a bunch of other characters, but those are like the main. I'm pretty sure I'm forgetting somebody, but those are like a lot of the main cast that you meet. There's also famous people in the game. Did you know Jason Isaacs is one of the 3 villains from the second act? The one with black hair, whose name I don't want to say.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, and then of course J.K. Simmons is the first of those 3 that you meet, and he's great. He's
phenomenal.
Yeah, he's awesome. And it's kind of a shame he's not in the game more, honestly. But yeah, that's Jason Isaacs. How about that?
I do remember in your other episode where you mentioned that when you're talking about the Game Awards, you had said like, "Oh, I don't see how Neil Newborn could win the award. It's the only one you didn't like give Baldur's Gate the green light for."
Oh, really? Well, I was clearly wrong. You've heard it here first, folks.
Probably because you didn't have
the character that was nominated. Yeah. But yeah, that definitely was definitely wrong on my part. I also I remember because it was I don't remember the woman's name, but the woman from Alan Wake 2, which I hadn't played. I really only knew Yuri from Spider-Man, so I was just like showing my bias on my sleeve the whole time for that. But yeah, the voice acting is 10 out of 10. There's also a narrator who does a fantastic job. That's Amelia Tyler. And I believe she streams on Twitch as well, and she does like the narrator voice, or she was for a while with the game. But there's moments in the game where like the narrator voice will turn on you and isn't necessarily the narrator, but it's like your mind being manipulated, and she tweaks the performance there. It's very, very cool. So yeah, this is definitely a game you want to listen to. And speaking of listening to it as well, you want to listen to it for the music, which is also incredible. There's a reoccurring sort of motif, which is like the Down by the River song. And the way they remix that song and bring it back in subtle ways, in big ways, throughout the game is really, really special. And it reminds me of like Halo, when like the main Halo theme, when that kicks in, it's like, all right, well, this is like, this like defines this game. And I think that song as well in Baldur's Gate 3, it sort of it goes hand in hand with my memories of the game as well.
Yeah, you're definitely missing a lot of subtlety if you're playing this game with your headphones off and Netflix in the background and your kid crying.
Or if you're listening to a podcast like No Credits Rolled, you wouldn't want to distract yourself. But I will say you should turn off the podcast.
You wouldn't want to distract yourself from the podcast.
Well, yeah, pause the game, listen to the show, and then go play the game. But yeah, I just wanted to touch on the music
The
real quick.
podcast is a lot shorter.
Extra short this week, maybe. But yeah, no, I just wanted to touch on the music as well because that's also incredible. Essentially, every aspect of this game is incredible. I don't really think it misses in any regard. Now, for me personally, I do think I had maybe like the buggiest playthrough of this game ever. It's still bugs. I still find bugs all the time where certain areas are just kind of busted. I've had big boss fights that are just kind of busted. I've had, multiple big boss fights now that just don't work. But again, I think that must be a me thing because I have not heard anybody else complain about that. I think I'm just unlucky.
Sounds about right. I didn't run into any bugs like that, and you had issues, all kinds of issues with Fallen Order or Star Wars Jedi Survivor too.
Yeah, Jedi Survivor was like a disaster on launch though, but I did have issues with God of War Ragnarok that nobody else had either. So I think it's because I got my PS5 from Kohl's. I just think it's cursed. Anyway, the music is great. The voice acting is incredible. All the characters are memorable, whether you like them or you hate them. Some of the companions are more likable than others, that's for sure. But yeah, it's not only one of the best RPGs I've ever played. I would say it's easily in my top 5 games of all time, maybe even my top 3 if I had to make a short list. What do you think?
100%. Definitely is so unique. It takes the lore of D&D, so it already has a background. It has a great story, no matter what way you take it. Every class feels different. Every race, like having different dialogue depending on your race and your class. You got to pick that one. You're like, oh, I'm a paladin. I got to pick the paladin dialogue. It can give you advantages. It can give you disadvantage, depending on the scenario. Playing as like a cleric or a paladin in Act 2, that's all I'll say. What made you feel just the ultimate power fantasy.
Oh, yeah, I bet. I can't even imagine that. Yeah, that's the other thing, too. You mentioned the class dialogue. I'm a sucker for that. Anytime what I've done in my character creator comes back in gameplay in that way, it's so sick. And even now, with my character being morally questionable, if a monk option comes up, I'm like, hey, man, just chill out, all right? Center yourself. It's fine. Even though I'm like, I've done horrible things.
Yeah, especially, I guess, when your character's actions in their class don't exactly align. And the easiest way to do that is with a monk for sure.
Yeah, the character creator is, I didn't write this down in the notes, but the character creator you could spend like hours in. I think if you really want to commit to it, it's one of the most impressive character creators I've seen, and especially if you're a D&D fan, because just scrolling over the different classes and there's like a little like demonstration animation for each class, right away you're like, oh, this is the coolest thing ever. And you mentioned it earlier when you're casting spells or using abilities, the way they show the magic in particular, the way they translate D&D spells into gameplay is so cool if you're a D&D fan. Like there's Speak with Animals, where when you cast the spell, you like cast it on your own mouth and then you can talk to animals, or even just Firebolt or Ray of Frost. They say like Glacius and Ignis, and it's so cool. And it really never gets old. even however many hours I'm in, it still never gets old to cast that spell and to hear a character like do like their little power up before they fire it. Even if you're not a fan of turn-based RPGs, I would still recommend checking this game out because I think the presentation really carries it, and I think it really makes it stand out from maybe another turn-based RPG you've played that didn't really hit for you.
And it differs from other turn-based RPGs, I think, just by you having 4 or plus characters to control, each in different initiatives. So you're not waiting 20 minutes for all the enemies to take their turn. You get a little chance to play in between.
Yeah, and it gives you a taste of the other classes too. I talked about this with my dad the other day, talking about why Karlach is my favorite character in the game. I liked her initially because in our Joe and I's main D&D campaign, I was a barbarian. So when I got the barbarian character to be able to play as, it was like, oh, this feels right. This is like, I probably should have picked this from the bat. But I was saving to make my D&D character for my playthrough with Joe, which we ended up doing. But getting that character, and then later on, if like say you start with a character, say your character isn't a magic user, but you end up getting the wizard and the sorceress and the warlock, you get the that gameplay flavor, and you can change it up as you go, which I think is a really good idea, because you're not just pigeonholed into your character, which a lot of other games tend to do, where even in Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, which I was going to talk about, but we'll probably save that for next week, you can make your party leader Barrett, who has a gun, or Tifa, who's more melee based, but you're mainly playing as Cloud for a lot of that game. And they've added things where it lets you kind of branch off a little bit more. But with Baldur's Gate, I feel like each character feels so unique, and you can level them however you want too, which is the other cool thing. You can level them and you can swap out their spells or their abilities at will, and you can really make them tailored to how you want to play. And that includes picking subclasses, which can totally change the character as well. So I think it's just another element of the story that you play is however you want to make it. There are big plot beats that you're going to hit no matter what, but I think there's such a level of individual customization and choice that not a whole lot of other games do.
That's true. Gale, for example, one of my favorite characters, he might be my second or third. When you're designing his like wizard tree, you can, like, I picked him as a divination wizard, so he had portent rolls. You could change an enemy's hit to a 1 or an ally's save to a 20, depending on what he rolled, and that could come in really clutch. Like, I've never played a wizard in D&D or in Baldur's Gate, so it was cool to have that experience to be like, oh, okay, I could totally have fun with this if I do another playthrough.
Oh yeah, that was another thing.
I don't get a bard. Would have been
yeah, that was weird, right? That is kind of strange. That's another thing I did want to hit, though, that I forgot to mention, is that I think Baldur's Gate makes the tabletop D&D a better game. I think it takes the mechanics of D&D and puts it in the game in so much of a more approachable way. You and I are big pen and paper fans when it comes to playing the tabletop D&D, but in Baldur's Gate, it puts all your skills and abilities on different wheels, like a GTA weapon wheel. And I think that makes it so much easier to understand. That, and combined with at the bottom of your screen, it shows you how many actions you have, how many bonus actions you have. If you have a special ability like a barbarian's, the amount of rages that you can do. It shows it all very clearly, and it makes it a lot easier to understand. And I think if you are hesitant to play the tabletop D&D, play Baldur's Gate first, and then you will have a huge advantage going into the tabletop version.
I was just going to say that, there are some differences in rules and classes and stuff, but the main gameplay of your actions, your having dialogue, your bonus actions, free action, and movement you can all keep track of is similar to tabletop. So it's kind of like a tutorial of sorts.
Yeah, and I think it makes you better at playing D&D too, because the biggest thing with D&D when you play the tabletop version is you get out of it what you put into it. And the more you think outside of the box and the more things you try in D&D. Now, obviously in Baldur's Gate, you are restricted because it is a video game. It's not just going to make up something on the fly, but it does give you a ton of freedom that lets you think outside the box in any given scenario, whether that be in dialogue or combat. And I think if you bring those skills that you develop throughout Baldur's Gate into the tabletop game, you're going to be a better player, and you're going to be a better DM if you're crafting your stories and you're learning how these different threads can overlap and how to make interesting characters. I think there's a lot to learn as a DM and a player for D&D from just Baldur's Gate alone.
Definitely. There's times in the game where you're like, I wonder if this will work. And it totally does. Like, it'll never work in any other game. Like, you put a bomb down in a certain spot. Screw it. Let's give it a shot. And then it works perfectly. The only thing I think it lacks is every now and then there's a time where like, oh, why can't I just say this? This would fix everything.
Yep.
Why can't I just explain myself this way?
Yeah.
Instead of the set 4 or 5 dialogue options.
I think that that ability and that opportunity to try and just see what happens is a lot of the reason why my character has gone down the path he's gone down. Because anytime I'm tempted with a unconventional option or twist, I pretty much take it just because I want to see what happens. And that's another thing I want to mention. The save mechanic, 10 out of 10. It's like 2 buttons to quick save and you can try something. Because whether that be, you want to like toss a grenade into a group of guys, or you want to say some off the wall stuff in dialogue, it's very easy to experiment. And it's easier to do that when you're by yourself, because the game does have a multiplayer component, which we didn't even touch on. But when you're by yourself, you can, it's like having the time stone is how I described it. You can explore every possible option.
Because there are times in dialogue where if you pick the wrong option, that's usually it's pretty clearly the wrong option, and whoever you're talking to will just kill you outright.
Right. Or if you fail a check and
Which
it's
is
like, well, now we have to fight.
Which is very D&D. Like, no takesies, like when the DM is sick of your crap, and like, all right, no taking that back.
Yes, but now
Power
you
word kill.
You wield all the power, so you can do it. But yeah, again, I cannot recommend the game enough. If you have a passing interest in it, any aspect of it, please go check it out. And like I said, it does have multiplayer, so you can have your own D&D adventuring party. There is a little bit of jank involved with the multiplayer side of things, and it does kind of mess up the pacing if everyone's exploring everything at once. The game does its best to keep up, but I think the game really shines in a single player playthrough.
If you're playing multiplayer, definitely stick together the best you can.
Yeah, do not split
Just
the party.
No one misses out on any dialogue or anything. Yeah, it's number one rule of D&D in general. 2 people is probably the best, because you each get 2 or 4, because 2 people you each get a companion, you can still get their stories and stuff. But 3 people, you're missing. You get one companion, so you got to do like one thing at a time. Can slow things down, or especially if I like Shadowheart and you like Karlach, and we're both trying to get their respective stories, and we got to take turns, or I don't let you take a turn.
Yeah, that's definitely true. I think that's going to wrap up everything we have today. Joe, is there anything else you wanted to talk about with Baldur's Gate 3?
I don't think so. Definitely looking forward to doing a Dark Urge playthrough, and I would love those golden dice from Honor Mode, but I don't know if I have that in me.
Oh yeah, Honor Mode is where you like can't. It's like permadeath, right?
Yes, there's no quick saving, no reloading saves.
That's so much pressure. I don't think I could do that personally.
Yeah, a lot of pressure, but you get golden dice.
The dice. We all love golden dice. Well, that's going to wrap things up for episode 5 of No Credits Rolled. Thanks so much to Joe, my pal, for coming on the show. Joe, did you have a good time?
Oh, yeah. Thanks for having me. Hopefully we do it again soon.
It sure makes the time go by faster. I'll tell you what. It's tough to get up here and talk for however long I can by myself. I really enjoyed having a co-host today.
Anytime.
And thank you all at home for listening. I appreciate it. If you have any questions or comments, you can always reach out to nocreditsrolled@gmail.com. We will read them there. As we've demonstrated, there is a call-in line as well. You can call in and leave us a voicemail at 856-209-0713. That's 856-209-0713. And we just might play it on the air unless your name is Joe, and then we probably won't. Make sure to subscribe to No Credits Rolled on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, wherever you get your podcast. I believe we're there. Or even on Deezer, which I'd never heard of. There's also a Patreon you can check out if you're feeling generous. Every little bit helps. And yeah, that's going to do it for No Credits Rolled, episode 5. I'll see you next time.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Tomorrow, where we take a deeper look into how the issues of today will impact the world of tomorrow. From politics and world news to media and technology, we discuss how today's headlines are becoming tomorrow's reality.
Welcome to Insights into Tomorrow. This is episode 4, Outbreak. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my co-host, Sam Whalen. How you doing today, Sam?
Doing okay.
Thank you for joining me today. So, obviously, you know, everything that's in the news right now is talking about coronavirus. The outbreak that apparently started in China, from all accounts, and is rapidly sweeping the world.
We're going to be focusing on that today, and not just on that, but on outbreaks in general. We're going to take a look at some historic outbreaks, what their impact was. We're going to look at what coronavirus means today, and then what we do best here, and we'll take a look at what the future looks like with epidemics, pandemics, outbreaks, and how the world is handling them. Are we ready to get started?
I believe so.
All right, let's get into it. So I think the first thing we need to do is let's get some terms straight here. So one of the things that has been thrown around is the words pandemic and epidemic. So in doing some very quick research on this, an epidemic is an outbreak of disease that attacks many people at about the same time and may spread through one or several communities. And a pandemic is when an epidemic spreads throughout the world. So I think it's pretty clear right now that coronavirus is a pandemic.
Yeah.
It's on all major continents at this point in time. But coronavirus itself kind of is a bit of a misnomer. Coronavirus is a generic term for a certain type of virus. They rarely infect, they're animal viruses that rarely infect humans. And they get their name from the shape of what they look like under a microscope. They look like a starburst or a corona. And, they're fairly generic in their nature. They can cause cold symptoms, respiratory issues, and so forth. Some other coronaviruses that have been around in the recent times has been SARS, the sudden acute respiratory syndrome, and there was another version of it in the Middle East called MERS, or the Middle East Respiratory Syndrome. So the idea when the news refers to this as coronavirus, it's kind of a generic idea. It's like saying the flu, where there's many strains of influenza out there. Coronavirus itself, the one that's going around now, has been identified as a new type called 2019 novel coronavirus, and that's really what we're focusing on as a society today, right now, which is what this infection that came out of China was. How much have you heard about coronavirus at this point?
Mostly just what you see in the news and stuff, which is mostly like how they treat a lot of epidemics and pandemics, how it's like people just get scared in general because it seems like there's it's unstoppable. Whereas before it started out where it was just in China, there were a couple cases. Now you have cases in the U.S. There's that cruise ship that they just quarantine, or I think they're unloading people.
The U.S. is actually, I just saw that in the news.
So, I mean, it seems really scary because diseases in general are terrifying because there's ways to prevent it, but it doesn't seem like you can do a whole lot to prevent it. But yeah, mostly just as the cases go up, the deaths go up, but then you get conflicting reports of, oh, we're fine, oh, we're not fine.
Right.
So it's difficult to sort through,
Yeah, and the interesting thing is the number of infected is very high. The number of people that are dying is alarming, but it's fractional compared to the infections and deaths that occur from influenza every year.
Yep.
So coronavirus is getting all the news right now because there's no vaccine for it. There's no cure for it right now, and people just don't understand it. But the death toll from it is really not as impactful as other outbreaks have been. So the next thing I did want to talk about was taking a look at what I found were to be labeled as the 10 worst outbreaks of disease and viruses in history. Before we talk about those, I think it's important to lay a little bit of groundwork here. So in the news now, when we hear about coronavirus or any kind of infection, you hear the involvement of the CDC, the Centers for Disease Control, which is based in Atlanta, Georgia, in the United States. And and World Health Organization, which I didn't write down, but I think is based in Vienna, Austria. So the CDC was actually founded in 1946, and the World Health Organization was founded in 1948. So these are, relatively speaking, in the grand scheme of things, fairly new organizations to deal with these things. And we'll talk about these outbreaks. And I think the interesting thing to note here is a lot of these outbreaks occurred before we had these organizations. So you can almost draw a direct parallel to the effect that having these organizations has had on managing outbreaks.
Yeah, and I think part of it just comes with the science, right? I mean, there weren't microscopes, there weren't not the knowledge they had. Even in the 40s, they were discovering, they had antibiotics and penicillin and things like that. So until the technology got there was no way to unify medicine like that.
Sure. Yeah, that's a very good point. So the first outbreak, and these go back in time from most recent to least. The first one that we talk about here is HIV, or the AIDS pandemic, which, based on numbers alone, it came out of the 80s and it peaked in the 2005 to 2012 time with the number of infections and deaths. And this was one where, much like the criticism that China is under now, where China kind of tried to hush up the coronavirus thing because they didn't want the news getting out, and other repressive regimes like North Korea is doing the same thing now as well. The United States kind of didn't pay much attention to HIV and AIDS when we got hit with it. It was sort of stigmatized as relegated to the gay community. But this was a disease that originated in the Democratic Republic of the Congo in 1976 and rapidly spread from there. The death total so far, we say, is about 36 million. And the cause obviously is HIV and AIDS. There's currently between 31 and 35 million people living with HIV. And if you look at examples like Magic Johnson, who was, diagnosed with HIV almost, I think it's over 20 years ago now, the strides in medicine for treating this have been significant. But just from the numbers alone, it's still a pandemic. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think using the wrong button. It's all right.
Yeah, sorry,
I
wrong
think using the example of Magic Johnson is interesting because obviously he's got more money than God, so he's got access to the best treatment and the best medicine. But as we're probably going to see with this and as the other epidemics and pandemics, it's often the poor that are most affected by this.
Sure.
That don't have access to that medical care in those facilities. So ultimately, that's what's going to affect them the most. And especially with HIV/AIDS, combining it with the stigmatization of the gay community, even further hindered the ability to get treatment because you're almost ashamed to do it, which led to even more death. And I still think that there's some of that today, even though care has become easier to get to.
Yeah, and that's the interesting thing. Like, I remember as a kid in the 80s when AIDS really came into the mainstream, and the thing that started to break that stigmatization of it was when Rock Hudson was diagnosed with it. So you finally get, again, that celebrity status where he's diagnosed with it, and then you start getting people like Elizabeth Taylor advocating for AIDS funds and stuff like that. So as much as I agree with you that Magic Johnson is an example of what money can do for you for treatment, and it shows that treatment has come a long way, the less fortunate are the ones that are going to suffer the most. Conversely, it didn't become our problem as a society until a celebrity wound up getting diagnosed with it.
Well, and the cynical part of me wants to say that's because, it doesn't, once the rich and the important people start to get affected, that's when they start funding it and the change actually starts to come.
And yeah, that's the thing. It's not a problem until it's your problem, right? So it's still an issue. We don't have a cure for it, obviously. I think we all agree on that. But there's long-term treatment for it now.
Yeah, and I saw a commercial the other day about, I don't remember the name of the medication, but it was just as you'd see like, you know, a Claritin commercial.
Yeah.
It's something to treat this. And I think that's interesting because it's like, it makes it not normal, I guess normal for the people that have it. You're not ashamed about it anymore because it's not like, you know, it's not something genetic where you can't prevent it, but you're not as ashamed, and the treatment, like I said before, is more accessible.
Well, and again, going back to the Magic Johnson example there, I think Magic Johnson became the face of heterosexuals with HIV, that you don't necessarily need to lead a homosexual lifestyle to contract this. You get it. People are getting it through blood transfusions.
Yeah, and wasn't there a little boy too that got it?
Yeah.
I don't remember his name, but
I don't remember.
Yeah.
I didn't put it in my notes here, unfortunately.
Because that was a pretty big one too. That helps. I mean, because he was just a kid. And, and he still got. I think it was in. If you ever watched the CNN the '80s documentary,
yeah.
I think it was covered in that. But I mean, the kid was obviously made fun of in school because of the time period.
Right.
But also, he kind of became a face just like Magic Johnson of, you know, it's not just gay people getting this, and it's everybody, and everybody's potentially able to get it.
Sure, and it's a shame that we had to have multiple examples of things like that before people finally got it. Whereas with the next example, the flu pandemic of 1968, we had a death toll of over 1 million. This was a flu, sometimes referred to the Hong Kong flu, that emerged out of Asia. This was a derivative of the H3N2 strain of influenza A. And this one was first reported in July of 68. And this was another one where it swept the countries, you know, the continents very rapidly. When the 68 pandemic was comparatively low, had a low mortality rate of 0.5%. But that included 500,000 residents of Hong Kong. Mm-hmm. So it had a much more regional impact. But again, this is an example where the flu, and you're going to see this as we go through this list, that this flu epidemic has come up multiple times.
Yep, especially in places like Hong Kong where there's high population density. It just makes it easier for it to spread, which is why, here it took only 17 days before it was reported in Singapore and Vietnam, and within 3 months it spread to the Philippines, India, Australia, Europe, and the United States. So this is like, I mean, every day it's hopping borders and spreading just because people are so packed in together.
Yeah.
So.
And because of that environment, you also have lower public health facilities available. You have shared services. You don't have the same sanitary conditions that you would in a more developed world.
Yeah, and I mean, this is in 1968 where the population of the world was, probably 3 billion less people. So now, the closer we get to modern times, there's even more people packed into these areas and around the world in general for this to spread even further.
And you even figure in 68, we had international flights available, but not to the extent that we have today, which is kind of one of the reasons why coronavirus and other viruses like that spread so fast today, is just the readily available transportation services that we have between countries now. So going back a decade earlier than that, we look at the Asian flu, another strain of flu. This was the H2N2 subtype, which originated in China in 1956. And this one lasted 2 years. And we'll talk about the impact on the society and economy in a little bit, but you figure this is a flu strain where this pandemic lasted 2 years. You know, let's imagine coronavirus lasting 2 years, given the impact that it's already had on the world, and think about how serious that is. This one caused 2 million deaths, again, primarily in the Asia region of Singapore, Hong Kong, but this also reached out to the United States as well. And this is the flu. You know, this is the same flu that we get our shots for all the time now.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm not familiar with the geography of these regions, but I get the sense that it's a lot of rural areas too, which may not have access to medical care. And even if you live in the city, you still might not have access to that. But like I said, I'm not, an expert on these kind of things, but that would definitely be a cause of it, especially if these areas are routinely getting infected and routinely spreading it quickly. There might be common threads.
Yeah, and there have been cholera outbreaks historically that have had the same type of issues where the cholera outbreaks occur in the city. People then try to escape the city, and even we'll talk about bubonic plague too, but these usually occur in cities first because of that sanitary condition issue and the dense population. And then people leave the city to get away from it, carrying the plague. Mm-hmm. And the further you get away from the city, the worse your medical facilities become, and it just continues to spread from there. The one a lot of people are familiar with, again, another strain of the flu, was the influenza pandemic of 1918, which occurs right after, the tail end of World War I, that saw millions of lives lost already from war, and horrible conditions in Europe as a result of the war, where your infrastructure is destroyed, your medical facilities are practically non-existent. We see worldwide 20 to 50 million. So many people die they couldn't even accurately keep count of them. Up to 50 million people died between 1918 and 1920 in what was probably the worst and deadliest outbreak of influenza. That's some serious numbers when you start talking about it, especially in light of millions of people already having died in the war.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously tragic, but it's also, you can't even comprehend those numbers. And I think it might have been Stalin. It's one death is a tragedy, but 20 million, I forget what the other number is, but 20 million is a statistic. Yeah. So it's like at a certain point, your mind can't even comprehend those numbers. I mean, compared to World War One, what was the death of World War? I think it was like way above that.
I believe so. Yeah.
So, but at least like those people were dying in combat, which maybe it wasn't justified. It wasn't a sensible cause, but it was combat. You weren't just imagine surviving World War One and coming home and then dying of the flu, slowly and painfully. It's obviously tragic. And at this time, you're getting the beginning of a globalized world. I mean, there weren't planes, but you had a lot more naval travel.
Sure.
Which helped spread it and make it even worse. And then all the troops coming home, spreading it to wherever they went back to.
Exactly, yeah.
Which was a lot of the cause as well.
And that's the interesting point here is, we just went over 3 of the 10 worst pandemics in human history that were all from the same thing. They were all from a strain of influenza. And that is a affliction that we still are stuck with today. Sure, we get our flu shots and stuff like that, but they typically only immunize you against a few active strains. But the flu has proven time and time again how quickly it can mutate and get well outside that containment factor.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you've seen it, but on Netflix, there's a documentary series. I think it's called Pandemic. I watched like the first 2 episodes of it, but it deals with this kind of stuff. It's more focused on the people combating the diseases, but they do talk about this 1918 pandemic and how just the number of people that died was astronomical for the time. And it kind of came out of nowhere, and people really weren't prepared for it. And there obviously weren't any sanitary conditions in place to prevent it. So it was essentially just pray, and hope for the best.
And, shortly before that, you had, what has been termed as the 6th cholera pandemic from 1910 to 1911. And cholera itself is another affliction out there that has reared its head multiple times in human history. In this case here in 1910 and 11, it claimed over 800,000 lives. But, this was probably the least deadly cholera epidemic of the 6 that have been recorded. American health authorities have learned from the past. They quickly sought to isolate the infected, and in the end, only 11 deaths occurred in the U.S. So this is a good example of how, we're learning from our mistakes. Unfortunately, we learned by the 6th outbreak of this disease.
And even still, I mean, the U.S. learned, but other countries haven't. Like, at the end, you have, it's still a constant in India. And I mean, it's just because they don't have access to the medical care and the amount of population, those diseases spread so quickly. So while the U.S. might have learned and was able to isolate it, there's still a lot of people that are still getting hit with it.
That's true. Yeah. That brings us to yet another flu pandemic of 1889 and 1890. This was termed the Asiatic flu or the Russian flu. Was a strain thought to be the outbreak of influenza A subtype H2N2 again. Recent discoveries have found it was actually a subtype of H3N8, which was fairly rare for findings. The first cases were observed in May of 1889 in 3 separate locations in Turkestan, in Central Asia, Canada, and Greenland. So pretty geographically varied locations. Rapid population growth of the 19th century in urban areas helped to spread the flu, like we had already spoken about. And it's the first true epidemic in the era of bacteriology, and much was learned from it. So this is, before 20th century medicine. This is just the infancy of where we're starting to understand what these diseases can do. And I'm not going to go through all of these. I'll pick out, another key one here was the third cholera epidemic which was between 1852 and 1860. And this one, I think, was probably significant, not only because it was the most deadly of the 7 pandemics that did occur, but this one, thanks to British physician John Snow, they finally understood where it was originating from. He was working in poor areas in London and tracked cases of cholera to contaminated water from a well in this downtrodden area of the city that everyone would go to because no one had running water in their houses at the time. So it turned out that the well itself that this entire community was drawing water from was contaminated. And he was able, through, at the time, cutting edge science, to determine, based on taking water samples of the areas where this was coming from. So this is a good example of the start of learning how to treat these epidemics and learning where their origins are and the science of it. And the only other one that's, I think, really worth mentioning, and everyone kind of learns about this in history class, is going way back to the Black Death. And I call this out not because bubonic plague is a major problem, although it still does exist in parts of the world. This was huge. This literally killed a third of the population of Europe. As many as 200 million people were killed during the Black Death between 1346 and 1353, and it literally changed the face of Western civilization as we know it. And this is well before we had any kind of sense of science. Everyone, you look at modern television shows and history shows and you see physicians that are wearing these, gothic looking morbid outfits with these long protrusions in the front, on their faces. And these were what doctors wore. This was how the superstitious mind thought that by packing, incense and flowers into that nose and breathing through scented potpourri, basically, that you would be safe. But they didn't understand where the nature of this was, and it turned out to be infected fleas that were coming in on ships on the backs of rats. But no one knew where this was coming from, and this was something that originated probably somewhere on the steppes of Asia and came through the Middle East and on trade ships back into Europe. But it was, again, just an absolutely devastating plague that occurred before there was even an idea of modern medicine.
Yeah, one of the things I always found interesting about the Black Death was the art that came out of it.
Yeah.
Because obviously it led, because this was like one of the heights of religion in people's lives. I mean, for a lot of people, all they had was the church. So when something like this happened, it shook a lot of people's faith, just because the amount of like you'd have like whole towns wiped out like overnight. So it shook a lot of people's faith, and the art of the time really reflected that. You see paintings of horror, like just abject horror, either skeletons or people suffering and dying, and you'd never really seen that before in artwork. So I always thought that was really interesting, because it's when you face a tragedy and a level of death that the mind can't comprehend, it's interesting to see how a society copes with that, whether it be through art or faith or something like that.
Yeah, it was just, the way that they did cope with that was, you see it in the literature, you see it in the liturgy itself from the church, and you see it carried over now. Ring Around the Rosie is a bubonic plague song that children tell. Everything about it is a bubonic plague. So the fact that emerged from this time period is kind of morbid, really. So that's just a glimpse of what we've seen as far as outbreaks in the past. We're going to come back and we're going to talk about what today's outbreak actually looks like. So, how is the 2019 novel coronavirus spread? We have a few notes here. Why don't you tell us how it spread?
So the recent information indicates that the 2019 novel coronavirus, also called the 2019-nCoV, is passed from person to person, just like you'd see with a lot of other flu pandemics. The spread of this new disease, coronavirus, is being monitored by the CDC and the World Health Organization and health organizations like Johns Hopkins across the globe. And finally, on January the 30th, the World Health Organization declared that it was a public health emergency.
Indeed, it is.
Yeah. I mean, it's at this scale, it's just, you have to it was more of a political move, I think, when I was reading about it, that they did it just to help mobilize actual care, because they couldn't get anybody's attention otherwise unless they declared it a public health emergency.
And you see that a lot in natural disasters where, a governor has to declare officially a national emergency before a federal government agency will step in.
Yeah, I think when I was reading that article, they used Katrina as an example, that they had to, just to get the support they needed.
Right. So how did the 2019 novel coronavirus spread to humans?
So it appeared in Wuhan, we have here. I might be pronouncing that wrong, but, Americans' pronunciation.
Got it.
This was in China in December of 2019, so before the new year. And although the health officials are still tracing the exact source, the hypothesis is that it might be linked to the seafood market in Wuhan, China. Some people who visited the market developed viral pneumonia caused by the 2019 novel coronavirus. And a study that came out on January the 25th note that the individual with the first reported case became ill on December the 1st, 2019, but had no link to that seafood market. Investigations are ongoing as to how the virus originated and spread, which you're going to see because it's new, it's developing. And especially with something like disease, where it's so amorphous, it's hard to nail it down. Yeah. This virus probably originated from an animal, which is often the case, but now seems to be spreading from person to person. So it's jumped that species barrier that causes a lot of these pandemics. And finally, the virus has been detected in people throughout China and 24 other countries, and most recently the United States.
So one of the other speculative sources that I saw this recently come from was bats in China. Apparently, they think the bats may be a carrier of the virus, but not the originator of it, which kind of explains why we might have it originating in multiple places at once in the same relative geographical area. But you're right. Most of these typically happen, they develop on other animal species, and then they wind up mutating, and the mutations usually find some way to jump to human species.
I mean, bats are rats with wings, really. So, I mean, you're getting flashbacks to the Black Death of how these things spread, especially with bats being able to fly. They can cover a lot more distance than just a rat, running.
Sure, yeah. What is the incubation period of the current coronavirus?
According to our notes and the research that we've done, it appears that the symptoms are showing up in people within 14 days of exposure to the virus. It's probably subject to, there's a lot of variables involved with that, but just on average, about 14 days.
What was interesting, there was a lot of concern over travel, international travel, and they were China was screening passengers getting on and off flights. And they were basically using infrared thermometers to see if anyone was running fevers. It was a very light check. And just in recent days, they changed the screening process for the symptoms, and the number of diagnosed cases has skyrocketed because they're doing a much more detailed diagnostic now.
That's probably because they're facing pressure from the rest of the world. Because I'm not sure if we've got it in here, but they definitely were trying to cover it up.
They definitely were. Yeah.
There was the doctor that tried to break it, and I didn't look into it to fact check it as much as I should have. But it looked like there was this one doctor, and I can't remember the guy's name. But they basically silenced him, and then he ended up dying from this coronavirus.
Yep.
So.
Yeah. So what are the symptoms of the coronavirus?
Symptoms include viral pneumonia with symptoms including, like I said, the cough, fever, shortness of breath, and in rare cases, respiratory problems, kidney failure, or death. So these are a lot of symptoms you'd find in just your average flu strain, which is part of the reason why it's so hard to track and to treat, because you don't know if it's this new coronavirus that's spreading around the world or just your average flu.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the problem having symptoms that are so similar like that, they're quarantining anyone with those symptoms. And when you're quarantined, because of the number of diagnosed cases, you're not being quarantined in isolation. You're being quarantined with other people.
Yep.
So you may have the flu, but not coronavirus, but you're being quarantined with people who have coronavirus, and the chances of you getting infected have now gone up dramatically. How is the coronavirus diagnosed?
Diagnosis may be difficult with only a physical exam because mild cases of the new coronavirus, like we just said, may appear similar to the flu or a bad cold, but a lab test can confirm this diagnosis. Of course, when you're dealing with hundreds of thousands of people, lab tests are going to take a while, and the practicality of it, might not be as effective as just, like you said, quarantining, getting people away from the general population.
Well, and when you're talking about trying to do this sort of diagnostic at an airport, you're not clinically diagnosing people with blood tests at the airport, right? I mean, you're trying to find some other way to do this. So the accuracy has to be severely limited, and you're going to have people slip through. How is the coronavirus treated?
There is not a specific treatment so far that we have done our research, but people who become sick from this virus should be treated with supportive measures, things that relieve the symptoms in general. For severe cases, there may be additional treatment options, including research drugs and therapeutics. So just like your regular flu, there's not a whole lot they can do.
Yeah, and a recent article that I had read talked about a vaccine possibly being available sometime in 2021. So clearly no time soon to deal with this. But again, this is one of those things, moving forward, is it a lesson learned? And how many people have to pay the price for us to learn that lesson?
See, I don't know. What you asked me earlier, what kind of coverage I'd seen of it, but it reminds me of when we had the swine flu epidemics and the bird or avian flu epidemics. Everybody panics, and then it just goes away.
Right.
And there's also, and I wasn't sure where to fit it in, but my thoughts on this, but the coverage of it, especially in America, is very selfish. It's all the media coverage is very toned down until we get reports of it's in America, and then everybody panics.
Yeah.
And you see that with a lot of things just in general, like like wars or crimes or things like that, where as long as it's not in America, we're fine. And I think you're seeing that with this too, because there wasn't a whole lot of coverage of it until, there's 12 cases in America. Immediately the president makes a statement, and immediately, reports on this, double or triple just what you see in an average day. And I don't know, maybe it's a human thing, but it just is very selfish.
And it's human nature. It's not a problem until it's your problem.
Yeah.
And I guess that's kind of why I wanted to talk about the history of epidemics, because that type of thinking as a society is so short-sighted, because we jumped all over China for covering this up. Well, had China come out with a day one, what would we have done? Nothing.
Yeah.
Nothing until it hit our borders.
Exactly.
So you can't complain that they're holding it back unless you're going to provide support for it.
I think it's just because it's China. So the especially with their recent things with the Hong Kong protests and things like that, they have a track record of being really shady.
Sure.
So I think that this might have just been lumped in with that. But you're right. Even if it was England or France, somebody would have done anything.
Right. I guess my point is that, okay, so if it's a country that's, I don't want to say enemy, but antagonistic towards us, there's a lot of them out there.
Yeah.
So if the epidemic that kills a large percentage of the population starts there and can be stopped there, and we decide not to do it because we don't like that country, we're just as responsible for it, though.
Yeah. And I think I heard on the radio the other day, it might have been someone from the World Health Organization talking about how it was declared a public emergency. And they were talking about the economic impact, which we'll get to eventually. But he was saying that this is a test for the world to come together. And in my head, I'm like, we're not going to come together. Like, I just don't believe that. And it's awful that I think that way. But we don't have a track record of coming together to fight anything.
No, you're right. And people, when stuff like this happens, people look at, aliens. Okay, what if the world was invaded by aliens? Is that the one thing that's finally going to bring the world together? Like, is it going to be an Independence Day type thing? It's like, well, you don't need aliens to invade to bring the world together. You've got something here that's killing us now, and we're all self-interested still. So until we can get over that and actually pool our resources and stop this sort of thing from spreading, the world's never going to come together.
Well, see, that's the thing. I think even if you want to peel the layers back on that alien example, the reason everybody always goes to aliens is because they're not from any country on Earth.
Right.
So, like, if the aliens were Russian, then it'd be, there's no way we'd be able to go together. But having this other that has no affiliation with anything, I think that's the reason why that alien theory is so attractive.
I agree, but in this case here, we're talking about a virus that doesn't have national borders, doesn't respect national borders.
Yeah.
It's no different than alien spores coming down and infecting us, say. If we can't come together over this and instead we're pointing fingers and blaming people at how they're handling this and China's letting it get out and they're not, that's not going to solve the problem.
Well, thankfully, that's why we have things like the CDC and the World Health Organization that are supposed to be nonpartisan and have no affiliation. They're for the good of humanity. Of course, they're funded by countries that might not want to fund them. It always comes down to the money.
And that's the problem. Always follow the money.
Yeah.
So as of February 12th, when I had finished my notes for the show, there were 1,115 deaths, which I know have gone up since then, attributed to the virus. So that's over 1,000 people that died who probably all those people didn't need to die if it was handled better.
Mm-hmm. And again, we go back to that tragedy versus statistic. Compared to what we read before, in the millions, but this is still 1,000 people. Like, do you even know 1,000 people? Like, could you name 1,000 people that you know? This is still a significant, and all these people had families, So I think that often gets lost, especially in the media coverage of it, because it just becomes, what's the highest number? What's the most sensationalized number we can come up with? But
because that's what you grab the headlines with. So, it's going on now. Centers for Disease Control had published some suggestions, which they're not earth-shattering suggestions, which kind of tells you that they really have no idea how to deal with this. But why don't you give us the list of suggestions for preventing this virus?
Wash your hands frequently and thoroughly for 20 seconds. Use alcohol-based hand sanitizer. If soap and water aren't available, cover coughs and sneezes with a tissue. Throw the tissue in the trash.
Wow, that's a novel idea.
As if you'd stuff it in someone's mouth. Avoid touching your eyes, nose, or mouth with unwashed hands. Stay home when you are sick, which obviously that is not an option for a lot of people. Clean and disinfect services. Basically, I'm pretty sure this is the same thing they release every flu season.
Right. This is how not to get the flu, basically. Which is, and that's my point. Is like, these guys don't have a clue how to stop this.
Because I don't think you can. I don't think there is a way. I mean, now that they've classified it and they have a name for it, I mean, a vaccine is, I have no idea how any of this works, but it seems like a vaccine will be able to be made, because the reason we don't have a flu vaccine, well, we do, but the reason we have to make a new one every year is because it's always changing.
You have different strains,
Yeah, but then you have to wonder if this vaccine that they're making isn't coming out until 2021. Who's to say that this coronavirus isn't going to mutate or change by 2021 and continue infecting people?
You're absolutely right. And that's what's going to happen is by 2021, they're going to have to come out with probably a broad spectrum version of this, like our current flu vaccine, where, through studies, regional studies, they find out from the flu vaccine, for the flu vaccine, what are the predominant strains of the flu. Then they produce a vaccine to address those. The problem is if you get hit with one that's not one of those predominant ones, that flu vaccine does nothing for you.
And I think ultimately the root cause of these issues is poverty and lack of medical care, which is then magnified or increased by a constantly growing world population and a constantly more globalized world in general. Yeah. And I think that we're not due for a global pandemic, but it seems like it's only a matter of time until we get something on the scale of a maybe like a Black Death or something like that. I mean, it just seems like it's inevitable.
Yeah, a lot of people like to jump to the conclusion that, because we're a more globalized society now, that international travel is going to be our downfall. And, it's nice to kind of point your finger at that. But when I can look back at the 1300s when the bubonic plague hit, we didn't have airlines. Very few people traveled more than a couple of miles from their homes, and yet something that deadly could spread across Asia and Europe and kill 20-some million people.
But there were still poor people.
Right,
which I think is the common denominator.
And I think that supports your original, theory that it's not globalization. So let's stop looking at that as the problem. If this problem didn't occur in the first place, and if it was stopped early on when it happened, if we were able to help poor people and treat them better and provide better facilities, it wouldn't spread regardless of how globalized you are. It's not, airlines didn't create pandemics. Mm-hmm. That's sort of the point, So let's come back and we'll take a look at what the future of infectious disease, what do we have in store coming up? And we'll look at some of the factors that today's pandemic is causing and how it's going to affect the future. So I went down and just created probably 3 general categories that came to mind right off the bat when I was looking at the research for this. And the first is the human toll. So one model that I saw, it was an AI-based model that has come under some scrutiny. But based on the first 2 weeks of data, predicts as many as 2.5 billion infected by coronavirus, with up to 53 million dying from it. It's obviously putting a strain on the healthcare system. And if anything, the one thing that China has really impressed people with is the fact that they've been able to spin up entire hospitals within a week of this in regions that are full service hospitals to try to care for this, which has been kind of an impressive feat. But you're seeing communities, you're seeing cruise ships, you're seeing entire cities being quarantined as a result of this. And even airlines, which is, really the first time this has happened. Airlines are stopping flights to certain areas of high infection rate. What do you think on what are your thoughts on the human toll?
I think it's the one that's going to be overlooked the most. I think it's often the one that's overlooked the most, unfortunately. But I mean, this amount of people dying it's obviously horrible. And even my college that I go to, we actually got emails saying that if you're going to China or coming from China to notify us, which I thought was interesting because I'd never seen anything like that before.
Yeah.
And part of that comes with, the paranoia and fear that comes with every pandemic and epidemic. But I feel like it's one of those things that's only going to get worse, and there's really no way we can prevent it other than the basic how to prevent the flu measures.
Wash your hands. You know?
Which no one takes seriously.
No, they don't.
Because it doesn't happen to them. And then by the time it's happening to you, it's already too late, and washing your hands isn't going to do anything.
Yeah. So the other thing that I see is really having a huge impact from this is the economy. So estimates right now show a global economic decline of about 0.3% over the course of 2020. China is expected to see a 0.4% gross domestic product hit, as opposed to a full 2% hit that they took from the SARS outbreak almost 20 years now ago. The United States is expected to take as much as a 0.4% hit as well, but provinces in China, accounting for more than 69% of China's total GDP, will remain closed an extra week after Chinese New Year. Now, it's important to note that this is happening around Chinese New Year, where most of China industry closes down for, I think, 2 weeks for New Year. So a lot of that's occurring. A lot of the epidemic is occurring in that time frame, but they're saying it's going to be closed down even longer. And just taking a step back to the human toll again, Chinese New Year is similar to the Thanksgiving holiday in the United States, where people traditionally, who are spread throughout the country, traditionally travel home to celebrate the holiday. So the lockdowns and the quarantines and all that are having an effect on that. But even areas where those aren't in effect, people are still traveling where they wouldn't the rest of the year, which increases the risk of spreading it. Going along that same theme, there are travel restrictions on more than 48 million people in China at the moment, and share prices for major airlines, cruise lines, and tourist companies have dropped since the outbreak. So I know your focus really is more on the human toll, but what are your thoughts on the economic toll?
I think it's the one most likely to get any kind of change or fight towards it. And something that I've been seeing a lot, just because I follow a lot of video game and tech news, it's impacting that industry a lot too. Like a lot of consoles and games coming out. I mean, I got a whole episode for it for video games. But they're being pushed back. They're being delayed. And a lot of professional video game tournaments have been either outright canceled or moved because of this outbreak. And the tech industry as a whole, I think, has taken a hit because a lot of this stuff is made in China. And so you're getting a lot of laptops and consoles and processors being put on, being halted because of this outbreak. So I think you're going to see a lot of impact in that, in the tech industry as well. I think Apple might have had an impact as well.
Apple is having an issue getting processors for their iPhones. I have open orders with several PC manufacturing companies that I have 2 to 3 week lead times now, which I didn't have 2 months ago. I just saw it was announced that Mobile World Congress has been canceled because of the danger of the outbreak as well. So a lot of cell phones manufacturers that would be debuting new products aren't going to have that showcase to do it either. But I think you're right. I think the economic side of things is probably going to take more press than anything else.
Yeah, and I think it's interesting because you can read statistics of deaths and you can see, cases confirmed, but it doesn't really impact you unless you're the one getting sick. Whereas with the economic side, like you just said, you're getting, and obviously it's minor compared to dying from a disease, but you're seeing in your personal life, things being delayed, and I'm like, companies like Samsung and Apple are some of the biggest companies in the world. So having their economic ability hindered by a disease is cause for people to look at it in a more serious light, maybe.
Absolutely. So the other thing is, what does the future bring? So I threw a couple of theoretical thoughts out there. For instance, I could totally see there being travel restrictions and changes to layovers now that typically might go through these exposed provinces in China. They may be going somewhere else if you're going to have a layover. I could also see a decline in tourism travel worldwide because of people being scared of this for at least the next several years. And I would hope to see that there's a change in how outbreaks are handled. I mean, that's the optimistic side of me. We'd see more responsible reporting. You'd see more humane quarantine. I mean, some of the quarantine methods that we've seen are downright draconian. And I'd hope to see, like we talked about earlier, global support for care and vaccination. But again, I can't get away from the economics, so I have to talk about the economics. And I think what you're going to see are tech companies certainly, but manufacturing, because there's a boatload of manufacturing that comes out of China. But I could see more diversification coming out. Tech has already gone through this already with some of its diversifying its supply chain because of bans on Huawei and other companies where the U.S. government has put a ban on things. So you see people like phone manufacturers, infrastructure, networking, and so forth. They're trying to diversify. Manufacturing is diversifying already. You're seeing an increase in manufacturing shift to Thailand and Vietnam. So you're seeing this move away from the centralization of sourcing material from China already, and I think this might drive it even further. What are your thoughts on the future? Where do you see this going?
I think it's interesting. I mean, with a lot of these stories, I'm not sure if within 2-3 weeks' time if we're going to even hear about it anymore, because that's a lot of these large news stories that seem really dramatic and important at first. Typically, we've already forgotten about them come next month. I am curious though, because I know fiscal year ends like the end of March, Q1. So I'm curious how that's going to impact things in general, whether it be for tech companies or for global economies in general. How much of an impact that virus will have. For the future, I'm not sure how that would go. I agree with most of what you said in terms of decline in tourism and travel and all that. I'm not sure about the global support part as much as I'd like to be. I don't think, unless we were to have it really impact the United States on the level that it's impacting China, I don't think we're going to see that much support. And even if it was impacting the United States on that level, I'm not sure with the current administration how much of that science and hard fact would be believed,
Right.
honestly. So
That's a sad but valid point I would agree with. What do you think it would take for the international community to act more responsibly and, if not proactively, at least a faster reaction to this type of thing?
I'm not sure if they really have any reason to. I mean, obviously you'd like to believe that they want to minimize human casualty and human death in general, but I think that there's so many variables involved with the beginning stages of an epidemic that it's almost impossible to predict how to prevent it or how to stop it, because there's economic conditions and social conditions and even cultural conditions in certain locations where there's just nothing you can do and it's almost inevitable. So I think maybe establishing more treatment facilities around the world just in case, but then you have to wonder how that's going to be funded, if they're not treating a certain amount of people, if they're going to be economically viable to even keep open. So I just think there's too many factors involved to justify a larger global effort.
Is this something that we should really be looking at the United Nations to spearhead?
Ideally, yeah, but I don't think that this is a high priority for them, just because I'm not sure what they would do. I mean, they could allocate funds, and I think if it gets worse, they might, and they probably will, because they'll have to, because they'll look, evil if they don't. Like, why would you not, in the eyes of the public? So hopefully, I mean, obviously you don't want the disease to get worse, because that means more people are going to die, but I think if it does get worse, that might spur on people to want to, soothe the public and give more money or do more.
Okay. Well, I think that was pretty much all we had to talk about. We'll come back and we'll get your final thoughts on the topic before we sign off for the podcast. So we've managed to paint a pretty bleak picture of the world today. We certainly don't have a particularly positive outlook for the coming future either. But I'm curious to get your final thoughts on coronavirus outbreaks, pandemics, and how we handle those as a global community.
I just have two things, and I've said the first one a lot before on other episodes, but there's always a cost to these kind of things. And, we looked at the actual economic cost, but more importantly, I think it's important for people to keep in mind the human cost. And when you see statistics and numbers like that, just remember that there are actual human beings behind that number, and that those people have families and friends that are also being affected by that. And the second thing is not to panic. I think that especially with the way media is created today and the way that news is covered today, I think it lends itself towards getting people to get riled up and panicky. But in reality, the world's not going to end tomorrow. And if it was, you probably wouldn't know. Nobody would tell you. It would just happen. So, just try to keep, a level head when it comes to these things. And don't give in to the fear that comes, especially with pandemics, because it's a lot of unknown factors. Don't let that human nature, fear of the unknown, dictate what you do.
Very good points. I think it's funny. People tend to draw a parallel between what we as an audience demand from our entertainment industry and what the world gives us in reality. And as you know, there's been, a huge rise in the zombie apocalypse genre. And I think pandemics like this kind of feed into that of, how are we going to react when the world order sort of breaks down,
I think part of, like, some lizard part of our brain kind of wants it, part of us wants society to break down just to see what would happen. But then I also think another part of us can't even comprehend, because there are parts of the world where society has broken down, and parts of the world where the world for those people has ended, and it's not The Walking Dead, it's not romantic, it is barbaric, and it is primal, and it is a nightmare, and a lot of people live that nightmare every single day, and I don't think that people can even grasp that live hundreds of thousands of miles away.
Yeah, we certainly we can watch it on TV even from a news broadcast standpoint, but I can't fathom what it's like to live under conditions like that. So I think we're very fortunate where we are right now. So that was all we had for the show this week. I did want to offer some quick contact points for you if you want to send us some feedback on the show, any topics you want us to talk about. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can check us out on Twitter at insights_things. You can get us live randomly with this show once a month. We don't have a set schedule, but we are available on twitch.tv/insightsintothings. All of our video podcasts are available on youtube.com/insightsintothings. You can get our audio podcasts at podcast.insightsintotomorrow.com. Or you can get links to all of that, plus show notes and transcriptions on our website, along with a history of all of our web shows at www.insightsintothings.com. And I think that's it. Another one in the books, and we're out.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Your hosts are Joseph and Madison Whalen, a father and daughter team making their way through the challenges of the teenage years.
Welcome to Insights into Teens. This is episode 24, Coping with Traumatic Stress.
I am your host, Joseph Whalen, and my brilliant and delightful co-host, Madison Whalen.
Hi, everyone.
Hi, Maddie. How you doing today?
Pretty good.
So before we get started, I wanted to pay homage to an event we went to last night. What did we do last night?
We went to you and my first... Wait, that's the correct grammar, right?
We're not grammar police here. It's okay.
Right. Well, we had our first Weird Al concert.
Yes, we did.
Not Mommy, though, because she's won at least two.
That's correct. So Mommy was a bit of a veteran. We went to see Weird Al over at the Met in Philadelphia, and was a very interesting concert.
Yep, and I think interesting would be the good way to put it.
Well, he's not called Weird Al for nothing. So today we're going to be talking about coping with traumatic stress. This was actually a topic that you had asked to have on the podcast. So we'll do our normal. We will define what traumatic stress is.
Not surprising.
We will talk about what traumatic events typically are. We'll look at the signs of traumatic stress. We'll look at some of the physical symptoms of traumatic stress. And we'll look at the long-term effects of traumatic events on teens. And then, as always, we will talk about how to deal with traumatic stress. Got a lot to go through here. We will also talk briefly about when to seek treatment for traumatic stress, because a lot of the things that we talk about here are self-help things, ways to help you cope with things. But sometimes you need to go for professional help when you can't cope with it, and traumatic stress tends to be one of those things. So there are signs to look for when you know that you can't deal with it on your own and you need to go seek professional help. And then I have a special note at the end that I did want to mention that's related to this topic. So, questions before we start?
Nope.
All right, let's get right into it then. So what is traumatic stress? This comes from a website called thehelpguide.org. It says traumatic stress is a normal reaction to a traumatic event such as a natural disaster, motor vehicle accident, plane crash, violent crime, or terrorist attack. Such events are extraordinarily stressful, not just for survivors, but also witnesses and even those repeatedly exposed to the horrific images of the traumatic event circulated on social media and news sources. It goes on to say, the intense, confusing, and frightening emotions that follow a traumatic event or natural disaster can be even more pronounced in children, whether they directly experienced the traumatic event or were repeatedly exposed to horrific media images after the fact. While children and adolescents are more vulnerable to being traumatized than adults, with the right support and reassurance, they are also able to recover faster. So, interesting thing to take away from that is that you don't have to be the subject of a stressful or violent encounter, but if you're exposed to it, it can cause traumatic stress in you. And like it says, even though kids are more prone to being affected by it, they're more equipped to quickly bounce back from that. And one good example of this where a lot of people weren't directly affected by it, but it affected a lot of people was the 9/11 attacks.
Mm-hmm. Definitely.
So you had several thousand people were killed in those attacks, and their family members obviously were directly affected by it. But it was one of those things that was in the media for a very long time. And even now, when the anniversary comes around, there's a lot of remembrances for it.
that tend to trigger some of these traumatic stresses in people who were exposed to it. And, there are people that weren't directly exposed to it who it still affects them. So we'll talk about some of the things, some of the signs of that and how to deal with that. So any questions on what we're talking about when we say traumatic stress?
Nope.
Okay. So traumatic stress is often related to traumatic events, obviously. So a traumatic event can undermine a child's sense of security, leaving them feeling helpless and vulnerable, especially if the event stemmed from an act of violence, such as a physical assault, a mass shooting like we see in the news frequently, or a terrorist attack. Even kids or teens not directly affected by a disaster can become traumatized when repeatedly exposed to horrific images of the event on news and social media. And every time there's a mass shooting or something like that, it's all over the news. It's almost impossible not to be exposed to it.
Mm-hmm.
Traumatic events can come in many forms that can have significant impact on an adolescent. Here's a couple of examples. Now you tell me, I'll go down the list, and you tell me if you've experienced any of these and whether or not you think they've caused traumatic stress for you. The first one is unexpectedly losing a loved one. And I would even include pets in this one. So have you had an experience where you've lost a loved one and that's caused traumatic stress?
Mm-hmm.
Can you give me a little detail?
Like, since you included pets, I'm going to say my cat Fluffer because I know a lot about it. So it was basically a normal day going on, and Mommy was going to make me breakfast, so I was pretty happy. And then we saw Fluffer on the ground. She wasn't looking too well. I didn't know what was going on at the time because I was a little too young to understand it, but I'm sure Mommy knew what was happening. She was old and, well, I think today was that day.
Yeah,
today was that day.
She had not been well physically, yeah.
So Mommy had to stay home all day, and when we came home, she was in her arms, and Mommy was actually going to take her to the vet to have her put down.
Yeah, I remember that day. And the vet actually came to the house for us because our vet makes house calls. And, we didn't want her suffering. And we wound up having the vet give her an injection that would help her pass painlessly. But, yeah, I think that had a traumatic effect on everybody. So that's a very good example.
Yeah, and to be honest, I can remember one day after the incident, I couldn't stop crying again.
Yeah, I know you had some concerns at school, and you were very emotional for it. And it's, that type of thing takes its toll on us. It does.
Still makes me better this day.
Yes. So the next thing that we had on the list itself was being involved in a natural disaster. Now, I don't think you've been involved in any natural disasters. We've had some concerns, especially recently. We've had a number of very bad storms. We've been under tornado watches. I know when we get that alert on the cell phone for the National Weather Service, it can be very alarming. And we wind up downstairs in the basement to be careful. And the one that came by fairly recently did some damage in our neighborhood. So it really hit close to home, even knocking a tree down on a couple of neighbors' houses. Have you had a traumatizing effect from any of those natural disasters?
Well, I'm pretty sure I won't forget the one recently, because that's when I realized about how much danger I could have been in. I was learning about tornadoes and the dangers they cause, and when the electricity went out, I didn't enjoy it that much, and I hated hearing the rain and the thunder.
Yeah.
Honestly, even though I know I'm sort of safe, lightning is just unexpected, and thunder still scares me to this day.
I totally understand that. I've been through a couple of tornadoes, and tornadoes can get very scary because they spawn tornadoes and everything else. But hurricanes are frightening. Fortunately, where we live on the East Coast, we don't get too many dangerous earthquakes. We don't get really tsunamis here or anything like that. So we'll get the occasional, severe thunderstorm. We might get hit with a hurricane. We might get hit with a blizzard. But for the most part, I think we're fairly safe where we're at.
Mm-hmm.
The next one that we have on the list here is being involved in a motor vehicle accident. Have you ever been involved in a motor vehicle accident that has traumatized you?
Well, no, but I have had you guys say when I was a baby we were in a pretty bad accident, but I don't remember any of that. And I haven't really had any traumatic stress from any of the car accidents because I don't remember ever having a car accident except the one time where your car broke down and I was actually forced to sit up front, I think, when I was pretty young.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that doesn't qualify as an accident. But yeah, fortunately, you were too young during the one accident we had. No one was hurt. The car was damaged. Mommy was driving at the time, and it was a rainy night, and somebody was driving too fast in the lane next to us. They hit a patch of water. They hydroplaned into our lane and basically bumped us off into the median, into the shoulder, rather. And there was a large hill that we basically plowed through that sort of stopped the car. So the car took a little bit of damage, but none of us were hurt, which was nice.
Mm-hmm.
But, I know people that have been in car accidents, fairly severe car accidents, and it's caused such a level of stress that they don't even drive anymore, and they're terrified to get into cars. And going hand in hand with this would be being in a plane crash or a plane incident. Now, I know you're not a big fan of flying, but not because you've had any kind of, mishaps on the plane or anything like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
What's your issue with flying?
I don't know. Ever since I learned about 9/11 and the dangers of what could happen if the plane actually crashes, I don't exactly want that to happen to me. I mean, I haven't actually been on it, but like you said before, if someone witnessed or heard about a plane accident or any type of accident, it could cause them traumatic stress. And I think after hearing like crashes of planes and how it could severely hurt you, and mainly hearing about 9/11, I don't exactly want to be on a plane because I'm afraid of what would happen.
Yeah, and that's a good example of non-related incidents inducing that traumatic stress because of the amount of exposure you've had to it. The next one they have here is being violently attacked. Fortunately, you've never had that happen to you, have you?
Mm-hmm.
That can definitely cause traumatic stress. As a kid, I can relate stories where I've been in fights, but there was only one incident where I was in high school and I was violently attacked by this one kid from behind and didn't even have a chance to defend myself. I wasn't permanently hurt by it, but, just that thought of someone sneaking up behind you and attacking you, had me looking over my shoulder for a little while there. And I can definitely say it caused some traumatic stress for a little while, but I learned to deal with it.
Mm-hmm.
So, but there's a lot of violence in the world, unfortunately, and I don't think we're going to get rid of it anytime soon.
Mm-hmm.
One of the last things in here is actually something that I had put in that wasn't even in the study, because I know this has caused traumatic stress in people that I'm friends with. And that's having a major change or upheaval in your life. And a couple of examples here, one of which you can definitely relate to. One is moving to a new house. Do you remember when we moved into the house we're in now?
Well, I remember very little of it, but I do remember walking by this one house that was really high up, and I do remember we were in the kitchen at the dining table, and I was playing with a little frog, LPS, I think.
Okay.
And I don't really remember too much. I think I might remember walking in the basement, but I think that's pretty much it. I don't remember too much of it, but I can definitely say I won't forget some of the moments.
Yeah, and there are people that I know who lived in one house all their life, and, you know, when they were in their late teens, their parents moved them to a new house, and it caused a lot of trauma for them. They adapted poorly to the change.
Honestly, it was actually my 3rd birthday when we moved. I actually don't remember too much of our old house except, like, I don't really remember too much. I don't even remember what the layout was, but, like, honestly, I now only have real memories of being in this house, and I don't really have memories of the old house, so not too much change.
So that's good. So then you didn't go through any stress for that. But one of the things that go hand in hand with moving to a new house is oftentimes you change schools as a result. Now, you're changing schools this year, but that's part of the natural progression.
Mm-hmm.
But that doesn't necessarily make it any less stressful for you, does it?
No.
So what are some of the things that's concerning you from a stress standpoint about the new school?
Well, the thing is, I guess just having all the schools combined and having, like, everybody be there is kind of stressful. Also having to switch classes. I mean, I switched classes in my old school, but I only had 2 teachers and I only switched a couple of times. Now I'll be switching for every single class, which will be stressful. I know that for a fact. I'll also have to change clothes for when we go to gym, and we don't have recess and a longer lunch and all the clubs and stuff, and having to keep up with everything.
Yeah, there's a lot of things to take into consideration when you move to a new school like that.
Mm-hmm.
The last thing that we have on this list here was a major family change, such as a divorce, an adoption, or a new baby. You've not had to go through any of those yet, have you?
Mm-mm.
So I know I can speak from experience that bringing a new baby in to the family can cause some traumatic stress for any existing children. A divorce definitely can cause traumatic stress.
Mm-hmm.
I was terrified as a child myself. Anytime my parents would have a fight or an argument, I was terrified of them getting a divorce. Like, you just don't know what the future is going to be with stuff like that. So a lot of it's uncertainty. A lot of it is, changes in routine. And a lot of it is loss. So, I mean, that's really what the source of a lot of the trauma events are.
Mm-hmm.
Anything to add to trauma events?
Well, I do want to say another thing, being taken away from your family or being lost.
Yes, that's a very good point, because that did happen to you.
Yep.
So why don't you tell us about that?
Well, it was a pretty normal day. We were actually at Disney, and we were at Magic Kingdom. It was getting late, and you were kind of getting tired, but me and Mommy still wanted to stay at the park, so you decided to go back to the hotel, which probably also caused the stress I had. So there was this ride I never went on, Space Mountain, and Mommy recommended me to try it, so I did, because I was the only one in the family who liked riding roller coasters. And since Mommy was never on it because she hates riding roller coasters, and since I've never been on it, she didn't realize there were 2 different exits. So I was on the ride. I don't remember too much of the ride. I just remember like blue lights and like the track and how it always twisted and turned. After the ride, I saw there were 2 different ways to exit, but a bunch of people were going up like a broken moving ramp. So I followed them because I thought that's where Mommy would be. So I ended up in the shop, but when I didn't see Mommy was there, I panicked. I ran outside, didn't see her. I began to cry. Luckily, this one woman and her daughter saw me crying and decided to help me. We went up to a cast member. Luckily, I knew my mommy's phone number at the time, so she called her, and then eventually we met up. And I was actually really scared because I didn't know what to do because I didn't know where Mommy was, and I didn't have a phone, and you were back at the hotel, and I didn't know how to get back without Mommy, and I didn't want to leave her.
Right.
So, but then we got back together, and I think I will never forget how I got lost that day.
Yeah, and that's scary, and that's certainly had a significant impact on you.
Yeah, and I actually refused to ride Space Mountain for a while.
Yeah. So, but, and since then we've taken certain precautions, right? You've got a cell phone that you carry with you now in the event that you do get separated.
Mm-hmm. I always make sure it's on me whenever I go on a roller coaster because you guys don't go on roller coasters.
Right. You also know to go seek out a cast member in the event that you do get lost.
Mm-hmm.
So we've sort of learned our lesson from that, as a family.
And luckily, our last trip, I was actually brave enough to go back on Space Mountain, and I basically faced my fear, and I'm no longer afraid to go on it anymore.
Good for you. That's a good example of overcoming traumatic stress then. So let's talk about, when we come back, the signs of traumatic stress. So the first one on the list here is shock and disbelief. You may have a hard time accepting the reality of what happened. In your traumatic experience events, is that one of the symptoms that you experience?
Yeah, mainly with the Space Mountain one. Anytime I've ever been lost, I just can't accept it. I'm just terrified of it, and I just can't accept it.
Right, and that leads us into the next one is fear. The same thing will happen again. Your fear that the same thing will happen again over and over, and you'll lose control or break down. Well, that fear is what stopped you from going on the ride anymore.
Mm-hmm. And that's actually a similar thing to one kickball game where I kicked the ball and this one kid wanted to get me up by rolling the ball, but he rolled it too soon. I tripped over the ball and slid it across the sand because there was sand. I just remember a bunch of when I opened my eyes, there was sand and tears in them.
Yeah.
And I could barely see the people in front of me. And I actually and I think that's how I grew my hate of kickball.
Yeah, it's kind of soured you on the sport, hasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Sadness, particularly if people you know died. So I think that was pretty self-explanatory.
Yeah,
I think we were all sad when Fluffer passed.
Mm-hmm.
Helplessness, the sudden unpredictable nature of violent crimes, accidents, or natural disasters may leave you feeling vulnerable and helpless. Lightning, our fear of lightning. Both your and my fear of lightning is a good example of that.
Yeah.
Guilt. Now, this is probably one you've not experienced, but in crimes and accidents and stuff, one of the things that the survivors feel is called survivor guilt. Guilt that you survived when others died, or that you could have done more to help. So that's definitely a sign of traumatic stress.
Mm-hmm.
And anger. You may be angry at God or others you feel are responsible for the stress that you've been put on. Have you ever had a sense of anger? Like, were you angry about the kickball? Were you angry about Space Mountain or anything?
No, I never actually felt angry. I mean, Space Mountain, it was just like an accident because neither of us were on the ride before and we didn't know what was going on, so I shouldn't be angry for anyone about that. Kickball, I am a little upset at the kid, but I didn't really know the kid, but I still don't really forgive him for doing that. Even though I know it was also an accident, I still will not forgive him for it.
What about shame, especially over feelings or fears you can't control? Is there a sense of shame to that?
I do feel a little bit shameful with my fear of thunder and lightning. I just feel as though, I know thunder won't hurt you, it's just a sound after lightning, and I just feel like I'm like people will laugh at me because I just hate that I'm afraid of the sound.
Right.
And it won't hurt me.
Yeah, yeah. And it's hard to have fears and admit to those fears. I think that's one of the bravest things to do is to admit to those fears and to not be shameful of them, because everybody has fears, and fear is a natural human reaction to danger, and it helps to keep us safe. And the last thing that's on here is a logical conclusion is relief. You may feel relieved that the worst is over and even hopeful that your life will return to normal.
Yeah, that's how I felt after, like, me and Mommy found each other. I felt hopeful that everything would be okay, but I also no longer wanted to go on Space Mountain, and for a while you guys made fun of me for it.
We didn't make fun of you, sweetie.
You called it Lost Mountain.
All right, so we did make fun of you. So, all right, I don't pretend to be the best parent in the world. So let's talk about some of the physical symptoms of traumatic stress. So these should be fairly quick. So trembling or shaking, have you ever experienced that from a trauma?
Well, yes, from kickball. Anytime I was close to being up for kicking, I would always shake or tremble and feel weak.
How about a pounding heart? I guess that's pretty common, right?
Yeah, also from the Space Mountain when I was lost, I could feel my heart pounding.
How about rapid breathing too? Yeah.
Rapid breathing along with kickball as well.
What about a lump in your throat or feeling choked up?
Kickball, yes, and probably Space Mountain.
How about your stomach tightening or churning?
Yeah, that's pretty much kickball for you.
Okay. Have you ever felt dizzy or faint during one of these events?
Space Mountain, and I think a little bit of kickball.
Well, so yeah, you were definitely experiencing some traumatic stress there. Cold sweats?
Yep.
Yeah.
Probably from both experiences.
And like racing thoughts, like your mind's trying to get away from you.
Space Mountain.
Yeah. And I'll tell you, I experienced a lot of these the last time I happened to be in the hospital. I had the bilateral pulmonary embolisms, the blood clots on my lungs. And I didn't actually experience stress until the doctor came to me and told me how bad the blood clots were. He was amazed that I was still alive, that my blood clots were that bad. And he said the only treatment that he would recommend at this point in time, they could put me on blood thinners and hope that the blood clots broke up safely, or they could put me on this prototype medicine that he referred to as a clot buster. And he said, that should clear up the clots in 24 to 48 hours, but because of the effect that it has on your body, it could cause bleeding in the brain. And a certain percentage of people that have the bleeding in the brain, it turns out to be fatal. So it was sort of at that point that the stress kind of hit me at that point. And ironically enough, it was largely because I knew I wasn't getting out of the hospital until these things have been resolved. And I was in intensive care, and they weren't going to let you or Sam in to see me in intensive care. So my fear was that I was going to be one of those small percentages that didn't survive, and I wouldn't even have a chance to see you guys, before that point got there. And that's really what got me stressed out over the whole thing. But fortunately, things worked out. They gave me the medicine, and everything worked out in the end.
I do remember waiting with Sam in the waiting room.
Yeah.
And I remember also seeing you when you were out of intensive care, and I remember just when we had the babysitter, we had the calls, and you had breathing tubes all around you.
Yeah, I remember at one point in time they put the the respirator mask on me, and Mommy thought it was funny and took a picture because she thought I looked like Darth Vader. So glad Mommy could have fun at my expense there. But that's probably the most traumatic experience I think I've had in a long time. So there are long-term effects, and we'll talk about those in a minute. It's important to note that the long-term effects of traumatic events manifest differently at different age levels. A 5-year-old child may regress into their behavior to younger ages to cope with the effects, while a 10-year-old may develop unfounded fears or physical manifestations of ailments, and a teenager may relive the trauma through flashbacks. It's important to understand how trauma affects kids at different ages so you can recognize the symptoms and handle them appropriately. We're going to limit this discussion on the common effects of teens from the ages of 12 through 17. So one of the long-term effects is having flashbacks of the event, nightmares or sleep problems. Have you ever had any flashbacks of any of the trauma that you've experienced?
Well, I've had flashbacks of the kickball game whenever I'm up at kickball, and I just remember like how I tripped, slid across the ground, and just got injured pretty bad.
Like you're reliving the event.
Yeah.
Yeah. Some people avoid reminders of the event. Do you try to avoid, well, I mean, obviously you try to avoid Space Mountain, right?
Yeah, I tried to avoid Space Mountain for a while because I didn't want to get lost again.
Yeah, and the one thing for me related to that, the hospital that I was in when I had the PEs was actually on the same road that I used to drive to work. So for about 6 months, I drove to work a different way, completely unaware of why I was doing it. Subconsciously, my brain wouldn't let me drive past the hospital because of the stress that I had endured there. And it wasn't until like 6 months later that I realized I was driving a different path and kind of figured out why I was doing that. One of the other coping mechanisms people have is they turn to drugs and alcohol for that, to try to cope with that because it numbs the pain. And I think it's important to be aware of that and to steer yourself clear of that, because that's just going to cause more problems. It's not going to solve anything.
Yeah.
Some people act disruptive or disrespective or destructive. Have you had any outbursts like that as a result of your traumatic events?
I don't think so, no.
That's good. How about physical complaints? Did you find you were having any physical ailments after any of your things?
What do you mean by that?
Oh, did your stomach bother you, or did you get headaches or anything like that after a trauma?
Well, I felt dizzy after the Space Mountain one, and after me and Mommy had gotten popcorn, I still felt like a little dizzy after the event.
Yeah. How about feelings of guilt or isolation or depression?
Don't think so. Well, actually, I guess from Fluffer's death, I didn't have a good time getting over it.
Yeah. Has any trauma caused you to lose interest in hobbies that you previously enjoyed?
I don't think so, because I didn't enjoy sports at the beginning.
Right.
So, I think I actually just stayed farther away from sports due to the kickball game.
Yeah, it may have distanced you more, but like from Space Mountain, you didn't stop going to Disney. You just stopped going on Space Mountain.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the last one here, and this is probably the most concerning, is some people, when they go through these things, they come out of them and they have suicidal thoughts. You know, thoughts about harming themselves or killing themselves. You've not experienced anything like that?
Nope, not at all.
No, that's good. So that's just an example of some of the long-term effects. When we come back, we'll talk about some ways to deal with traumatic stress. Usually, the unsettling thoughts and feelings of traumatic stress, as well as any unpleasant physical symptoms, start to fade as life returns to normal over the days or weeks following a traumatic event. Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
However, it's important to remember that people react in different ways to trauma. So if someone
that you're close with has experienced a traumatic event, it's one of those things is you don't rush them to heal. You know, you have to be patient with them. There's no right or wrong way to respond. We're all different, so don't tell yourself or anyone else what you should be thinking, feeling, or doing. One of the first things that people try to do when someone's in a situation like that is they try to empathize with them. You know, they'll say things like, I know how you feel, or something like that. And that can have a negative effect on people because after a traumatic event, you do feel isolated. You do feel like, especially if it was just you affected in a violent event or, you know, the death of a loved one, you don't feel like other people can relate to you at that point in time. So if you're helping someone get through a traumatic experience, don't try to put yourself in their place. Try to be there to be supportive for them. Avoid obsessively reliving the traumatic event. Repetitious thinking or viewing horrific images over and over can overwhelm your nervous system, making it harder to think clearly. Partake in activities that keep your mind occupied. Read, watch a movie, cook, play with your kids, play with your parents in your case. So you're not dedicating all your energy and attention to the traumatic event. One of the things a lot of people do is obsess over those traumatic events. And that obsession tends to, you know, weigh down on them. Ignoring your feelings will slow recovery. It may seem better in the moment to avoid experiencing your emotions, but they exist whether you're paying attention to them or not. Even intense feelings will pass if you simply allow yourself to feel what you feel. You know, if you're feeling sadness, it's okay. If you're feeling fear, it's okay. They're all natural reactions, and you can't ignore them. You have to experience them. You have to deal with them. Reestablish a routine. You know, there is comfort in the familiar. After a disaster, getting back as much as you can to your normal routine will help minimize traumatic stress, anxiety, and hopelessness. Even if your work or school routine is disrupted, you can structure your day with regular times for eating, sleeping, spending time with family, and relaxing. So getting back into that groove that you were in before after something like that happens. You know, with the passing of Fluffer, you have this overwhelming feeling of sadness and you don't want to be bothered with other people and you want to go off on your own and stuff like that. That's not healthy, you know, if you're allowing it to break your routine like that. So you have to be a little bit more cognizant of your own needs. Recognize when traumatic stress becomes PTSD. Do you know what PTSD is? PTSD is post-traumatic stress disorder. And this it's a psychological effect of a stressful event. You hear a lot about it in first responders or the military, where they've been placed in these extremely stressful situations where life is on the line. And when they come back, they can't cope with it emotionally. I mean, most human beings can't cope with stuff that stressful emotionally. And it takes an effect on their physical and mental health. If your traumatic stress symptoms don't ease up and your nervous system remains what they call stuck or unable to move on from the event for a prolonged period of time, you may experience PTSD, in which case then you need to talk to a professional about that. You know, there are special counselors and doctors out there that treat just that. While symptoms of the stress often naturally fade with time, the following tips can assist in the process and help you better come to terms with it. Minimize media exposure. Stop watching that school shooting if it's causing you stress. Engage, you know, and this is for parents, engage your child. If your child's been bullied at school or has had an experience of being lost or any of the issues or a death in the family, engage with your child, talk to them, sit with them, spend time with them, let them, you know, unleash their fears and frustrations on you. Encourage physical activity. A lot of times, the best way of bouncing out of a stressful situation is to get physical, work out, go for a walk, push a wall, punch a pillow, something like that. It's that pent-up energy that you have to put that somewhere. So if you can put that in the physical activity, it's less you trying to bottle up. A healthy diet. That topic has come up many times to deal with stress. Your body goes through chemical changes when you go through a stressful situation, and having a proper diet allows your body to physically cope with it better. And then the last thing they have here is to rebuild trust and safety. Everybody wants to feel safe, and a lot of times these traumatic incidents threaten that safety, whether it's your kickball incident or getting lost at Disney or a school shooting or 9/11 or whatever it is. It disrupts that feeling of safety that we have. So a lot of times after a traumatic event, you sort of need to pull the loved ones closer together to you there. Get that blanket feeling of safety back in there, and that'll help you deal with the stress itself. Questions?
No.
Okay. So when we come back, we'll talk about when you should seek treatment for your stress. Unfortunately, I don't think you've ever reached the point where you've had to seek outside help. Usually feelings of anxiety, numbness, confusion, guilt, and despair following a disaster or traumatic event will start to fade within a relatively short time. However, if your traumatic stress reaction is so intense and persistent that it's getting in the way of your ability to function, you may need help from a mental health professional, preferably a trauma specialist. So if 6 weeks have passed and you're still not feeling any better, it might be time to find help. If you're having trouble functioning at school, like if your day-to-day function just isn't working correctly, you may need to talk to someone. If you're experiencing terrifying memories, nightmares or flashbacks, that's a sign of something that's a little bit deeper that you need to work through. If the symptoms of traumatic stress manifest as physical complaints, we talked about headaches and stomach pains or sleep disturbances, then we need to talk to someone to try and work through those. If you're having an increasingly difficult time relating to your friends and family, now this isn't making new friends. This is the friends you have and the family you have. If you're getting into arguments too often, if they're annoying you too much, there may be some underlying stress that we need to work through. If you're experiencing suicidal thoughts, that's not something to play around with, and we'll talk about that a little bit more. And if you're avoiding more and more of the things that remind you of the traumatic event, for instance, if you just decided you don't want to go to Disney anymore, when it's clear that you loved Disney before the event, then that avoidance is a trigger point of time to go see someone. And there's different people that you can see. You have counselors at school that can help. They can refer you to someone, or they can help you directly. You have your pediatrician, your regular primary care physician. You can talk to them, and they can diagnose, especially if you're having physical symptoms. They can diagnose them and determine if it's stress-related or not. But ultimately, you'll wind up talking to a professional if it becomes too bad. Psychologists, psychiatrists, trauma counselors. In the event of natural disasters or school shootings, one of the things you'll hear in events like that is they make counselors available for the students and the people in the area affected. And those people are specially trained to help deal with traumatic stress. So we've not gotten to that point. Hopefully we never will get to that point. But if we do, at least we know the signs that will trigger that. So I want to come back with a quick special note, and then we'll move on to your closing remarks and shout-outs.
Mm-hmm.
So the one thing that I wanted to call special attention to here is suicide. Okay, we've not done a podcast on it. We probably will at some point in time. But one of the things that comes out of traumatic events a lot is suicide. And any talk of suicide is significant, okay? So take any suicidal talk or behavior seriously. Even if you don't think the person is going to do it, if nothing else, it's a sign that they need help. And if they don't get that help, then something can happen. It's not just a warning sign that your teen is thinking about suicide. It is a cry for help. So please read the suicide prevention or call the suicide helpline. In the U.S., call the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline at 1-800-273-8255. The U.K., call Samaritans at 08457909090. Australia, call the Lifeline at 131114. And all other countries, you can visit the International Association for Suicide Prevention at www.iasp.info. Do not take any talk or suggestion of suicide lightly. It's very important to take it seriously and to seek help and help the people out. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
So let's come back with your closing remarks and your shout-outs. I turn it over to you.
Thank you. So for those out there who have experienced traumatic stress, I do recommend going and talking to someone about it. If it happened a while ago and you're still having trouble coping with it, I'd recommend going to someone who cares about you and who you care about, and hopefully they'll be able to help you. I also recommend seeing other people if it gets to a really bad point. And also, please don't try and think that you should kill yourself because of the cause of an event. Yes, it's stressful. Yes, it's going to be hard to get out of your brain, but I'm sure all of us are going or have gone through traumatic stress with certain actions of our life.
Okay, very good. How about shout-outs? Who are we shouting out to today?
I'm going to give a shout-out to you and Mommy. You two were there for me for when I was lost at Space Mountain. You helped me cope with that stress, and eventually I was able to get over the stress of being on Space Mountain, and I was able to go on it. You were also able to help me deal with Fluffer's loss, along with the stress from the kickball game.
Okay, very good. And I think that does it for us today. Thank you for listening. This was a bit of a hard-hitting topic this week. Hopefully next week we'll come back with something a little bit more fun. Yeah. And I think that's it for today.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Your hosts are Joseph and Madison Whalen, A father and daughter team making their way through the challenges of the teenage years.
Welcome to Insights into Teens. This is episode 12, Interfaith Holidays of Spring. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my lovely and talented co-host, Madison Whalen.
Hi, everyone.
How you doing today, Madison?
Doing pretty good.
So today is our spring holiday special, and joining us today is a special guest host with us, Mommy, otherwise known as Michelle Whalen. Hello, Michelle. How are you today?
I'm fine. How are you?
Wonderful. I love the ears.
Thank you. I figured I'd, be the festive holiday person.
Very much in line with the holiday spirit here. So let's run down real quick what we're going to talk about today. So we are going to talk about what an interfaith marriage is, an interfaith family. Then we'll talk about some religion and interfaith statistics. Then we'll go on and talk about the holidays themselves. We'll talk about what Passover is from a high-level standpoint. We won't go into a lot of the details. We'll talk about what Easter is, and then we'll discuss how we as an interfaith family celebrate the holidays. So let's get right into it. So an interfaith marriage is defined as, traditionally, it's also called a mixed marriage. It's defined as a marriage between spouses professing different religions. Although interfaith marriages are most often contracted as civil marriages, in some instances they may be contracted as religious marriage. This depends on religious prohibitions against the marriage by the religion by one or both spouses based on religious doctrine or tradition. So basically what we are talking about here in an interfaith marriage is one parent is one religion, in this case Jewish, mommy is Jewish, and the other parent is a different religion, which would be me. I'm not really sure. I was raised Christian, but I don't really know what I am at this point in time. So that's what we're talking about from an interfaith standpoint. So as a result of that, you have different traditions, different holidays that you celebrate. Both religions have different holidays.
Yep.
So when we come to spring, what two holidays do we always celebrate?
Easter and Passover.
Which one do you like more?
I can't.
That's a loaded question.
Which parent do you love more?
Wow, nice one.
Yes, we don't want to put the child under that much pressure.
Right.
So, but Michelle, you tell me, what's it like being in an interfaith marriage at this point in time?
Well, it has its challenges, obviously, from not wanting to exclude certain traditions or things, from one holiday versus the other. You don't want to make one out to seem better than another. It's
right.
Not a competition, unlike the fact that you like competition, but only if you're winning.
Only if I'm winning.
Really? Okay, I thought that Daddy was actually going to mention that, but
Mommy beat him to it.
Awesome.
So it's different. Obviously, it's different than what I grew up with, because I grew up in a Jewish household. We didn't deal with having to deal with Easter or Christmas, when I was growing up. So it's very different than what I went through. So but I think we've made it work. I think in a lot of respects we don't really deal with the more religious aspects of the Christian holidays.
Right. And we'll get into a little bit more detail about that when we get down to that.
Right. So, You know, whereas with the Jewish traditions, I've tried to bring in more of that, but obviously, you know, still trying to keep it where, you know, everybody's interested
Right.
in knowing about it.
So, Madison, how do you like, you know, having both sides of the coin, as it may be, celebrating both sets of holidays?
Well, I definitely enjoy it because I get to have a taste of two different religions with their different holidays and the different way they do things. It's also interesting when people sometimes ask me what's it like growing up in a Jewish and Christian household. And I always tell them it's nice. You get to experience two different holidays from two different religions with two different aspects. And I just enjoy it. I like the cultures we do. And I just overall like both religions. And I'm glad I can be a part of it.
Now, do you have a lot of kids at school that are in a similar situation with dual faith households?
Well, I don't really know. I don't really we don't really talk about that much. All I really know is that I'm pretty much the only Jewish person in my class, but one of my teachers is actually Christian, but her husband's Jewish and they have kids, so they celebrate Jewish and Christian holidays, so I guess that's the best I can relate.
Oh, okay. Well, that's kind of cool.
She actually
So in doing my research for this podcast, there was a couple of interesting statistics that I came across that was related to both religion and interfaith. One of the things that I saw that I thought was very interesting was based on a poll from the Pew Research Forum. 70.6% of Americans are of some denomination of Christian belief. 22% of Americans are unaffiliated, and only 1.9% of Americans were of Jewish faith. But if you look at those numbers and how sideways those numbers really are, and how unbalanced they are, the interesting takeaway that I got from that was 42% of marriages in the U.S. are interfaith marriages. And kids in an interfaith marriage are twice as likely to be brought up with the mother's religion. And 25% of married couples who begin as an interfaith couple become a same faith couple. So my question on that is to you, Michelle. First of all, what's your reaction to those numbers?
Well, I never heard of Pew Forum, so I didn't get to vote. So I think it's skewed. I definitely could see that a good portion of the marriages are interfaith. In terms of, you know, between Christian and maybe not affiliated with anything. Not saying that, you know, half of the marriages, you know, have a Jewish partner.
Right.
But I do see, you know, in the Jewish religion, if you are of an interfaith coupling, whatever the mother is, that's what the children technically are. You know, so in our case, Madison, you know, is Jewish because I'm Jewish.
Right.
Whereas my one cousin, where his mother wasn't Jewish, but he was brought up as Jewish, and later on, my aunt did convert to Judaism. She was raised, you know, Catholic, and when, you know, she gave birth, she was still Catholic, but yet they chose to raise my cousin as Jewish, and then, you know, later on, like I said, she did convert.
Right. Now, do you know, are you aware of or associate with a lot of interfaith couples?
Actually, not really that much anymore. You know, most of the people that live down in our neck of the woods. I'm sort of the token Jewish friend.
Well, I will say that in the research itself, the 42% could possibly be interdenominational Christians too.
I
So
could
it's
see
not
that
just
between
Jewish
like a
Christian.
Baptist and
Right.
a Lutheran. That could definitely be as well. But a lot of my Jewish friends from high school, I would say a good portion of them did marry someone that was Jewish, and there's probably a handful that didn't. So it's I don't know if it would be half, but it could certainly be that across the board.
Right. So Madison, a question for you: Does interfaith families, marriages, does that hold a significance for you at all?
Well, what do you mean by that?
Well, I'm trying to figure out if, when you decide at some point in time in the future you want to get married, how big of a factor will religion of your partner play into that?
Well, it would be nice if I could marry someone from a different religion so that my child will be able to experience more than one religion and their cultures. So I would like for that to happen. I'd also like to try and see what it would be like to be married to someone from another religion and see how, and how you guys have done it. I want to maybe even try it myself.
So you think it's been an enriching experience for you?
Yep.
That's very cool. So let's move on to what the holidays are. So we have a definition of Passover here, which is kind of a layman's explanation of it. I don't think I'm qualified to read this or go into details, so I'll turn this portion of the show over to Michelle.
Why, thank you, as the token Jew. Thanks, I appreciate it.
You're our subject matter expert, so I brought you in for this.
Thanks, I appreciate it. So it's the 8-day festival of Passover is celebrated in the early spring. Passover, or Pesach, as it is in Hebrew, commemorates the emancipation of the Israelites from slavery in ancient Egypt. Pesach is observed by avoiding leavened bread. There is a meal that is usually done the first or second night called a Seder, which includes 4 cups of wine, eating matzah, bitter herbs, and retelling the story of the Exodus from Egypt. In Hebrew, it's known as Pesach, which means to pass over, because God passed over Jewish homes when killing the Egyptian firstborns on the very first Passover Eve, which was one of the 10 plagues.
Actually, I learned that it wasn't God. It was actually
the angel of death.
Angel of death.
Yes, it was the angel of death, Daddy, not God.
Okay, that's what the website. I didn't know God had someone doing his dirty deeds for him. Okay.
But there were the 10 plagues of God.
Right. God did present the Egyptians with the 10 plagues when he wanted Pharaoh to let his people go.
And can you name those 10 plagues?
Blood, frogs.
Come on, 10 Commandments was just on last night.
I didn't watch it.
Oh. You had boils.
Well,
boils.
Well,
you had
flies.
The hail. Trump was in there somewhere, wasn't he? No. Okay.
He wasn't.
That'd be funny though.
Yeah.
So the 10 plagues, and the last of the 10 was
killing of the firstborn,
and that was one that Pharaoh declared.
Right.
Because Pharaoh had declared the firstborn of all the Israelites were to be killed.
Right, and
And
God
then
went, ha.
God pulled a head fake on him.
Nope.
Said, oh,
Yep.
okay, if that's what you want, that's okay.
Right.
But we're going to give the Jews a get out of jail free pass here with the blood on the...
Yeah, put some lamb's blood over your door, and the angel of death will pass over.
Okay, so
Your
that's
Which is
where...
exactly why Passover is named as it is.
Right, so that's where we get the name for Passover. So when we celebrate Passover, what are we actually celebrating, Madison?
We're actually celebrating the equinox.
Not the equinox, no. When we celebrate Passover, we're celebrating the Exodus
Yeah.
of Pharaoh freeing the Jews because he's tired of being tormented by all these plagues. So that's really, you're not really celebrating the death of the firstborns.
No, that's not what I was implying.
Right. We don't celebrate their demise. We celebrate our victory to become free.
Right.
From
That's
slavery.
the important thing to emphasize.
Mhm.
Is you're celebrating the freedom of the Israelites, not the suffering of the Egyptian people.
Mhm.
So, in a nutshell, that's what Passover is. So, Easter, being the quasi-Christian here,
All you.
Yep.
Easter is a Christian holiday that celebrates the belief in the resurrection of Jesus Christ. In the New Testament of the Bible, the event is said to have occurred 3 days after Jesus was crucified by the Romans and died in roughly 30 AD. The holiday concludes the Passion of the Christ, a series of events and holidays that begin with Lent, a 40-day period of fasting, prayer, and sacrifice, and ends with Holy Week, which includes Holy Thursday, the celebration of Jesus' Last Supper, which happened to be a Seder, and his 12 apostles, Good Friday, on which Jesus was crucified, and Easter Sunday, which is when he was resurrected. Although a holiday of high religious significance in the Christian faith, many traditions associated with Easter date back to pre-Christian pagan times. So, Easter itself is supposed to celebrate the resurrection of Jesus. The entire Christian religion is based on the premise that Jesus suffered for all of man's sins, died on the cross, and was resurrected by God to go up into heaven, to ascend to heaven. The interesting thing that I found in doing my research for this is that there's really no mandate for Easter in the Bible anywhere. Jesus never said it should be observed. There was no holy passages that say it should be observed. Whereas with Passover, it's mentioned probably a dozen times that should be remembered, from Holy Scripture. So Easter really only became a Christian holiday at the Council of Nicaea back in the early 300 ADs. And a lot of people, being the, no pun intended, devil's advocate, I'm the type of person who always thinks the worst of people. And really what Easter turned out to be was another attempt at the Catholic Church trying to usurp pagan traditions. So, but nowadays we have, obviously we have our Easter bunny ears and we have our eggs and stuff like that. So
all pagan.
We don't really celebrate it from the religious side of things. So let's talk briefly about how we actually celebrated ourselves. So for this, I'll go back to Michelle. So Michelle, how do we as a family celebrate Passover?
Well, usually, depending on the time of year, we usually try and do a Seder. Unfortunately, when Passover kind of starts, during the week, it kind of makes it difficult to do a full traditional Seder. Also, the last couple of years, we've either been on vacation during the holidays or just getting back or just getting ready to go away. So we really haven't done a traditional Seder in a couple of years. And again, it's one of those things, if we can do it, great. If we can't, that's okay too. I don't think, anybody's upset,
So what's a traditional Seder? Just give a brief overview of what a traditional Seder
a
is.
traditional Seder would be where, we would have a kind of a big meal. We would also read from the Haggadah, which is a prayer book, basically describing the story of Passover, various different parts. Again, with the drinking of the wine, it gives the explanation of why there's the 4 cups of wine. There are the 4 questions of why is this night different from all other nights, and it basically gives you an explanation as to why you're doing things for Passover, why you eat differently, why you don't eat certain foods and why you do eat certain foods. And it's a very symbolic holiday.
It's a very ritualized meal that we do in remembrance.
Right. Like, obviously, pork in general isn't kosher. Well, kosher for Passover is even more strict. So, there's the eating the matzah as opposed to eating bread, having bitter herbs, having things with salt water to remember the tears, making charosis, which is to symbolize the mortar of making the brick. So it's everything kind of goes back to the Egyptian times and what the Jews went through,
right,
to get their freedom, to get the Exodus.
Okay. So, Madison, how do we celebrate Easter?
Well, normally we would invite some of our family over, and you guys would normally set up an Easter hunt while I was busy talking with others and doing other stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And then we'd all go on a huge Easter egg hunt. I remember one year we had a huge hunt, and I still remember the one year where I lost a tooth on the day.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, when I was kicked in the face.
Yeah, that old family traditions. Kick the kid in the face, go Easter egg hunting,
Yeah.
Losing a tooth. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's totally what Easter's about.
Yeah.
So from an Easter standpoint, we only celebrate what's known as the secular aspects of Easter. We don't really celebrate the religious aspect.
Yep, not at all.
We don't go to church. We don't have a blessing at the dinner or anything like that. We celebrate what's really mainstream, Easter eggs and candy. And there's
the fun part of it.
The fun part, yeah. There's some gift giving of some sort. There's a plant exchange to symbolize, a lot of what we do is really what has traditionally been the pagan aspects of the spring holiday.
And funny enough, because most of the members of our extended family are pagans, so
that's correct.
So that kind of, but it kind of helps, I think, in most respects, to meld, to bring all of our faiths and backgrounds, together, having that, more nature related, like deal with or bring about, it's springtime. So what's spring? It's the eggs, it's rebirth, it's flowers, it's baby bunnies and things like that. And it kind of helps to bring aspects of all the religions together into one.
Well, and I think the other thing that's interesting is the secular things that we do for Easter are very much what everyone else does for Easter too,
Mm-hmm.
and they just sort of add the religious aspect
Right.
onto it. So it's nowadays the Jesus rising and all that is really just an afterthought. Everything else, I hate to say it, but it's turned into a Hallmark holiday almost.
Oh, definitely.
Everything's been merchandised to death there.
Oh, absolutely. I remember growing up friends maybe talking about getting an Easter basket or, some sort of candy, not really a whole lot, where now, you hear and, you go to the stores and, aisles upon aisles of Easter candy and products and toys
And good luck trying to find anything that's kosher for Passover.
well, at least not in this area. If I went someplace else, maybe.
So, Madison, my question to you is, what aspects of this holiday, either the Passover or the Easter holiday, what do you think are your favorite parts? What do you take with you? What traditions do you cherish the most out of it?
Well, I'm going to start with Passover. I guess the stuff I like to take away from Passover is the fact that we're all together and we're celebrating our victory of being able to escape from becoming slaves.
Okay.
And I like eating the matzah.
You like eating the matzah.
The only time of year she'll be Jewish.
Right.
Is eating matzah.
Right. Well, so
God forbid she eats gefilte fish, but
what
that's
the?
Yeah. We'll explain that later.
Okay.
So what about the Easter side of things? Besides the chocolate, what do you like?
Well, I like having the whole family over, and we normally have a bunch of snacks. I like that. I also like having the Easter egg hunts because we always go on adventures, and I always wear the bunny ears, act like I'm the bunny searcher, and I look for stuff.
So you're very much like I am when it comes to religious holidays. You only celebrate the good ones.
Yeah.
You don't do any of the suffering ones. If it's a feast holiday or a gift holiday, I'm there. And that goes for whether it's Jewish or Christian. I'm a C&E, Catholic.
Yes, you
Christmas
are.
and Easter is all the only thing I used to, worry about. But that, that selfish attitude seems to have translated over to the Jewish side of
right,
things.
and
too.
you like Passover when it comes to matzo ball soup.
It's a good feast one, yeah.
And as long as I'm not making you eat gefilte fish, you're
Ew.
totally okay with that.
And I don't do the
You don't do
fasting.
this. You don't. Well, there's no
You don't do the
fasting for
seafood.
Well,
Passover.
the eating kosher for Passover to me
Right,
is
you-
fasting. I have to give up pork, so that's fasting.
For you, yes. Fortunately, we don't keep a kosher home during Passover. I kind of separate what I eat from, what you guys eat. I don't enforce it,
Which is a good thing, because that would be a civil war. That'd be a holy war there.
I'd also not be able to eat bread.
Right, and we know that you can't go 7 days without it, so so it's okay.
But, even with the Christian holidays, I don't really celebrate Lent. I don't give up meat.
Right, you don't give up anything.
Well, I don't give up meat anytime.
Right,
that's
right.
Yeah,
a staple part of my diet.
You'll never give up meat.
Never.
Unless
So,
you lived in Japan. Then you'd
correct.
kind of have to because they don't have protein. They don't eat protein.
Well, sure they do.
Do they?
Yeah.
What's
They just find it in other sources.
Yeah, they eat a lot of
yeah.
fish. They eat a lot of tofu. There's plenty of
The
protein.
beans.
I meant-
Beans, yeah.
Yeah.
They just don't
So,
eat meat.
Yeah.
so I think that's a good overview of how we celebrate the spring holidays, and we'll do another interfaith episode for the winter holidays when they come along too.
Yeah, because there's really nothing for summer or fall.
Right. So I think that's good. We can move on. So, as always, Madison, we close with your closing remarks and your shout out. So I turn it over to you.
Alrighty, so if you're a family who has an interfaith family, right?
Right?
And enjoy it because you get a taste of two different religions. I can definitely say with confidence that I definitely enjoy being in an interfaith family and a household. And I definitely would, and if there's anyone watching who is part of an interfaith family, I feel happy for you because you get to experience two different religions and their traditions, and I think that's cool. And anyone who does that, I consider you lucky.
Okay. Any shout outs this week?
How about I turn it over to you first, Mommy?
I guess a shout out to all of our family that we aren't able to get together with today.
I definitely agree with that.
Okay. Anything else? Any other shout outs you want to throw out there, Maddie?
I mean, I think that's pretty much it. I mean,
Okay.
pretty much our entire extended family would be nice.
Sure.
So,
All right.
if
Well,
they're
then,
watching this, there's a shout out to you. And if any of my extended family's watching, I'm just gonna say hi.
okay. That does it for us this week. Thank you for joining us. We'll be back next week with another great podcast.
Bye.
Thank you, Maddie.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Michelle, for joining us for this one.
Not a problem. Thank you for having me.
And we'll catch you all next week.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Your hosts, Joseph and Michelle Whalen, a husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics, are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom.
Welcome to Insights into Entertainment. This is episode 12. Punch it, Chewy. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, with my lovely and talented co-host, Michelle Whalen.
Hi, everyone.
How are you doing today, Michelle?
I am fantabulous. How are you?
I'm fantastic. So we are both decked out today in our special Star Wars themed shirts. And why is that?
Because as of our recording, it is May the 4th, also known as Star Wars Day.
May the 4th be with you.
And also with you. Communion wafers will be later.
So we do have a good show for you today in our Disney Detective segment. We have some information on Hollywood Studios' anniversary. We have our spoiler-filled review of Avengers Endgame, which we can do spoiler-filled since we won't officially be airing the podcast until Monday when the Russo brothers have released everyone from their cone of silence.
I think that's funny.
We'll have some information on how well it pays to be a superhero. And then our entertainment news, we'll talk a little bit about Adele and some more on her split from her husband. Some news on Skylar Astin and dating challenges. And then we'll talk about Rick Schroeder and some legal issues. And then we will pay a touching tribute to the late, great Peter Mayhew, who we lost this week.
and then we'll finish up with our insightful picks of the week. as we
Sounds
always
good.
do. So let's get right into it. So, Michelle, go for Disney Detectives.
So earlier this week, Hollywood Studios kicked off its 30th anniversary. The park was originally Disney MGM Studios when it originally opened back on May 1st in 1989. They had a partnership with MGM. At the time, they were allowed to use different movies from their catalog. Obviously, one of the original rides, which is no longer there now, is the Great Movie Ride. And for those who had never been on it, it was kind of a boat-ish type ride where you would ride through various movie scenes, and 98% of the movies were MGM movies, from John Wayne classics leading up to a big finale of The Wizard of Oz, and basically would take you through the heyday of the, of
and Star
Hollywood.
Wars was in the sizzle reel, too.
Yes, Hollywood was. Star Wars was in that as well. So when the park originally opened, it was meant to be a working studio, kind of what Universal was. So the idea was that they were going to have the animation department, then they were doing live action, certain movies were going to be shot there, or at least part of it. And honestly, as time went on, they kind of switched gears, and it wasn't until 2008 when they actually changed the name over to Disney Hollywood Studios.
So it was a working studio at one point.
It
in time.
was.
They were doing productions.
They
there.
were doing some production. One of the original rides or attractions was a backlot tour, and they would actually show you how they did special effects. They had an area that was residential row, where it was the facades of various houses that they had used, like Golden Girls. The Golden Girls house was there, and that was actually where they had filmed the front facades of the television show. So there were certain things that were there back when the 90s version of the Mickey Mouse Clubhouse was on. It was filmed there, so guests sometimes could actually go sit and watch shows being done.
So they were done with a live studio audience?
Mm-hmm, yeah,
Oh, wow.
some of them were, yeah. And then you also had the animation department that was there. I don't remember if there were any animated movies that were completely done down in Florida, but a number of them had parts of the movie that were done. Certain parts were done. And that was another tour that when you were walking through, you could actually look and see the animators, working on different things. And then again, over time, they kind of switched gears. They decided to bring in more rides. So you had Twilight Zone Tower of Terror, Rock and Roller Coaster that came in, and obviously now it switched gears, so you have the whole Pixar area, obviously Galaxy's Edge. That's
Galaxy's Edge, what's that?
Yeah, that's this little part that they're just kind of adding a couple of little things. So they did this big anniversary event. It was actually live streamed, and the biggest thing that really came out of it was the new logo of the park, as you can see. So they changed it up a bit. And one of the other things that was kind of cool was that they actually did a preview of the cast member costumes for Galaxy's Edge. So they had various different cast members in different attire that you'll be able to see the cast members wear. But they did a whole cavalcade with different characters, as you can see, and then they had the Galaxy's Edge cast members come out and showing that.
Now, when the park first opened, wasn't it designed to capture a very specific era of Hollywood?
Yeah, it was kind of like the 1930s. It was the kind of the beginning of when Walt got into Hollywood and was producing the Disney shorts, the Mickey Mouse shorts. So the idea was that, you were the idea of the theme park was that you were either in 1930s Hollywood or you were, backstage. So where the Magic Kingdom is very particular about cast members from different lands never crossing into, if you're in a Tomorrowland costume, you're never going to be in Adventureland. But the idea with Hollywood Studio was that on a working production site, you'd see a cowboy and a space ranger passing each other.
Right.
It wouldn't be uncommon. So they kind of, when you go on Star Tours and you're walking up to it, you see the AT-AT, you see the Ewok village, and then if you happen to walk through the queue and you look, you're actually seeing the backside of it where it's not complete, the superstructure, and the whole
it's
idea.
Just a facade.
Right, the whole idea of the whole park was to be able to see the backlot stuff that you would normally, not see. So unfortunately, they kind of got away from a lot of that because that was really more their original ideas. But they still have, some of them,
some of the
throughout.
things that were in the park were throwbacks too, were they not? Like the Brown Derby, for instance.
Right. They had the Brown Derby restaurant, which was, a takeoff of the original Brown Derby, out in Hollywood, California. The buildings have that look to it. They had character actors that would walk up and down the street and interact with you who were, from the 1930s type thing. So it definitely had a different feel for it, the park originally, and now it's kind of shifted gears. Again, you have the whole Toy Story area, you have, the Star Wars area, then Playhouse Disney kind of has their own area now. And they used to have, a bunch of different stunt shows or things that showed you how they do stunts. Now they just have the Indiana Jones stunt show, which is still a good show. It's just they've never changed it in, the 20-something years that they've had it. So,
well, 30 years in a park, things are going to change.
Oh, absolutely. And they realized that they needed to change, that it wasn't, the right fit. And attendance obviously went up once, they made the change. So, So it'll be interesting to see, where the next 30 years go.
Cool. Well, hopefully with Galaxy's Edge and a lot of the Pixar stuff, they've got a bright future.
Yeah, sure do. What could that be?
So,
what could we be talking about next?
So what did we do last weekend?
What did we do last weekend? I don't know. Did we go see a movie?
We did indeed. So, yes, we did get out on premiere weekend to go see Avengers Endgame. Everyone has been under a bit of a gag order, I guess we could say.
Depends on who you talk to.
True. There have been some folks who have not abided by it, but it was actually put out by the Russo brothers who directed the movie and basically asked people not to spoil.
That's kind of funny. That's kind of cool. Yeah.
And they actually came out on
Good Morning America.
Good Morning America, and basically said, "All right, 2 weeks in, we can lift the ban. You can finally talk about it now. It's okay."
Right. If you weren't a diehard fan, you're the ones that are, finally getting around to seeing it, after the fact. Where if you were a diehard, you needed to know, you would have made time to go and see it.
And I got to tell you, Monday morning was tough for me because only one person in my company that I talk to frequently went to see it. So I had to keep my mouth shut the whole week.
Right. Yeah, I had 4 people that had gone to see it. And we had little side conversations. And I was actually being very cautious in what I said to other people around because I didn't know who else around wanted to go see it. So I was actually being trying to be nice and not saying too much too loudly for those those around. But I think by now everybody that that I work with has seen it or really didn't care. You know, it was like, well, just tell me. I might not see it for a couple of months. So that was kind of cool.
So we have seen it, and I obviously know what your impression is, but for the sake of our audience, give us your impression of the movie.
Wow, it was a roller coaster.
Yeah.
From beginning to end, you know, it didn't let up. You know, the slow parts weren't really slow. They were very emotional, and, you know, there was something to be taken away, you know, from it. The action scenes were fantastic. Just the way that, you know, they coupled up certain characters, and, you know,
almost like those characters that were coupled should have their own television series.
Kind of, sort of, yeah, maybe. But yeah, it honestly, it didn't seem like a 3-hour movie.
It's a good thing, though, that we went in and did not opt for refreshments or drinks.
Our daughter was not very happy about that.
No,
you
no.
got the
evil eye.
You
for
got
that.
the evil eye the entire time.
But the funny thing was, even the slow parts, you couldn't get up and use the restroom on because there was too much information and emotion
Right.
that was conveyed during the slow parts.
And I believe that the app that a lot of people use for when they go to the movies to be able to go
RunPay, I think
RunPay,
it is, yeah.
they actually didn't even have, from what a friend of mine told me, they didn't even have it up until Sunday or Monday. You know, but basically, now I've never used the app, but from what he told me, not only does it tell you when you can get up and go to the bathroom, but it'll actually give you a synopsis of what you're missing.
As if your friend was telling you.
Right.
what
So
you
that,
missed.
you know, but yeah, you know, like I said, and like you said, it really, even in the slow parts, it wasn't slow. There was something to be taken from that, you know, that scene.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, and you know, it progressed quickly at the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you see heroes are rescued, villains are decapitated, and then you sort of hit a brick wall.
Yeah, and now what do we do?
Yeah.
Like, okay.
And from there on, it was from that. There's a 5-year jump in the movie if you haven't seen it yet. From that 5-year jump, it's a fan fest at that point.
Yeah.
It really is. You get flashbacks to behind the scenes look at previous movies, you know, Thor and previous Avengers.
Right.
You sort of see what happened in the shadows that you didn't see in the movie, and it was very well done. You see certain consequences happen that didn't develop there, but you'll see later on that were great setups for later on. And throughout the movie, they dotted the I's and crossed the T's and summed up everything that needed to be summed up.
Yeah, it almost seemed like there were very few things that you needed to have explanations for.
Exactly.
You know, and there have been obviously many sites that have come out afterwards, you know, giving a little bit more explanation. But in a lot of cases, I don't think you needed it for the movie. Now, again, a friend of mine from work, originally he was kind of disappointed. He said it was a good movie, but it could have been better. But then he showed me this one website that basically questions were answered by the Russo brothers.
Yeah.
Like, you know, well, what happened with this and what happened with this? And after reading the explanations, he felt a little bit better. So for him, the movie went up, you know, he was probably at like a 7 or 8. It went up to a 9.25 in his mind. And for him, if they would have explained some of that stuff in the movie, then, you know.
Well, and that's the thing. As stingy as the Russo brothers were with information prior to the movie, they've been incredibly generous.
Oh, absolutely.
Filling in the blanks.
Filling in all the blanks.
Which has just enhanced the movie even more.
Absolutely. And I could almost see them doing a director's cut.
Yeah.
You know, when it comes out on DVD, where, you know, like here's the explanation of, you know, at the end of this scene, this is what we wanted to convey, or, you know, this is where you need to think, oh, where did this person end up going? He took this. did he really die? Did he not really
Right.
die? Or,
And it was an emotional roller coaster on many levels. It wasn't just, a death of a person
Right.
or a reunion. I mean, they ran the gamut of emotions, and they tweaked all the right chords
right.
to get all the right emotions out of you during the
And,
course of that movie.
the characters that needed to finally say a goodbye,
Yeah.
You're
welling up already. I'm just thinking of the scene. Because it was that damn good.
It was that damn good. The fact that you saw it in Iron Man, he always wished he could go back and talk to his dad.
Yeah.
And have that last moment with him. And here he did. And he took advantage of it. And, everybody was like, wow.
It was.
That was rough.
It was very well done.
Yeah.
I give it a 9.5 out of 10. And the 0.5 is just sort of some of the loose ends that they didn't tie up. They used kind of a cheat. And
right, you're right.
And that cheat is exploitable, and they haven't really explained away how they're not going to take advantage of it again.
Right.
Anytime you throw that, and if you've seen the movie, you know what I'm talking about.
Right.
I don't want to spoil it for everybody, but if you anytime,
even though you've already spoiled, but it's okay.
Anytime a sci-fi or pop culture thing uses that particular cheat, it's a convenient way to handle plots.
Right. How do you undo and never use it again?
Right. There should have been consequences to the way that it was used, so it couldn't be reused.
Right. I could totally see that, and maybe that's something they will explain, that, something, somebody did something in the past.
Yep.
That, now that no longer exists going forward, so you don't have, that option to do it.
But a tremendous amount of character development in this 3-hour film.
Yeah.
That was the culmination of 21 movies and 10 years of character development.
Yeah.
Just very, very well done. Hats off to the cast and the crew for really putting together the movie that everyone deserved and exceeding expectations.
Yeah.
But, it doesn't come without its own rewards, right?
Nope, not at all.
So that brings us to our next segment, our next article.
So it definitely pays to be a superhero. So coming out of, obviously, Endgame, it was kind of interesting to see some interesting facts of how much money some of the lead stars made, not only for this movie, but what they originally had made in some of the movies versus now.
Yeah.
So Scarlett Johansson, as you can see, for her first appearance, she made $400,000.
Now, that was in Iron Man 2, right?
I believe so, in Iron Man 2, right. And for this, well, actually, for her solo movie, which will be coming out, she'll be taking home $15 million.
That is a significant jump.
Not a bad pay increase. Let's talk about Thor. He took home, for the original Thor, he took home $150,000, and now he's making $15 million as well.
That's a nice chunk of change. And it was interesting, he came in at one of the lowest in his solo film because he was such a fresh face and didn't have the experience coming in.
Right, and now...
I mean, you figure you're highlighting a Marvel Cinematic movie and you're only making $150,000 before bonuses, obviously.
Right. And that's the other thing, too, is now you have, so many of the different bonuses and things like that.
Yeah.
And Chris Evans, now he actually started off a little bit higher.
America's ass.
It's just awesome. He scored $1 million for the original Captain America, and of course now he's also at 15 million.
But is that what the most people are making out of this is 15 million?
No, absolutely not. So our final one would be, obviously, Iron Man himself, Robert Downey Jr. So for the original Iron Man, he actually was making $500,000.
Right.
$75 million now.
That's impressive. And a lot has to be said for Robert Downey Jr. because when he came in and took on the role as Iron Man, he was resurrecting his career from
absolutely.
substance abuse.
When you look back at and there have been many memes, he went to jail. He did jail time. He was in rehab. A lot of people didn't even expect him
to survive,
to be alive.
Yeah.
And, to see what a success he's made for himself. And honestly, I can't imagine anybody else playing Tony Stark.
No, that history that he had is what made him Tony
exactly.
Stark.
And that's, so.
And the one thing I have to say, he's pulling a lot of money. That's $75 million base before bonuses. He not only did he embrace this character, I think he credits this character for saving his life.
Oh, absolutely. And
he has become an entirely different person. He's eaten up the persona of Iron Man, not necessarily Tony Stark.
Right.
That's who he was.
Right.
He's eaten up the presence of Iron Man. The charitable events that
I was just going to say, the charities that he does, when you see him,
the way that he is with the kids
at the children's hospitals, that's
he's taken on the role of a superhero.
Yeah, absolutely.
And kids look up to him. He appreciates that. He embraces it, and he uses that notoriety and that stardom to really make a difference. And I credit him totally for that.
Yeah, absolutely.
The other interesting thing to note about these salaries is that the Marvel Cinematic Universe has actually set the bar for bonuses in movies. Prior to the success of these movies, bonuses started kicking in around $500,000 revenue for a movie. Now it's up to $1.5 billion before bonuses start kicking in, because that's how much money these movies actually are pulling in on a regular basis.
Right.
They've redefined what it is to make a blockbuster movie.
Yeah.
So that's some pretty cool stuff there.
Yeah.
So I think that's what we had for Disney Detective.
Yep, that is it.
Move on to entertainment news.
Okay.
And I will defer to you for this one, dear.
Okay, so there were a couple of little updates to some stories we had talked about a couple of weeks ago with celebrity divorces. The one was actually kind of funny, kind of cute. Adele, who obviously has split from her husband, shared a funny meme of herself post breakup. She hadn't been on Instagram in a while, and so she posted this meme, as you can see, when you catch yourself in your feelings when you remember who you are. And the one picture was from a couple of years ago, very emotional, and then the other one was more recent, of her in a much better place. So it had been about 2 weeks after Us Weekly had confirmed the divorce that she finally returned to Instagram. They actually broke up about 9 months ago, but they're still decided to raise their son together. But it was just kind of cute that that she was able to poke fun at herself. An insider had said that they realized that there wasn't any romantic love anymore. They're disappointed that it just didn't work out. But again, here she's poking fun at herself. So that was kind of cute. And then also in our updates of celebrities getting divorced, we had talked also around that same time, Skylar Astin and his wife, Anna Camp, had filed for divorce. And now it seems, according to Us Weekly, that he has now joined a dating site. It's kind of funny because this is a dating site that actually you have to get approval from to join. And it seems that it's an anonymous committee that is based on part of what your Instagram activity is. It seems to be very highly celebrity based, or people in the industry.
So I guess I can't join.
No, I guess you can't join. Some previous members had been Jeremy Piven, Matthew Perry, and Chelsea Handler have used this app before. So it was kind of interesting to see, about 2 weeks or so after their divorce, became public, already on the dating sites.
Throwing your hat back in the arena there.
Yeah, guess
More
so.
power to you.
Yeah, guess so. So in other news, this was kind of sad. Ricky Schroeder was arrested for domestic violence, and it seems not only for one incident, but within 30 days, this was actually his second incident of domestic violence. It seems that there was an incident that took place on April 2nd at his home with an unnamed woman, and then again, the same woman, another incident had occurred. It's not yet clear what charges he could face, but again, this was the second offense in just 30 days. He's kind of been out of the spotlight for, I guess not too long. 2016 was the last time he had been in anything. Obviously, for anybody that's been around, he was obviously very popular in the 80s in Silver Spoons. He actually, his first film was actually The Champ in 1979, which he actually won a Golden Globe for that performance. And he's done, a couple of different things here and there. In 2016, he and his wife actually filed for a divorce after being married for 24 years. So again, kind of, hasn't been doing, too much, but kind of unfortunate, that he's making headlines, for this.
It's a long way to go from Silver Spoons, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
And the last thing that we have today in our entertainment news is the sad news of Peter Mayhew.
I can't talk either. And you're welling up. Yeah, this definitely came to a shock. They actually announced it a couple of days after he had passed, but according to his agent, Peter Mayhew had passed away on April 30th. He was 74 years old. He is survived by his wife, Angie, and their 3 children. He played Chewbacca in the original trilogy, as well as Episode 3 of the prequels and The Force Awakens, and also was consulting on The Last Jedi to help teach his successor. As of right now, a memorial service will be held for the fans on June 29th, and in early December, I'm guessing right before the new movie comes out, a memorial will be held in Los Angeles for fans. And tributes obviously were pouring out all over the place from fans and colleagues. Mark Hamill obviously posted, "He was the gentlest of giants, a big man with an even bigger heart who never failed to make me smile, a loyal friend who I loved dearly. I'm grateful for the memories we shared, and I'm a better man for just have knowing him. Thanks, Pete." Bob Iger, the CEO of Disney, said Peter was larger than life in so many ways, a gentle giant playing a gentle giant. Rest in peace. And Kathleen Kennedy, who is the president of Lucasfilm, said, "When I first met Peter during The Force Awakens, I was immediately impressed by his kind and gentle nature. Peter was brilliantly able to express his personality through his skillful use of gesture, posture, and eyes. We all love Chewie and have Peter to thank for that enduring memory."
The one thing that I can say about Peter Mayhew is he was always very gracious to the fans. And it's a shame. He was a great guy, and he will be missed.
Yeah, I know this weekend he was actually supposed to be at a Dallas-based convention. And somebody had posted a couple of pictures because his table was set up. He still had his name plate set up on the backdrop. And they actually ended up turning it into a memorial. And so they had flowers and pictures, and various fans had left stuff there for him. So I thought that was very, very sweet.
Never miss an opportunity to interact with the fans.
Yeah.
Punch it, Joey. Didn't work. Anyway. As we compose ourselves after that segment there.
We should have just ended with that.
Yeah, we really should have just ended with that. But anyway, we will
go on. We will go on.
We will end with our insightful picks, and as always, my dear, I will defer to you.
Okay, so my insightful pick of this week is actually a CW show.
Not Netflix.
Not
Boy, you are boycotting Netflix, aren't you?
Yeah, maybe next week I'll bring it back.
This'll teach them to raise their rates.
Yeah, exactly. So this happens to be one of my favorite shows on the CW. Fortunately or unfortunately, it's also in its final season. Originally, actually, it wasn't supposed to have one more season. Season 4 was actually supposed to be the last season. I guess I should actually say the name of the show. It's iZombie. It's kind of funny because it came out right around the time that other various zombie type shows came out. You know, Walking Dead kind of started the zombie trend, you know, on television, and all these other, you know, shows kind of came out.
So why do we think it's in its last season?
It is.
But why?
What do you mean why?
Because I started watching the last season. So, you know.
Right. So
never ask me to watch a show you like.
Right. Joe is kind of known for starting to watch a show after I've already watched it, liking it, and then a couple months later finding out that it gets canceled.
I am Joe, the show killer.
Right. So I normally try and watch a show and not have him watch it. So let's see. Santa Clarita Diet. He started watching it.
I killed that one in record time, didn't I?
That one, the season, you know, on Netflix had just started, and literally a month after it premiered its third season, done. So Joe started watching iZombie last season, and then a couple months into it, they announced that it was going to get that they were stopping it after season 4, but then they decided, no, let's do one more season, kind of tie up the loose ends. So I'm kind of, you know, happy and sad. So the new season actually just started on May 2nd, again on the CW. It's actually it's a loose adaptation of the comic iZombie. So they took some liberties, obviously, with it.
Now, did you read the comic?
No, I never did. I never actually knew that it was a comic, but it's kind of interesting because when they show the series, they actually have, you know, comic graphics in the backgrounds and things like that. Like the opening credits are done based off of a comic as well.
And they chapter each segment of the show.
Right, and they have, so it is kind of cool. So the story is that there's a medical resident, Olivia, who is turned into a zombie after going to a party. A couple of other people are turned into zombies, but everybody doesn't know about it. They're all kind of in hiding. So she decides to abandon her career of becoming a doctor. She breaks up with her fiance. Nobody understands why. And she ends up working for the medical examiners, basically working in the morgue, realizing that she needs to eat brains to survive. And then throughout the series, certain people start finding out about her and helping her, and then you find out that there are more people that were infected, and and it just kind of keeps growing. And now in the last season, it basically became worldwide, that everybody knew that zombies existed, and they basically had to quarantine the town, the city.
Well, yeah, Seattle's really a city.
Right.
No more Starbucks.
No more Starbucks. So you have, half of the population are zombies, half the population are still humans. Our food, trying to incorporate, but it was kind of interesting in the first couple of seasons because you didn't know who was a zombie and who wasn't, and various different things. One of the things that has always been hysterical is that anytime the zombies eat brains, you take on the personality of that person's brain. So there were times when the character Liv, she ate the brains of an airhead, so she totally became this like ditzy girl. And then it was a drill instructor, so she was very forceful in her way, so she takes on this other persona, and for the whole episode of the show she's this other person. In this last week's in the series premiere, the medical examiner, who's kind of a zombie but not, he ate brains of somebody that was a mobster who was an enforcer, and that was his total persona, the entire show, where if you watch it you see that he's totally not that. He's totally a pussycat. So, having him, get all upset and mad and wanting to rough somebody up, it was kind of funny to see, the interaction, and, because the character is never the same, each week, because obviously whoever, whatever brain they consume,
and the premise
takes on.
is that she was eating the brains to solve the crimes of the people that were murdered.
Right. That was how it first started out, and it was kind of like, she was using a psychic ability. That's how she could kind of explain herself without anybody knowing what she originally, what she was in the original first couple of seasons.
Okay. Good pick. Well, it was.
Still is.
Watching it. So my pick this week, I go back to podcasts. This one is a professionally produced podcast presented by Red Hat, who's now owned by IBM, I believe. The podcast is called Command Line Heroes. And again, caveat, my idea of entertainment is different than many other people's. So for me...
We're all allowed to have our own thing.
Exactly. For me, watching an original podcast about people who transform technology from the command line up is entertaining. The podcast tells the epic true tales of how developers, programmers, hackers, geeks, and open source rebels are revolutionizing technology landscape.
You rebel scum.
It is hosted by Sharon Yudbarak, a developer herself and founder of Code Newbie, the most supportive community of programmers and people learning to code. They currently have 2 seasons. Each season is about 8 episodes. Season 1 starts out with an in-depth look at the operating system wars from Microsoft and Apple to the rise of Linux. Goes into great details on containers, agile development, DevOps, and cloud computing. Season 2 picks up with the early game development over ARPANET back in the 70s and 80s, and goes into the history of programming languages and continues on to the advocacy for the open source development. Since it's presented by Red Hat, it really is designed to showcase their open source community and their open source agenda and philosophy. But there's a lot of things to learn there, between the very well-researched presentations, the insightful interviews with industry insiders, and a knowledgeable and friendly host. The show takes on some very complex technical concepts and ideas, mixes in a solid history of information technology, and spits it all out in really an easy-to-follow entertainment style question and answer type session. A novice IT or programming individual could benefit from a lot of the information that's presented here. But some of it gets pretty deep in the weeds. So folks who aren't technology oriented might not find it as useful, although there's certainly historical background if you're interested in getting into that field. It's very well researched and presented, and I personally find it very enjoyable.
Okay, good.
That's Command Line Heroes presented by Red Hat. It's available on all major podcasts, including Apple, Google, Spotify, and others.
Awesome.
And I think that does it for us for this week. I think
so.
That was a emotional ride.
Sure was.
And we'll be back next week with another great podcast. Bye.
Bye. Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Your hosts are Joseph and Madison Whalen, a father and daughter team making their way through the challenges of the teenage years.
Welcome to Insights into Teens. This is episode 37, Diversity and Discrimination. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my creative and artistic co-host, Madison Whalen.
Hello.
How we doing today, Maddie?
Pretty good.
So we're talking about a fairly serious topic this week.
Yeah.
Diversity and discrimination. Unfortunately, there's a lot of discrimination in the world, but there's also a lot of diversity. So we're going to look at both sides of the coin. We'll talk about what diversity is. We'll talk about some types of what discrimination is, obviously, but we'll talk about what some types of common discrimination are, what the negative impacts are. We'll look at some statistics, and we'll look at some ways to overcome discrimination. And then we'll finish up with your closing remarks and shout-outs.
Awesome.
So, ready to get into it?
Yep.
Here we go. So, our definition this week comes from Teen Talk Canada, which we've used in the past. It describes diversity as referring to the ways that we are all different from one another. Some differences can be our gender, sexuality, ethnicity, or culture, religion or spirituality, our family, how much money we have, or our social standing, our age or body size, and abilities. We believe diversity, all things that make us different, should be appreciated and celebrated. Loving differences starts with being curious and open-minded when someone seems different from us. That's diversity. Now, the opposite side of the coin there is discrimination. Discrimination is when people treat others badly because they are different from them in some way. A form of discrimination called oppression is often used to take power away from an individual or a group of people. It can be hard if we experience discrimination, but there are supports and ways of resisting. learn more about discrimination and supports and the ways of resistance, which is what we're going to try to address today.
Okay.
So, on a related note, the one thing I did want to talk about from my perspective on diversity is, as you know, I play an online game. And in that online game, I happen to run a very large community of people.
Mm-hmm.
And that community of people, which numbers well over 300 people at this point in time,
Wow.
are people from all over the world. We have people from Bangladesh, from Russia, from Europe, from Canada. I have number of people from Australia, a number of people from the UK, and the majority of people are from the United States, but that's mainly because of the time zone difference. And the one thing that I can say just from the 7 years or so that I've been involved in this group is that diversity has been incredibly rewarding for me in a number of ways. One